So Gehazi gets all of this stuff and he hides it. Of course, he's not going to tell his Rabbi that he got it, so he hides it. So when Gehazi walks back into Elisha, what does Elisha see? That there's a little bit of tzaras ahead of Gehazi. So Elisha put all of this together. Amalei Rasha, Higia Eis Litos Char Shmona Shvatzim, B'tzaras Naaman Tidbak Becha U'Bizarecha Ad Olam Vayetzim Lefanam Netzorah Keshalek. So when this happens, so Gehazi says, you Rasha, you could have instead received the reward for Shmona. Shmona Shvatzim was the part that they were learning. But ultimately, instead of that, you were
Yo, how are you? What up, King Cabbage? Can you hear me? King Cabbage, can you hear me? Excellent, how are you? Excellent. I'm well, thank you. I know you were checking up on me. I appreciate it. I need as many people looking out for me as possible. I am doing great. How are things going in your world? How are things going in your world? My friend, hold on a second. Can you go closer to the microphone? Okay, it's a lot better now. Okay, what's wrong? Tell me about it. That is unfortunate. When did you find out about this? All right. Well, are you able to spend time with him now? All right. Well, it's important to maximize the time with the people here as much as possible. Are you doing that? Okay. You're away from the microphone again. Can you come back? Okay, that's good. How'd you find out about me, big dog? All right, King Cabbage, may I ask, how old are you? How old are you? Okay, you got to be 18 to be in here. So, excellent. Take care, my friend. I wish you the best with your grandfather. Absolutely. Come back in 5 years, big dog. Take care.
All right, so good morning. Good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shur and Drushos this year. And these chus for the Soros Thomas for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors his son, Haba Alinu Latova Paul Pollock, in celebration of the Nissan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva Esther Pavlik. Anonymous sponsorship in the schos of sales for all of our children, and for these to be the month of Geula Shekhav Yisrael. Avram and Indy Kelman, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Brian and Bas, Yoshua, Heschel, Zichron Lebracha. Now, week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pavlik, in of the yard site that Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and great grandmother Cyril Bas from Dov, Zichron Lebracha, and the merit of our Talmud, and the Shama Savin Aliyah, the families in Yachama, all those who need a refuah Shabbat together with Kol Chol Yisrael, Chishbaruch Shemir hostages, and our soldiers should be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem. Well, so with that, let us. We have a lot to do today. Thank you. Technical issues this morning. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so since we are picking up Emir Hashem on today's daf is Kuf Ches 108. You would have no idea about that from where we're starting this morning, but okay, we're starting on Kuf Zayin with Aleph 07a, and we are picking up Emir Hashem Mini Casey Mitasharav, which is 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up from the bottom. Mini Casey Mitasharav. So David Amalek, remember again, is asking for what we'll call incremental forgiveness. So one of the things he asks is that Baruch Hu literally again forgive me from my great sin. So the Gemara says, what is it? We actually mentioned this yesterday. I'm asking that you remove my entire story. Don't write my degradation. Remove this entire story of Bathsheba from Tanakh. Amar lo who says, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Umay yochina talpi misarai omed misavach kama shanim ashevaya Yeshua v'osafti lo. Remember again, Baruch Hu gives him much. He says, look, I removed a yud from the name of Sarai, right? Sarai became Sarai, and that yud was floating around for a couple of generations until I found the ability to place it in the name of Yoshua. Called Parsha Kula. The Prophet says actually quite beautiful. The Prophet says, look, there was all of this difficulty trying to place one yud. Trying to place one yud, I had to take the yud of Sarai, I had to place it somewhere. And again, that yud was kind of endless. All of these years until Hoshea became Yehoshua, to go ahead and erase an entire section of the Navi, that can't do. And there's a profound yesod in this as well, which is that certain things you can attain forgiveness, but they can't necessarily become undone. And this is a tremendously important yesod. Yesod in relationships, yesod in life. That Lamaisa attain tshuva. As David Amal does, I could erase it, right? The ability to create has occurred. Sometimes that is not truly possible. You can have in the case of Eshraf, Amar the Fanav, David Amal says, Hashem, forgive me for the episode in my totality. Forgive me in totality. Amar, Hashem says, here's the problem. your son Shlomo the following idea. Could a stoke of fire right in his chest and not burn clothing? Could a person walk on holes and his feet are not going to be burnt? One who has relations with wife, ultimately again cleansed from such a sin. In other words, what Rothschild says to himself says that there's ramifications for certain averos. There's ramifications for certain misdeeds. So I can't just go just straight out forgiveness. Kabel Alecha Amalei Kohachim Itra Dahu Gavra. So says should just be totally lost to everything. So the Gemara says Amalei Kabel Alecha Yisurin. Such as David, if you want to be cleansed, yourself suffering. Accept yourself suffering. So remember, David was trying to attain forgiveness. The Rothschild says forgiveness just can't bend. It has to be earned in some way. Upon yourself, accept upon yourself suffering. So the Gemara says, keep it alive. David accepted upon himself. So for 6 months, David became the Tzora. He became attracted to Tzaras, and as a result of the Tzaras, remember again, everyone is separated from him. Upershim and the Sanhedrin, and the Sanhedrin separated from him as well. And the Stara, how do we know that he contracted Tzaras? Teini be'ezor be'atar, techapsini umishalek al, istakani men hashchina, b'sev hashivali sason ishacha, beruach mediva tismicheni. Upershim and the Sanhedrin, how do we know the Sanhedrin separated themselves from him? B'sev yashuvu li yirayich, shisha chadash minal. And how do we know, by the way, that all of this went on for 6 months? David reigned for 40 years. Other days will say, in Hebron he reigned for 7 years. So by the way, this was Malach's monarchy, right? For 7 years he was in Hebron. Now those 7 years in Hebron, that was essentially kind of birth. He was fully accepted as king over all of Klal Yisrael, and then for 33 years in Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, and it says, "B'Chevron Malach al Yehud Sheva Shanim Shisha Chaim." Interestingly enough, the passage in Hebron, he actually ruled over Yehuda for 7 years and 6 months. So the Gemara says, "Mahani Shisha Chadashim Lo Kapir." Interestingly enough, when the tallies his entire monarchy, it doesn't count the 6 months. Shma Minon Stara. During those 6 months when he had Saras, he wasn't really functional so much. So he wasn't functional. Therefore, Allah said they were not counted towards the totality of his reign. So it's very beautiful Gemara ahead of us right now. David HaMelech is yearning for one simple thing. He wants forgiveness. Forgive me for my sin. Forgive me for my sin. So, you're forgiven. You're forgiven. All is forgiven. Remember, you both say, one of the things that we keep seeing is that David HaMelech again was so badly mistreated by everyone around him because of this particular Avera. So David says, thank you, Hashem, for forgiving me. I would like a sign of your forgiveness. Both said this incredible day. I'll give you this sign during your lifetime, but I will give you this sign during the lifetime of Shlomo, your son. Both say incredible Gemara here. What happened? So the Gemara said, "B'shar when Shlomo's Beis Hamikdash bikesh lahachnis kodesh hachadashim, davku sha'arei levazem." When Shlomo finally built Beis Hamikdash and he wanted to bring the Aron into the kodesh, the gates of the Mikdash would not open. Can you imagine this? Shlomo HaMelech spent all of this time building this building, and then finally when he gets there, the gates won't open for him. Okay, so what happened? So Amar Lachmona, and he said 24 forms of shir, 24 kapet lachaftilim, and if the gates did not open, Amar so sha'arim sheikhen b'noschu pische olam v'yavam melech hakavod. Literally, open the gates and let the melech hakavod. Means the melech hakavod, who is the great king? Hashem Izuz v'Gibor Hashem Bar Milchama. So it's like he's seeing all of these beautiful shiros extolling God, and yet he still was not answered. Listen to this. Even Amar Hashem Elokim Al Hashem Kidei B'Shivach. Once someone supplicated and said, Hashem, my God, please do not go ahead and turn away from the face of your anointed one. Zachra Lachasdei David Avdecha. Remember, said, of David your servant, Miyad it's open. So once there's something amazing, which is Shalom Alech couldn't get to the gate of the Beit Hamikdash open until he invoked the memory of his father. Only once David was mentioned did the gates finally open up. Gemara says, "Ba'osa Shah, Lukanei Sona David Kishua Kedira," and now David's antagonists, his enemies, their faces blackened like the bottom of a pot. They became like ash. They were very embarrassed. So Shemakala Kosavan. And that moment they realized that David was forgiven for that sin, for that episode of Bathsheba. I must say, tremendous story. So what's fascinating, David HaMelech got what he did, but he didn't get what he wanted. Right? He wanted this public display of divine forgiveness during his lifetime, but at the end of the day, only during the lifetime of his son Shlomo. But it's like there's a tremendous lesson in relationship dynamics and relationships. You hurt someone. There's a lot of times where you may wrong to someone, especially if you're the right. I know. Let's say I see situations where I know that I was wrong. So I want to forgive. I want to apologize. It's interesting that sometimes we offer an apology is what's the expectation that comes, right? Instantaneous. Like I said, I'm sorry. So I'm sorry. So of course the obligation to forgive. And by the way, the halacha does mandate that if you get hurt by someone and they do apologize genuinely, the halachic mandate to forgive. There is forgiveness when there is a sincere apology. And the truth is, it doesn't work that way in relationships. When you hurt someone just because you feel bad and now you want to make it right, that's very beautiful. It doesn't do the damage on the timeline that you want. And that you can put things back to the way that you want. And it doesn't mean that you can wipe this slate clean just because now I am moved by tremendous remorse. Hurt did something wrong. You did something wrong. Forgiveness, because Baruch Hu almost means you're going to get forgiveness. Forgiveness is always attainable to those who genuinely possess remorse. But forgiveness doesn't come on the timeline of the perpetrator. It sometimes comes on the timeline of the aggrieved party. I'll give you forgiveness, as Baruch Hu says, but not now. And incredible for our human relationships as well. What happened with Gehazi? Discussing Elisha Damascus. So Elisha went to Damascus. So Elisha went to bring back Gehazi to become about Shuvah, but Gehazi would not, which I remember Gehazi is the Gabbai, right? He's the attendant of Elisha. What happened? So Elisha comes to Gehazi, says, Gehazi, you got to do Shuvah. So Gehazi says, Elisha, Rabbi, I learned from you that if someone goes ahead and commits causes others to commit averos, he can't do Shuvah. So my other, what did Gehazi go back? He did the Amri Eder Sho'ebes Tala Lachaka Saban, then Nijamin Shamayim Ba'aretz. The Igad Amri Shal Hakak Pethia, the Hayazes Ba'omeres, Anochi Below Yelachab. So some say, so apparently either Gehazi somehow gave the appearance that the golden calf of Yeravam, in fact, by power. Some say that he had a very powerful magnet. And with the powerful magnet, he was able to make the calf look like it was levitating. Say that he possessed the name of Hashem. He placed it in the mouth of the golden calf, and the golden calf began to speak. Either way, what he did was, he gave the appearance that they were. and that led many people to follow the king and led them astray. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, others say that Elisha kept the students away from Elisha. So again, the student after Gehazi was out of the picture. So the student said to Elisha, that we are sitting in front of you, like so what do you see from here? So that's what this time why weren't they there? Because again, Gehazi was keeping what's it right with them? In reality, and bring close with the right. The idea is to let them people away. When you push them away, push away gently, and as you also simultaneously bring them to stay at night. Not like so, when you get upset with you, push them away with two hands. Say, ויפצע ויצא כיכר כסף. ויאמר אליו אלישע גיחזי. ויאמר לא הלך עבדך אנה ויאמר אליו לא אילי הלך כאשר הפך לקחת הכסף ולקחת בגדם לזיסים וסוד בקר בעבן משמעת. Okay. So just in front of the year, we're going to see this in just a moment. Gehazi came in the following episode. Naaman, who came to Elisha help. We're going to see that Naaman is Arami in general. He comes to Elisha for help. Elisha helps him. As we're going to see in this moment what happened. As a result of the help, so Naaman offered Elisha like a lot of stuff. And Elisha refused it. Gehazi runs after Naaman afterwards. He says, hey, my Rabbi changed his mind and he wants the stuff. He lied in order to get this. He hid it from Elisha. That's the story. Now, Elisha confronts him and he says to Gehazi, you took all of this stuff from Naaman, and he lists off 8 items that Gehazi took from Naaman. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Gehazi didn't take all of that. Gehazi take. Hakesef without them with the shakal. Gehazi took money. He already took silk. He took clothing. He didn't take in shvachas and all these different things. So like, already so listen to this. Haya Elisha Yoshish Shmona Shvatim. And when all this happened, so he was learning the parak of Shmona Shvatim. Okay. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Shmona Shvatim. I'm sorry. Naaman Sak Savamalach Aram. So Naaman, who was the head of the army of Aram, came and because he was stricken with Saras. What happened? He saw the Ishmael in Arab. So there was a particular Jewish girl, a captive Jewish girl, told Naaman, go to Elisha, Naaman, and he'll heal you from your saras. He also, so Naaman comes to Elisha and says, go in and rest yourself. I'm really a come to speak when you make fun of me. That's the remedy you have. First of all, you have nicer rivers in Aram. Why are you telling me to go in the Jordan River? So I'm going to lay a hand. No, the whole body might not come. So the people with now I said, what is it up to you? He's telling you immersed in the Jordan. Go immerse in Jordan. What do you have to lose? Sure enough, Naaman immersed in the Jordan River. And what happened? He was healed. Also, I see they call honey. So ultimately, again, Naaman is filled with gratitude towards Elisha, whose riches outlined in the pasuk. So the Gemara says, Elisha didn't want anything. He could turn to Elisha. Shakal might the shakal. So, however, so Naaman goes on his way. Gehazi goes after Naaman, and Gehazi gets stuff from Naaman, claiming that. Now, remember again, the way Gehazi gets is Gehazi claims to Naaman that Elisha changed him. Of course, Elisha didn't change his mind. So Gehazi gets all of this stuff, and he hides it because he's not going to tell his Rabbi that he got it, so he hides it. He also so when Gehazi walks back into Elisha, what does Elisha see? The forehead of Gehazi. So Elisha put all of this together. Amalei Rasha, here is little schar Shmona Shvatim, B'tzaras Naaman Tibak Becha U'B'zarecha Olam Vayitzim Netzorah Keshalek. happened. So Elisha says, you Russia, you could have instead received the reward for Shmona Shvatzim. Like Shvatzim was the path that they were learning. But also instead of that, the Sara'as of Nah, and it will cling to you and offspring for all generations. Gehazi left with Sarah. So it's like Pasuk enumerates 8 things that Gehazi got from Naaman, even though he didn't get 8 things. It is he gave up the Shmona Shvatzim, gave up the spouse, ultimately again for some type of material benefit. So let's say, so interestingly enough, that's the story of Gehazi. But what you see from the Gemara is the Gemara felt that the Gemara feels. But there is a way to deal with him, not to push him away in such a way. There's also tremendous mental stillness as well. If you notice, what Elisha was telling me, Gehazi was like this. He says, instead of the reward that you could have gotten for Shmona Shvatzim, instead you'll go ahead and you'll get Taras. So I've done this many times before, that for sin, there is this dual liability. On one hand, there's liability for the commitment of a negative act, but at the same time, there's also another liability, which is at the same time that I was doing the Avera, I could have been doing something bad. Right? So there's a lost opportunity for having done, there's lost opportunity for engaging in dynamic, positive activity at the time that I'm doing the Avera. So Elisha not only did you lie and take the treasure from Naaman, but you also lost out on the source of the Torah that we were learning together. Incredible. The Gemara was right there. How you pass Ashar. So there were 4 lepers at the entrance of the gate. It was Gehazi and his two. Okay, Yates 13 of the Isha, incredible Gemara. So Yates 13 of the Isha. Take small block of your kaleves. Push it away with your left hand, with your right hand. Now, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, Yetzer, Ta'avaso, Emachikam Legamre, Ma'et Yeshiva Olom, Karpele, Bali Dei, Yisrael Yachol Lichposh, from Varavera. So, Yetzer over here means the desire for sexuality. Desire for sexuality is something that should be pushed away with the left hand, but ultimately, again, move closer with the right hand. Now, what does this mean? It means it's like this. On one hand, if one totally pushes away and suppresses that desire, so that's a disaster, right? Because that could ultimately, again, prevent population privation of the world. On the other hand, if you just fully embrace, just like lean into it, you become a very immoral individual. So I need like this balance and creating a little bit of healthy restraint, but at the same time also active engagement. That's the Isha actually said Daitan Kalvin Titka also was a combo. What does it mean over here? And also a child and a woman. She says over here essentially Daitan Kalvin. Daitan this context means sensitive. Sometimes women and children could be very sensitive, and again, the wrong thing at the wrong time or the wrong totally destroy the individual. Incredible. So say Elisha 3 times throughout his. There's other like so after he was one when he was the episode where there were these narratives that they were attacked and killed by bears. He was punished for that, and also one because he incited the bears. Right? Akash give it to the Tino. Because the Akash definitely as a punishment for pushing Ozzy with 2 hands. That they spoke, and one of the the ultimate sickness that from. There was no age. People didn't age. Right? What happened? Amar Hay Yitzchak. The Gemara says, "Called the Chazir Abraham." Amar Hay Yitzchak. Called the Chazir Yitzchak. Amar Hay Abraham. So because people didn't age, and you know that Abraham used to like, people would constantly confuse them. They would say, "Oh, this is Abraham. This is Yitzchak." So what happened? Abraham davened for old age. So that Abraham Zakin Abraham his Zikna old age. The first time is mentioned by Abraham Avinu. So it's actually quite interesting, right? That Abraham Avinu apparently asked for old age that people should be distinguishable. So let's see if you think about this on a little bit deeper. Having davened for old age, why? Because without old age, there is a fear that people may stay the same throughout life. The beauty of aging, the title for a book, the beauty of aging is that it forces us to reassess how we live, how we act, and what we do at different stages of life. Right? If a person never aged, then by definition, I could just maintain the same behavior, the same approaches. As I age, physically I change. Hopefully, as we physically change, it also encourages to modify and to change different things about our persona and different things about our life as well. So I'm really adapting for this change of aging, so that the exterior physical change should hopefully motivate us to make internal spiritual changes as well. Incredible. The Gemara says, Yaakov Yaakov, there was no serious illness. People just died, right? And then you die. So the Gemara says, actually, the Medrash brings down that people would sneeze. People would sneeze and then they would die. Right? That the Neshama would just come out and that would be it. So he was a boy, Yaakov Avinu davened for illness. Right? Why do you see davened for illness? Because you got to remember, the first time illness is mentioned is by Yaakov Avinu. When Yosef is told your father is ill, Rashi counts over here. Why did Yaakov die? Rashi says, "Kidei shinai lebanav lavav Yaakov in Kamo Rios alav shas misa kevan shelo and shenafal the yodin shemos in the kabs in the one." What's this interesting? Rashi's understanding over here is that really it's for family. The family should realize that one is sick, and when they realize that the love may be somewhat imminent, and it gives family the opportunity to head and come together, say their goodbyes, right, to do what has to be done, ask for forgiveness. So it's interesting. According to Rashi, the power of illness is much more for the family than for the home itself. So, they're not mutually exclusive, but it's also for the person who's ill. It's good to know when the end is coming, because each and every one of us has to do true. Each and every one of us has to miss certain things. So that the end is near, powerful, not just for the family, but very powerful for the individual himself. To know that again, the end is near, and therefore again, I have to go affairs in order. Incredible. So the Gemara is good. Up until Elisha, ultimately again, there was never anyone who became ill and was healed. Yes, it was they got sick, he died. So the first one became ill, and Elisha died, and he got well. Elisha as far because the Pasuk says Elisha ultimately becomes ill with the illness from which he died from which would infer that there were other illnesses he died from because he died and was healed. Incredible. Mishnah. The generation of the flood have no portion in the world to come. Nor do they stand for judgment. This is a very interesting lesson of Lo'omdin Badin. So the way this is understood is they do not experience Mason as well. They don't experience Mason. Apparently, again, we still have to go. I know that I owe you still. First, we should finish up the Gemara before we go and get the Rambam. And so I read the Rambam about how this whole thing with like all of Haba, Trias HaMesim, judgment, how all of this stuff comes together. So we'll do it in Minas Hashem before we finish the Masechta. Over here is the Rambam. Not only do they not have all of Haba, they also do not. They don't have judgment that occurs during resurrection. Trias HaMesim. Shneimar. But you're looking about the generation of the death. Is Migdal. Right? Ultimately, is built up to Shemayim. So in the case of now, but they have no portion of now. But Shneimar, Vayafetz Hashem Apnei Kol Haaretz. Right? Vayafetz Hashem Asam Olam Haba. U'Mishayafetz Hashem Li'Olam Haba. Anshis Dom. The people of Stone. Ein Lehem Chilik Li'Olam Haba. They have no portion in the world to Shneimar. But Anshis Dom. Elohim V'Chatayim LaHashem. They were sinful to Hashem very much. So they were bad in this world. The Chatayim, and they are still filled with sin. But interestingly enough, apparently anxious stone are resurrected. Like they have, and therefore again have the judgment associated with resurrection. Okay, well, so it says, it's not true. That says both Dor HaMabul and the people of stone, neither of them ultimately experience resurrection. Shneimar, Hakim lo yakumu Rishon top of Kof. That's 108a. Hakim yakumu Rishon Mishpat. Chatoim Badas Tzadikim. Hakim Rishon Mishpat. What does it mean that the wicked will not stand for judgment? Zed Dor HaMabul. The Tzadikim Ilu Anshe Stone. So it's interesting enough. Machlokas. Dor HaMabul and Dor HaFlor. Interesting enough. The Anshe Stone. Do Anshe Stone experience resurrection or not? That apparently is incredible. Amulo. Badas Tzadikim, Ava Omdim Badas Rishon. This stone will not stand in Adas Tzadikim, but they do stand in Adas Rishon. Again, we'll see exactly what this means, but that's what it means is that they stand for judgment during the Raglim. The Raglim don't have a portion in the world tonight. By Amusla, Noshim Motzi Divas Hars B'Ragim Hashem. By Amusla B'Olam Hazeh, they died in this world, they follow the Baragim B'Olam Haba. This is very, very profound. Dor HaMidbar, the generation of the desert, Ein Lahem Chilik B'Olam Haba. And this is sweeping statement. The entire generation of the desert does not have a portion in the come. They owned but nor do they stand for judgment. Bamidbar Hazeh Yichamu B'Sham Yamuzu Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say this is the opinion of Rabbi Akiva. The Dor HaMidbar does not have a portion in Olam Haba, nor do they exist. And Eliezer Omer, Ayhamu Omer, Isfudi Hasidei Karse Brisi Alai Zeva. So the Lord says, not true. Dor HaMidbar was punished in this world, but they absolutely have a portion in the world. Adas Korach Asi Balalos, the assembly will never come up. In Pashtus, what that means is followers will swallowed up by the earth. That's where they will remain. Vatechas Alei Ma'aretz Ba'olam Hazeh. Rabbi Akiva. So that's Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Hashem Nemis in the Chayev Mori, not true. About Askolach, they said that one day of the will bring them up from the depths. Say, all right, so a lot of time back here. Dor HaMabul Ein Lahem Chilik B'Olam Haba. What's the second wide line? The right says, Dor HaMabul. They do not have a portion in the world to come. Everything was wiped out. That's a reference to this world. They were wiped out from the earth. That refers to Olam Haba. This is Rabbi Akiva. He gives the opinion that Allah Dor HaMabul no Chek Olam Haba. Rabbi Meisir Omer Lo Chayin V'Lo Nizonim. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meisir says they do not go ahead and come back. There's no resurrection, and they're not judged. Shneimar Lo Yodon Ruchi Ba'Adam Li'Olam Lo Din Orach. The Rachar possibilities. Lo Yodon Ruchi Shortei Nishmasan Zeres Li'Nignano. Ultimately, again, means that their spirit, their neshama, will never be returned to Omer at Vishash Baruch Hu returns the souls to dead bodies. Not only do they not experience but again they are still afflicted. Okay, so that's again. Dor HaMabul. It's probably more here. So just to point out over here, Dor HaMabul, everyone is that there's no Olam Haba, no Tchias. Like at that point, it doesn't seem to be mentioned. Now we might talk a little bit more about Dor HaMabul. Why? Become very arrogant. Why do we become arrogant? A lot of times, arrogance stems from the fact we have a lot. And they became arrogant because of the very brachos that the vulnerable Olam gave them. The Gemara says, "Makam." What does it say by them? Shalom mipachad, v'lo shevet el ka'alei v'ksiv Shol Ravar Velo Yagil, Lo Parasa Lo Kishkal, Yishvach Kitsoner, Giladeni Rakil, Yisu Bato, Kinar, Yisbukula, Uga Uxid, Yvoli Yime, and the Tov, Ushnos of Benin, the Bureka Shali Kasu, the Gama, Shlael, Sur, Migastra, Kappa, Loxenu, Ma Shakai Yatenu Mano, Yoki Kabal. For example, the shooting we just read, all of the material that they received, right? They Imam had everything. The result of having everything, they said, what do we need God for? So why do we need everything? Sorry. They said ourselves, so that for, right? The most we need God for is, but the truth is, even for that, we don't need Him. Or narrows, in my nose, we have so much water, rivers, we have springs, we have to sustain ourselves. The very bracha that I upon them, that's what is to anger me. I'll show them I will judge them through this to rebel against me. Shneimar, Vani, Hinene Mabu Mabu Hinene Mis Hamabu Mai. The Bible says this is very profound. So here's everyone to yourself, why does Hashem wipe out that flood? So the Gemara understands over here because that was the source of this self-contented actions that led to their against God. So the thing you really need to depend on is rain. But we have so many waters, we don't even need God for that. Well, you rebel against me with bracha, I'll bring about punishment with source of brachas. Incredible. Rabbi Yossi, so Mabo ultimately became arrogant. Why? Because of idols. In other words, they saw how much bounty he possessed, and they rebelled against God. The eyeball itself resembles a body of water. Hashem went ahead and judged them with water with the eyes. So Darhamabo seemed big, and therefore they were punished big. Shenemar, Bayara, Shilab, Rabba, Ra'asa, Adai, Uberabba, Nidor, Shnel, Ma'ayos, Tohom, Rabba. All of your friends, Moshe Nishkairu Mehem, out of all these sources, all of the original war sources that existed before the flood. So all of them, of course, were changed as a result of the flood. 3 of the original water sources that existed before the flood still remain to today. What are they? That's the name of the spring. The husbands of Tiberia, and the spring, is the great spring of Biram. Okay, so remember again, still don't have the flood. Every living thing went ahead and corrupted its spring. I'm going to be open on the money. So they needed behemoths with chayas with behemoths, and man made it with all kinds of animals as well. So everything was just corrupted in the world. I'm going to be Arakana, the Kulam Kazu, and the animals kind of returned to their mating only with their kind. Chutz with Tushlami, with the exception of the Tushlami bird. So apparently, the Tushlami bird mates with anything. So again, that's the one holdover from the days of the Mabul. So the end of all living things is coming before you. See how destructive the car of Hamas is. What does Hamas mean in this context? Theft. Shari Durham Mabul, Avru Esakol Alakol, Velonektem Ayamdino, Jardino Shepashtu, Yitayam Begazo. Durham Mabul doing all kinds of terrible stuff. But yet, interestingly enough, their fate only sealed after they stole. Shene'emai Kimala Ha'etz Hamas Mekehem, Kenimash Israel's Uksid, HaHamas Kam Lamata, Lasha Lomehem, Velom We'll say it's actually quite interesting. Is it that Hamas? Why is it that sealed the fate of the Hamas? So which last Rabbi said that Baruch is able to forgive us for a variety of things. And Hashem is able go ahead and understand why we say this. The one thing that becomes unforgivable is when we wrong one another. When you hurt another person, take from another person, abuse another person, take advantage of another person. So again, stealing is also the same ability. Like when a person is with other people, often they rob other people of relationships. When that type of dynamic sets in, that becomes an unforgivable dynamic in Hezbollah. We Rothschild could tolerate a lot of stuff we do to him. What he can't, so to speak, stomach, and what he can't go ahead and forgive are the things we do to one another. Incredible. So the goes like to Amar Zakov Asmo Kimakel, Amar. לפן הריבונו שלום, לא מהם, ולא מהמונם, ולא מהמם, ולא not בהם. So it's almost like, actually, what you're saying is like, theft itself came before HaKadosh Baruch Hu and essentially said, enough. There's too much theft happening in this world. Ribono Shalom, we have them. It's time very small. Noach nechtach gizardim, ala shemot shachim b'nei Hashem. Even Noach is subject to the collective punishment of his generation, but he found favor in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shneimar, nichamti ki asisi, v'noach motzachim b'nei Hashem. V'ayimachim Hashem ki asas adam ba'aretz. Hashem, literally again, that he knows a man. So ki asar abin, amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, yafa asisi, shetikant v'en ba'aretz. Everything is something good. That I created a system where man could be buried in the ground. Since man can be buried in the ground, dispose of them. My shmuk sifha kalaynakim sifhasam baynakim osam by davar el damri lo yafa sisi shetikan. Isn't it good that I established for them burial in the earth? Sifha kalaynakim sifhasam baynakim malarosh adiber lasos yamo. Ela told us Noach as these. He was righteous in his generation. Famous Bachlokas quoted by Rashi and the Chumash. So why does he have to say that he was righteous in his generations? So Rabbi Yochanan said in his generation, but not he had relative righteousness. He was righteous because he lived in a generation of the Rishonim. But had he lived in a different generation, he would not have been so righteous. If he was righteous in his own generation, ultimately again, all the more so that he would have been just had he lived in a different generation. Already kind of enough. Marshall was righteous because he lived in a different generation, or would he have, or because he was righteous in his own generation, certainly would have been righteous in a different generation as well. Already kind of enough. Marshall was let's give us Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said he was relatively righteous. He was righteous in his own generation, but not in a different generation. Is comparable to a barrel of wine in a cellar filled with vinegar. So let's say, you can have wine that's not even wine cellar of vinegar. What happened? The mediocre wine smells great. Why? Because it's surrounded by vinegar. But put that same wine next to a bunch of barrels of high quality wine and suddenly what? Doesn't smell so great. That was Noah. Says Noah. He was out of wine in a generation of vinegar. Therefore, it smelled great. It smelled so great. So I'm like, Rish Lakish said was, of course, if he was tzaddik in his generation, the halakas fell become a wisdom. It's Lucas Shabdon. Shai Samunis b'makomatinafas. They're going to live the koshkin b'makomatinafas, like a little slap. So if I ask a perfume long enough to emit scent, even when surrounded, emit a beautiful scent when surrounded by other positive scents as well. Incredible. Let's I just point out that in the Lashon of Rashi in the Chumash. Absolutely amazing. As I shut down. Sorry, I meant to have done this before. But Rashi says, the Rabbi makes this observation, it's absolutely astounding. So the Lashon is, right, Rashi is this exact Gemara that we just saw before of Zorosa. So listen to what Rashi says. So Rashi says over here, so again, some in Dorosav as a positive, that's ultimately, again, that's rich, and some go ahead and darshan it as Lignan, that's Rabbi Yochanan. So besides the Rabbi makes an amazing observation. If you look at the Lashon of Rashi says, Yishmi Rabosim darshan osal shalach. There's some of the rabbi who darshan it as a phrase, and the Yesh should darshan Lignai. And there are those who darshan it as strategy. It doesn't say Yishmi Rabosim darshan l'shvach. Yishmi Rabosim darshan Lignai. Is Yesh Rabosim l'shvach and just Yesh Lignai. The Rabbi should have this so beautiful. He says, you know what? It is so easy to find the negativity one. It is so easy to find what's broken, wrong, and what's not working, and what's not nice. It's easy because all of us have it, and the truth is, you can see it relatively easily. There's no great place in that. So you want to be great, and where does greatness come from? This personal the greatness comes when you're able to see the greatness in someone else. When you're able to see past all of the broken type and all of the negativity and all the things that are not working, able to see their goodness and able to see their beauty. That is made up of seeing darshan l'shvach. So that Rashi himself is telling us, don't be the kind of person who looks at the other and sees the gnat, but rather again, be yesh made up of seeing. Catapult yourself to a heightened spiritual level. Be the kind of person who sees the spirit in every other individual. Incredible. Good. So everything is wiped out. But if man sin, so wipe out the animals. So let's say what happened. Compare to the following case. A man was making a chuppah son, and he prepared a whole beautiful wedding party. Unfortunately, the chassan died of the chuppah. Chassan died before the chuppah. So what did the man do? The man came along and literally again destroyed everything. He came and he destroyed everything. So the man said, everything I did for my son, the beautiful soup, I did everything for my son. Now that my son, unfortunately, of these days. So the Gemara says, so Hashem says, I need a whole world. Why didn't the world? For man everything. I didn't make animals. This is like again. This is why Rothschild didn't create the animals for the animals' sake. He didn't create the famous chayes because he was an animal alone. He didn't create trees and things because he's a tree hugger. That's not why he created it. He created everything for us. Everything for us. So the Rothschild says, if man is not living up to his potential, if man is not going to maximize his potential in this world, then nothing else is necessary. Overwhelming. Because everything was destroyed except for the fish in the sea. So reminded said, all of the years Noah was giving Musa. What's interesting because we often have a very narrative of Noah. Right? That Noah was not, Musa is not true. Noah was giving Musa all these years. He was saying, Chevra, that's to do Shiva. Because you can do Shiva. Your carcass is floating on the water like wine skins. Strudge. Below, El Shlokim and Klo. Lakol by Allah, Shnemar to Kola, Chalkasam Aretz. Below Yifne Derech Kramin. Malasha Hayu Mufanin Derech Kramin. Ano Mima Akit. Ano Lahada Achas Yushin the whole team. So what happened? So let's say, so Yitzhak, Noah is being this most. And everyone's going about this, right? No one's paying any attention. Baruch says, I can't bring the marble until one person dies. There's a tzaddik, one tzaddik who is seen in the world in its entirety, and only once he dies can I bring them out. Who was right? Who came? But that tzaddik, Rashi points out, Mr. Shalach. So on the base, in came only for their krabim. If that's the case again, the people says now people ultimately realized that Allah Chalamaysa, nothing was going to happen until Mr. Shalach died. So that took away the urgency from everything. So Noach was rebuking them. And he said he would literally again see that were as strong as like a lot, like torches. So also so fast and different kind of narrative. Noah was a Musa each and every day. Played boats, buying the vazino. So Zucking, and they discovered right. They went ahead and they mocked him. They said to Noah, Zucking, save us Zulama. Why are you building that ark? I want to talk about maybe how they come on Mabel. Who's going to bring a Mabel? Mabel Shem. So what kind of Mabel? What kind of flood is God bringing? Let's hear about this. In Mabel, Yeshno Acher, Ba'alisa Shma. So if it's fire, what about fire? So apparently they had this thing called Elisa, and Elisa was fire repellent. So again, if God brings fire, we got it covered. Him shall not. And if it brings a flood of water, so sorry, in Maimu maybe, in Mina Aretz maybe, Yeshno Ashil shall bar himself. So ultimately brings water. If he floods us, and he floods us by let's say bringing water up from the earth, no problem. We'll put metal plates over springs or any of the bodies of water that'll keep the water from coming up. Okay. Maybe and if it water from the skies, in other words, immense rainfall. So you have this thing, the ultimate Akish. And Akish apparently is some type of absorbing that would absorb all of the water. We're not scared. If he brings fire, we got that. If he brings water, if it's water from the earth, metal plates. If it's water from the sky, it's Akish. And maybe so ultimately Noach says to them, literally translated, if Hashem wants to bring it between the keys of the now Rashi understands over here that it's a reference to semen. The Chashbar wants to wipe you out again by bringing a flood of semen. He could do so. Now, why would he mention that? Because also remember again, they're also involved violating of immorality. Shmuel says so. Essentially, Noach says you're going to drown again in a pool of your own immorality. Tanya, maybe I'm not caution to shift. So literally again the waters of the floods was difficult or harmful at fast zera. So what does that mean? Rashi points out that just like shikvas, Rashi says roasting, it's hot and it's thick. So ultimately, again, the waters are also not just stam water. The roasting kilkalu, it's a reference to the immorality, and therefore ultimately again they're judged that resemble the sin. Sivhacha, by Shokam, I'm Sivhasa Mechalas of Shakacha, by Yilish Yemen, or Me'amabel Hayat. It was after 7 days, the waters of the Mabel were on the earth. From Shoshiras Yemen. Why was there this delay of 7 days? Remember again, Shak was the Tzaddik, who was sustaining the world. And therefore, again, Shiva was over the land. Therefore, Shespedi shows Tzaddikim Akaras Mabel. What do you see from here? You see from here that little Shiva of Tzaddikim kind of delays punishment for the world. Shivas Shishina Aleya is the Shiva Shis. Shaisachama Yotze Nimarok Mas B'Mizrach. So all change the laws of creation. Change the order of creation. That's literally what would happen over here is that the sun would rise in the west and set in the other. So this is very profound. But it means as follows. The Yibon kept delaying the start of the Mabul. Rashi says first he gave them a lot of time and a little bit of time. Rashi says the Kiva Alabahan, 120 shana. Kishavers manzevelo shanu shavu. The Torah Chazar, the Torah lands not come. The reason Hashem says in the Amapel 120 years. Alright, they don't do tshuva. After 120 years old, they still didn't do tshuva. What did Hashem do? He gave them more time. And he kept on giving them a little more time, a little more time, a little more time, in the hope that they would get their act together, which tragedy they never did. Never achar, the Shivas Yamim, Shetimam Me'in Olam Haba, Kadesh Yedu Ma Tova Mena'o Mehem. Let's be very profound. The other possibility is Hashem gave them a little bit of a taste of a world to come. Why? So that they should experience the beauty that they were going to lose out on. So literally, again, that's in the Shivas Yamim, right? Representing people. A little bit of a taste of all stuff. They should recognize what they were losing. So the concept saying now with Shiva, to gather again from every kosher animal, 7 pairs. 7 pairs, literally again, an animal and its spouse. You know, usually for the game of is very outstanding. The animals have marriage, then it says that they also what it means is when it says what it is, only allow animals into the table that did not engage in immoral behavior. So the Gemara says, how would Noah know which animals were immoral, which animals weren't immoral? Like, how would you know that information? Unless this stuff, so he brought the animals before the table, not before the table. So if the table allowed the animals in, indicated that the animals did not behave in an immoral way. But if the table did not allow, then it was clear that ultimately again the animal engaged in immoral behavior would only allow in animals that had not behaved, that had not behaved immorally. Rabbi says, it's incredible. Rabbi says, no. The animals to be saved came of their own volition. Isn't that fascinating? They came on their own. I say gopher. Make my gopher. What does gopher mean? I'm Rav Ada. Okay, some type of words or material. Soar kasar teva, make it soar. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Kava ba arentos or golios. Deshim iros lahem kitsarai. So remember again, the soar kasar teva. The soar was the source of light. What was this source of? He says, assemble precious stones. And these stones will go ahead and radiate light into the table. Incredible. Very good. And ultimately, again, we'll say the table itself didn't have a big roof, right? Because remember, you wanted the water to sheet off. But it did have a small roof, one flat area of an amah. This is ultimately, again, how it was able to remain. The Gemara says, the table itself had 3 floors. So the Gemara, Tachtim was on the bottom floor 4 ways for garbage, and Son Behema, the middle floor for animals, the upper floor for man. So remember again, about say fast forwarding to the end of the story. So now the rain stops. Noah sends out the raven. So the raven gave Noah a little bit of a difficult time. How so? So the raven said, your master, Hashem hates me. He also hates me. That's name Stein. So your master hates me. I don't know that your master hates me because, again, from all the kosher animals, like you brought 7 from me, ultimately, again, those with like a raven, there's only 1 pair. Right now, Shiva, that's name Stein. Right, Stein, Ba'ata, Sane. See, you also Sha'ata Maniach, meaning Shiva, Stein. Why are you sending me? Why would you send a non-kosher animal? Again, there's so few of us. If something happens to me, the entire species disappears. Or maybe you're my spouse. Or maybe I want to ask my spouse. So again, you know after the oil, it says to live in Russia. But again, I'm not permitted to my own wife. and I should have eyes on. You're not supposed to. Like, you'll have to stop over here for today. Leading up a little bit in the middle of the Noach. All right, you did good. David Schwartz gets the credit for the early start, or whatever. Or you want to talk to the early start. I said Shkoyach. Meretz Hashem tomorrow. We'll, all right. Actually, it is all kidding aside, a little bit of a shorter daf tomorrow. Meretz Hashem. So we'll say, what do we got? Last full week of Sanhedrin. Tremendous Gemara. Meretz from the journey continues tomorrow. Shkoyach, everyone. All right, Trevor on Zoom. Have a great Shabbos, everyone. Trevor and Yisrael, you're the majority. You're the Phoenix. Have a good Shabbos, everyone. Double check on the rocks. Lots of rocks. I love the moment someone says, "You should drink," and you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to. This is crazy. It's like anti-dare. It's funny. This seems like it was where Christ was peaking and then everything went down because this is a while ago. All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. Shkoyach to the Hadar Seder Chamur is so beautiful. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this share to thank our commentator sponsor, the Coach Papa, for dedicating all the Sherman Joshua's this year as a gift for the Soros Force to Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Nisan Habarim and the Papa, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva. Our anonymous commentator sponsor was of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be a month of Ula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram and Shem become in the memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Breiner Basio, Heschel, Zichron Livracha. We come from sponsors, Paul and Kathy Powell. Encourage them to the outside of Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and great grandmother, Sarah Dove. We look down all of our commentator, all of the families in the Chama, all those who need for Shabbat, they will call Holy Israel. All of our hostages should be successful the whole matter. Was it that? Let us begin. Really a lot. Today's daf is Kuf Zayin 107. We have to get up on 106B above on the days, and we are picking up. 6, 8, 10 down from the top. Somebody might already right goes quickly. Other might be Rabbi Lebrei. So my Rabbi said to his son, the cool accomplishment of in general, don't spend time dashing negative things about the Shayk. Don't do that. In general, what Chazal was saying is, it's not a healthy exercise to try to find fault in people, even if that just not a good thing. The exception to this rule is Bilam. Why? He wants to become the Mishpei Josh Day. The more negative you find about him, go ahead and dash him. I will say that the difference over here is that the Bilam itself, there's so much negative narrative. There's so many other supporting things to support this negative approach. So it's fascinating. So with Bilam, you can dash him as much negativity as you want, but with other shy, even if you go ahead and spend too much time, espousing or delving into their traits, not a healthy act, not a good use of time to find the fault in people. So remember again, Doeg had Domi. We've spoken about him extensively again into his story. Doeg was an advisor to Shaul. Let me just get back. Doeg's major event for which he is essentially lost his Olam Haba, and for which he really is, in this list of negative personalities, is goes ahead and he seeks shelter in the city of No Yonim. Now again, no idea what is going on, what's happening between them and Shaul. So David comes to and he goes ahead and he asks for two things. Food and rain. Nob was a city of Kohanim. Now remember again, most of everyone calls Yonah's son for that and giving him food and sending him away. So he comes to Nob, gives it to him, and he tells him, I'm on a secret mission from the king, from Shaul. No, gives it to him, of course, right? Understandably so. And then what ends up happening is Doeg tells Nob Doeg tells Shaul, Nob is betting your son-in-law, right? He's a fugitive. Shaul wipes out the entire city of Nob. person escapes, but he goes and he wipes out the city of Noah. This was the event that really almost like sealed the fate of Doeg and all this time. And again, Doeg was doing this really because he didn't believe it. It was to cement his own hold of power. So the verse says as follows. So now that's Doeg. So Ksib Doeg, Ksib Doeg. So which one was the thing? I'm going to be off. I'm going to with Doeg. So in the beginning, before Doeg did what he did, he worried a lot about Doeg. Let's say, every family, sometimes the parents, different. Every child is different. Sometimes the parent looks at one of his kids and especially worried about one of his children. Because like that child is maybe more susceptible to other influences. That child is more susceptible to maybe going on. So worried about Doeg. He always worried about Doeg. That was Doeg's life decisions. Doeg. But after, unfortunately, again, Doeg kind of left us and really did some really terrible things. Look what he already spoke. Michael said, Matis Hala Hagibar. That said, Cal Kala. What are you doing? Aren't you strong in Torah? As Doeg sinning, the Ribon from Kiri matter with Doeg. You're best. You can do better than it. Aren't you a Gibar Batorah? Aren't you strong in Torah? Mat this halavara. What benefit will you have from all of this negative behavior? Look said, Kel, not to Kalayom. Have I not shown favor? Or do I not literally do you favor? You're kind of it's a tremendous muster. Almost like a response was pained by what Doeg is doing. You have everything going for you. You have Torah. You have me in your corner. Anything and everything you want to have. Why engage in this behavior? Overwhelming. Or at least Rabbi said, Hashem said to Doeg, Malach HaMesapach to Magia the Parshas Meratzkin, the Parshas Mesaper Lashon Hara, Ma'aseh. When you when you get up to the section regarding bloodshed, or you get bloodshed, or you get up to the section of Lashon Hara, how are you going to interpret those sections? Doeg was a big talker. Ultimately, again, because he says to him, what are you going to do when you get up to these sections and knowing that your life is not in consonance with these sections? So it's like, there's a tremendous mussar, I think, for us. We all have areas of lives that are not exactly in conformance with Torah. And when we go ahead and we get to the sections in Torah, how exactly do we read through them? Right? How exactly do we dash in them? No, we all have this. Not knowing that our lives are not in sync what it is that we're learning. But about this, I like it. I'm Rabbi ain't Torah from Doeg Ella, the Safa Melachos. Doeg's Torah was only from the lips out. What was Doeg's parable said? This is really profound. What was Doeg's ultimate issue? He did not internalize his Torah. He didn't internalize. His Torah was a pursuit. He was tremendous Tam Chacham, but was never internalized. So Rabbi Yitzchak might say that so between you, in the beginning, people feared Doeg. They mocked him. He lost his head. And Rabbi Yitzchak might have said, so he literally means he swallowed a treasure and then Yamos Doeg. Baruch says, David says to Baruch, please take Doeg. Baruch is like, David take his life. Amalo, Chel. So ultimately, again, so here's the problem. Doeg has, I can't kill him now. Wait till you forget. Once he forgets his Torah, then I can get life. Amalo, part of David says, no, Yerushem Kel. Just take his now. Which Rabbi say, by the way, something fascinating. That the Ribon says to David, I do anything to Doeg because his Torah protects. So I say, isn't this incredible? Doeg was a murderer. Again, the Mishnah says, doesn't have a chelik Olam Haba. Rothschild says Torah is so Chazal tells us Torah is matzlah. It goes ahead and protects and it's safe. So Rothschild says, I know what I have to do today, but I can't do anything to him until he forgets Torah. To which David was make him forget Torah. So let's say the power of the Torah, the power for it to sustain us, the power to save us, the power for it to protect us, overwhelming. This is wild. What's the first wide line? It's not so easy that Hashem is having these conversations with David and Noah. He says to David, let into the world to come. Right? Allow. It is that Hashem is asking David and Noah's permission to allow Doeg to enter into Olam Haba. No, let him be uprooted forever. Let him okay, if you're not going to let him into Olam Haba, at least let it be God was a trend on the let it be that they relate Torah teachings in his name in the base measures. I'm going to find out Yichatzcha Yisachcha may be uprooted from the tent, representing the tent. So they'll say, no. Lehavi leave Benin Rabbanon. So ultimately, let him at least have offspring who are Rabbanon coming. To which Gemara says, Shechel es Chaim Sela. Let it uprooted from the earth forever. So in other words, we'll say, so fasting, David HaMelech is filled with this righteous anger towards Doeg, and essentially David HaMelech felt, and remembering it was, we'll talk about David HaMelech, wasn't about Tshuva. David HaMelech understood the power of it. What was the problem? Doeg didn't do it. Doeg didn't do Tshuva. So again, you can't, I was going to say, and almost, we're going to see with this today's sugya, almost anything is forgivable, right? Almost any mistake that I make without forgiveness, can be worked out as long as I'm willing to engage in the process. If I'm unwilling to own my part, if I'm unwilling to accept responsibility, if I'm unwilling to go ahead and take it, that's my job to fix it, then nothing can get. The tragedy of Doeg is only likely in what he did. The tragedy is compounded by his unwillingness to do the real personalistic work to fix it. Someone else says, if he's not going to fix it, there's no Olam Haba for him, there's no future for him, and there's no teaching of his measures from incredible. My dad said, Aye Sofer, Aye Shokel, Aye Sofer Samigdalim. So I say, so literally translated and described, where is the measurer, where is the one who counts towers? And what does this mean? So the Gemara says, Aye. This is all a reference to Doeg. Right? What happened to the one who could count all of the letters in the Torah? Where's the one who can literally again weigh the lenient and stringent laws? So Doeg's exceptional style. Who is the one who goes ahead and who's the one who goes ahead and counts what is that? Sofer, Shmeos Halachos Psukos, the Migdal HaPoreach. Doeg knew 300 halachos concerning the tower. What's the floating tower? So by the way, there's a couple of different interpretations of this. If you take a look at Rashi's on the left-hand column, third line down to the top. Mishnah, you see that? The Migdal HaPorech there, Hanichnas LaEretz Ha'ana B'Shmo U'Migdal U'Tamei Lo. So it's like, so this is an interesting halach. We've actually seen this ref, and essentially, don't ask how it happens, but how it happens. Person goes into remember, there's a general, there's a general rabbinic prohibition, or there's a general rabbinic that Eretz Ha'anim, land outside of Eretz Yisrael, has rabbinic tumah. That's generally used. If you're in a structure, that can sit between our tumah. That can go ahead and create an interposition, a blockage to the tumah. What happens if the ohel, the migdal, is floating? Right? So again, it's a theoretical question, but what implications of that by things? So apparently Doeg had 300 halachos associated with that particular unique shayla. That was the precision of his knowledge. This is incredible. So Rabbi said, so in fact, Doeg and Achitophel, right? Well, again, unfortunately, both made terribly wrong decisions. Doeg and Achitophel asked 400 questions in the sugya of the floating tower. So the Gemara says, if shit lulu chad, They learned, not one of them was this. They asked such good questions. No one said, watch this. Rabbi said, Rabusa really boy, this is such a big deal to ask questions. So I said, this is an idea. So essentially, what Rabbi was like this. It's not to ask questions. Would it be even better is to do what? Is to give answers. So let's say, I think the other piece that I'm saying, this is, I didn't know why this line is a tremendous line. Rabusa really boy, is God supposed to ask questions? What Rabbi is saying is like this. Life is filled with questions. Questions are very nice. Feel free to ask them as long as they don't paralyze. If we ask questions and we can't move forward to get the answers. And Rabbi says the success and meaning in life is not found in this. Right? Meaning in life is found in forward movement. Meaning in life is in the ability to not get answers, but still find the ability to go ahead and move yourself forward. The greatness is, as I said, like the guy who asks precision questions, oh, that's godless, that's not godless. You know what godless is? Godless is two things. The person who asks the questions doesn't get to move forward, and the person who doesn't spend the questions. Instead, utilizes and marshals his energy to move himself. Incredible. Right there. The same thing with the so in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, everybody was versed in the center of the Zikin, right? Like the Babas were in the Zikin now. The Babas, Sanhedrin, Makos, all of those, like court law, damages, those type of things. So Anon, Kamasnina, so this is right. So that's one pairing himself, right? His time to Rabbi Yehuda's time, right? So Rabbi Yehuda, right? In the years of Rabbi Yehuda, pretty much everyone was proficient in one area, specifically again Ezekiel. So Rabbi said, by us, Kamasnina Tuba, we learned that Bo'oksin. When I say Oksin, is the halachos line, halachos of Tuba. So Rabbi is pointing out that in his time, he had much greater proficiency in Torah. Rabbi Yehuda's time only had proficiency in Ezekiel, damages. Rabbi said we not only have proficiency in damages, we also have it again in books in so many other areas. So listen to this. Rabbi says, yet, if you have a lucky Rabbi Yehuda, Isha collection here, I'm going to say some shakapsam betafei and tahorim. So yeah, when they would get up to the Sugalos again, we're not going to delve into the intricacies over here. But suffice it to say, there's an interesting shiloh when it comes to Tuman Tara. If you have a vegetable with a stem, so what's the status of the bulb vis-a-vis the stem? Or what's the status of the stem vis-a-vis the vegetable in terms of Tuman Tara? When these questions would come up in Rabbi Yehuda, you should say, however, and we say, wow, these are topics to be dealt with by great people like Rabbi Shlomo. You said, but by great people. So you was a great talk, but it's not limited to the area of Nezikin. Like when it came to areas of Oksin, just like you would come to and say, this is about my favorite, this is for Rabbi Shlomo. And I was saying, but here's the contrast. By us, we were experts in Oksin. Yet watch this. So Rabbi said to me, I had 13 yeshivas learning Oksin. Like Rabbi Yehuda didn't know Oksin. We have 13 yeshivas running Oksin. And yet, Rabbi Yehuda showed when there was a drought, all Rabbi Yehuda had to do was take off his shoe, and it would rain. All he had to do was take off his shoe. Now, the act, Rabbi points out, the act of taking off shoes is an act of discomfort, kind of like a velos. An act of discomfort. So as soon as Rabbi Yehuda removed his shoe, as a sign of like discomfort, there's a drought, it would begin to rain. We cry out and we cry out and no one listens to us. Let's go fascinating conclusion. Ella, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, at the end of the day, it's not the amount of scholarship that impresses God, but it's the amount of heart that you put into whatever it is that you do. Rabbi man had more scholarship, right? Tons of Rabbi man that had more scholarship, but apparently Rabbi Yehuda himself had more heart. Now, whatever this means, that Rabbi Yehuda had more heart. But what Rabbi is trying to highlight over here is scholarship is not the metric of success when it comes to spirituality. It's heart, it's effort, it's passion, it's commitment. Those are the things that really follow the Olam does over there. For example, scholarship is often tethered to abilities that you don't choose. Right? Because people process differently, people learn differently, some people absorb information more readily, some people have difficulty doing it, and that's the Rothschild who built us. That's what programmed us. So it can't be that success is the scholarship is out of control all of those factors. So therefore, us as success in the Rothschild who is determined Liba, by your heart. What's your commitment? What's your passion? How much are you invested in your relationship with that HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Am I showing up for that relationship day in and day out? Am I committed even when it's cold? If I have that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu's prices in the realm. Absolutely incredible. This is so Dogen Achitofel never really understood what it was that learning. Okay, masculine, is that possible? By the time I ate pork, that Doeg had office. When it came to the floating tower. Right? You understand how it doesn't make any sense. You must say, hello, what was the problem? The problem was they knew a lot of Torah. What were they able to get to? Allah Ma'isa. They weren't going to listen, and what is it able to get to Allah Ma'isa? So that they weren't able to get to Allah Ma'isa. Says, Dichsiv, is after all the pasuk says, that Hashem are known to only those who. In this context, where it says Sud means the foundation. It's like Tzadik Yisol. The foundation is halacha. Then you need Siyata D'Shmaya in order to be able to arrive at exactly what to do. They didn't have this. So they did not have halacha rights because they didn't have Siyata D'Shmaya, which also means that when you tell us the ability to, or the fact that they didn't have halacha l'maisa, but that also means what's halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa is you can take what you learn and to implement it into what you live. What or how you live. What was the traits of Doeg Achitofel? They were great scholars, great Talmidei Chachamim, but apparently they were unable to take what they learned and put it into how they live. They didn't allow this. A lot of times we live with this kind of cognitive dissonance, where I'm learning, and I'm acquiring a lot of tremendous information, and I know what to do. The problem just is I don't always do it. It's the nature of our lives. So that's what it means also that I can't, I'm learning, but I'm not learning, I like the Hilchasah. Right? I'm not learning halacha l'maisa because my learning is translating into the way that I live. Incredible. Once he forgot his Torah, when it's Tara, contracted Sarah, it's Mason, some Xisos, okay. Anything Muska and Muflat, again, distinction between Muska and Muflat. Muska means it's always in not seclusion. What's the word? Isolation. He's in isolation, waiting to see what his Mitzvah is a confirmed Mitzvah. Priya Uprima, allowing his hair to grow and to be torn. There were three destructive angels who were summoned. What did they do? Echad, the Shikeh Kamudo, Malach caused Doeg forget his learning. The Sarach Nishmaso, burnt his Neshama. The Echad Tezer Afro Babatim Babatim scattered his ashes in shuls and Batim Medrash. Incredible. I'm going to be open. Going back to there, I want to point out how interesting it is, right? You see, it's fascinating just how different like streams of thought and Hazal. It's hard to keep track so quickly. Remember how we did today's daf, which was really yesterday's daf, but we're doing it today. So remember again, Marbury Ravina said to don't spend much time speaking about negative traits of the show, right? And yet, what are we doing? Right, we're all about the negative. It's just interesting how again, it's almost as if like there's one thought that says, okay, we're selling that, we take care of them. I was not to focus on negativity of individuals. That's one stream of thought. The stream of thought is no, it's really important to learn about Rothschild. Why is it important? The same way that we like to read about Bayaki Dolan, because we can learn how to live. Sometimes we should also learn what not to do as well. And you see that even great people can make catastrophic mistakes that almost all of their greatness. So right there, I'm going to be open on people did not know each other. They didn't know each other. Doeg made Shaul, double made double, which makes sense. Doeg lived in the days of Shaul, and Achitopher lived in the days of Ben. That's not such a stretch to say that. That's a point to recognize. Don't remember again. So Doeg was before he became king, and Achitopher was David's advisor during the Rothschild. So there's a couple of decades separating them. They didn't know each other. Past the age of 30 as well. Tanya Nafi by that supports. It literally means they can live out up to half of theirs. Tanya Nafi by that supports. You don't remember, although you have to see that this possible against the levels. Right? But you remember again the min asked Rabbi Hanina. Right, so how old was Bilam when he died? I don't know, but he quoted this exact pasuk. Right, so that's literally again, people spill blood. People are deceitful, but we actually may more not of their lifespan. We operate with the understanding their lifespan is 7. Let's say that Russia is not going to have a lifespan, not putting to 35. Starting lived to 34, Tofa lived to 33. I just want to point something amazing. Just especially when you look at the lens of the scholarship of Doeg and Achitofel, that they were outstanding scholars. So again, it's just fascinating. I don't know. To me, these personalities are fascinating because clearly these were people who were capable of such overwhelming greatness and such profound conflict. The amount of Torah they amassed, such a amount of time, yet these debilitating life failures, overwhelming. From the Tchila Rabbi, in the beginning, David called his Rabbi. What about self? Karl Kameo, then his friend. What about self? And then he called him his student. His stature was different. The Tchila Rabbi, the Ata Enos, Failures, Umiyos, together. We'll go ahead and explore the base of the Malik, but I get you myself. Gan ish shlomi shebatachti bo tabak kovzayin asay. I'm gonna give you the Amrav. Get ready for this Gemara. This is absolutely amazing. This is my little teaser in the chat yesterday. If you read it, I'm gonna give you the Amrav. How you have the other answer with the Wow, here you go. A person should never bring themselves to a point of being tested. Don't put your mouth. Our person should not bring himself to be tested. I just want to point out, even we go on with this. What a profound. Actually, let's finish the story. David Melech willingly put him into a situation of testing his spiritual, and he failed. Detail. What's the story? Here we go. Okay, so what's the why is Rabbi? We saw Yaakov, but we don't point out this is not gaiva. This is not gaiva. You're saying I want to self-actualize. I want to become the best version of me. I have the potential to maximize my greatness. How do I get myself to a point? I think where you to associate his name with those people. That's a big thing. That's a big ability again. Attaching to Avram says, how do I get to your name to me? How does that happen? So David Melech says, very simple. Each of them were tested and they succeeded. So when I needed to go and be tested in life, that's when I associate my name with him. Bring it on. Not exact quote, but just say, like, test me. Thank you. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. I got it. It makes total sense. How can you know what I really am until you test my results? So test me. It's very important to understand. Also, did not give David the test. David asked for it. We'll see why it's important later on. So I'm going to test you. But here's what I'm going to give you an advantage that I did not give to Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov. How so? So Hashem said to David, I'm going to give you an advantage. What's the advantage? The advantage is the others, I never told them I was testing them beforehand. You tell me I'm going to test you, and I'm also how I'm going to test you. Testing you in a matter of morality. I will say, just so you understand what's happening. The fact that the Rebbe was telling David that he's going to test him, and telling me how he's going to test him, and tells us what? The Rebbe doesn't. He doesn't want to do it, so he's trying to give David as many images as possible. But the Rebbe feels that this is a bad idea. But again, David, you're pushing for it. I'll give you a saying general, kind of a little bit like a parent. A parent wants to give good hadracha for time, such as a child gets older, even if the parent knows it's a bad idea. The parent has to give the child that. David, I don't want. There's a reason I didn't bring the test upon. The reason I'm not doing this on my own. You're pushing. I can't. It's healthy for me to stand in the weight of this son if this is something you bring upon yourself. Try to help you be successful to the best of your ability. I'm telling you, Dvar Erba. Miyad, listen to this. There wasn't an evening. David got up from his bed. The blessing doesn't make sense. Right? Why doesn't the buzzing make sense? Is David getting up at night? Right? After all, again, you go to sleep at night. Why is he getting up at night? Once he's tested. Literally, again, he switched around his bed schedule from night to day. Rashi points out what did David Melech do? David Melech relations with his wife that day, during the day. Why? Because now David Melech he says, I'm going to be tested with immorality or morality. What does he do? He has relations with his wife. Hoping that'll satisfy his desire, and therefore again, he won't be tempted by us. Okay, good plan. Then it's Ellen Halacha. Rothschild is wild. And you forgot the halacha. What's the halacha? Either cut on yish ba'art of man's body. Right? A reference again to the makom milah. The man's body. The Gemara says, listen to this. Right. If you satiate it, it's always hungry. Umar Ivo Sabeya. If you starve it, it's satiated. What does that mean? This is incredible. So it works with this desire is the more you have it, the more you want it. You have it, the less you have it. And by the way, what less means is the more moderated it is, the more we're able to curb that appetite. By the way, this is not unique here. Like this is the Ramban and Kedoshim T. Right? What does that say? What does it mean to be holy? Kadesh es asma b'masha mutalach. Moderation. Kedusha is all about moderation. Overindulgence just yields a gluttonous type of life approach, where you just want more and more and more and more. And even if it's permitted gluttony, gluttony gets a person into trouble. Moderation helps a person curb appetites in the right way. Again, we know that type, again, there's tremendous holiness and importance to sexuality. But it has to happen in a framework. There's a mitzvah of owner, right? The man has told you, right? There's a frequency that has to occur. But if there's overindulgence, the problem that happens is the appetite gets out of. By the way, the crazy part is, even if overindulgence is done in a way, right? That's happening. Again, if there's an overindulgence, then by definition, things get out of hand. So interestingly enough, this is fascinating. Governor Melech tries to curb the appetite, but yet Chazal seems to feel that he did it represented a sense of overindulgence. So it backfired. And so only did it not curb the appetite, what? It enhanced it. Overwhelming. What happens? On the rooftop next to the palace. Bathsheba was bathing on the first organ. Bathsheba is just like bathing in public over here on the roof. I mean, it's not public on the roof. That doesn't make any sense. Somebody says, no. Bathsheba was cooling her hair. She's washing her hair. Underneath like a curtain. Chalsa actually literally mean like a dog. Like, she had something that was there, right? She had curtain, right? Protecting her privacy. Also, Satan, what happened? The Satan appeared like a bird. What happened? So there was a bird, and he shot at the bird. What happened? So he might probably miss the bird, but here's the curtain. The result is he saw Bathsheba. So the Gemara says, Miyad George the Isha. Immediately, again, that most there's so many crazy things about this story. First of all, I'll say, what's even troublesome about the story? Why is God shooting arrows at birds? But as a kid, he also took magnets. I was like, what is that? First of all, Jews don't even do that. Right? Nobody do that. Right? Jews hunt for food. Jews don't hunt for food. Don't shoot arrows at birds. That's what I'm saying. But the most incredible thing is, I know, this is very important. The Ribono Shel Olam knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. And so he knows where to give a test, and he knows where not to give a test. And he knows what we can handle, and he knows what we're not yet ready to handle. There are so many crazy parts about this story. Every single part has an unintended consequence. So Governor seeks to satiate their sexual appetite in a forbidden way by being with his life during the day. The problem is that was maybe a little bit of overindulgence, and therefore tired. He's searing on the rooftop. I want to point out to you, Governor Melech, Governor Melech wasted absolutely no time. No time. You might go to his schedule. Right, up every day. See, right? So, what's happening over here? He's just strolling is not a stroller. Okay, that didn't make sense. He's not the guy. He just walks around. Not nothing. There's so many things and now shooting an arrow at a bird. Who does that? What's going on over here? So again, sees Bathsheba, obviously tremendously aroused by Bathsheba. Vayishlach telling Vayidrash Leisha Vayomer Halo Zosh Bathsheba Bas Eliam Ashes Uriah Hiti. The Dora Beli, the wife of Uriah Hiti. Bathsheba Malach and Meigachel sent for her, had her brought to the palace. Batavo Elav Masava Tisha Valdesa. Relations with her, ultimately again what's interesting is it wasn't the Nida. Which, by the way, as I also understand of it, was very interesting, which was that was the bathing, right? That was the Hatifa. She was actually preparing herself for the mikvah, right? That's eating that David HaMelech saw her. So that's what it means when it says Yimis Kadesh is Ba'inu Diksiv. This is what's meant when it says Bachanta Ligat Alef Batim. Zamot Sogeh. So David HaMelech says literally you checked my heart, right? You checked my, and ultimately again you will find purity. Zamos Yavar P. That is literally what does it mean Zamos Yavar P line? Amar Eto Nafal Bapume. If only someone had muzzled me when I had this conversation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I would have never asked to test. Let's say we've all had those moments where someone was there to muzzle us. It was something I would not have said or none. David HaMelech regrets very much, obviously, this entire situation. Darish Rabba, my Dixiv, Naseh David Bashem Chassisi, Eich Mulu Nafshi, Nudi Harchem Sipor. So just I want to point out something like so first of all, just to understand, right, Bathsheba forever changed David HaMelech's life, right? And this was one of those crossroad events that forever changed the trajectory. And we're going to talk over here about the fallout from this episode with Bathsheba. We'll say, most decisions we make in life have repercussions, ramifications, not necessarily to the rest of us. Then there are certain times, the crossroads in life, and if you go right, if you go left, your life turns out dramatically different. That night was pivotal moments. One of those pivotal moments, and his life ever changed. Now, David teach us that was the consummate about Shabbat, but his life forever changes after that fateful night. Before we go on about the site, the other piece we have to also understand is what's the takeaway message from this. This is how the Gemara starts. Right? The Olam are Yadam Asmo being silent. Don't yourself in complicating situations. We'll say how many times we put ourselves in circumstances that I know are not spiritually, whether it's being around people, have a negative effect. Right? Whether it's engaging that I know are not really good for my neshama. Maybe they're not overtly sinful, but I know they're not good. But I convince myself it's okay. It won't have an effect on me. And that's true. It does. It does. And then I'm like shocked. I can't believe why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? Let's say so much of life. Right? Spiritual. Right? It's not being reactive. It's not being reactive. It's being proactive. It's identifying the potentially complicating situations in life and not allowing myself to be thrust into them to begin with. A lot of times I can't choose it. But a lot of times I really put myself in my situation, thinking A, that I'll overcome it, and B, that it won't affect me. And then I succumb to it, and it impacts me, and then I'm shocked. Why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? So much of life is busting over being able to see the certain people, that certain circumstances, certain events, that certain exposure will have on me. And don't put my there to begin with. Avoid it at all costs. Don't put yourself on own because even good people fail when faced with temptation. Overwhelming. Let's go back there. Second one line. My Dixit. Again, we'll talk more about that later. So Hashem Chassisi. How can I say to my soul that literally the mountain was moved by a bird? And listen, now, by the way, when you understand, point out also, Sefer Tehillim is like the diary of David HaMelech. Like so much of Sefer Tehillim represents events that happen in David's life. When you understand these Gemaras, you understand Tehillim. So David HaMelech, forgive me for this sin. Shalo Yomru Har Shebachem Sivdasel. People shouldn't say that the Har Shebachem is the mountain. David HaMelech is the mountain. The king is the mountain. The mountain was moved by a bird. What's the bird? It was moved by the bird. So the Lord said, this is wild. Hashem, if I wanted to overcome my Yitzhahara, I could have done it. I could have done it. So why didn't I? I didn't want to say that the servant bested the master. It's a very strange Gemara. Then I said, if I could have overcome it, I would have. But you didn't give me the text because you didn't think I could pass it. What does this mean? A little bit tongue in cheek. What David HaMelech is recognizing. I want to say something. The great part of David HaMelech, and the reason why David HaMelech becomes like the consummate of the paradigmatic Baal Tshuva, is David HaMelech. What does he acknowledge in this moment? That night, if I wanted to resist the temptation, I could have. The one won't pretend is that I was power. I was overcome by desire, and it was strong. It was absolutely strong. But at the end of the day, I just said no. I could have slammed on the pathway. The first step in Shuvah is in of sin, an ownership of mistake. We spend so much time and so much effort deflecting why it's every fault. The only way to become a true Baal Tshuva, as difficult or painful as it is. Don't says, I got it. I could have said it. As much as I was overwhelmed by desire, stop. Incredible. But I might have said, fascinating parts of this age. David and Bathsheba were meant. They are meant for each other from the beginning of time. Ella, I love the Machol. But what ended up happening is they came together and came. Ella, Shaga. So ultimately, again, Bathsheba meant for each other. We're meant for each of time. But rather, what happened? Their relationship began before it was ripe. It was like eating unripened fruit. Now, let's say meant for each other. How do you know that this union was ultimately blessed by God? How do you know it? Right? Their son, Shlomo, their first child died. That was part of the plan of Bathsheba for David. Ultimately, again, their son was Shlomo, built the Beis Hamikdash. God himself named Shlomo Yedidia, the one who is beloved. The union was how it came about. That was fundamentally flawed. Rabbi might have said, this was incredible. Now, the verse focusing on that last phrase, if you tear me, I will not bleed. Tear it, and there is no blood. So, how you calling this sorry? So David says, you know that if they were to tear my flesh, so how you've done show says it would not bleed. I've been so humiliated with this sin of Bathsheba. So we're going to talk about this. I've been so humiliated from the sin of Bathsheba. Prick me, I will not bleed. Right? In other words, that even if they were to cut me, I know so humiliation is highlighted by like this, like blood. This is wild. When they're learning about the halachos, death penalties, taunt me. David, let's just understand something. The sin of Bathsheba became public knowledge. David HaMelech was humiliated, and David HaMelech was taunted. She was taunted. So literally, the Beis Medrash, and the time they come in the Beis Medrash would taunt and say, "Oh, David, by the way, what is this? Someone who is adultery? What's the punishment for that?" Strangulation, but he has a portion of the world to come. But Trevor, just know, but someone who embarrasses his friend in the world to come. So let's say, and this is what, in addition to all the external enemies, right, all of the wars, all the hostile neighbors that Eretz Yisrael had, David HaMelech humiliated and degraded within his own kingdom. This was the fallout. By the way, there were three different punishments received for this Sheba. Really four. The loss of their child, illness, and rebellion in his household. So when David HaMelech was sick, the Gemara says, even when he was sick, Kiyem Shmona Asar Onos. And he maintains his conjugal obligations to all of his wives. Shneimar Yagati Bancha Eschabakar Lailamti Bedimasi Arsi Amsa. So let's say, so this is quite fascinating. What is this? First of all, I thought it was fascinating how to use the head and directions of this puzzle, right? Yagati Banchasi, again, I cried out in my pain. Eschabasi, Bedimasi Arsi Amsa. Literally, again, I soiled my relations. No, I'm saying, even when I was sick, maintain my obligation to have relations with as well. Say, what does this mean? Part of the thought with the episode of Bathsheba is that I had other wives. So I think what God teaching us over here is that I had to figure out to repair those other relationships. I will say again that sometimes there are things that happen in a marriage that cause irreparable damage, a tremendous rift, and it's upon the perpetrator of the negative act to do what they can to mend that and to put that back together. So that I can be to all of my wives. This is wild. The sin of Bathsheba, David wanted to worship idolatry. Whoa. What does this mean? David bought Adelo, Hashem Elohim. He wrote He So again, David is about to worship idolatry. We'll see why in just a moment. A man by the name of Husha Arki again, his clothing is torn. There's dirt on it. Said, Amar David, you're so just David, what are you doing? You're going to say a king like you, David Amelech, worships idolatry? Or say, Gary, come along. So jumping. Part of the fallout, part of the punishment for the sin of Bathsheba is Hashem told David there's going to be in your home. That was the rebellion of Avshalom. As a result of the episode of Bathsheba. So now David refuses to Avshalom. He's not going to injure. So David thinks he's going to lose the rebellion. David feels that if he loses the rebellion, there's going to be a tremendous kill Hashem. And people will have questions on Hashem. How can it be that Baruch allowed David to lose this battle against him? So isn't David's question? David says, you know what? I'm going to worship idolatry, idolater, and then when I battle against Avshalom, people will understand. Say, David was concerned about the honor of HaKadosh. He was concerned he lost to Avshalom to kill Hashem. So instead, he decided, let's be idolater, and then people will attribute my loss to the fact that I switched over to idolatry. And therefore, again, the city of HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be preserved. I will say, a love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu willingness to take a team in such a dramatic way. Right? So the Gemara says, listen to this. So Amar, my time kind of sibas yifastar. This is incredible. So Avshalom's mother was a woman by the name of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a princess who David Gentile who David as the war bride. So Husha Arki says to David, why did you marry Yifastar? So Amrla Yifastar, what a shaye. Permitted. Amrla lo dash the smuchin. Did you not dash from the juxtaposition? So you might have to Yifastar or the Torah. What does Torah by Barshas Clay? Here, Leisha and Sora Umora. Colonel, say Pastor, Yish Bopen, Sora Umora. Yeah, you're allowed to. But what comes right after the Pastor? Then Sora Umora. I will say, I want to tell you, I feel like one of these conversations, I was like rubbing salt in the wound. Like, I don't know exactly what the purpose of this was, but this was already happened a couple of decades earlier. But the cliche, I think that David didn't marry Ma'acha to begin with. Almost as if there was any bearing on the story. Okay, and it saves David from worship idolatry, but this was the one who was ready to worship idolatry out of immense love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Thought that if he lost Avshalom, as David Melech that would have been a Chil Hashem. Baruch was willing to give everything away for the serving, the honor, and dignity of Shalom. Overwhelming. Let's go later. What could David be compared to? So the Gemara says, "L'silka kusi." He can be compared to a kusi merchant. Rashi points out over here, kusi merchants work like this. They never sold in bulk. They never sold shirts. Why? Because the cheshbon was like this. If you sell in small measures, you have to buy more often, and they price a little bit each time. So they make more money by smelling by size. That was David Amela. Amar David. We're going to see the David asks for forgiveness, but he asks for forgiveness like in intervals, like a little bit at a time. So first, ask for forgiveness for our accidental utterance. We'll make mistakes. Shem says, forgive. Next, when we are not getting it, from the intentional sin no one knows about. Shem says, fine. Forgive it. Forgive me for my intentional sins. Shvikila, forgiven. So ultimately, again, trying to make it that the rabbis don't focus ultimately again on my sin. Shvikila, forgiven. The case in Gasharav, request, can you please take out the story of Bathsheba from? Can you break it from the list? So let's say, Amar yes. Well, he said that part I can't do. Why? We'll stop over here for today. We did do a lot of the Gemara, right? I told you do a lot. If you granted patch for that, again, it's okay because the last of Sanhedrin is only one side. Only one side. So that's gonna be our side. Tremendous. Yeah. Because
that sounds like back home. Being honest, I have you know them, but yeah, you're always telling me this. I don't know, man. And you have to take right. I'm like, don't know. I hope it restarted.
All right, fellas. Good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. To the Hazar. So beautiful. So beautiful. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosh, for dedicating all this year as a chus from Besoros to Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Halach, the salvation of Nisan, his wife Kathy, and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Palik, our anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor in the school Simchas for all of our children, for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram in the Kelman, the memory of Avram's mother, Abrina Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichron and the Bracha. Our learning sponsors, and Kathy Palik, the inspiration of the Yarzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel ben Zechariah, and great grandmother, Cyril Bas Reb Dov. We hope that in the merits of our Talmud Torah, all within the Shem have the family, all those who need to refuah Shabbat Gedol Israel, as well as and bring home all of our hostages and our others should be successful. Those with that, let us begin today, but really a lot. Baruch Hashem. Today's Daf 107. We are picking up on 106b. We are picking 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 down from the top. My brother, very close to me. So my brother said to his son, in general, don't spend time dashing negative things about your son. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? In general, you know what Chazal almost saying is, it's not a healthy exercise to try to find fault in people, even in bad people. Just not a good thing. The exception to this rule is Bilam. Why? The more negative you find about him, go ahead and I will say that the difference over here is that the Bill itself, there's so much text to support negative narrative. There's some other supporting stories to support a negative approach. So with Bilam, you can dash in negativity as you want, but the other is Shaim, even with Shaim. Don't go ahead and spend too much time, espousing or delving into their negative traits. Not a healthy exercise, not a good time to find the fault in people. We're going to focus a little bit on going. Remember Yomi? We've spoken about him extensively. Now we're going to get into his story. Doeg was an advisor. Let me just take a step back. Doeg's major event, which he is essentially boss is Olam Haba, and for which he really is, in this list of negative personalities, is David HaMelech is on the run from Shaul. He goes ahead and he seeks shelter in the city of Nov. Now again, Nov has no idea what is going on between David and Shaul. Most of the people don't know what's happening between David and Shaul. So David comes to Nov, and he goes ahead and he asks for two things. What are the two things? Food and weaponry. Nov was a city of Kohan. Now remember again, go back. Gemara says, false Yonasan going ahead and giving him food and sending him away. So he comes to Nov, he asks for food and weaponry. Nov gives it to him, and he tells them, I'm on a secret mission from the king, from Shaul. Nov gives it to him, of course, right? Understandably so. And then what ends up happening is Doeg tells Nov, by the way, Doeg tells Shaul, Nov is aiding and abetting your son-in-law. Fugitive. Shaul wipes out the entire city of Nov. One person, he goes ahead and he wipes out the city of Nov. This was the event that sealed the fate of Shaul, sealed the fate of Doeg. All this is happening. And again, Doeg was doing really, he didn't believe it, to cement his own hold on power. So the Gemara says as follows. Now that's Doeg. So Ksiv Doeg, Ksiv Doeg. So which one? I'm going to be off. Remember, Doeg. So in the beginning, before Doeg did what he did, we worried a lot about Doeg. Saying, sometimes the parent, different. Every child is different. Sometimes the parent looks at one of his kids and he's especially worried about one of his children. So the child is maybe more susceptible to other influences. That child is more susceptible to other things that may be going on. So this Baruch was worried about Doeg, that was Doeg to go ahead and make the wrong life decisions. But after, unfortunately, again, Doeg kind of left the fold and really did some really terrible things. Look what he has done. Rabbi might have said, what are you doing? Aren't you strong in Torah? As Doeg was singing, but he says to him, what is the matter with Doeg? You're better than this. You can do better than this. Aren't you a Gibar Batorah? Aren't you strong in Torah? This halabara, what benefit will you have from all of this negative behavior? Lo chesed kel mater lecha kol hayom. Have I not shown you favor? Do I not literally give you favor? The entire Muslim is a tremendous Muslim. Almost as if HaKadosh Baruch Hu was kiviyachol pained by what Doeg is doing. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has everything going for you. You have Torah, you have corner, anything and everything you can like you have. Why engage in this day overwhelming? Might have said, "L'Rasha Amar L'Kim, Malach Saprachuki." Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Doeg, Harasha. Hashem says, "Doeg Harasha, Malach Saprachuki, Parshas Meratzim, Parshas Mesapre Lashon Hara, Ma'ata Dorish Bohem." When you said to Doeg, when you get up section regarding bloodshed, or you the prohibition of bloodshed, or you get up to section of Lashon Hara, how are you going to interpret those sections? Don't become chacham. Ultimately, again, because Baruch says to him, what are you going to do when you get up to these sections in Torah? That your life is not in 50 seconds. It's like tremendous musar, I think, for as well. We all have areas of our lives that are not in conformance with Torah. When we go ahead and we get to those sections, how exactly do we read through? Exactly do we darshan them? It's not knowing that our lives are not exactly in sync with what it is. Rabbi Ami ain't Torah like Ella, Yisaf of Doeg's Torah from the lips outwards. Really profound. What was Doeg's ultimate issue? He did not internalize his act. He didn't because Torah was a pursuit. He was tremendous Talmid Chacham. At the end of the day, it was never influenced. But Rabbi Yitzchak might say that Vayidin Tzadikim Vayalav Isaac. So the Yeru, in the beginning, people feared Doeg. In the end, they mocked him. Yitzchak might say Kel Bala Vayakil. Let's say so. He's actually it literally means he swallowed it and then vomited it. He didn't know Yerushenu. Amadav Nechel. He Baruch Hu says, Baruch Hu, please take Doeg's life. Please take his life. Baruch Hu is like, David HaMelech is done. Take his life. Amalo, Chel, Bala. So ultimately, again, so here's the problem. Doeg has a lot of Torah. Doeg has a lot of Torah. Kill him now. Wait till he forgets. Once he forgets this, then I can go ahead and take his life. Amar the father of David says, just take his. Which Rabbi said, by the way, is so fascinating. That the Bono Shalom says to David, I can't do anything to Doeg because his Torah. Rabbi said, isn't this incredible? Doeg was a murderer. Like Doeg was not a good guy. Doeg, again, the Mishnah says, doesn't have a chemical in Haba. Yet the Torah is so powerful. Chazal tells us this Torah is migna u'matzla. It goes ahead and protects and it saves. So says, I know what I have to do to Doeg, but I can't do anything to him until he forgets his Torah. To which David responds, make him forget his Torah. Just make him forget his Torah. I said the power of the Torah that he the power for it to sustain us, the power for it to save us, the power to protect us is overwhelming. Gan el yitatz David. Nisi Doeg la'alma da'asi. This is wild. This is the first white line. First brother says David. It's crazy that Hashem is having these conversations with David. So Hashem says to David, Doeg, come into the world to come. Right? Let Doeg allow. So it is, but Hashem is asking David permission to allow Doeg to enter into Olam Haba. I'm in the fun of God. Someone says, no, Rabbi uprooted forever. I said, Yachtecha, Yachtecha, may all the Shark has time. Shalom HaKadosh Baruch Hu David. Shmai Tebei Midrasha, Mishmei. If you're not going to let him into Olam Haba, at least let it be. It was a tremendous time. Let it be that they relieve so in the base measures. The fun of Yichatz Yisach HaMe'oha. Let him be uprooted, representing the attention to it. Government says, no. Lehavi, leave them. So ultimately, let him at least who are Rabbi, to which the Gemara says, the Shashechel has kind seller. His roots be uprooted from the earth forever. So in other words, we'll say, which is fascinating, David HaMelech is filled with righteous anger towards Doeg, and he said, felt, and remembering it was what David HaMelech understood the power of Tshuva. What was the problem? Doeg didn't do it. Doeg didn't do it. Doeg didn't do tshuva. So you can't, we'll say, and we're going to see with this today's sugya, so almost anything is forgivable, right? Any mistake that I make without the proof can be worked out as long as I'm willing to engage in the process. If I'm unwilling to own my accept responsibility, unwilling to go ahead and take it, that it's my job to forgive Doeg is only in what he did. Tragedy is compounded by his unwillingness to do the realistic work to fix it. So he's not going to fix it. There's no Olam Haba for him. There's no future for him. And there's no teaching the base. Incredible. So my div said, Ayeh Sofer, Ayeh Shokel, Ayeh Sofer Sadik Dalim. So I'll say, so literally translated it means where is the scribe, where is the measure? Where is one who counts talent? What does this mean? So the Gemara is Ayeh Sofer Kol Osio Sheva Torah. So this is all a reference to Doeg. But what happened to the one who can count all of the letters of Torah? Ayeh Shokel, Asher Shokel Kol Kol Kamur Sheva Torah. Where is the one who can literally again weigh all of the lenient and so a reference, I think, Doeg's exceptional scholarship. Who is the one who goes ahead and Who is the one who goes there and counts the towers? What is that? So far, Shlosh Menos Halachos Psukos, the Migdal HaPoreach. Doeg knew 300 halachos concerning the floating tower. HaPoreach Ba'aver. It was the floating tower. So by the way, there's a couple of different interpretations of this. If you take a look at Rabbi, Rashi's on the left-hand column, third line down to the top. You see that? The Migdal HaPoreach Ba'aver, Hanichnas La'eretz Ha'ana B'shida Teva U'Migdal U'Tamei Lo. So this is that essentially, don't ask how it happens, but just, there's a general rabbinic prohibition, general rabbinic law, that land outside of Eretz Yisrael has rabbinic Torah. So again, generally, if you're in a structure, that could be chositz b'fnei haTorah. That could go ahead and create an interposition, a blockage. So what happens if the O is floating? Like a theoretical question, but what's the implications of that by those associated with that particular unique shayla? That was the precision of Rabbi says bios both. So in fact, Doeg and right, who again unfortunately both made terrible decisions. Doeg and Achitov asked 400 questions in the sugya of the floating tower. So the Gemara says, well, if shitlu, they weren't. Not one of them was this. No, they asked such things. No one was able to answer. Once they watch this, Amar Rava said, Rabusa l'miboy, such a big deal to ask questions. So I say this is a profound. So essentially, what Rava was saying is like this: they ask questions. What would have been even better is to do what? Is to give answers. So I think the other piece. This is I underlined this line. I think this is a tremendous line. Rabusa l'miboy is such godless to ask questions. What Rava is saying is like this. Life is filled with questions. Question nice. Feel free to ask as long as they don't paralyze you. If you ask questions and you can't move forward until you reject the answers. And Rabbi says the sixth life is not found in the questions. Right? Asking my question in life is found in forward movement. Meaning in life is in growth. Meaning in life is in the ability to not get answered, but still find the ability to go ahead and move yourself forward. Shkaya, the greatness of you think that the guy who asks the question, that's godless. That's not godless. You know what godless is? Godless is two things. The person who asks the question doesn't get answers, look at moves forward, and the person who doesn't spend his time asking questions. Instead, utilizes and marshals his energy to move himself forward. Incredible. Right there. The Shem Rabbi Yehuda, the Muslim is a great thing. In the years of Rabbi Yehuda, Kula Taniye Benezikin. So in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, everybody was versed in the Seder of Nezikin. Like the Babas, we're in Nezikin now. The Babas, the heads, and Makos, all of those, right? Like tort law, damages, those type of things. So the Anan, so this is Rabbi talking, right? So Rabbi is saying, Rabbi is pairing himself, right? His time to Rabbi Yehuda's time, right? So Rabbi, in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, was proficient in one area, specifically again Nezikin. So by us, Va'anon Kamasina Tuba. We learned that Ba'uksin. They want to say Uksin is the halacha of Tuman Tara. So Rabbi is pointing out his time, right? In his time, he had much greater proficiency in Torah. Rabbi Yehuda's time only had proficiency in damages. Rabbi said we not only have proficiency in damages, we also have it again in books and so many other areas. Listen to this. Rabbi said, yes, if you have a Rabbi Yehuda, so yeah, when we get up to the Sigurd Wilsa again, we're going to delve into the intricacies of the art. But suffice it to say, there's an interesting shiloh when it comes to if you have a vegetable with a stem. So what's the status of the vegetable vis-a-vis the stem? Or what's the status of it? When these questions would come up on Rabbi Yehuda's show, he would say, and we say, wow, these are topics like Rabbi Shmuel. So Yehuda said, so Yehuda was a good Talmud Chacham, but his knowledge was we come to him and say this is above my pay. And also, here's the contrast. Rabbi said, by us, experts in. Yet watch this. Kamasninan be'otzen class. Sorry, Rabbi said means 13 yeshivas learning. Rabbi Yehuda didn't know 10 yeshivas running oxen, and yet Rabbi Yehuda Shalas Masani Vashra. Yet when there was all Rabbi Yehuda had to do was take off his shoe. All he was take off his shoe. The act of taking off shoes, an act of discomfort. So Rabbi Yehuda removed his shoe as a sign of like discomfort that there's a drought. It would begin to rain. We cry out and us. So I will say this lead fascinating conclusion. Elon HaKadosh Baruch Hu Liba. What do you see from here, Bosai? What do you see from here? At the end of the day, is that not the amount of scholarship that impresses God, but it's the amount of heart into whatever it is that you do. Rava may have had more, right? It's under Rava may have had. But apparently Yehuda himself had more heart. Now, whatever you use, like whatever this means, Yehuda had more heart. But what love is true is that scholarship, the metric of success when it comes to spirituality. It's heart, it's effort, it's commitment. The things that they evolve from scholarship is often tethered to abilities that you don't choose, right? In other words, people process differently, people learn differently. Some people absorb information more readily, some people have difficulty doing it, and that's HaKadosh Baruch Hu built us. That's what he programmed us. So it can't be that success is tethered to scholarship if I don't choose. So therefore, Rabbi says, who is determined? Riba, by your heart. How much are you vested in your relationship with God? Am I showing up for that day in and day? Am I committed even if it's difficult? If I'm that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu prizes in the being table. This is Hashem Yer the Leilav. Aram Shashia. Talk about the Tofel, back to the Tofel. Talk about the Tofel. So going after Tofel never really understood what it was that they were learning. Okay, is that possible? I just said before that Doeg had 300 halachas when it came to the floating tower, right? And then you think you didn't understand halacha, doesn't make any sense. You might say, what was the problem? The problem was once they knew a lot of Torah, what weren't they able to get to? Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. You weren't able to say that. What is it they were able to get to halacha l'maisa? So it could be literal that they weren't able to get to halacha l'maisa because the Gemara says, is that all the pasuk says? So many Yereyav. The secrets of Hashem are known to all those who fear Him. In this context, the Gemara says, "Sod" means foundation. The tzaddik is sod odom. The foundation is halacha. You need siyah in order to be able to arrive what to do. They didn't have did not have halacha because they didn't have the siyah to shema. Which told something when we talk about the ability to, or the fact that they didn't have halacha l'maisa, the fact that also means what's halacha l'maisa? Halacha l'maisa is the ability to take what you learn and to into what you live. What was the mistake of Doeg and Tofel? They were great scholars, great Talmidei Chachamim, but apparently the problem was they were unable to take what they learned they lived. They didn't allow their Torah to shape their lives. And I will say, a lot of times we live with this kind of cognitive dissonance, where I'm learning, and I'm acquiring a lot of tremendous information. And I know what to do. The problem just is I don't always do it. It's the nature of our lives. It's also like that I'm not learning aliba desa. Right? I'm not learning halacha l'maisa because my learning is my learning, but it's not translating into the way that I live. Incredible. He died once he forgot his Torah. Shneimar, Robi about to Yishna. Rashid Doi Takit Saras. Shneimar, it's Mesa Kolsona Minash. Ksiv Hassam, Letzmisus. Metagmir Lachalutin. Okay. It's not ain't being muscular Muflat. Again, there's no distinction between a Misora Muska and Muflat. Muska means a Misora is kind of in not seclusion. What's the word? Isolation. Who's in isolation, waiting to see what a Saras is going to be. And Muflat is a confirmed Mitzorah, allowing his hair to grow and his clothing to be torn. There were 3 instructed angels who were summoned to, what did they do? Allah caused Doeg to forget his learning. righteous one burnt his law, and one scattered his ashes in incredible. I'm going to be open on. Going back, I want to point out how interesting it is, right? That you see, it's fascinating just how there's so many different streams of thought, and it's hard to keep track of all these things because we're moving so quickly. Remember how we started out? This is really yesterday stuff that we're doing today. So remember again, Rabbi said to his son, don't spend time speaking about the traits of the shod. And yet, what are we doing? Right? We're talking all about the negative. So it's just interesting how it gets as if there's one school of thought that says, okay, Rosh Hashanah will take care of them. Our job is not to focus on the negativity of individuals. That's one stream of thought. The other stream of thought is no, it's really important to learn about Rosh Hashanah. Why is it important to learn about Rosh Hashanah? The same way that we like to read about biographies of Gedolim, because of how to live. Sometimes from Rosh Hashanah we also learn what not to do as well. And you see that even great people, can make catastrophic and does all of their greatness. So the Gemara goes right there. I'm going to be open on Doi Vakitofel did not know each other. They didn't know each other. After all, Doi made Shaul, Achitofel made David, which makes Doeg lived in the days of Shaul, and Achitofel lived in the days of David. Now, again, that's not such a stretch to say that they would have known each other. What's important to recognize is, don't remember again. So Doeg was before David became king, and Achitofel was advisor during the rebellion of Shalom. So there's a couple of decades separating them. They could have overlapped. Furthermore, Doeg and Achitofel did not live past 35. The Gemara says, goes back to yesterday's daf as well. Advice that supports this, it literally means they did not live out up to half of days. Advice that supports. Actually, don't remember. Right? When you remember again, the min asked Rabbi Hanina, right? Rabbi Hanina, how old was Bilam when he died? Rabbi Hanina said, I don't know, but he quoted that pasuk, right? Where the pasuk says, literally again, people who spill blood, people who are deceitful, they will not live to half of their lifespan. So again, I will say we were under understanding their lifespan is 70 years. As I'll say that Russia is not living to up to half of his lifespan, that means he's not living to 35. Doeg lived to 34, Achitofel lived to 33. So I'm going to be open on the Tefillah. I just want to point out something amazing. Just especially when you look through the lens of the scholarship of Doeg and Achitofel, that they were so young, yet they were outstanding. So again, it's just fascinating. I don't know. To me, these personalities are fascinating because clearly these were people who were capable of such overwhelming greatness and such profound accomplishment toward the amassed in such short time, yet these debilitating failures, overwhelming. In the beginning, David called himself was ready. Then he called him his friend. And then he called him his stories. Achitophel's stature graded over time. Together, go ahead and explore the secret. Get rid of this Gemara. This is absolutely amazing. Sorry, this was my little teaser in the chat yesterday. If you read it up, persons should never bring themselves to a point of being tested. Put yourself among a person should not bring himself to be tested. I will say, Shari David Melech Israel, Heidi Ashlet in Israel. David HaMelech himself into an situation of being tested, of testing his spiritual resolve, and he failed. What's the story? Here we go. Wow. So Rabbi said, this is the Shaila. Rabbi says, why is when we dive in? We say like Aaron, we say like Yaakov, but we don't say like David. I want to point out, this is not Gaiva. This is not Gaiva. This is, you understand what's happening over here. This is David Amelech. I want to self-actualize. I want to become the best of me. I feel that I have the potential to maximize my greatness. How do I get myself to a point where I can, where you, what's the chap of Eloki Avram, Eloki Yitzchak, Eloki Yaakov? What's the chap of that? The Ribbon of Olam is willing to associate his name with those people. That's a big thing. That's a big problem. Again, this is what Avram says. How do I get to the level where you will attach your name to me? How does that happen? So David Amelech says, well, it's very simple. Listen, David, they were tested by them, and they succeeded. So when a Yid is able to go and be tested in life and able to overcome his tests and challenges, that's when I associate my name with him. Bring it on. Not exact quote, but I'm saying, right, test me, I'm ready for it. I'm ready, okay, I got it. It makes total sense. How can you know who I really am until you test my result? So test me. Omar says, the Rebbe Shalom didn't know David this test. David asked for it. We'll see why this is important later on. So I'm going to test you. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you an advantage that I did not give to Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. How so? So again, Hashem says, I'm going to give you an advantage. What's the advantage? The others, I never told them I was testing them beforehand. I'm telling you I'm going to test you, and I'm also telling you how I'm going to test you. I'm testing you in a matter of morality. Dvar Erva. Now, both say, just so you understand what's happening over here. The fact that the Rebbe is telling David that he's going to test him and telling how he's going to test him tells us what? That he wants to do this. He doesn't want to do this. So he's trying to give David as many advantages as possible. The Rothschild feels that this is a bad idea. But again, David, you're pushing for it. I'll give you a little bit like a parent. A parent wants to keep good hadracha, but at a certain time, especially as the child gets older, if the parent knows it's a bad idea, right? The parent has to give the child that autonomy. What's wrong? It's the same with David. There's a reason I didn't bring the test. There's a reason I'm not doing this on my own. You're pushing. Okay, I can't. It wouldn't be healthy for me to stand in the way of this Messiah. This is something you want to bring upon yourself. So I try to do the best of your ability. I'm testing you. I'm telling you, Dvar. Mia, listen to this. If it wasn't an evening, David got up from his bed. The Muslim now, the doesn't make sense, right? Why doesn't the fuzzy make sense? David getting up at night, right? After all, again, you go to sleep at night, you're up at night, so let's discuss it. Literally, again, he switched around his schedule, right? His schedule from night to day. Rashi points out what did David Amelech do? David Amelech had relations with his wife that day, during the day. Why? Because now David Amelech is forewarned. He says, I'm going to be tested with a matter of immorality. So what does he do? He has relations with his wife, hoping that he'll satisfy that desire, and therefore won't be tempted by anything else. Okay, good plan. In his Alma Mena Halacha, Rosa is wild. And he forgot Halacha. What's Halacha? Say? There is a small part of man's body, right? A reference ultimately again to the makom, small part of man's body. The Gemara says, listen to this: "Mal Raif, satiated, is always hungry. Sadaya, but if you starve it, it'll be satiated." What does that mean? Like, this is incredible. So the way it works with this desire for sexuality is, the more you have it, the more you want it. The less you have it, the less you have it. And by the way, less means the more moderated it is, the more one is able to have it. By the way, this is not being pure. Right? This is the Ramban pushing T. Right? What does the Ramban say? What does it mean to be holy? As atzmecha, the masha moderation. Moderation. Kedusha is all about moderation. Overindulgence just yields a gluttonous type of life approach, where you just want more and more and more gluttony. Gluttony as a midah only gets a person curb appetites in the right way. You know that in Yiddishkeit, again, there's tremendous importance that is attached to sexuality. But it has to happen in a framework. There's a mitzvah, right? A man has obligations to it. It's a frequency that has to occur. But if there's an overindulgence, the problem that happens, the appetite gets out of control. But the crazy part is, even if the overindulgence is done in a permitted way, again, if we're going to life, there's an overindulgence, then by definition, things just get out of hand. You know, this was fascinating. David HaMelech tries to curb the idea to feel that the way that he did it represented a sense of overindulgence, so it backfired. And so not only did it not curb the appetite, but what? It enhanced it. What happens? David HaMelech is out, right? He's on the rooftop. Right, walking on the rooftop. He sees a woman next to the palace. That she was a beautiful woman. Bathsheba Havakachai Sechalsa. So says, what does this mean? First, so Bathsheba on the rooftop. That first of all, what does that mean? It's just like bathing in public over here on the rooftop. I mean, it's not on the rooftop. Doesn't make any sense. It says no. Bathsheba was shampooing her hair. She was washing her hair. Like a curtain. It says literally means like a dome. Like whatever she had, like a shower curtain. She had something that was there protecting her privacy. Asa Satan isn't like it's pirta. So bird. Pasak be gira. Pasak what happened? So there was a bird. David HaMelech took out his bow and arrow and he shot at the bird. What happened? So he might probably miss the bird. He pierced the curtain. As a result, Igla v'chazye. So the Gemara says, so many crazy things about this story. First of all, say, what's even troublesome about? Why is there enough shooting birds? Like as a kid, like you also find out the like what is that? First of all, Jews don't even do that. Like look at the Yehuda. Like Jews hunt for food. Jews don't hunt for sport. You don't shoot arrows. Birds. That's what I'm saying. See, listen. You know what the most incredible thing is? I know this is very important. So listen, the Ribono Shel Olam knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, and so he knows where to give a test, and he knows where not to give a test, and he knows what we can handle, and he knows what we're not yet ready to handle. There are so many crazy parts about this story, and every single part has an unintended negative consequence. David HaMelech seeks to satiate that sexual appetite in a permitted way by being with his wife during the day. The problem is that was maybe a little bit of overindulgence, and therefore backfired. He's showing homage by sitting on the rooftop. I want to point out, David HaMelech wasted absolutely no time. He wasted no time. Right? He woke up at Chatzos every day. Right? So, what's happening? He's just like strolling. David HaMelech is not a stroller. You know what I'm saying? He's not the guy who just like walks around. That's David Malcolm. There's so many things about it. And now shooting an arrow at a bird. Who does that? What's going on over here? It's like we'll see everything to see. So he sees Bathsheba, obviously tremendously aroused by Bathsheba. Vayishtach David Vayidrash Leisha Yomer Halo Zot Bathsheba Bas Eliam Eishes Uriah. This is Bathsheba. The wife of Uriah Hiti. Vayishtach David Malcolm Leikachel. David sent for her. Had her brought to the palace. He has relations with her, right? He sleeps with her. Ultimately, again, he missed out. What's interesting is the Gemara says she wasn't a Nida. She wasn't a Nida, which, by the way, has also understand what is very interesting, which was that was the baby, right? That was the Chafifa. She was actually preparing herself for the mikvah, right? That evening. So that's what it means when it says, and this is what's meant when it says, so again, so David HaMelech said, literally, you checked my heart, right? You checked my heart, and also you are unable to find purity. David HaMelech says, literally, what does it mean? Zamosi Bal Yavar Pi. First part, Eichel Zamoa Nafal Bapue Deman the sunny leave below Amar Kihan Nisa. If only someone had muzzled me. This conversation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu would have never asked for this test. So we've all had those moments where someone was there to muzzle us. So there was something that I would not have said and not have done. David HaMelech regrets very much, obviously, this entire situation. Dar Shrava, my Desiv, Kef David B'Hashem Chasisi, Eich Tomu Nafshi, Di Harchem Sipor. So let's say, so just I want to put something amazing. So first, just to understand, right, the rest of this story, the event with Bathsheba forever changed Melech's life, right? And this was one of those events that forever changed the trajectory, and we're going to hear about the fallout from this episode. This was, most things, most decisions in life, they have repercussions, ramifications, not times that try to cross those in life, and if you go left, your life turns out dramatically different. That night was one of the pivotal moments. One of those tremendously pivotal moments, and his life forever changed. The David HaMelech is going to teach us consummate Baal Tshuva. His life forever changes after that fate. Before we go on about side, we have to also understand what's the clear message from this. This is how the Gemara starts. Right? You tell me, Rabbi, the older, don't put yourself in complicating situations. They always say hands in life. Do yourselves in circumstances that I know are not necessarily correct. Whether it's being around people, have a negative, right? Whether it's engaging in activities that I know from my neshama, maybe not overtly sinful, but I know they're not good. But I convince myself it's okay. It won't have an effect on me. And that's true until it does. It does. And then I'm like shocked. I can't believe, why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? Let's say so much of life, right? So much of life is preventative spiritual medicine. Right? It's not being reactive. It's not being reactive, it's being proactive. It's identifying the potentially complicated situations in life and allowing myself to be thrust into them to begin with. A lot of times I can't choose it, but I willingly put myself in compromised situations, thinking A, that I'll overcome it, and B, that it won't affect me. And then I succumb to it, and why am I shocked? So much of life is like being able to see the impact that certain people, that certain circumstances, that certain events, that certain forms of exposure will have upon me, and don't put myself there to begin with. Avoid it at all costs. Don't put yourself in a Nisayon, because even people fail when it's temptation. Overwhelming. Let's go back to second wide line. Right? The doctor. Again, we'll talk more about that later. So Ba'Hashem Chasisi, I put my faith in Hashem. How can I say to my soul that literally the mountain was moved by a bird? And I'll say, now, by the way, when you understand so much of my dad also, Sefer Tehillim is like the diary of David HaMelech. Like so much of Sefer Tehillim represents a bit of his life. When you understand these Gemaras, you understand Tehillim. So David HaMelech says, Amar David HaTechel Yishpach Ribon Shal Mos Sin Shalo Yomru Har Shebachem. Shouldn't say that the Har Shebachem, the mountain amongst you. Who's the mountain? HaMelech is the mountain. king is the mountain. The mountain was moved by a bird. What's the bird? The bird is in the story. Right? The mountain was moved by the bird. That's it. So the Bible said, this is Uma. That if I wanted to overcome it, but I didn't want to say the servant bested the master. So it's a very strange Gemara. Right? If I could have overcome it, I would have. But then it would have made you look bad, God, right? Because you didn't give me the testament, you didn't think I could pass it, and then I would have bested you. Wasn't that what this mean? What does this mean? So obviously a little bit tongue in cheek, but I want to say something amazing. The great part about David HaMelech, when David HaMelech becomes like the consummate or the paradigmatic Baal Tshuva, David HaMelech owned this. He acknowledged in this moment that night on the rooftop, if I wanted to resist, I could have. The one thing, I was overcome by desire, and it was strong. But at the end of the day, I could have said no. I slammed on the brakes. Because sometimes the pathway, the step in tshuva, first step is an ownership of mistake. You spend so much effort. Why is everyone else's fault? Tshuva is to own the mistakes in life as difficult and as painful as it is. I got it. I could have said no. As much as I was overwhelmed by desire, if I wanted to stop, I could have stopped. Incredible. This is incredible. We'll say, now let's be clear on something. And this is a fascinating part of this. David and Bathsheba were each other. They were bashert. Because ultimately, again, they were meant for each other from the beginning of time. Allah, Sheba, Ayla, the Mahol. But what ended up happening is they came together through difficulty and pain. The ultimately, again, Bathsheba and David were meant for each other. From the beginning of time. But rather, what happened? Their relationship began before it was ripe. It was like eating unripe fruit. And let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, how do you know that David and Bathsheba were meant for each other? How do you know that this union was ultimately blessed by what? Shlomo, right? Their son was Shlomo. Their first child dies. That was part of it. Ultimately, again, their son was Shlomo. Shlomo built the base of Mikdash. God himself names Shlomo Yedidiah, the one who is beloved by God. In fact, so that's how we know the union was correct. It was how it came about that was fundamentally flawed. Rabbi, say, Ubisali, Sample, National Now, Gemara's focusing on that last phrase, Karol. If you tear me, I will not bleed. Right? If you tear, no blood. So David says, you know that if they were to tear my flesh, I would not bleed. David says, I've been so humiliated over this sin I was going to talk about. I have been so humiliated from the sin of Bathsheba. Again, if you prick me, I will not bleed. Right? In other words, that even if they were to cut me, so humiliation is good, but it's like the draining of blood. This is wild. You know, right? And they're learning about the halachos concerning daled misos, death penalties. So they taunt me. David, understand something. The sin of Bathsheba became put knowledge. David HaMelech was humiliated. David HaMelech was taunted. He was taunted. Literally, again, he would be in the Beis Medrash, and the Talmidei Chacham in Beis Medrash would taunt and say, "Oh, David, by the way, what is that? What is the punishment for someone who commits adultery? What's the punishment for that?" Amarti lahem, haba ish es ish misek, v'yesh lachelik olam. The punishment for one who commits is kind of strangulation, but he has a portion of the world to come. But Chevra, just know, but someone who embarrasses his friends has no chilek in the world to come. So let's say, brother, and this is what David. So again, I want to just point out. In addition to all enemies, like all of the wars, our neighbors that are Israel had, David Hamelech is taunted and humiliated and degraded within his own kingdom. This was the fallout. So this is very interesting. Even now, we're going to see there were three different punishments that David received for the sin of Bathsheba. Really, the loss of their child, illness, and rebellion in his household. So when David was sick, the Gemara says, even when he was sick, and he still maintained his physical obligations to all of the Shemar. So this is quite fascinating. What is this? What is first of all, fascinating is how the Gemara goes ahead and carries right? Yagati Banfasi, literally again, so literally again, I soiled my dad. I was understanding over here as a reference to relations. So that I was saying, even when I was sick, I maintained my obligation to have relations with others. So I'll say, what is this? Part of the fallout with the episode of Bathsheba, that I had other wives. So I think what Chazal is over here is David HaMelech had to figure out to repair those other relationships. It will say that again, that sometimes are things that happen in a marriage that cause irreparable, but other times there are things in a marriage that cause a tremendous rift. And it's upon the perpetrator to get back to try to go ahead and repair that rift. And to do what they can to mend that and to put that back together. So, understands, I did a lot of damage, not just to that child, not just to all of my wives, It's telling us that David HaMelech took it upon himself to fix that which he broke. This is wild. And that's about Shabbat. David HaMelech wanted to worship idolatry. Wow. What does this mean? David bought ad harosh, sheishtach Hashem Elohim. Ein rosh el avodah shneimar. V'hu sama leisha di dov tav v'nei rasa chushay argi karok utanto v'adama al rosho. So again, David is about to worship idolatry. We'll see why in just a minute. A man by the name of Chushay Argi again is clothing the star and said, Amar lo David. David, what are you doing? You're going to say a king worships idolatry? We'll say, get ready for this. Hello, Melech Shekamosi Yanu Beno Mutav Yavo the Rabbi is fellowship trying to pass out. So now we're jumping. Part of the fallout, part of the punishment for the sin of Bathsheba is Hashem told David, there's going to be rebellion in your home. Rebellion of Avshalom. As a result of the episode of Bathsheba. So now David refuses to do any Avshalom. He's not going to kill Avshalom. So David thinks he's going to the rebellion. David feels that if he loses the rebellion, there's going to be tremendous Chil Hashem. And people will question on Hashem. How even HaKadosh are allowed to lose this battle against Avshalom? So this is what I'm going to worship idolatry. People then say I'm an idolater. And then when I lose the battle against Avshalom, people will understand and say, because he switched teams, that's idolatry. David was concerned about the honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He was concerned that if he lost to Chil Hashem, that he decides, let me get idolatry, become idolater, and then people will try loss to the fact that it's over to idolatry. And therefore, again, the sanctity of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is reserved. Overwhelming. A love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, willingness to take it from the team. Such a dramatic way. Amalei, the Gemara says, listen to this. So Amar, time I kind of see Basifastar, so it's incredible. So Avshalom's mother was a woman by the name of Ma'acha, was a princess who David and Rabbi. So Chushay he says to David, why did you marry Yifastar? Amarle Yifastar Achwana Shaya. Yifastar is permitted. Amarle Lo Darash Smuchin. Did you not darash the juxtaposition? So Gemara Yifastar or just talk about what does talk about? Parshas Kiseitze. Samechle Kia leish sorer umora. No say fastar yesh lo ben sorer umora. You're allowed to. But what about after the fastar section? All right, I will say. I want to tell you. You see, like one of these conversations that's like rubbing salt in a wound. Like this was. Right? This was already, it's happened a couple of days earlier. But it's like, he's saying that, by the way, why did you marry Macha to begin with? Almost as if there's any bearing on the story. Okay, anyway, he saves David from worshipping idolatry, but this was just understand, it might be the one time in history someone was ready to worship a tree out of immense love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David thought that if he lost to have Shalom, as David Melech Yisrael, that would have been Hashem. Shadrach was willing to give everything away for the sake of preserving the honor and beauty of the Rebbe Shalom. Overwhelming. Sorry, Bira. Lamad of Doma, so it's incredible. What could that be compared to? So the Socher Kusi, compared to a Kusi merchant, I will say about this. They never sold in bulk. They only sold in small measures because their chesh like this. If you sell in small measures, you have to buy more often, and they could increase the price a little bit each time. So they make more money by selling in small measures. That was David Amel. Amar David asks for forgiveness. But he asks for forgiveness like it's like a little bit at a time. So the first thing he says, Shkios miyavin. So first thing I'm asking for forgiveness, accidental averis. Make mistakes. Shem says, forgiven. Next, when we start from the intentional sins, but no one knows about. Shem says, fine, forgiven. Forgive me, be as a son to Lord. Make it that the rabbis don't focus ultimately again on my sin. Forgiven. Then he kissed me back. One last request. Can you please take out the story of from Navi? Can you just from the record? So I will say, Amar Lo, that's why I can't do. Why? We'll stop over here for today. That was a tremendous story I had about. I want to point out, just it's important to understand. We did do a lot of Gemara, right? I just want to point out, we did do a lot. Okay, granted, half of it was yesterday's daf. Again, it's okay because the last daf, the last of Sanhedrin is only one side. That's going to be our catch up both sides. Tremendous. Yeah, I know. All right, have a great day, everyone. That's the only problem with size. Yeah, it's a shame because I think these people are probably going to see.
It's just so funny. Like, what group are you working on? Neck. Working on my thyroid. Working on my neck muscle. Like a tough guy. Some people are body just want it. Players like Joe Rogan. Joe fell for it, man. Listen, he's not as sharp as. He's got the smartest tool in the shed, like shop. Greatest.
All right, everyone, say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this voyage of the bank. Our annual Talmud Torah Township production pay a Wilson Mishpach. We're dedicating all the instructions this year, wishing a tremendous mazel tov. Tony's friend Benjamin Wall on the occasion of the marriage of his dear son Tuvia to Shira. The beautiful couple of Mirz Hashem with Tzvidus Nachas and Hatzlacha, and to all of Klal Yisrael as well. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, all Catholics in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, anonymous Talmud Torah sponsors in the social because for all of our children, for Nisan to be the month of Gula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Adam and Shane become a memory of Adam. Sarah Brian Abbas Yoshua Heshmuzikov, a week of learning sponsor, Paul and Kathy Powell. Here's Paul. His father is Shmuel Ben Zechariah and Bas Rabdol, and Steve Galaskov in honor of all of the bracha that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our family. Beautiful Shkoya. As beautiful, say with that, let us begin. And tremendous shkrat to Rabbi Daniel and the Chazara Kabura. I think a record crowd this morning. Baruch Hashem, absolutely. I'm sorry. That's like holding a rock. I'm good. All right, Baruch Hashem. They definitely got arrested. But really, and also cover again. I know it only ends up being a couple of minutes, but the truth is, remember, to get a couple of minutes of Chazara and to walk away with reinforcing some of these stories of God, obviously you need probably 4 hours to manage to, but like accomplishing 10 minutes is incredible, and it's push back to all those who push themselves even just a little more. Incredible. I want to say that is Kuvav 106. We are picking up a minute of Shem on Kufyama days. We have a lot to do today. We are picking up Eretz Hashem 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up from the Y. So remember again, we speak about the end of yesterday's gap, which is fascinating to see about he was able to curse Klal Yisrael, and you might claim that essentially we understood the exact moment that the Ribono Shel Olam gets angry. And he understood that if he was able to curse Klal Yisrael during that moment, that it would have catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. A miracle occurring that Bilam was trying to curse Klal Yisrael that entire time. Hashkadosh Baruch Hu was angry. So we're picking up. The Gemara says that's right. Behind the Kamali Bilam Balak, Machakel. This is what Bilam said to Balak. Balak, what do you want from me? I can't curse Klal Yisrael because Baruch Hu doesn't want to curse them. Like there's nothing for me to do if I can't curse the people. Else, the common animal. So the Rothschild gets angry every day. And how long does the anger of the Ribono Shel Olam last for? So the Gemara says, Rega. It's just a few moments. Just a few, or really I say just a moment. Just a moment. A singular moment it's angry at. And if again, it's got in that moment, then terrible catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. Shneimar, Kirega Biapo, Chayu Bais. Another possibility. We'll say so again. Let's just Kirega Biapo. It's only a moment. It's only a moment of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's wrath. The possibilities of Baisema, Amin, Boba Chadacha. You know what he says? Nation, go into your hiding place. What's your hiding place? Skabagacha. The door behind you. Kadimat Yaga. Hide this literally again for just a moment. Ad Ya'avor Za'am. Until the divine wrath passes by. So again, the same idea. Kadimat Yaga. Just wait for a moment until the divine wrath passes. So the Lord says, good. Now I get what it's done. When does this more occur? When is this more angry? So the Lord says, the first Shai Kamesa, in the first 3 hours of the morning, the early morning, Karbal goes retired also. The rooster are totally white. So the Gemara says, Kol Shaita the Shaita that's white. So she runs the Kol Shaita is based on Kisuki. And Shaita is based on Kisuki. Times we get it might be white, but there are so small streaks of red. And these early morning, so the sparkle should be totally white. Okay, no, the Hava, the Shimuzi that he was showing lady. The woman is a heretic. There was a heretic who lived in the neighborhood of the Yeshua ben Levi. Right? And I will say again, now, when it says the name, this is obviously an incredibly antagonistic person. The Commissar lady is not the Commissar lady. And he just gave Yeshua ben Levi just a difficult time. Very difficult time. So what happened? This is incredible. So the Yeshua ben Levi had Yom Echad, night Tanagolta, but also the Kali. Vosif, Robert, Kimota, and Shaita. The Lakshay, the Yeshua is a great idea. He's like, I'm done with this guy. I'm done with this guy. So what are you doing? You're done with the guy. You get a rooster, tie to your head, right? You wait until the moment that you see that it's either totally turned white, and you curse him. And that way, again, you are tapping into that moment of that. You're done with this guy. Now, listen, I just want to point out, obviously, the fact that the Yeshua maybe is going to this lens, there's two things happening over there. Number one, the guy is in mid, right? So in other words, there's a theological issue, right? That's number one. Number two, obviously, actually, he was speaking of Yeshua ben Levi to a tremendous amount of difficulty, right? And pain. But Yeshua is willing to go to these land to be able to do this. So I just want to point out again, being told part of the story, but what I say here that there's much more that's happening over here. Okay, so he's ready to curse the guy. Listen to this. Mata Yishaita, when that moment came, so literally again, early morning, and then again, the story is ready to curse the guy. When that moment is about to come, what happens? So it is really false sleep. Nothing Shaita, it's clear, not in normal way. And so the fact that I fell asleep, is like he's up the whole time for me. And literally when at one moment he fell asleep. So sleeping that moment, that Yeshua says, guess what? Because Rabbi doesn't, it's not what God wants, the project Rabbi wants. Rabbi said, God, right? The tzaddik punishing someone, right? And the tzaddik being the vehicle of misfortune for someone is not good. This Rabbi doesn't want us to go ahead and hurt each other. And even if the other deserves it, it's not. Rabbi doesn't want us cursing each other. Rabbi doesn't want us fighting each other. Even if the other, right now she says over here, it's not good for the tzaddik to be the vehicle of punishment, and it's not good for someone to be punished because of the tzaddik. Incredible. Words like that. I will say, and ultimately, again, even with a ring, right? Even if someone who's a heretic, it's good for the tzaddik. It's not good for the tzaddik ultimately, again, to be the vehicle of divine. Incredible. Let's say, Kofi is 1 of 5, the second of the widest lines. On the bottom. Tell me straight right there. The Shashak Hamazah, when they think they are and in fact, on the family had toys. When the king, the son words, go ahead and crowns on their head and worship son. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets upset. I know the topic of what does that do to anything? It's not like God getting upset. So when does God get upset? When the Kadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and sees his creations have forgotten about it and instead serve other creations, Kadosh Baruch Hu gets upset. Vayakam Bilam Balok. I suppose they said back to him. Bilam got up in the morning. And he went ahead and he saddled his donkey. Okay, right. Now, what's bothering more about the possible over here? He's a Christian guy. He's important. If he's important, then what should he not be doing? Right? He shouldn't be saddling his own donkey. You have a guy for that. So you think that is the one who is saddling his donkey. It's very interesting. There are certain things that disrupt the natural order of life. One of them is love. Love, right? What is it? Love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of so the Gemara says, Avram B'tziv Vayashkin Avram Baboker. Avram been in the morning of the Akedah, right? Got up, and Avram been also saddled his donkey. Avram has a guy, right? Avram has multiple guys. So why is he saddling his own donkey? He's consumed with love. He's consumed with love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to serve the Rebbe Shalom. And love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of things. Okay, well, what else disrupts natural order of things? Sinner. Say, hatred also disrupts the natural order of things. Ultimately, I can get up in the morning and he settled his own donkey. So it's interesting between love and hate. Right? They're extreme emotions. So what do you see from here? What do you see from here? Extreme emotional situations sometimes make us do unrational things. Fascinatingly enough, over here, the irrationality for Admon was beautiful because he was selling his own donkey. He was consumed by his love for Hashem. Bilam was so consumed by his hatred animosity for Klal Yisrael that he sounds like in Bilam's case, the hatred was all-consuming at even point where the hatred was clearly detrimental. He couldn't stop. He couldn't. Let's say, often thought there's one more emotion that really belongs in this line, and that's Ashura. Fear. Fear is a very strong emotion. And fear also disrupts the natural order of things. How many times in case opportunities to accomplish great things? And sometimes you're so scared of failure, so scared of the possibility of failure that you simply don't get it. Doesn't make any sense. Every endeavor carries the possibility of failure. Right? Every life initiative carries the strong possibility of falling flat on their face, and not even going back to where you started, but even being pushed back a couple of steps. And if you can't handle the fear of failure, then you can never progress. But yet, so many of us kind of settle for a life of mediocrity because we're afraid of what we have to push ourselves a little bit more. Incredible. Beautiful job. I will say, by that, I'll just point out, explain something. Where is it that, all seriousness, that we have the really ungodly hour, be able to learn Torah each and every day, right? And some of us have been doing this, some of us have been doing this, for more than a decade. Where does that clock come from? I want to say it comes from Vayashkim Avraham Baboker. Vayashkim Avraham Baboker. Not rolling out of bed at a normal hour. Avram Baboker is early, ridiculously early. Ridiculous. Why? Just so that because when you love something, and when you love something, no matter how exhausted you are, like if you think about it, your child needs to get picked up at the airport. Right? So you're not seeing yourself, the flight comes in at 6 a.m. So I have to leave my house at 4:30. Not like out a little bit, right? I think, right? Getting a lot of blank expressions. Take an Uber. Right? When you love something, but again, I push my and love it. So where do we get caught? And I will say again, what it is that he is like a shtickle abnormal. And if you're able to get a little more sleep and to be listening to these old people like seeing double by 7 o'clock, it would be a little bit like what's the pshat come from? Vayashkim Avraham. Avram was the first person to say, when you love his Torah, get up early. Teach yourself to do things that are a little bit abnormal. I won't say every single morning we do it, just understand for a minute. We're mamish following in the Sekel as Ashura. Love makes people do crazy things. Sometimes they're negative, but for us as Yidden, always in the positive. Incredible. Okay, so another factor. Person should always learn Torah, and it says Shema L'Shema, even not for the right reasons. Even Shema L'Shema, right? Why? Because why? Sometimes in life, what's most important is do things for the right reasons. Even if at the end of the day, do the right thing, even if it's for the wrong reasons. Why? Over time, you'll come to do it for the right reasons. Even if now I'm not doing things for the right reason, over time I'll come do it for the right reason. So you want to share this. Listen to this. This is wild. This sounds fun. I thought thinking of Moab, who hired Bilam to curse Klal Yisrael. So take away that. Balak's a bad guy. Balak is a bad guy. Yet he offered up 2 karbanos to Bono Shalom. It wasn't for idolatry. It was to God. Now he offered up 42 karbanos because he wanted God to curse Klal Yisrael. But for Ma'isa, again, don't get caught up in the details, right? At the end of the day, he served HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says, in the course of his service of Hashem, not for the right reasons. He had a granddaughter by the name of Rus. Had a great grandson by the name of David. And David and Hashem have an animal by the name of Mashiach. So it says, Mashiach comes from Balak. How crazy is that? And Mashiach comes from Balak. He did something holy for all the wrong reasons. He offered up 42 karbanos of Baruch all for the wrong reasons. The Baruch says, I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm not touching Klal Yisrael, but look how amazing it is. sometimes the most beautiful results come from the most unholy sources. As long as those unholy sources are raised holiness, right? Sometimes again the most incredible results come without even from the most unknowable intentions. But nevertheless, the Torah who takes our avodah even with shalom shema, because all these great things happen. Incredible. So I'm Rabbi Yossi Daz Ravuna. He told Eglon ben Nosha Balak Melech Moavaya. I say Rose, daughter of Eglon. Eglon, right, was the great grandson of Balak Melech Moavaya. So I'm going to Rabbi Mari. Said the Yitet Elokim and Shlomo Mishmecha. Being God's Kisam is Kisacha. So it's beautiful. So this is the Rabbi talking to David HaMelech. And the Lord says, David HaMelech loves David HaMelech. God will make the name of Shlomo. Now what it sounds like it's saying is God will make the name of even later than your name. And his throne will be even than your throne. So the is it appropriate to talk to the king this way, seeing that the next king is going to be even greater than you? Well, it doesn't seem to be the greatest amount of respect. In other words, saying that next king, you're good. Next king, he's going to be fantastic. Is that the right way to talk? No. The Navi wasn't saying that David's almost going to be greater. It means that Shlomo's greatness is going to be like yours. Like your greatness. You have to interpret it this way. Tivolach minoshim Yael, Ishes Chaver Hakimi, minoshim ba'ohel tevurach. So we'll say Yael, right? Yael, who killed Sisera, helped to cement the victory of Devorah and Barak. So when Devorah, he says, Tivolach minoshim Yael, you will be blessed from amongst them Yael, like the life of Chaver Hakimi, minoshim ba'ohel tevurach. From the women, now here's the interesting part. Minashim, what does that mean? Minashim ba'al tevorah. So it would be tempting to translate it as you'll be even greater than the women of the tent. Right? Now who are the women of the tent? Maninu, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, and Leah. Emos. What does it mean? The Navi saying that Yael is greater than the women of the Emos. So the Navi says, Orach, the name of the Yael is greater than the Emos. Of course not. Me'im Kama. How can I me'im Kama? So no. What the book is saying to Yael is, you are almost as great as the Emos. Much in the same way that the Navi, your son Shlomo, will be almost as great as you. So there's one other possibility is the Bakoli. Listen to this. Bakol Adam is kind of. Both in general, jealous of other people. But says this is already affirming Yimar. What does this mean? Bakol Adam is kind of means I am jealous of the success of other people. Well, this is very affirming, right? Because as much as the Torah tells us, don't covet. It is normal and natural to be jealous of other people's success. Right? Someone has more money than me. Someone is successful than me. Someone has more career accomplishments than me. I'm jealous of people who eclipse me. But you might say, there are two exceptions to this. You can know the time you don't. There are people you're never jealous of. There are two people who you want to be greater than you. Number one, your son, and number two, your Talmud. Your Talmud is student. What every parent wants, I want my child to be better than me. I want them to be better than me. I want them to learn from all of my mistakes, learn from all of my wrong turns, and I want them to be. How do you do that? My Talmud, what is every single Rabbi want? Every single Rabbi wants a Talmud ultimately again who goes ahead and is smarter than him, better than him. Because I will say in both of these cases, the students like my success feel my success, and my Talmud's success feels like my success. So you might listen to this. So from son, how do you know that a father wants it? So that's Shlomo. That's how I get according to the interpretation. The Rabbi was telling the Navi, Shlomo will be great. He will be greater than you. Right? Great. Right? And Tamid, where do we know that? Is it no lie? So one possibility is we learn it from that ultimately again, Eliyahu gives Elisha a double portion of his bliss. So Eliyahu wants Elisha to be greater, or Yoshua. Hashem said to Moshe, place your hand on Yoshua, and Moshe placed his hand on Yoshua. So again, both of the day and more the Talmidim to be in the day. Incredible. Like the Vayashim Davar B'Chid Davar. So Rabbi Moshe Omer Malach. Rabbi Yoros and Omer Chika. And Rabbi, so one opinion says that the Malach in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from saying and from cursing the way he to. Other opinion says Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from talking. Incredible. So you might incredible. If you want to know wanted to curse Klal Yisrael, look how he blew Klal Yisrael. In other words, since you can see the curses, how Bilam wanted us to have no more shuls, no more bate medrash. So the Gemara says, what did he say? Matovo haracha Yaakov. Right? Again, Rothschild is interesting. From whatever he cursed, whatever the curse was, you could see from the curse what he had, you see from the blessing what he had in mind. So he praises the body. So that means he wanted to destroy the future bate medrash and bate knesset of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. Go teach. Don't let the Shina rest on them. Don't let the monarchy of Klal Yisrael endure. They shouldn't have any type of vineyards, right? The vineyards or groves. So the Gemara says, their scent literally shouldn't waft. It's like that word, right? Should waft. In other words, that their scent, you shouldn't have it. What does that mean that their scent shouldn't waft? They have an impact on the world. So the Gemara says, Nita Hashem, Hashem. Your king should not have stature. Ka'arazim Ali Melech Ben Melech. They should not have a dynastic monarchy. My medallion. The monarchy should not have any control over the world. The Zaru Amayim Rabbi. So the monarchy should not be strong. Vayoren Me'agag Malko. Batinase Makuso. Riyab Nurakana says as follows. Kulam Chazur L'Klala. Chut Yivat Knesset Vat Midrashos. I'm not saying here's what's incredible. As much as Bilam's curses did not come true, they didn't come true at the time that he said them. But they have come around Jewish history. They have, right? In other words, there's a different periods of time, different periods of time. Bilam's curses did come true, except for one. Klal Yisrael we've never lost our shuls and our bate medrash. Isn't that incredible? There's never been a period of Jewish history without Yidden having shuls and bate medrash. Absolutely incredible. Shnei Amar, Vayatok Hashem Elokecha L'chas HaKlala L'bracha. Ki ha'eitcha Hashem Elokecha Klala v'lo klala. Ultimately, again, so most of the curses at some point, but the one where Bilam said you'll never have bate medrash, you'll never have bate knesset, that never came true. Throughout the entire history, we were never without bate knesset and bate medrash. Absolutely, you know, our Rabbi, every single week we learn the many things, clandestine based education, clandestine shul, in the Rothschild ghetto, throughout the years that he was there. Right? That's the justice that he gave. Can you imagine this? He gave him all that. He literally were in Gehenna. So all the other curses came true. But if you look at a base measures, if you look at a shul, that never happened in the entirety of our history. Absolutely. Let's go back there. Gemara says, I'm going to be sure my Yochanan. Might say that the money could say Talos Shiko's song. So what's this? So literally translated, what is it? Essentially, good are the injuries given to you by someone who you love, and despise are the kisses of an enemy. What does that mean? So the Gemara says, Toba Kala Shekila Achia Shiloni Yisrael Yosemi Bracha Shabir Kam Bilam. So ultimately, again, the color that we got from Achia Shilon, right? Remember again, Achia Shilon, you got him where you see him, just a few days ago, where you see him, excellent, by Ravam Ben Nevat, right? He was the one who took the garment, cut into 12 pieces, gave Ravam 10 of the pieces, says, you are now over 10 tribes. Achia Shilon, so when the Achia Shilon cursed us, right? What he means to curse us is he was on behalf of God. So essentially, better to get the quote-unquote curse, the rebuke of Achi Ashiloni, than the bracha of Shila. Unless it's incredible Gemara. How so? This is an overwhelming Gemara. Listen to this. Here we go. Achi Ashiloni, Kilo as Yisrael B'Kana. But Achi Ashiloni cursed us. I say curse is a strong word. Delivering rebuke. But we're going to call it a Torah. When he cursed, he referred to Klal Yisrael to read. As you read, a kind of listen to the Shir Amai. So Cheshbach will strike Klal Yisrael. Shir reed is stricken in the water. So we'll say, now what does this mean? So why does he compare us to a reed? Get ready for this. This is incredible. So first of all, a reed always stands by water. Like the Gizom cliff and a reed relates. So it's always found by water. It has a lot of and listen, what happens with the reed? A reed is soft. Because it's soft, all of the winds of the world could blow it. And what happens to the reed? It also will come up. So what happens to the reed? We turn it over. Even laying on ice, but it's never uprooted. You know, because aim season also ultimately again the reed just sways with the wind. But as soon as the wind is finished, what happens is it's back up in place. Yet interestingly enough, about and he called us a cedar tree. Now what's the case? The cedar doesn't grow by water. Right? The cedar, it does not go ahead. A cedar is a very strong tree, and they won't move. But once the wind goes ahead and gets the cedar tree, so apparently again, while all the winds can't do anything to the cedar tree, the southern wind does have the ability to uproot it and put it on its face. It's not only that, Further, I will say the reed is privileged to be fashioned into a quill, ultimately to be used to the Torah. So let's say, so therefore again, better to get the curse of Achiloni, right, than to get the bracha of the annihilation. Just to think a moment, in that bracha of Achiloni is incredibly profound. Everything to be successful is contained in this schema. Number one, to be like reed. Number one, plant yourself. What does water represent? What is Torah? Water is also chesed. Torah, water is chesed. Don't take a person who wants to sustain themselves in life. There are two things you need to do. You need to be completely embedded in life, just learning Torah, but living Torah. Furthermore, to exist for yourself and must become a person who is about chesed, and must ultimately, again, who is rooted in a life. Furthermore, we'll say life is with winds. Life is with circumstances that we don't want. Different ways that you can deal with unwanted circumstances. So number one, you just fall down. Woe is me. I didn't want this, I planned this, I don't like this, this is a little fair, whatever you say, right? And you can just give up. You're not happy with going, give up, later you do that, or you go with it. Go with it, just leave it. And then when you're going to go here, and life circumstances have all different kinds of places. One thing I know with absolute certainty, which is spring back. Okay. I'll be okay. But whenever, again, this is a tumultuous period of life, and tumultuous periods of life, we are pushed down this way, pushed down that way. Circumstances of life actually take their toll on us. But one thing I know, that when it dies down, and it will, I'll slowly but surely spring back. Why? Because I've never been, once again, going back to the beginning, as long as I keep myself rooted by water, the water of Torah, the water of Chesed, my root system is strong. And if my root no set of circumstances, how debilitating they may be from where I am situated. Incredible. What's the last quality of the Komos? You know what the crown of Komos really is? It becomes a quill that I like to say for Torah. At the end of the day, will say so profound and so many levels. Sefer Torah represents again the book of our accomplishments. At the end of the day, what's your book of accomplishments? Personalistic Sefer Torah that you are writing. But the half of the Sefer Torah, what's the beauty of writing a Sefer Torah? Doesn't just benefit you, it benefits others. Kind of going full circle. We started with the water, we end with the Sefer Torah. The real hallmark of your accomplishments is always able to do that. It's very nice to be the reed, to be the reed, and all these beautiful things. At the end of the day, what is the picture of truly becomes? What is it that you're doing? What is your grand your grand accomplishment? Ultimately, is a personalistic Sefer Torah you write for yourself. Ultimately, you have to be able to be used by others as well. Incredible. Let's like that. As far as just go back to below. Go back to below. Bayar said, Kini, lo, I see one of the that's what I said. I hear that's interesting. So the Gemara says, means Yisro. Yisro and Bilam knew each other. They were learning to see this morning. They were from the Egypt days, and they knew each other. So Bilam says to Yisro, what are you doing here? That Yisro was with Yisro. What are you doing here? What's going on over here? I weren't involved in discussion in Egypt at the moment. So the Gemara says, who positioned you? Who planted you over here with Moshe Rabbeinu? So, people who were involved in that council. Now, what council? When Rashi points out here, when Paro said, Paro said, throw the Jewish babies into the Nile, there were three people involved in that discussion. Who were they? Bilam, Eof. Okay, Bilam, Shia, guess, Bilam ultimately killed. Now again, he wasn't killed until much later, right? Remember again, well, not much later. He's killed desert, right? So Bilam, Shia, Shasak, Nidon be Yisur. Eo, who was he didn't object, but he was punished with suffering. I say, isn't that one? I say, so, the whole story of Eo is a story of civil suffering that carries to its source. Right? The whole cup of Eo was like Tzadik Faralo, that right to suffer so in unimaginable ways that we can't even understand. It's fantasy over here that at least according to this streaming Chazal, Eo's suffering was a punishment. Well, go ahead and stop the situation. You have an opportunity to stop it, and you have the opportunity to step in and prevent something bad from happening, and you fail to do so, you are complicit. So Eo was complicit with Mati. He's punished with suffering. What happened? Yisro Shabara. Yisro ran away. Yisro ran away. Zafu b'nei banav leishid l'shkas. This is wild. Because he ran away, Yisro was Zochatat to have grandchildren who were members of the Sanhedrin. Shnamar Nishpachot Yoshe Yadis Tarkain Saying Hema Kima Bayam was Habibi Shachan Uksid Ubnekini Chosi Moshe Olume Ir Hatmar. So I say, isn't that wild? So Yisro was silent, and therefore Yisro ran away because he ran away. He was to have children who were members of the Sanhedrin. We'll say, you say. What's the question? What's the burning question you have? What's the burning question? What's the burning question? Why didn't he object? Why did he quit away? It's cowardly. Why stay your ground and object? Understand. You so smart. What did he understand? He already lost. But how did he already lost? Right? What was it? Was a tribunal of 3. Already was Paro. Sorry, it was a tribunal of 4. It was Paro, Yisro, Paro, Bilam. Paro was in, right? So he was silent, and non-vote, which means that he already understood. I don't have a voice anymore. So it's like, and this is tremendously. So when we see something that is broken, we absolutely have to try our best to try to fix it. But there are circumstances that are very broken, and what a person has to do with himself in that situation, you have to remove yourself from it. You can't fix every problem. And again, sometimes certain situations are so toxic. Again, it can't be fixed. It can't be fixed. Instead, again, someone has to be removed from the situation because they themselves may be a source of toxicity, or ultimately, again, they're just maybe so much, I gotta get out. So ultimately, again, it's not Yisra running away as an act of terror. It's Yisra recognizing I don't have the ability to affect change in this situation, and therefore, I'm moving from the equation. Incredible. Let's go like that. So much on. Shumokel. So maybe open on. So Bilam was saying, most of the nation who gets in the middle of Yisrael, when Hashem is redeeming his people. In other words, when Hashem redeems us, there's so much passion within Klal Yisrael that ultimately don't get in the middle of that. So the Gemara says, so me matok susha ben Rabbi Rothschild is cutting zeh and zeh. Again, it would be the same trying to throw a garment in between. So apparently not a good idea to go back, right? And if you go ahead and you put garment there, the garment's not going to stop them from doing what it says. Good. Then you know the sim miyaki. Amarav libot askir. That's the name of the place. Whatever. Ad ashra kadlen dom kandela mishad. Again, one day will spread out. They'll conquer a vast land up until Asher they'll kill. From there afterwards, they will enslave. Now, incredible. So now Bilam realizes, explain a little bit. Right? Bilam realizes he can't curse the Jewish people. Not going to work. As they say, it's not working. It's not working. But Bilam says to Balak, look, curse them, but let me give you an aid what you can do to just be done with his people. Let me give you. All right. So what? So Bilam, now Lashon Bilam, he says, "Eshayasa ha'amazal la'amecha." So the Gemara is like, "Amecha la'am hazeh." Why should it be your nation? It should be this nation. But ultimately, again, hinges on others. All right, so what's Bilam? So Moses says now this is not working. Bilam says, Baba, here's my last piece of. He said this is like this is like full in case of what is it? Full in case of emergency. This is the fire alarm. This is what you do to Klal Yisrael if you want to destroy them. Elohim shall aid sonei zima. You know what that means more than anything? That means immorality. Morality, right? Listen, we've seen by the morality is not the thing that was probably his most. What does Hashem hate most? Dishonesty. What's very most? Dishonesty. Disingenuity, right? That's Cheshbach who hates more. Cheshbach hates people who just are dishonest. Cheshbach who can do it any and every other way. He really can. But we can't build on ourselves. We're not honest with each other. That's what he can't do it. But nevertheless, morality is a very close second. But he does like immorality. So Bilam says like this. They is like Krishna. Now the Jews is that the Jews like got a thing for linen garments. And that points out over here why did they like linen garments? So that says it's what they was in Egypt. Apparently again. It's light, usable material, good for all seasons, right? So the appetite for it. So what's it? You know, so Bilam says, here's what you should do. Bilam lays out the whole plan for Balak. Here's what you do. So go like make like a little bit of like a market. Remember again, the Jews are camped in the desert. So Bilam, so just see I have like imagery over here. So Jews are camped in the desert. Bilam says to Balak, look, set a shuk, like a marketplace, right by the Jewish encampment. Okay? Go ahead. The whole shit behind it. Staff the shuk with harm. Okay? Zikim. The other an older harlot on the outside and a younger harlot on the inside. Okay, the Makruba and Clay and a place should sell one thing, right? Linen garments. So we're going to see really two things. It's linen wine, right? We're going to see that comes in a little bit later on. Right? So sell linen garments, and what happens? Well, it's incredible. Asam kilai, right now. So what happens? So Bilam listen. Shal marketplace. Aslam kilai mehar shalek ayishimos. Moshe knows. So getting the horse the other different. Okay, this book is incredible Gemara. Ubishoklim v'shotzim ismechem v'yotzim l'kayishok. So just now it happens. So we're minding our own business. We're sitting in our cabinet. So what happens? Hopefully you think ismechem. So let's say just as you think about our time as it. Do you know what happened? Hopefully shotzim. If I bring something, you had someone made a l'chaim, we were happy with each other, with most of them, we were happy with the country. Life is good. We're on our way to Eretz. We're on our way to Eretz. So what happened? The dinner was over. We take a little spazier. Where do you think we start? Or the kino. So the older, remember again, where are the older harvests? Right, they were on the outside. So the Gemara says, is the king, you Jews, you're in the market for linen garments? I'm selling it for X. Right, for X. Right? Meanwhile, what would happen? The bubbles. Now, meanwhile, the younger harlot, who was sort of, actually, they were what's that term, like stalls, right? So the older harlot on the outside, the younger harlot on the inside. The older harlot would say, I'll say the ticket. The younger one would call out, come to me, right? I'll sell you sale. Okay, so we're Jews, we know where we're going. And nothing happened in the beginning, just purchasing of linen garments. It's happened 2 or 3 times. Carry out to Ben bias. Shev early atzmei. It's what happened. It's after a couple of times this happened. So a report. No, they will say they have no idea they're doing a harvest. Right? Again, remember up until now, this business. So this happened a couple of times. It's who like to run the businesses on the inside. They say to the Jewish man, listen, you a couple of things. Come inside. Come sit a little bit. And she would have a jug of okay. Was very. And what happens? And what's for the wine house was prohibited. So there was nothing wrong with drinking the wine non-Jew. So you would have a glass of wine. So she would ask her, would you like a drink of wine? The shasa boerbo. So let's say he said yes, strong wine. It could be unleashed. Right? And he says, it's very important to understand the context of this was purely transactional, like size-wise transactional. That was it. And it was that glass, the gateway for everything. So now what happened at this point in time, the Midjanarian would proposition a Jewish. So what happened? So she would take out. So the woman would say to the Jewish man, "I'm willing to have relations with you." So she would take out the idol from inside her clothing, a little idol, like a little, like not a big one, just like a, right? And she would say, "Just do me a favor, just before we move to the next step over here, if you wouldn't mind just going ahead and worshiping this idol." Both is incredible. Hello, you do the you say, isn't this incredible? The world doesn't understand the Kedusha of the Jew. What are you talking about? Right? Because I was like, I want to point out that this guy obviously isn't the firmest guy in the world. Like Rothschild's not writing his biography. Remember, what is he about to do? What is he about to do? This guy is ready to go, right? He's ready to have relations with his midnight prostitute. So this is not like a gun olam over here. But yet, when she wants him to worship idolatry, he's like, what? You're about to engage. You're about to engage this woman. As I'm about to do that, I'm going to worship idolatry. Right? Those are one part. So what do you say to him? Come on, don't make more has to be. This is about part. So all you need to do is it, right? That's all you really need, right? Just a normal body, right? So just go ahead and relieve yourself. It's good for the body, it's healthy. So really, you're happy, Kylo's happy, I'm happy, then we'll all be happy. It's going to be fantastic. So just vacation will be we're good to go. Now, but who? Now, the Jewish man didn't realize that the way to worship Baal is through defecation. Things that this is a really strange woman, right? But at the same time, he wants her. So okay, if that's what it is. Okay, I guess okay. Right? So when I say again, say yes, okay. After he defecates, she says, oh, by the way, one more thing. And we get to repudiate the authenticity of the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, at this point in time, our is really far into this, right? Wine, defecated, right? So pretty much like he's in, right? He's in. So at this, we'll say at a certain point in time, you make so many wrong turns at those turns. And you're like, oh my gosh. At this point in time, he's so in with this woman that when I say he goes there and he questions him, so ultimately, and this is how it started. I must say two things in this story. Number one, do you understand? You understand to what lengths they went to, like, right? And this is time. You know what this is? You have to kill someone. A TikTok, you know, kill someone, right? You know, a couple of moments, right? And that's it. It's done. This is time. Is resources. This is planning. This is hatred. This is what I can't even have to suck them up. Because again, it's episodic. I'm going to argue, okay, with that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying, you understand. You can understand that, but like, you're trying to resources. You're sacrificing a generation of women. Like there's a lot of resources going into Jew hating. This is what we see this back. Okay, we have to finish. Let's go back. This is one of those like they should be troubleshooting. It also tells you, by the way, that the path to sin is often with very innocuous activities. It started with shopping. By the way, you can use this one. Shopping is a gateway activity. Right? And what you're going to do is argue. You with that. It's not me. It's something. Bad things happen in shop. Right? So what's it just to see? That's just to see that Steve, that one goes, bad things happen when you shop, right? So I just want to point out that it started now. Again, there's nothing wrong with shopping. You're buying clay pishtan. What is interesting is, I want to point out, clay pishtan is the need. Running back to the marketplaces multiple times. Remember, they didn't even need any drop in the midbar. We did everything for that. So if they were coming back multiple times, that show you X of materialism. Materialism. You don't need that many sets of clay articles of clothing. No one needs a wardrobe like that. And if you just keep buying and purchasing, then your focus is shifted. Enjoy the material world. Enjoy materialism. But don't let it become your focus. The moment it becomes my focus, then I'm now focusing a whole bunch of other things. Indulgence in the material, but a glass of wine, not be having a glass of, and not because there's a very simple reason. Not be having a glass of any woman who your wife, your mother, your sister, your daughter. If they are not directly related to you, should not be having a glass of wine with them. It's a simple math. Bad things happen when men and women who are not married to each other or directly related to one another share alcoholic beverages. Not good. It's not. So you see again, over-obsessed in materialism led ultimately again to glass of wine with people that you should not be having wine with. And then what happens? They're both say, Avodah Zarah, immorality, all this stuff. And where did it start with? What did it all start with? It started with too many linen garments. Too many linen garments. So let's say this is the most important. This is to live life with such mindfulness and awareness. Every action has consequences, and every action is a good thing, something that follows it, and even something inherently non-sinful doesn't have to be the right thing to put direction you need to get to in life. All right. Shishma, the name of the place is Shittim, I'm sure. No, it's called Shittim because, again, it was a place in Klal. So, ultimately, again, that we involved in for and literally, women, it didn't even work for them. That isn't what I call they were so bent just enticing the Jewish even to base themselves to the point just to get the men to sin. Obviously, the men, so I'm saying the men seem like this. Again, so became about carry. All they were similar missions. My Russian Rafi, the Raja Omer Rafi Bishma, then the Rafi Bishma Omer, Sharipo, ultimately, again, they weakened in the Torah. So, if you are someone in the ritual, so he used Lashon Vayish, so that he always Lashon Tsar, Lashon difficulty. Shneimar, Vayish is the sheeping, Vayachal Amizno, Abel Vayish, so that's our spectrum. Vayish, Yaakov Baris Miguel, Baris Kinan, Vayavi says Sama Abraham. So we'll say ultimately Vayish Yaakov, the cell of Yosef. Benemar Vayish is Baris Goshen. Vayish you may Israelamos. Yaakov in Selden Goshen, Yaakov died not long after. Vayish you could Israel Beta, Ishkas Nova Takastina. So Vayish was Satan Shlomas Hadad Domi. So again, whenever you see the word Vayish, as much as Vayish sounds like a lashon like tranquility, usually it's being negative. That's what happened. That's not going to be hard about so ultimately, Klal Yisrael kills all of Midian, and they also kill all the kings of Midian. That's the Gemara. So the Gemara says, why was Bilam with the king? Why was he there? So it's like because Bilam went to collect his honorarium. Now, why did Bilam honorarium? After all, again, he did both. As once he did something better than he do, he devised the strategy to lure lives of 24,000 Jews. So Bilam went to the king's and said, "Have delivered you dead Jews." I went ahead and caused Klal Yisrael to suffer this terrible misfortune. You give me money. And what ends up happening? He goes to payment. And what happens? He goes to the payment and he ends up at Klal Yisrael. The famous adage, Gamla alzla by turning. So that's the famous was the saying, right? The camel to get a pair of horns ends up losing its ears. Well, so once again, much better in the original Aramaic, right? But you understand, something else, camel is big, right? There's a camel on. Camel has 5 horns. Who doesn't want horns? No one messes with you when you have horns. And the camel in his 4 horns ends up losing his own ears. Like, Bilam wanted something that was beyond his reach, and he ended up losing everything in his life. Bilam and they killed Bilam ben Kosein. He wasn't sure he was a Navi. Why did he call us her? Rabbi Yochanan Bilam Navi L'Basov Kosein. In the beginning, he wasn't Navi. But then I will say, source lesser is a lesser position than Navi. See, he wasn't Navi, but because of a series of bad choices, ultimately, again, he's just the woman, the princess, who was once married to royalty, ultimately committed adultery with a laborer. In other words, we'll say it's bad for the princess to commit adultery. It's even worse when she commits adultery with like emperor. So again, Bilam wasn't nothing, but ultimately again he degraded himself so badly that he sinned as a sorcerer. I will say when the Jews killed Bilam, they killed the way that he suffered all 4 forms of execution. Actually points out it was something amazing. They hanged him, right? So I will say, listen to this. So they hanged him underneath the fire. By hanging him, and that's chenek. Decapitated him. That's science, right? That's right. That's science. That's the sword, right? Then he formed that's skila. That skila person off a roof, and then they burns in the fire, it's a straight off. Let's treat him with all four forms of Nisa. When he died, how old was he when he died? So Gemara said, because of so again, interesting enough, I don't know, but here's what I would say. Since the pasuk says, deceitful people do not even live to half of their life. So we'll say eternal lifespan of years. Half of that life would be 30. Means the Shem don't live to 35. So Rabbi Hanina says, I would guess by plussing or by plussing the Arba. 33 or 34. Some age right below 35. Some of the Shabbat, the min said, Rabbi Hanina Shkoyach, Shabbat Kamet, with Yi Chazli Pinkas. I have Bilam's journal. I got a copy of his journal, and in the journal I saw because of about Bilam, and it's written that Bilam was killed by Pinchas at the age of 30. So it says Bilam was 33. Ultimately, again, look at us. I'll have to stop over here. Please, right, let's again. We move the goalpost every day. Right today, you got the Amazon side. Everyone, that's tremendous. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Respecting of our neighbors.
All of our sponsors for this morning, to thank our annual Talmud Torah. We're dedicated to this year, which is tremendous mazel tov. So Naftali's friend Benjamin Wall, on the occasion of the marriage of his dear son, Tulas Hashem experienced tremendous nachas and hatzlacha. I provide that to all of Klal as well. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Catholic, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays, Kathy and granddaughter Esther, anonymous Talmud Torah sponsors in the schools of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Gulema for Klal Yisrael. Indy Kelman, Mary of Avram's mother, Sarah Brian Abbas, Yoshua Heschel Zechon Lebracha. Learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy, Mary Shnavir, Zayda Paul's Paul Ben Zacharia, and Bas Dove, and Steve Golaskov, in honor of all of the bracha that Hashem has come for me, Jordana, and as we do also with that, let us begin a tremendous Zevi Daniel and the Chazara Chabura. Hashem, absolutely. I'm sorry. That's like all the name, and they're definitely better. But really, and not to scratch the power again. I know it only ends up being a couple of minutes, but the truth is, remember to get a couple minutes of Chazara and to go away with reinforcing, reading some of these solas of the daf. Obviously, you'd need probably a full hour to, but like to accomplish 10 minutes is incredible and a tremendous stuff to all those who push a little bit more. Incredible. Also, today's daf is Kuvav 106. We are picking up a mitzvah on Kufiyama days. We have a lot to do today. We are picking up Eretz Hashem 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 10 lines up from before it gets wide. Remember, speaking about the ended off yesterday, he's fascinating sugya about how God was built on people to curse Israel. And the Gemara explained that essentially, Bilam understood the exact moment that the Rothschild gets angry. And he understood that he was able to curse Israel during that moment, that there was traffic consequences for Israel. A miracle occurred, and that entire time that Bilam was trying to curse Israel, that entire time, Hashkadosh Baruch Hu never got angry. So we're picking up on that. The Gemara says that's like behind the Kamali Bilam Mabalak, Ma Ekol V'Kavokel. So this is what Bilam said to Balak, Balak, what do you want from me? I can't probably sell the Hashkadosh Baruch Hu doesn't want to curse them, right? There's nothing to do. I can curse the people. Elza in B'chol Yom, the Kamazalo. So the Rosh gets angry every day. How long does the anger of the Ribono Shalom for? So the Gemara says, it's just a few moments. Really, I should say, just a moment. Just a moment, a singular moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets angry at. If you catch God in it, then terrible catastrophe is for Klal Yisrael. Shirega bi'apo, chayim birtzono. It's a moment. It's only a moment of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's wrath. The other possibility is Lech ani l'chadarecha. The Nabi said, my nation, go into your hiding place. Go into your hiding place. Close the door. Hide yourself literally again. Ya'avar za'an. Until wrath passes by. So again, just wait a moment until the divine wrath passes. So the Gemara says, good. When does this moment of anger occur? When does Rothschild get angry? In the hours of the morning, the early morning. Ultimately, again, when the Gemara says, the feathers of roots are always. So apparently, again, throughout the day, it might be white, but there are small streaks of red. In these early hours of the morning, so it's totally white. Okay, so we say story. Kind of a story here. There was a min. Let's see, see this word before. Min is a heretic. There was a heretic who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi. Right? And I will say again, now when it says a min, this is obviously an incredibly antagonistic person. The Hava comes Saturday. And he just gave Rabbi Yeshua a very difficult time. Very difficult time. So what happened? This is incredible. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi had an idea. Yom Echad, Naked Tanagolta, Va'asole B'karei, Va'osif Ba'amar Kimata Ushaita, Ilache. It's a great idea. He's like, I'm done with this guy. So what do you do when you're done with the guy? You get a rooster, you tie it to your bed. The moment that you see that the feather turns white, and you curse. And that way, again, you are being into that moment of divine. Hey, you can be done with this guy. I just want to point out, obviously, the fact that Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi is going to this level. There's two things happening. Number one, the guy is a min, right? So in other words, there's a theological. Right, that's number one. Number two, obviously, he was subjecting Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi to a tremendous amount of difficulty, right, and pain. So Yeshua ben Levi is willing to these lengths to be able to. So I just want to point out again, we're all part of the story. But Lamai said there's much more that's happening over here. So Yeshua ben Levi is ready to curse the dog. When that moment came, so literally again, it's early morning. Therefore, again, Yeshua ben Levi is ready to curse. And that moment is about to come. What happens? Elatia fell asleep. The Gemara says, he fell asleep. So Yeshua ben Levi says it's clear. Lav means this is not the normal way. But this woman says the fact that I fell asleep, she's like, he's up the whole way, just waiting for that one moment. And literally, when that one moment came, he fell asleep. So the fact that he fell asleep in that moment, that this woman says, indicates that what? There's probably you want me to do this. It's not what God wants, not the approach that God wants. Right? The tzaddik punishing someone, right? And the tzaddik being the vehicle of misfortune for someone is not good. Who doesn't want us to go ahead and even if the other deserves it, it's not. Who doesn't want us cursing each other? Who doesn't want us harming each other? Even if the other, right? Rashi says over here, it's not good for the tzaddik to be the vehicle of punishment, and it's not good for someone to be punished because of the tzaddik. Incredible. More like that. I will say, and ultimately again with a min, right? Even with someone who's a heretic, it's not good for the tzaddik ultimately again to be the vehicle of divine punishment. Incredible. We'll say, Kofi Amber 105, the second one of the file on the bottom. Tell him the Shashach anything to say and from the family at Kois. Again, the Gemara now says here, when the sun rises and the kings, the sun worshippers, go ahead and put their crowns on their head and worship the sun, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets upset. In other words, the topic, what does that do with anything? It's not upset. So when does God get upset? When it goes ahead and sees creations have forgot about him and instead serve the creations, HaKadosh Baruch Hu upset. And he went ahead and he saddled his donkey. Okay. So Gemara said, "Well, say now, what's bothering the Gemara about the pasuk here? Bilam is a chashuv guy. Important. If he's important then doing, right? He should have been his own donkey. You have a guy for that. Right? You reach a certain level. So why do you think that Bilam himself is the one who is saddling his donkey? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon Elazar, Avo Levatalas Ashur shall be Golam. It's very interesting. There are certain things that disrupt the natural order of life. One of them is love. Love, right? Let's see, what is it? Love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of human behavior. Where do we know this from? So the Gemara says, Avram, Tsiv, Vayashkim, Avram, the morning of the Yakeda, right? Got up, also saddled his donkey. Avram is a guy, right? Avram has multiple guys. So why is he saddling his own donkey? Because remember, this was on the way to Yakeda. He's consumed with love for Yitzchak, consumed with love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of things. Okay? Furthermore, what else disrupts the natural order of things? Sinah. Shura shall Gedula. So let's say hatred. Hatred also disrupts the natural order of things. Ultimately, again, Bilam got up in the morning and he saddled his own donkey. So let's say it's interesting what's coming out between love and hate, right? They're extreme emotions. So what do you see from here? What do you see from extreme emotional situations? Sometimes make us do irrational things. Irrationality for Adam Avinu was because he was saddling his own donkey, consumed by his love for Hashem. Bilam was so consumed by his hatred and animosity for Klal Yisrael that he saddled his own donkey. Now, in Bilam's case, the hatred was all-consuming that even to the behavior was clearly self-detrimental, he could not stop. Let's say often, but there's one more emotion that really belongs in this line, and the fear is also a very strong emotion, and fear also disrupts the natural order of things. How many times in life are we faced with incredible opportunities to accomplish great things, but sometimes we are so scared of failure, so scared of the possibility of failure that we simply don't take. It doesn't make any sense. Every life endeavor carries with the possibility of failure. Right? Every life initiative carries with the strong possibility of falling flat on your face and not even going back or even being pushed back a couple of steps. But if you can't handle the failure, then you can never progress in life. But yet, so many of us kind of just settle for a life of mediocrity because we're afraid of the occur if we push ourselves a little bit more. Incredible. Beautiful Gemara. I will say, by the way, I'll just point out, it's something amazing. Where, just so you should understand, where is it that also is that we have the koach, get up at a really ungodly hour, able to learn Torah each and every day, right? And some of us have been doing this for years. Some have been doing this, for more than a decade. Where does that koach come from? So to understand, it comes from Vayashkim Avram Baboker. Vayashkim Avram Baboker is not rolling out of bed at a normal hour. Vayashkim Avram Baboker is really ridiculous. Ridiculous. Why? To serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because when you love something, no matter how exhausted you are, right? If you think about it, if your child to get picked up at the airport, right? So you're not saying to yourself, the flight comes in at 6 a.m. So I'm at my house at 4. So you're not like, listen, Schaefer, I love you. Get a cup of coffee. I'm going to be there around 9. Right? Just hang out a little bit. Right? I'll just think, right? Getting a lot of blank expressions over here. Maybe we should do that. Take an Uber. Right? In other words, when you love something, even though again it's falling on my face, it's not like you're any more rested because you love something. You're literally exhausted. But again, I push myself because I love it. So where do we get that car? And I will say again, it's important to understand that what it is that we do is like a shtickle abnormal. Right? It'd be a little bit more normal to get a little bit more sleep, and to be a little more rest, and to be whole people that are like seen double by 7 o'clock. Right? It would be a little bit. Listen, so what's the pshat? Where does it come from? Vayashkim Avram. Avram was the first person to say, get up early. Push yourself to do things that are a little bit abnormal. And I will say every single morning when we do it, just understand, we are Abrahamic. We're mamish following in the footsteps of the Zayda, Because Abba Mekalkel Esashura. Love makes people do crazy things. Sometimes in a negative, but for us, always in a positive. Okay, so goes back there. Person should always learn Torah and Mitzvahs. Even not for the right reasons. Even Shalom Shema. Right? Shemar says Shema. Sorry, Shema, Bala Shema. So because sometimes in life, what's most important is do things for the right reasons. At the end of the day, do the right thing is for the wrong reasons. Why? Over time, you'll come to do it for the right reasons. Right now, I'm not doing things for the right reason. Over time, I'll come to do it for the right reason. Listen to this. This is wild. Balak, the king of Moab, just follow the story. Balak, the king of Moab, who hired Bilam to curse Klal Yisrael. So meaning to take away that. Balak's a bad guy. Balak is a bad guy. But yet he offered up 42 karbanos. It wasn't to idolatry. It was to God. He offered up 42 karbanos because he wanted God to bow Yisrael. But Lamaisa, again, in the details, right? At the end, he served HaKadosh. The Gemara says, of his service of Hashem. Not for the right reasons. He had a granddaughter by the name of Rus. Rus had a great-grandson by the name of David. And David and Mary Hashem had an anacle by the name of Mashiach. So as I see, Mashiach comes from Balak. How crazy that. And Mashiach comes from Balak, who did something only for all the wrong reasons. He offered up 42 karbanos all for the wrong reasons. When says to him, do what you want, and not curse Al Yisrael, but look how it is. Sometimes the most beautiful results come from the most unholy of sources. As long as those unholy sources are laced with holiness, right? Sometimes again the most incredible results come about even from the most unnoble intentions. But nevertheless, because ultimately great things happen. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yossi. Rus Eglon ben Binosha Balak Melech Moavaya. I forget Marcus says it. Rus was the daughter of Eglon. Eglon, right, of Moab, right? And Eglon was the grandson of Balak, Melech Moab. Good. So I'm going to read Rabbi Mari. Ksir v'yiter eloket shem shlomo mishmecha v'yigdal eskim kisecha. So this is the Nabi talking and God will make the name of Shlomo. Now what it sounds like it's saying is God will make the name of Shlomo even greater than your name. And his throne will be even than your throne. So the Gemara says, is it appropriate to talk to the king this way, seeing that the next king is going to be even greater than you? That doesn't seem to be the greatest amount of respect. In other words, saying that the next king, you're good. The next king, he's going to be fantastic. No, the Navi wasn't saying that Shlomo is going to be greater. It means that Shlomo's greatness is going to be like yours. Like your greatness. I'll tell you what, I interpret it this way. Tivorah minoshim Yael Hakimi minoshim ba'ohel Tavurah. So we'll say Yael, right? Yael, who killed Sisera, helped to cement the victory of Devorah and Barak. So when Devorah praises her, he says, Devorah minashim Yael, you will be blessed from amongst them in Yael. Like Rakimi, minashim ba'ohel Devorah. From the women part, minashim, what does that mean, minashim? So it would be tempting to treat it as you will be even greater than the women of the right? Now who are the women? Manimnu, Rivka, Rachel, Leah. The emos, is the Navi saying that Yael's greater than the women than the emos. So the Gemara says, Orach Aram Rahaki. Can it be that Yael is greater than me? Not Ella Me'im Kamar. How can I Me'im Kamar? So no. What the Navi what Devorah was saying to Yael is, you are almost as great as the emos. Much in the same way that the Navi is telling David, your Shlomo will be almost great as you. So that's interpretation of one. Other possibility is just Rabbi Yossi Barchoni. Listen to this. Bakal Adam Niskanim. Most in general, we are jealous of other people. Most this is a very affirming Gemara. What does this mean? Bakal Adam Niskanim means I am jealous of the success of other people. Well, it's very affirming Gemara, right? Because as much as the Torah tells us, "Lo sachmo," don't covet, it is normal and natural to be jealous of other people's success. Right? Someone has more money than me. Someone is more successful than me. Someone have more career accomplishments than me. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of people who eclipse me. But the Gemara says there are two exceptions to this. Chutz, mibino, v'tamido. There are two people who you're never jealous of, and two people who you want to be even greater than you. Number one, your son, and number two, your Talmud. Your Talmud, your student. What every parent wants, I want my child to be better than me. I want them to be better than me. I want them to learn from all of my mistakes, learn from all of my wrong turns, and I want them to be 100%. My Talmud. What does every single Rabbi want? Every single Talmud, ultimately, again, who goes ahead and is greater than him, smarter than him, better than him. Because also both of these cases, the students, like my son's success feels less, and my Talmud's success feels like my success. So the Gemara says, so from son, how do you know that a father wants a son? So that's from Shlomo. That's again according to the tradition. Rabbi was telling David, Shlomo will be greater than like great. Right? And tell me, where do we know that? Is it some possibilities we learn it from Elisha, right? Again, ultimately, again, Elio gives Elisha a double portion of his greatness. So Elio wanted Elisha or Moshe to Yoshua. Hashem said to Moshe, place your hand singular on Yoshua. Moshe placed his hands plural on Yoshua. So again, both of these Rebbeim wanted their Talmidim to be even greater than them. Incredible. Let's go back to Rabbi. Let's go back to the Hashem placed his words in Bilam. Omer Malach. The Yoros and Omer Kika. So again, so one opinion says Hashem placed the Malach in Bilam to prevent Bilam from saying and from cursing the two. Other opinion says he placed the hook in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from cursing as follows. Incredible. If you want to know how Bilam wanted to curse Israel, look how he blessed himself. In other words, from the blessings you can see the curses. How so? The Gemara says, listen to this. Bilam wanted us to have no more shuls. No more shuls and no more batei medrash. So the Gemara says, what they say, Matavu Halecha Yaakov. Right? Again, I was about to say it's interesting. From whatever he cursed, whatever the curse was, see from the curse what he had. Sorry, the blessing, what he had in mind to curse. So he praises the tense of Klal. That means he wanted to destroy future batei medrash and batei knesios of Klal. Incredible. Lotra, Shechina, let the Shechina rest upon. Umishkino Sech Yisrael. Lo tehei malchus Israel indoor. Ki nechalim hayu. Lo yehelam zeislavim. They shouldn't have any type of vineyards, right? The vineyards groves. So the Gemara says, "Kiganos alinar." Lo yehelam waft. Like that word. Should waft. In other words, that they're sent to the world. So the Gemara says, "Nita Hashem lo ka'alim nita Hashem lo yinus should not have stature. Ka'arazim alimayim ignorantly. Yizayim midalyo. Lo tiyem achusan shalatas gulmos. The monarchy should not have any control over the nations of the world. Vizaru b'mayim rabin. Lo tiyeh azam achusan. The monarchy should not be strong. Vayarem me'agag malcho. Lo tehei emas malchusan. No one should fear their monarchy. Vatinase malchuso. Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Abba kind of says this: "Kulam chazru l'klala chutz mi'batneisus v'timidrashos." I will say, here's what's incredible: as much as Bilam's curses did not come true, they drew at the time that he said them, but they have come true throughout Jewish history. They have, right? In other words, that there are different periods of time, throughout different periods of time, Bilam's curses did come true, except one. So we've never lost our shuls and our batei medrash. Isn't that incredible? There's never been a period of Jewish history without even having shuls and batei medrash. Absolutely incredible. Shene'ar, Vayapoch Hashem Elokecha Lecha es haklala lebracha. Yahevcha Hashem Elokecha klala velo klalos. ultimately, again, so most of the curses at some point in time did come true. But said you'll never have Bate Medrash, you'll never have Bate Knesios, that never came true. Throughout the entirety of our history, we were never without Bate Knesios. Absolutely, our Rabbi, every single week, we learn the chants now. Right? The Rabbi maintained a clandestine Medrash and clandestine shul in the Warsaw Ghetto throughout the years that he was there. Right? That's Ish Kodesh, the trust that he gave. So again, can you imagine this? Even when we were in Gehenna. So all the other curses came true, but a yid without a shul, that never happened in the entirety of our history. Absolutely incredible. Let's go back there. Rabbi Shlomo Yochanan, Yona's son. My said, "Ne'emanim pesei ohev." So we'll say it's a little bit translated. What does it mean? Essentially, good are the injuries given to you by someone who you love, and despise are the kisses of. What does that mean? So the Gemara Shekila Aki Ashiloni says, Yosemi Bracha Bircham Bilam Asha. This is wild. So ultimately, again, the Kala, the curse that we got from Aki Ashiloni, right? We learned. Remember again, Aki Ashiloni. Where do we see him? Just a few days ago, where do we see him? Excellent, by Rav Abat. Right? He was the one who took the garden of pieces, gave you 10 of the pieces, says, you are now the Melech over 10 tribes. Aki Ashiloni cursed us. The reason he cursed us is he was delivering verbal rebuke on behalf of God. So it's better to get the quote-unquote curse, the rebuke of Aki Ashiloni, than the bracha of Bilam. We'll say this is an incredible Gemara. How so? This is an overwhelming Gemara. Listen to this. Here we go. Aki Ashiloni, Kilo as Yisrael B'Karim. But Aki Ashiloni us. But again, I will say, curse is a strong word. He's delivering rebuke. Okay, but we're going to call it a kala. Yes, he could refer to Klal Yisrael as a reed. A kana. Listen to the Shnei Amar. V'hi kashem es Yisrael, kasher yonot hakana b'mayim. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu will literally strike Klal Yisrael just like a reed is stricken in the water. So let's say now, what does this mean? So why does he compare us to a reed? Get ready for this. So first of all, a reed always gizel machlif, and a reed it's really just so it's always regenerate. Drushav merubin, it has roots. Now what happens to the reed? Soft, all of the winds will blow against it, and what happens to the reed? So what happens to the reed is the reed to be totally blown over, even laying on its side, but it's never uprooted. Because so ultimately, again, reed just sways with the wind. But as soon as the wind finishes, what happens to the reed? It stands right back. Yet interestingly enough, about Shah, God blessed us, and he called us a cedar tree. So first of all, the cedar doesn't grow by water. Right? The cedar has a very shallow root system. Once you cut down a cedar tree, it does not go ahead and cedar is a very strong tree, and therefore all of the winds in the world will blow against it, and they won't move it. The southern wind goes ahead and blows against the cedar tree. So apparently, again, while all the winds can't do anything to the cedar tree, the southern wind does have the ability to uproot it and put it on its face. To read for just a moment, for the reed is privileged into a quill to be used to write a Sefer Torah. So I'll say, so therefore again, better get the curse of Aki Ashiloni, right, than to get the bracha of Bilam. I will say it's important to take a moment. In that bracha of Aki Ashiloni is incredibly profound. Everything we need to be successful is contained in this Gemara. Number one, to be like to read. Number one, plant yourself by water. We'll say, what does water represent? Water is Torah. Water is Torah. Water is Chesed. Let's say if a person wants to, two things you need to do. You need to be constantly embedded, not just learning Torah, but living Torah. Furthermore, you cannot be a person who only yourself. I must be a person who is about chesed. I must ultimately, again, who is in a life of giving for the other. Furthermore, we'll say life is filled with wins. Life is senses that we don't like and we don't want. There are two different ways that you could deal when the winds of unwanted circumstances blow and fall down. You could just say to me, woe is me, I didn't want this, I didn't plan this, I don't like this, it's a low fare, whatever you want to say, right? And you could just give up. You could just give up. You're not happy with the way life is going, give up, lay down. Lay down, play dead. You could do that, or you could go with it. You could roll with it. Just lean into it. He's going to blow me here, and then he's going to blow me there, and life circumstances have a way of meeting all different kinds of places. But one thing I know with absolute certainty, which is when the winds die down, I'll spring back. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Whenever, again, there's a tumultuous period of life and a tumultuous period of life, we are pushed down this way, pushed down that way. Tumultuous life absolutely take their on us. But one thing I know is down, and it will slowly but surely spring back. Why? Because I've never been uprooted. Because once back to the beginning, as long as I keep myself by water, the water of Torah, the water of Chesed, my root system is strong. And if my root system is strong, nothing senses, no set of winds, no matter how debilitating they may be, have the ability to uproot me from where I am sitting. Incredible. Furthermore, what's the last quality of the Kulmos? How accomplishment of the Kulmos really is that it becomes a clone that writes the Sefer Torah. At the end of the day, and I will say so profound on so many different levels, Sefer Torah represents, again, the book of our accomplishments. At the end of the day, what's your book of accomplishments? What is the personalistic Sefer Torah that you are writing? At the top of the Sefer Torah, what's the beauty of writing a Sefer Torah? It doesn't just benefit you, it benefits others. It's going full circle. We started with the water, we end with the Sefer Torah. The real hallmark of your accomplishments is ultimately what you're able to do for the other. While it's very nice to be the root, to be the reed, and all these beautiful things, at the end of the day, what is it that you're contributing to Klal Yisrael? What is it that you're doing? What is your grand accomplishment ultimately? Is a personalistic Sefer Torah right for yourself, but that Sefer Torah ultimately has to be able to be used by others as well. Incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says as follows: Vayar Sakini, so still collect the Bilam. Vayar Sakini, Vayisa Mishalo, Amalo Bilam Yisrael. Kini. So I hear this interesting. So apparently Bilam, the Gemara says, meets Yisrael. Now Yisrael and Bilam knew each other, right? They were going to see in this moment. They knew from the Egypt days. That's how they knew each other. So Bilam says to Yisrael, what are you doing here? With Klal Yisrael. So he says, Yisrael, what are you doing over here? What's going on over here? I was involved in that same discussion in Israel in just a moment. So the Gemara said, Me, Hitmo, Mitzvah, Isani, Olam. Who positioned you, who planted you over here? Shalenu, Klal Yisrael. I'll say there were three people who were involved in that council. Now, what council? When Rashi points out there, when Kalabin Hayilot Hayor Tichu. Pilate said, throw the babies into the Nile. There were three people involved in that discussion. Who were they? Eluhain, Bilam, Eov, and Yisra. Okay. Bilam, Shia Asnera. Bilam said to Pilate, yes, I agree. Yes, I vote yes. Bilam ultimately was killed. Now again, he wasn't killed until much later, right? You remember again, well, not much later. He's killed in the desert, right? So those she has now. Eov Shasak Nidon B'Yisur. Wow. Eov, who was silent. He didn't object, but he also didn't acquiesce. Right? He didn't agree. He was punished with suffering. I would say, isn't that wild? So I say, see, the whole story of Eov, is the story of unimagined that can't be traced to us, right? The whole crop of Eov was like tzaddik varalo, that the righteous suffer. So in unimaginable ways that we can't even understand. It's fascinating to see over here that at least according to this stream in Chazal, it wasn't for nothing. Eov's suffering was a punishment. Well, why was it a punishment? Eov had an opportunity to go ahead and stop this situation. He had an opportunity to stop it. Right? And he didn't. And when you have the opportunity to step in and prevent something bad from happening, and you fail to do it, you are complicit. So Eov was complicit with Paro, and therefore ultimately he's punished with suffering. What happened? Yisro Shabarach, Yisro ran away. This is wild. Because he ran away, Yisro was Zochat al-Eniklah, have grandchildren who are members of the Sanhedrin. So I say, isn't that wild? So Yisro was silent, and therefore, Yisro ran away, and because he ran away, he was Zoka to have children who were members of the Sanhedrin. Why, you'll say, what's the question you have? What's the burning question? Why didn't he object? Why did you get credit for running? It's cowardly. Right? Stand your ground and object. So Yisro was smart enough. What did he understand? Right? It was a tribunal. It was a tribunal of 3. It was tribunal of 4. It was Paro, Yisro, Elam. Paro was in, right? So in. So he was silent and not vote, which means that Yisro already understood I don't have a voice anymore. So it's like, it is a tremendous Yisod. When we see something that is broken, we absolutely have to try our best to try to fix it. But there are circumstances in life that are very broken, and what a person has to do with themselves in that situation, you have to be misalik. You have to remove yourself from it. You can't fix every problem. And again, sometimes certain situations are so toxic that when I saw, again, it can't be fixed. Instead, again, someone has to be removed from the situation because they themselves may be the source of toxicity, or again, they're just maybe so much, I got to get out. So ultimately, again, it's not Yisrael running away as an act of cowardice. It's Yisrael recognizing I don't have the ability to affect change in situation, and therefore I'm removing my equation. Incredible. Let's go like Rabbi. So much love the Omer. Yishumokel. So Rabbi Yochanan. So Bilam was saying, nation who gets the know of Hashem and Klal Yisrael when Hashem is redeeming His people. In other words, Baruch Hu redeems us. There's so much passion between Klal Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch that ultimately don't get in the middle of that. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, so mi mato kusa ben Rabbi l'Leviah v'shashin ischakin zeh and zeh. So apparently, again, it would be the same thing as like trying to throw a garment in between. So apparently, not a good idea to get in the middle of that, right? And even if you go ahead and place a garment there, the garment's not going to stop them from doing what they want to do. And the Gemara says, good. Ben Elazar says that. V'tzim miyad amarav. Amarav libun aspir. V'anu asher v'avover. Ad asher kadal mikan deila. V'shagdisha ultimately again one day will spread our vast land. Abba Asher they'll kill. From there afterwards they will enslave. So okay, now incredible Gemara over here. Incredible Gemara. So now Bilam realizes, fast forwarding a little bit, right? Bilam realizes he can't curse the Jewish people. Not going to work. As they say, it's not working. So therefore Bilam says to Balak, look, I can't curse them, but let me give you an eighth about what you can do to just be done with this people. Let me give you the eighth. All right, so Bilam, now what Bilam is, he says, it says, why should it be your nation? It should be this nation. They tell the kilos about him. So the person himself, but ultimately again hinges the curse on others. All right, so what's Bilam supposed to say now again? The curse is not working. Bilam says, Bala. Here is my last one. This is like this is the full in case of what is it? Full in case of emergency. Right? This is the fire alarm. This is what you do to Klal Yisrael if you want to destroy them. Elohim shall elu son. You know what God hates more than anything? God hates morality. God hates morality. Right? Listen, we've seen by the here. Immorality is nothing that Baruch Hu hates most. What does Hashem hate most? What does Hashem hate most? Dishonesty. Disingenuity. That's what Baruch Hu hates more than Baruch Hu hates people. Baruch Hu can do it any and everywhere. He really can. What he can't do is when we're honest with ourselves, we're not honest with each other. That's what he can't do. But nevertheless, right? Immorality is close second. And he has like now the Jews, this is fascinating. The Jews of that generation, they really liked linen garments. So they like a thing for linen garments. Now Rashi points out over here, why did they like linen garments? So Rashi says it's what they wore in Egypt. Apparently, again, it's light, breathable material, good for all seasons. Right? So they really like linen garments. Okay, they have appetite for it. So what should you do? Listen, the Gemara says, Bo, Vasya ate some. So Bilam says, here's what you do. And Bilam lays out the whole plan for it. Here's what you do. So go make a little bit of like a market. Remember again, the Jews camped in the desert. So Bilam, so you just see have like the imagery over here, the desert. Bilam says to Balak, look, set up like a shuk, like a marketplace, right by the Jewish encampment. Okay? And go ahead. Vahoshit behind zonos. The shuk with harlots, with zonos. Okay? Zikina mibachutz, v'yalda mibifnim. An older harlot on the outside, and a younger harlot on the inside. Okay? V'yimachula and klei pishon. And again, this marketplace should sell one thing. Right? Linen garments. Now we're going to see really two things. It's linen garments and wine. Right? You're going to see that wine comes in a little bit later on. Right? So sell linen garments. And what happens? This is incredible. Aslam kilayim. Right now, what happened? So Bilam listen. Sorry, by the marketplace. Aslam kilayim nehar sheleg adesa yishimos. Voshem and zoros is a kinim of the midifnim. Okay, so here was the plan. This is incredible. Oakland So as it's now, we're minding our own business. We're sitting in our entertainment. So we'll say what happens. What happens? Oakland Shosin Smith. We'll say, do you know, sometimes you think about our time in the deserts. Do you know what happened? Like on a typical evening in the desert? Oakland shows Smith, Ifa Brang, right? Cloudy throw. Yeah, eat a little something, you had someone. Time we were happy with each other, we were happy with Moshe, we were happy with the conscious. Life is good. Right, we're on our way, and now Michigan, that's life is good. So what happened? Dinner was over. Take a little pushback here. Where do you take pushback here? Where do you go? You went to the shop. So around the marketplace. Those are down the shop. Omer's law is a cane off. So the older harvest, remember again, where the older harvest station, right? They were on the outside. So what happened? So the Gemara says, the cane of Omer's law is shada. So what happened? So the older harvest was, oh, you're in the market for, you Jews, you're in the market for linen garments. Good, I'm selling it for X. For X, right? Retail, right? No Marisol. The Baffles, so essentially there were two what's the right term? Like stall, right? So the older husband would be on the outside, the younger husband would be on the inside. The older husband would say, I'll say the Kli Pishtan, retail. The younger one would call out, to me, right? I'll sell you wholesale. Okay, so we're Jews. We know where we're going, right? So again, so go wholesale. Happened. Now we'll say, now nothing in the beginning. Just seeing of linen garments. Shayim v'shalosh pam. This happened 2 or 3 times. Dachakach omer slow. Hurry at kibden bayis. Shev barley atzmei. So what happens? So now after a long time this happened. So on a poor, now again we'll say they have no idea, right? Again, remember up until now this couple of times, so the younger heart and the business is on the inside. Already a couple of times, come inside, right? Within this world, come inside, come sit a little bit. They start yain amoni munach etzla. We have a jug of wine, which apparently again was very strong. And what happens? And we'll say this is before the wine of Gentile was prohibited. So therefore, there's nothing wrong with drinking the wine of a Jew. So he would have a glass of wine. So she would ask the Jewish customer, would you like a drink of wine? So let's say he said yes, he'd have a glass of wine. The desire changed. Right. So again, I will say it's very important to understand it's truly transactional. I mean, like merchandise-wise transactional. That was it. And it was a glass of wine that kind of became the gateway for everything. Samra Hashmili. So now, what happened at this point in time? The Midnight women would proposition the Jewish men. So what happened? So she would take out. She said the woman would say to the Jewish man, one little detail. See this little got the idol from inside her clothing, a little idol, like a pestle, like not a big one, just the one, right? And she would say, "Just do me a favor, just before we move to the next step over here, if you wouldn't mind, just going ahead and worshiping this." This is incredible. Hello, Yehudi. Isn't this incredible? You cannot. The world doesn't understand the kedusha of a Jew. I said the Yid would say, it's like, I was like, and by the way, I just want to point out, this guy obviously isn't the firmest guy in the world. Like Alex and I, art school, not writing his biography. Remember, what is he about to do? This guy is ready to go, right? He's ready with this midnight prostitute. So, this is not like a gun olam over here. But yet, when she wants him to worship idolatry, he's like, what? You're about to engage this woman. I know what I'm about to do. Do that doesn't mean that I'm going to worship idolatry. Right? Those are worlds apart. So what does she say to him? Come on, don't make more of it than it has to. I'll be good news. This is for. So all you need to do is defecate, right? That's all you really need to do. Just a normal bodily function. So just go ahead, just relieve yourself. It's good for the body. Hey, you're happy, Milo's happy, I'm happy, then we'll all be happy, right? And it's going to be fantastic. So just do a little defecation over here and we're good to go. Now, but the Jewish man didn't realize that the way this is a really strange woman. But at the same time, he really wants her. So that's what it takes. Then I guess, right? So let's again say defecates. Okay. Now after he defecates, he says, "Oh, by the way, one more thing. I need you to repudiate the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu." Now, we'll say, now at this point in time, our Yid is really far into this. He drank wine, he defecated, right? So pretty much like he's in, right? He's in. So at this, we'll say at a certain point in time, you've made so many wrong back at those turns, right? And you're like, oh my gosh. So at this point in time, he's so far in this woman that Lamaisa he said he complies. So we'll say, so this is how it started. I will say, I want to point out from the story. Number one, you understand, by the way, to what lengths, this is a campaign, right? And this is time. You know what this is? You have to kill someone, like you can. Okay, you can kill someone, right? In other words, if you come in and Jewish have to do, it's a couple of moments, right? And that's it, it's done. This is time. This is resource. This is planning. This is hatred. This is what when you hate someone, so if I hate someone enough to smack them across the face, because again, it's episodic, it's there, he's there, I'm there, we're arguing, okay, we're done. I'm just saying, but you're tying up resources. You're sacrificing a generation of women. There's a lot of resources going into Jew hating. That's anti-Semitism. So we'll say, by the way, this is what we see. Okay, we have to finish. This it also tells you, by the way, the pathway to sin, often paved with very innocuous activities. So shopping. I'll use this one. Shopping is a gateway activity. Travel. And what are you going to do? You're going to argue? You're going to argue with that? It's not me. Shop. Right? So again, so what's it? Steve, that one goes on the list. things happen when you shout, right? So I want to point out that it started. Now again, there's nothing shopping. They're buying clay pishtan. What your bosa is, I want to point out how many clay pishtan does one person need? Why are they coming back to the markets multiple times? Bosa, they didn't even need any in the midbar because they brought everything for that. So bosa, if they were coming back multiple times, what are you? Excess materialism. Excess materialism. You don't need the clay pishtan. You don't drove like that. And if you just buying and purchasing material world, enjoy materialism, but don't let it become your focus. The moment it becomes my focus is the moment that I am now opened up to a whole bunch of other things. So openness in the material leads to what? A glass you should not be having a glass of wine with, and not because she's a zona. Simple reason. You shouldn't be having a glass of wine with a woman who is not a wife, your mother, your sister, or your daughter. If they are not be related to you, you should not be having a glass of wine with them. It's a simple math. Bad things happen when men and women who are not married, not related to one another, share alcoholic beverages. It's not good. So again, over excess in materialism, looking again to glass of wine with people that you should not be having wine with, and then what happens? Then about Zara, immorality, all this stuff. And where did it start with? What did it all start with? It started with too many linen garments. I will say, this is you have to live life with such mindfulness and such awareness. Every action has consequences, and every action is a gateway to something that's even something that is inherently non-sinful, but it might not be the right to pull me in the direction you need to get. All right, let's go weiter. Rabbi Lazar Omer, Shitim Shema, the place of Shitim, Rabbi Shua Omer, is Asku B'Divrei Shtos. No, because again, it was a place of Klal Yisrael, Valati Shtos, Vatikran L'Amazir Eloheihem, Lazar Omer, Arumos Paguba. Literally, again, the Midianite women, clothing. That is the right clothing. They were so bent on just enticing the Jewish men to sin that, like, even get the men to sin. Rabbi Shua Omer, Shenasu Kulam Balei Karya. You see, the men, so what's saying, the men like this, again, the Itzel carried. Or there was similarly, my Lashon Rafidim, Rabbi Shema, then Rabbi Shua Omer, Sharibu Asin Levei Torah. Ultimately, again, they became weak in their relationship with Torah. Shneimar, Lo Hifnu Avos Alban Mirifyon Yadayim. So I'll say wherever the Torah used Lashon of Vayeshev is always Lashon of Tsar, Lashon of difficulty. Vayeshev Yisrael b'Shittim, Vayachal Amosmov, Vayeshev. So that's our story over here by Bilam. Vayeshev Baris Migureah, Bid Baris Kina, Yavi Yosef Zivas Amar Alahem. So we'll say ultimately Vayeshev Yaakov, Yisrael of Yosef. The name of Vayeshev Yisrael Baris Goshen, Vayikvu Yimei Yisrael Lamos. Right, Yaakov in Yisrael in Goshen, Yaakov. Died not long after. Vayeshev Yehuda v'Yisrael leVetach, Ish tachas gavno v'tachas teinaso, Vayakam Hashem l'Satan Hadat Ha'adomi Mida Hamelech u'be'edom. So again, what do you see the word Vayeshev? As much as Vayeshev sounds like tranquility, you foreshadow something negative that is going to happen. That's my Midian Harba Chalalehem is Bilam. So once ultimately Yisrael kills all of the kings of Midian, and he also killed Bilam along with the kings of Midian. Says the Gemara. So the Gemara says, why was Bilam with the Midian? Why was he there? So it's like Bilam went to collect his honorarium. Why did Bilam get an honorarium? After all, again, he did understand the people. As well as he devised a strategy to lure us into a web of morality, which cost the lives of 24,000 Jews. So Bilam went to the kings of Midian and said, Chevra, pay up. I delivered you dead Jews. Right? I went ahead and caused Klal Yisrael to suffer this terrible misfortune. You give me my money. And what ends up happening? He goes to collect payment. And what happens? He goes to collect payment and he ends up dead, killed by Klal Yisrael. This is what people, the famous adage, Gamla alzla l'mibai karni, udmi dahavile gizizan mine. So that's the famous, everyone knows this saying, right? The camel goes to get a pair of horns and ends up losing its ears. Again, I want to say once again, much better in the original Aramaic, right? But you understand. In other words, the camel wants something else. Camel has big, right? What does the camel want? Camel wants horns. He doesn't want horns. No one is with you when you have horns. And the camel, in his quest for horns, ends up losing his own ears. Right? Bilam wanted something that was beyond his reach, and he ended up losing everything, namely his life. Guys, Bilam saying, Or the sorcerer. Marcus Kosein, he wasn't a sorcerer, he was a Navi. Navi, why is he called a sorcerer? Rabbi Yochanan B'Tchila Navi L'Basov Kosein. In the beginning, he wasn't. But then I will say, sorcerer is a lesser position than a Navi. See, he wasn't a Navi, but because of a series of bad choices, ultimately, again, he's just labeled as a sorcerer. The woman, the princess, who was once married to loyalty, ultimately committed adultery with a laborer. In other words, we'll say it is bad for the princess to commit adultery. It's even worse when she commits adultery with like a menial laborer. So again, Bilam wasn't Navi. But ultimately, again, he degraded himself, so he's simply known as a sorcerer. I will say, when the Jews killed Bilam, they killed him in a way that he suffered all four forms of execution. Skila, how do we do this? Rashi points out something amazing. They hanged him. They hanged him, right? So ultimately, so Rashi points out they hanged him underneath the fire. So what happened? By hanging him, ultimately, again, that's chenek. Then they decapitated him. That's saif. That's herek. That's right. That's saif. Right. Then he falls down into the fire. That's skila. Because skila is pushing a person off a roof, and then they burnt in the fire. That's sreifa. Executed with all four forms of misa. How old was Bilam when he died? How old was he when he died? So the Gemara says, because of Anshe Damim, so again, it's so interesting enough, Rabbi Chanina, but here's what I would surmise. Since the pasuk says, Anshe Damim, deceitful people, do not even live to half of their life. So we'll say the general lifespan is 70 years. Half of that life would be 35, which means the Shem don't even live to 35. So Rabbi Chanina says, I would guess, Bar Tlasin with Plashnin or Bar Tlasin of Arba. He was either 33 or 34. Some age were above 35. Some of the Shemin said, I have Bilam's journal, a copy of his journal, and in the journal I said, because a book about Bilam, and in it it's written that Bilam was killed by Pinchas at the age of 33 years old. So Bilam was 33 when he died. Ultimately, again, a little bit less. I was about to stop over here. We got on the base, right? Again, we move the goalposts every day. Right? Today we got on the base. Shkayach, everyone. Shkayach, tremendous. Right, yeah.
Hello, everyone. Pay attention. Yes, we have to be respectful of our neighbors. And we say that.
He's reinventing himself. He's like, that was never me. I never, once maybe. Because he thinks you have to, even though he knows that he repeated this all the time. Yeah. He's like, no, that's all me. I don't do that. Why doesn't he have awareness to be like, that was a joke? It at least admitted it. Yeah.
All right, Rabbi, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of the sponsors for this morning cheer to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Touching Bay so for dedicating all the Sherman drops this year as a zechus for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, allowing the Torah Paul Pollack in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollack. Mazel Tov. Anonymous sponsorship in the zechus of zechus for all of our children and to reason to be a Gula Shlema for Klal Yisrael and affirmation. In memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Raina, Bas, Yeshua, Heschel, Zichron, Racha. We can learn by Kathy Pollack, the mission of Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and great grandmothers, Rabbi, Zichron, Racha, and the marriage. All of the Neshama Shalom, Danny's in the Kama, all of those here, Kol Shavan, and Kol Chol Yisrael. Yivasham should bring home our hostages, the Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful in Kol Amasi again. What's with that? Let us begin with a lot. We tell you about Hashem, today's dot is Kuf 105. We are picking up the next Hashem on Kuf Dalit on the days 105, about 15 lines down from the top. We are in a beautiful Gemara right now that's a moving Gemara, talking about the Psukim from Eichel. So it says as follows, so again, speaking about Am Yisrael, Shuknait. The Gemara points out that it's two bechios, two crying. So why double crying? Why the two cryings in this evening? Amar Rabba, Amar Yochanan, Echad al Mikdash Rishon, ve'echad al Mikdash Sheni. One cry ultimately again for destruction of the first base of Mikdash, and one cry for destruction of the second base of Mikdash. Balayla. So why is crying at night? Iski Lailas. It's this deeper metaphor in this. What's the cry at night? For that which occurred at night. What is this a reference to? Shneimar, Shneimar, Batisa Kola Eda Vayitnu Kola Vayikwa Amba Laila Hahu. A reference to Chesham Raglan, sin of the spies. So the Pasuk says that when the spies came back, delivered their disastrous report, so the entire nation began to cry that night. The Gemara says, Amar Rabba, Amar Yochanan, that night was the night of Tisha B'Av. And again, so he says to Israel, you're crying for absolutely no reason. In other words, there's nothing wrong with our side, it's not perfect. And you I will give you a true reason to cry for future generations. A very overwhelming demand. Why did you say that the whole Kabbalah is trying to understand the idea over here is that Yerushalayim is like this mule who cries. What we do cries by day, the widow cries by night. Why does Mincha highlight the Kabbalah? Because when you cry at night, the voice carries more. At night is less background noise. When a person cries at night, their cries are more profoundly heard. Furthermore, when you cry at night, so to speak, that the stars and the constellations cry along with you. And we always say furthermore that when a person cries at night, anyone else who hears those cries along with them. Now the truth is this third answer should also be built on the previous two. Night, ultimately the voice carries. Cry at night, the stars and constellations cry along with you. There's this profound sense of crying. Because of that, when people hear other people crying at night, it's almost as if the crying spreads. So it's a very beautiful Gemara, it's a profound Gemara. There was a story of a particular woman. She was the neighbor of Rabbi Gamliel, and she lost her son. And she would cry over him every night. Rabbi Gamliel heard her crying, and he began to cry as well. Now, this is such a profound Gemara about empathy. Rabbi Gamliel would hear this mother crying over her child. Rabbi Gamliel himself would cry. Literally, and he cried so much until his eyes just fell out. To the point of like physical detriment. He's being merciful. The next day, he realized what was happening, how much he internalized his pain, and moved him to a different neighborhood. Her tears on her cheek. Most of the idea here is tear on the cheek. Almost represents this idea of crying, and the crying doesn't stop. Right? There are different kinds of loss in this world. There's a loss that you cry over, but then you're itching forward. And then there are other losses that some paralyze us. We have the tears on the cheek, where the loss is almost like immobilizing. The tear is always there. What type of loss is that? Like a woman who loses the husband of her youth. She says, when a woman loses the husband of her youth, that's the man who she married, obviously when she was young. The person who she intended on building her life with, and she loses that life partner, is almost like a soluble loss that's there. That's how it describes the loss of Yerushalayim. Incredible. So literally again, her enemies become like the leaders. If you cause problems for Klal Yisrael, you are catapulted to greatness. Which is an interesting idea. The more you oppress and the more you hate Klal Yisrael, you'll be leader. You'll be the leader. Kilo Mu'af Lashem Tzakwa Ke'is Harishon Atil Arts Zulu Ba'arts Naftali Ba'achon Hifti Der Hayam Haver Ayard Golio HaGolio. So it was an interesting idea that essentially in order to hurt Klal Yisrael, you have to have traditional prominence. This Baruch Hu doesn't deliver us into the hands of a no one. And when someone's going to oppress us, by definition, they're going to be given a position as exalted. So literally again, whoever comes to Klal Yisrael never tires. Because if some of the people have boundless energy in order to be able to afflict their people. So interestingly enough, Allah over there is almost saying these clothes should not befall you. So the Gemara says, from here you see Kol B'na Min HaTorah. What's Kol B'na? Rashi identifies that Kol B'na was an expression that meant that sometimes when something bad happens, a person would say, you should never experience this Kol B'na. That's the pasuk to say, what's happening to us shouldn't happen to anyone else. Let's see first the widest line. Kol B'na over us. The evil stones sits in stone. So the Baruch Hu treated you like the Jews shall province as if over us. How so? The stone says Hashem hinted our stone. The stone says Hashem caused it to rain on fire on stone. You shine sit, Nimaron Shalach Ish Ba'asmosa Bayirdev, Vayikdal Abba Stone. So ultimately, again, the Pasuk says, Baruch says that the actions of Klal Yisrael surpass the actions of stone. The Masupani Yishbadava. Rabbi says, neither Haisel Yushalayim Shlo Haisel Yisrael. This is incredible. Incredible as, unfortunately, the behavior of Yerushalayim had become, Yerushalayim still possessed the attribute of not soul. What was the attribute? The stone sit. Go. Shivas Lechem. That young lonely physical. Stone. There's no sharing. Right? In stone, wherever you hide it. And again, nothing was ever shared with the other. On the other hand, really, you shall say, the day in your manos, fish to your you shall lie in the hunger, the starvation has become so acute that literally, one of the women eat their ocean. But also, they learn such a fascinating twist. Even when they cook their own children, which was like such an overwhelming thing. So in stone, there was such depravity, and in the midst of all the depravity, there was also unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the other. Yerushalayim, even when things became most terrible, people were always willing to look out for one another. Incredible. The person who says to his friend, his currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing. Why is it so much? And I remember again, in Eicha goes in the Aleph base. You're interesting enough if you look at this pasuk, that their mouth opened up against you. If you notice that pay is before ayin, even though normally ayin is before pay. So what's going on over here? Because the Mirak means something with their mouth, people who did not see it with their eyes. In other words, they did this disastrous for Eretz Yisrael, even though it was really reflective of what they saw. Rabbi Yochanan, Kalo Ochem Yilach Moshe Yisrael, Karim Tam Lechem. V'sheino Ochem Yilach Moshe Yisrael, Karim Tam Lechem. Whoever eats the bread will taste what bread is. Whoever doesn't eat the bread won't taste bread truly is. What is this mean? say that bread represents sustenance, right? Bread represents the core like pillar of existence. If you want to understand what existence is, you probably stop. If you look at anyone else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead a life, but you won't find the entire picture. Only Klal Yisrael has the real lechem of existence. Hashem lo kara lav amra ila dayani. So this refers to the corrupt judges. This refers to Elam Alam Tinokos. This refers to the teachers of young children who shirk their responsibility and did not give the proper chinuch to the Jewish children. Nimrod, who appointed them, Rashi. Sorry, that's Tinlecha. The other word goes by. So now remember again, the primary topic that the Gemara is occupied in is the list of the three kings, and before it goes to the phrase for regular people who don't have a portion in Olam Haba. So the Gemara says, by the way, who compiled the list? Who compiled it? Who decided? Who decided who's on this and who's not on this list? So the Gemara Rashi, unshakiness is Hagidol Aminol. Who's unshakiness Hagidol? Remember the Great Assembly. Remember again, unshakiness was the rabbinic body that was essentially constituted from the first Mikdash to the second Mikdash. Right? That's unshakiness Hagidol. They did a lot of things, like they created, as we know it today. So they created this list. So you listen to this. One of you don't have big shoe old, you know, so they wanted to add another person to this list. Now this is actually pretty wild. The Gemara says they wanted to add Shlomo HaMelech to this list. So let's say now, remember again, we've already seen this before. We mentioned a number of times throughout this parak that by Shlomo says, "Vayasa b'nei Hashem." It showed that which was terrible in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the pasuk seems to indicate that he worshipped idolatry. Now, to qualify that, what happening was Shlomo had a lot of women. His wives brought in a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop its practice. So, in that sense, he's responsible for idolatry, even though he himself never worshipped idolatry. So they wanted to add Shlomo to the list. So the Gemara says, the most beautiful of it, so comes before them David HaMelech. David HaMelech appears to them, and David HaMelech prostrates himself before them, saying, please don't do this, but they paid no attention to him. But Ishmael Hashemayim, the Loch got Israel. Fire came down from the heavens and started literally again licking at their benches. And it was all because again, clearly HaKadosh Baruch Hu was voicing his dismay with this decision, but yet they did not pay any attention to it. Remember again, Lo B'Shamayim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't decide Torah, we decide Torah. Yod Sabas Kol Kohen, Chazis Ish Mageh B'Malachto, L'Fnei Malachim Yisatzev, Ba'Yisyativ L'Fnei Chashuchim, Mishehikim. Again, so then the Baskol comes out. The Baskol says, ultimately again, have you seen a man who does work quickly before he will be? What does this mean? So HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, Baskol came out and said, Mishiktin Beisi L'Beisel. So first of all, Shlomo built my house before his house. He built the Beis HaMikdash before he built his own palace. Well, not only that, it took 7 years to build my Beis HaMikdash and 13 to build his own palace. The Gemara says, "Nei malachim is yatzei, dogs he yatzei chashukim, v'loshkiach." So again, so the Baskol was saying, how could such a man keep his son to a faith without Olam Haba? We should go amongst the rest of the kings once again. V'loshkiach Allah, the Amshiknes Hagdolah paid no attention to Baskol. They just felt that it was incorrect. As a imcha, yishamen. Finally, we'll say something the Baskol comes out and says, listen to that. Olam Haba is my purview. It's not yours. You don't decide who goes to Olam Haba and who doesn't go to Olam Haba, and you don't understand the Cheshbonos. So therefore, again, it's so interesting. You see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu trying to intervene in a more mild manner, although it's pretty stark as well. And at the end, essentially what he says is, yes, you're right. Torah belongs to you. Halakha belongs to you. Decision-making processes when it comes to the adjudication of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to who goes to Olam Haba, who doesn't come to Olam Haba, that's up to me. That's up to me. And therefore, again, Shlomo was not added on the list. Darshe Yishumos Hayu Omen. Kula Ba'in Olam Haba. Let's say this is wild. So Darshe Yishumos. Rashi says over here, who are Darshe Yishumos? Darshe Sukim. It says, as Harashon, and let's say, Olam Kulam Yish Kelik Olam Haba. So it's the Darshe Yishumos. Say, everyone has a portion of what's to come. Everyone, again, this is the opening line of the Mishnah. Kol Yisrael. Yishum Kelik Olam has a portion in the world to come. Even Menashe, even Yerabam, and even Achaz, even the three evil kings. So the Gemara says, incredible. So, Ephraim, Yehuda Chokiki, Moab, Sirach, Al Edom, Ashnet, Ali, Alai, Plashes, Yisrael. Who do these refer to? Gilad, Ze Achaz, Shinach, Ramos, Gilad. He's refers to Achaz, who did out of Ramot Gilad. Next, Menashe is Menashe, Menashe is Menashe. Ephraim, Moab, Roshi, who does that refer to? Ze Yerabam, Sinafan, refer to Rabam, who came from the tribe of Ephraim. Yehuda Chokiki, this is my scepter. Ze Achitofel, refer to Achitofel, David HaMelech, Star Nash's advisor, top of Kofei Bosai, Dika Asim Yehuda, who came from the tribe of Yehuda. Sir Moab, Sirach, what does that mean? Ze Gechazi, Shemaka Al Isi Rechitza. Because he was stricken with because the issue of washing. This has to do with, with Naaman, the general of Aram, who was stricken with Tzalas. Elisha tells him to go ahead and immerse himself in the Yarden. He does so. Naaman wants to go and reward Elisha. Elisha says, I don't want any money. Gechazi afterwards came on his own and said, Elisha changed his mind. Now he lied. Elisha didn't change his mind. It's an opportunity for his own financial advancement. That first to Doi. My question is Israeli. So again, so we'll say, so what does that mean? So we'll say, so first of all, just want to point out this is incredible. Right? The Darshe Rishumos, ultimately I'll try to understand that everybody has a chiluk in Olam Haba. Now, listen, I have a follow-on. I just mentioned something absolutely amazing, which is what does this mean? Like, what's going on over here? And why aren't these people identified? Right? In other words, who are these Rabbanim? Who are these Shumos? So let's think tonight is as follows. How does Rashi define Darshe Rishumos? They're Psukim. They're people who look for deeper meaning in Psukim. What does this mean? We'll say. In life, when you look at a person, it is very easy to size up the shortcomings and the shortfalls, right? And for some reason, the Rothschild programmed us like with this ability to see the weaknesses of the other relatively quickly. We can see that just when you meet a person for a couple of minutes, you can see everything that's broken about them. If you have both in life, you go out of your way to see the good. To see the bad is easy. To see the broken kite is easy. To see the good takes a lot of work. So what you notice over here, to say that Menashe, this is to say that Yerabam, Menashe, don't have a chiluk in Olam Haba. That's easy. Just nothing. And you can see why they wouldn't have a portion in the world to come. But here's the Shiloh. Do you want to be a Rishumos? Do you want to be someone who looks for the good in someone? Do you want to find someone ultimately again push themselves to go out of their way to see the good? Sometimes someone you have to be a Darshe Rishumos. You have to be someone willing to look into Psukim. You have to be willing to understand deeper meanings. You have to be willing to look below. You have to be able to find something that is good. But if you're willing to be a Darshe Rishumos, if you're willing to be someone who looks in the meaning of the Psukim, willing to be someone who reinterprets the different words, then you will find something good in every single sin, even in the most evil, even in the Menashe, in the Yerabam, even in it. It's just a question of how you want to look at people. Pasha Pshat, Menashe, Yerabam, Achot, even Chemical Naba, Darshim Shumos, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really try to find it. Because I will say, sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, because there's a lot of people on the surface present really badly, and beneath the surface present really badly, and even a little bit beneath the initial surface still present really badly. And Darshan Shumos dig deep people in every age who fights like magnificent. You just be willing to undertake the path. Okay, trust me, because when I'm David, Sharon is up to the Holy Espanaka, Espanaka got Maat also. If David right? The David goes and it comes before you. They must say it's so beautiful. Then what happens? So according to these approaches, right, all of these people who we just mentioned, were people who were excluded from Olam Haba according to previous Gemaras, right? Not just the three kings, but Doeg, Achi, Tofel, all of these people now go to Olam Haba. So the Malachim said that was right. So what's going to happen? Right? You're going to let these people into Olam Haba. And then David and Mel are going to see these people in Olam Haba. So David is going to see his trusted Achitofel, who turned on him, Medomi, who incited Shaul to try to kill him. David is going to come to Olam Haba. He's going to walk into the basement. He's going to see this chazan over there. David is going to come to him and be all upset. What are you going to say to him? So this is incredible. So Ma'ata Osalo, Alahem, Alai La Soson Lein Zelozeh. Who's going to worry about it? You know, my job is to make David and Melech friends with Achitofel and the Doeg Hadron. If they meet each other in the base medrash Olam Haba, my job is to make them friends, make them ready, make them friends. So let's say what overwhelming demonstration, because prophecies from Allah and sustain your living. Which let's say you begin to see over and over. When it comes to Olam Haba, you go to the side. No, tell him, not your business. I got this. How incredible is this? If it runs into his former adversaries in the base medrash, Baruch says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. If you say such a neat Gemara, maybe sometimes the ability, maybe, and I don't know, maybe it's function of Olam Haba, maybe it can even happen in this world, that even adversaries, right, even Jewish adversaries, somehow, some way, can become, I don't know if it can happen in this world, or maybe it's only going to happen in Olam Haba, but at the end of the day, another to look forward to in the afterlife is that even the most bitter of even a David and Achitofel, David and the nearest Hashem sit and occupy the same space in Olam Haba. Overwhelming. Madua Shova Amaz and Yisrael Yisrael Yitzchak. Amrav Shova Nitzvah Shiva Knesset Yisrael Navi. Process is the number. This is Navi Cheskel. So Navi Cheskel is giving Moshe to Klal Yisrael. And what happens? So the Klal Yisrael goes back to Butcher to the Navi. So I'm not Navi. So the Navi, sorry, Zechariah. The Navi Zechariah said to them, Chazir b'tshuva. Go ahead and do tshuva. After all, I will say, Shechatu Hechan Hein. So the Navi said to Chaisha, Zechariah says, Chaisha, Chal do tshuva. Because look what happened to your ancestors who didn't do tshuva. They know Klal Yisrael is great. So Klal Yisrael says back, Arolahem, Amrulo, Unabiachem Shalochatu Hechan, that be a good taina. Right, your ancestors who were Baalei Tshuva are also dead. So your ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So everyone said, why? So the Gemara says, Shenema Ayehim, Vanidhu, Amalahem, Second Chazu Vahodu. So again, so Zechariah says, your ancestors were strong enough to do what Shneimar, Achtive B'chuk Yeshet Tzidyanadi, and Shmuel Amar, Baal Asar B'nei Adam B'Yishu L'fanav. So what ended up happening was, 10 people came and sat before the Navi. This was the episode described in the Pasuk. Amalahem, Chizur B'Tshuva. So the Navi says, B'Tshuva. Amrullah, listen to this. So this is very profound exchange. So the Navi says, group of 10 people, they say back to the Navi, Amrullah, Eved Shemachu Rabo, V'isha shegar shabayla lazeh al zeh. So it's interesting. So the Jews say back Navi, right? If you have an Eved who was sold by his master, or a woman who was by her, could the master have any expectation of the Eved, or he had any expectation of his wife? And what they were telling the Navi was that Ribono Shalom has cast us away. Cast us away. We've been rejected by the master. We've been rejected by the husband. So what do you want from us? It's so profound. And by the way, this is the theme over and over tomorrow. And even when Kasra was worshiping Avodah Zarah, there was still such a connection to Hashem. And you can see Klal Yisrael, at least in this experience, felt rejected by the Ribono Shalom. Allah Baruch Hu Navi Emar Lahem. His Baruch says to Navi, "Eis Sefer Timano Sheshem Echati Esther Ein Ba'avonosechem Min Ol V'Shachem Shalom Chem." His Baruch is back. Ask Klal Yisrael, "Where's your get?" Where's the hell that says that I sold you to soul? His Baruch says, "No, don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject. And now what you're doing is you're projecting. You rejected me, and now you're projecting on me that I rejected you." Those say such a profound, so much psychology here. Also in like the worship of idolatry. How again, Klal Yisrael plays the role of the victim. You reject us, folks. I rejected you. You spent generations sinning. You rejected me, and now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting on me that I rejected you. That's the shalom. Where's the get? Where's the document of sale? I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I sold you out. Rabbi Rothschild is my said, Nebuchadnezzar Abdi, so what is in the part was it? It's refers to David, my servant, and Nebuchadnezzar, my servant. He said, what is this mean? David, the Adon of Nemish, Amar, Bahaya, Olam, Shasidi, Yisrael, Roma, Kach. So people, sorry. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, HaKadosh Baruch Hu say this. Leficha, Ketzin HaKadosh Baruch Hu, V'kara Avdo, Eved, V'kara Avdo, Eved, Shekonin Nechasim, Eved L'mi, Nechasim L'mi. So also this is fascinating. It sounds strange that HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls David his servant and Nebuchadnezzar his servant. First of all, it's saying that always understand that when Nebuchadnezzar did, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar, it was Baruch Hu. Nebuchadnezzar was the agent. If I call Nebuchadnezzar the servant of God, then who's the master? Who's the master? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, what does that mean? There was a servant and a master. Whatever servant acquires, the master acquires. Even we were conquered by Nebuchadnezzar and under his domain. We were under the domain of the Eved, but we still belong to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Never is there a rejection by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even when we are conquered and subject, those others themselves are avodim to Hashem, and being a servant to the servant still means that what? I belong to the master. There was such an overwhelmingly profound and beautiful Gemara. Never are we rejected by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We may reject God, which does happen, and as a result, sometimes there's a feeling of guilt having rejected God, so we project onto God that He rejected us. But there's nothing further from the truth. The Ribono Shalom never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. Incredible. Robian Hazaka, Mobizor, Tuya, Mobikin, Umro Kame, Umrav Nachman, Koki, Riska, Lusak, Rahman, Lifakiman. Let us for get as angry as he wants at us, but at least redeem us. Whereas the most like sometimes, it's almost as if, like in a relationship, sometimes there's tension and you're not yelling at each other and you're not saying anything, but that there's all this tension built in. And what do you want more than anything? Like, let's do this. Just like get it out. Whatever it is, as ugly as it should be, let's just go ahead and have the negativity. Let's have the yelling, the screaming. Let's have the argument. But whatever it is, let's just get it done. So that we can immerse Hashem on. So it's always giving up on what says whatever you've got. whatever you've got, just bring it. Just bring it. Let's do this. We accept the repercussions of our actions are we want to be with you. This is the Mishpat of Akav Yolanu. Beautiful, I'll say. So, let's say, you know what's really amazing? You know what's really amazing? At the end of the day, you think life is so complicated. It's not that complicated. It all comes down to two words. Chazar b'tshuva. Just b'tshuva. That's obviously it's much simpler said than done. Just b'tshuva. Just come back to me. Just come back to me. We spend our lives running away from our Kadosh Baruch Hu, and then justifying why run, or why it's not running, or why because I this. I don't have to do all different things, and it's exhausting. We invent hashkafas, we invent ideologies, we invent life approaches, all these different things to justify running away from our Kadosh Baruch Hu and shirking of our religious responsibilities. And we get so tired of just coming back home. Just keep ourselves going with the Baruch. Just a tshuva. That's it. I'm waiting for you. So Chazar b'tshuva. Our low, 8 on the Chum say. Klal says we can't. Why? Yetzer hara sholei banu. This Gemara is gold. This Gemara is gold. So the Rabbi says, Klal just come back. Klal said we can't. We have a Yetzer hara. And Yetzer hara is so powerful. Yetzer hara is so overwhelming. So what does the Rabbi do? What does Kadosh Baruch Hu say? Kadosh Baruch Hu says, Amar lahem yisru yitzveicham. So ultimately, what does Kadosh Baruch Hu say back? Right, essentially, put on your big quote, right, and take control of the situation. I got it. I got it. Take control. So let's say this thing. That indicates like a lack of control. Come back. I would come back. I'm not in charge. There's the Yetzer hara. Which literally means chastise your Yetzer. Take control. Take the reins of your life. Which I will say, you understand what's happening in this conversation over here? This is what we do every single day. I'm not accomplishing anything you need to accomplish. I'm not doing things I want to do. I'm not the person yet. And if you ask me why it's not happening, why isn't it happening? I'm going to give you a list. Right now, by the way, is what's the commonality in that entire list? Right? It has nothing to do with me, right? It's my never did this, my mother never did this, my spouse did this, my teacher didn't do this, I never got as much cookies as all the other things, right? And there's a list of things that are responsible for why I am not the person I need to be. And everyone else has a contributing role to why I am. There's only one core person that's missing from that list. There's only one person who has no responsibility for everything that has gone down, and that's me. And the Baruch Hu essentially says, really? This happens conversation. Because Baruch Hu says, get your act together. Do tshuva. Listen, tshuva is not just a something like the act of pulling yourself and your life together. Oh, what do you want? Sahara, woe is me. All these problems in my life, but not me. Like, nothing doing me. It's everyone else who's not pulling their weight. Therefore, I can't do my part. And Rabbi says, really? You're outsourcing your responsibility. You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person and one person only. And that's you. The bulk of your life stops with one person and one person only. And that's you. Success in life is the person and one person only. And that is you. So rein it in. So as far as he doesn't say it's not a struggle, he validates the struggle. It's a struggle, but I have control over whether or not I navigate, how I navigate that struggle. Claudius says, "Amulo kavyalunu," or Hashem, you created it, so you need to deal with it. Claudius says, you know what Moshe essentially? Yes, you clean it up, right? And we didn't make the Yetzer hara. We didn't ask for the Yetzer hara. You created, ultimately, again, you have to deal with it. Okay, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, so the Klal said not. Well, how do we know they didn't do tshuva? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circumvention. Once again, well, God, it's your problem, not my problem. You did this, you clean it up. And I will say, that never happens. Because when I fail to take responsibility for myself, I'm so scared of taking responsibility. Because what happens when you take responsibility? You don't know what happens. What happens when I take responsibility? I take responsibility, and I have to look in the mirror and I have to recognize that almost all of the failures in my life are mine. Are my failures. They're my failures. And that hurts. And that's painful. And most of us do not want to be running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone else around us. And so we never take responsibility, can't do it. And instead, if we just find the courage to say, okay, I own it. It's me. It's me. Yeah, every single thing that's going wrong in life is me. And that pain and that something of almost like debilitating shock. Responsibility for things that haven't gone, and you have something amazing. Enough me says, to believe that you have the ability to bring, and you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, there's no time I can accomplish. I can become a better. I can fix my life. I can do what I need to do. But the tragedy station ends off the same way it's ended off for the last 2,000 years. Don't show me your problem. It's always someone else's problem. Well, if it's someone else's problem, it's never going to get fixed. Then it can become Shubha. Shubha Arba had Yotos. Who are the 4 Yotos who never all of Naba? Bilam, Doeg, Achitofel, Gechazi. So Bilam, what's this means? Where's that Bilam over here? What does it mean, Bilam? So Bilam means below without a nation. Without a nation. Never Achar. Bilam, Shebala Literally, again, he brought down a nation. It's actually, we're going to see that's the reference to that even though Bilam was unable to curse us, he's going to give Balak the idea about the immorality with the Midianite women. Ben Ba'ar, Sheba al Be'ir. Why is it called Ben Ba'ar? Because he had relations with his donkey. We'll come back to that in just a bit. Tana, Sumar says, Tana, Hu Ba'ar, Hu Kushan Rishasayim, Hu Lavan Ha'arami. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Ba'ar. So the Gemara says, by the way, this guy Ba'ar, his name is he's Ba'ar, he's Kushan Rishasayim, and he's also Lavan. Wow, he's also Lavan. So the Gemara says Ba'ar, Sheba al Be'ir. So ultimately, he's called Ba'ar because he had a relation with the donkey. Kushan Rishasayim, he's called Kushan Rishasayim, the Arvich Day Rishos Israel, because he did 2 terrible things. He did 2 terrible things to Klal Yisrael. Right? Yaakov, Va'achaz B'nei Yaakov, Achaz B'nei Yaakov, Va'achaz B'nei Shvot HaShoftim. One was during the days of Yaakov, that would be a reference if he was in Laban, and the other during the days of Yoshua. Okay, so she says, I'm sorry, Nisas Yoshua, after he died. Okay, the Gemara says, Omash Mo's actual name, Laban Ha'arami. The actual name was Laban. Interesting. Which Shabbos said, by the way, we can indicate that Bilam was the son of Laban. Bilam was the son of Laban, which is pretty incredible. So the Gemara says, Shabbos and Bilam, by the way, they're also making Laban incredibly old. So what do these things actually mean, right? That doesn't mean that it's actually Laban. These people are just blessed with longevity. Someone who possessed the same meat of our presumably we can see a similarity between Laban and Bilam, right? Both of them were. What do you say? What do we say in the Haggadah? Laban beat La'akar as whole. Right? Laban wanted to uproot everything. What did Bilam? Bilam beat La'akar as whole. Both of them had the same stated mission. So the Gemara says, Ben Baruch said Ben Ba'ar. So it says the son of Ba'ar. So in one passage says that Bilam is the son of Ba'ar, and then it indicates that Ba'ar was the son of Bilam. Which one is it? I'm Rabbi Yeshua. I'm sorry. Good. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. We know who the Benedius. So in certain respect, Ba'ar, like Ba'ar, was the son of Bilam, the son of his son when he came to prophet. So his father son was Bar, his son was Bilam, but Bilam was greater than his father, and therefore he's like the father. He's like the father. He's a father to his father in the realm of prophecy. Okay. Here's interesting. The fact that it says that Bilam doesn't go to Olam Haba, what does that seem to indicate? That other Gentiles go to Olam Haba. Then he's go to Olam Haba as well. To which the Gemara says, Sang Rabbi Omer, Yeshua says the Bas Yeshua Sham. What does it mean that says the wicked will go to the Sha'al to Gehenna? Elu Hoshe Yisrael. This is the first, the sinners of Israel. Goyim Shcheche Elokim, Goyim who forget Hashem. Elu Hoshe Ometo Hadin. Now, what's interesting? If you see, you might have a little bit of a good days. Your days, by the way, if you look over it, it says, Elo Umos Ha'ol, refers to the nations of the world who do not have a portion in the world to come. So how did it become Hoshe Kohavim? If you look, see, it says, right, Tiyat Lefi HaSensor. Gemara was censored. This was a censored Gemara. It originally said, again, members of the nation that do not have a portion of all of them. All of them. Don't have us for Jews. All of, not for the of the world. The censors that ultimately, again, the sinners of the nation of the world don't go to Olam, but everyone else. The Rabbi Allah said, Rabbi will say, who are that referred to? Maninu. Kol Goyim Shcheche. Shemot say, what you see when they're saying about do the nations of the world go to Olam? Those who forget Hashem, world don't go to Olam. And other things, he says, no, Olam is only for Jews, not for the Olam. To my focus. Okay. The app also Russian even Bilam himself, even though it's obviously our Mishnah clearly back to the idea that the nation righteous Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. And otherwise, why you exclude Bilam from Olam? So our Mishnah clearly tries to put line some righteous Gentiles after Olam Haba. Okay. So the Gemara says, even Bilam gave a sinning. What was the sin? Amar Thomas Nashi Mosi Sharon. In Thomas Nashi Mosi Sharon Keacharisi Kamo. In Rab Himni Homich La'ami. So Bilam himself said, if I die a natural death, and that is indicative of the fact that I'm going to Olam Haba. If I die an unnatural death, it seems to indicate that I'm not going to Olam Haba. Of course, Bilam didn't die natural death. He was killed. So he didn't go to Olam Haba. So let's go back to the Bilam story. So the elders of Moab come to try to reach Bilam. Tana, Midian and Moab, Hayalan, Shalom, Eolam. This is incredible. The nations of Midian and Moab did not get along at all. So much Lashne Kalab and Shai here they're collaborating. So what's going on over here? It's incredible. Much Lashne Kalab and Shai the Eider, but I used to the battle to two dogs, right? Who really did not get along. Right? Always a lot of animosity. What happened? A wolf attacked one of the dogs. So the other dog says, Amra Acha in any Ozro, Hayom, Horik Oso, Ulamachar Ba'alai. So the second dog says, listen, if I don't help the first dog, even though I really don't like him, today the wolf is going to kill him. What's going to happen? Tomorrow the wolf is going to come and kill me. So therefore, again, it is better for me to partner with my dog. Essentially, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? The idea over here, so even though the dogs don't like each other, they united. So Midian and Moab get along at all, but they had a common enemy of Israel. Therefore, they teamed up together. I'm going to have a Hainizami Inshi, Karkushka, Mishunra, Kidulot, Mitabra, Gada. Literally translated, the weasel and the cat had a feast from the fat of the one with that. Again, one of those ones that doesn't trail, right? Much better than the original Arabic. So they don't get along. So when they face an enemy, they're willing to gang up together and feast on the vanquished enemy. So they actually saw in Bilam, deciding so Gemara says that so they come to Bilam. And the Pasuk says that the messengers of Moab stayed with Bilam. So the Gemara says, where did the guys from Midian go? They came down with the rule of Paralai about Shivosi as Hamdavar Amar Aruk Umish So the message that once Bilam was unable to give them an immediate answer, right? Because they say to Bilam no. And Bilam says, you know what? Stay here tonight and I'll get back. They realized that once Bilam wasn't able to give them an immediate answer, something was going on. It wasn't going to work. And they said, first of all, we're not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father despises his son? My father. So the message of the realized, first we're not going to curse them. He's just not going to curse them. So they went home. Amr Nachman, chutzpah is incredible. Chutzpah, afilu klape shmayim mahani. So chutzpah is a very powerful tool. And chutzpah, even again, Kadosh Baruch Hu is able to change. How so? When Karek says, in the beginning when Bilam asked the Kadosh Baruch Hu to go and curse Klal, go with them. They are amazing enough. Bilam persists. So, kum lech itam. It says, go with them. Go with them. You want to say, so what do you see from there? Bilam was chutzpah, right? Bilam was chutzpah. But chutzpah sometimes comes off. I will say, we know this in a way. Sometimes, chutzpah usually is understood in a negative way, but sometimes chutzpah can actually have very powerful and positive repercussions. Like, again, never Bilam did not work well. Like, you see from there that when a person is adamant about something, even after Baruch Hu admires, so to speak, they're adamant. I'm going to change this. Chutzpah, not for similar tagari. Chutzpah is like a king without a crown. Now, a king without a crown has the ability to affect some level of change, not complete change, but yesterday's dot. Remember again the story we saw about the two Jews being taken captive? Well, right, what did the captive say? I'm Orisat, I will say, being a stiff-necked people, that's chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what's kept us. Right, stiff-neckedness of Christ, so ultimately, again, is what's staying us throughout. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. The Siv, I know Kayon, Rachma, Shuach, Marashma, Elabin, Sweet, Kashin, I'm not your Bilam, take your Ragal Achasay. Bilam was crippled by your left shepherd. He limped. Shimshon, the stay Ragal. Shimshon was crippled in both of his Shinemar. Shifon, Aleach, Hanoshik, Iknesis. Bilam, Subahaya. Bilam was blind in the eye. Shinemar, Shasa'ayin, Shusuma'ayin. Good. Kos Amasai. Furthermore, he did sorcery. Alright. I don't know. Right, so this is. It says over here, so Lashon of Nofel has like a Lashon, like a connotation of intimacy. So you see from there that again, the sorcery was done again. The sorcery was done with the Makamila Itmar. Mazutra Mosin Ba'am Sohaya. Mazutra said that he did sorcery again with his Makam. Obviously, you know what it means is he engaged in immorality with his donkey. Right? You know what it says? So, but not that he did sorcery again, and so that we just saw before. How does that have a relation to the donkey? Sifhacha, Kara, Shachar, Uksifhasam, Dain Ragla, on the base, Kara, Nafal, Shachar. So we'll say use the same motion over here of Kara, right? Literally crashing over. That's the same motion as by Sisra and according to the measures, she had related with it. Vayodea Das Elyon, and ultimately again, so Bilam knew the Das of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Hash the Das and Lohaviyada, Das Elyon Haviyada. So again, if Bilam couldn't control his donkey, right? You know the story, right? The donkey refuses forward because the donkey sees the angel with the outstretched sword in front of him. Bilam doesn't see it. Bilam keeps hitting his donkey. So the Gemara says Bilam couldn't control Kadosh Baruch Hu works. So the Gemara says, my das man, the only way. Listen to this. So what does it mean that he cannot control his donkey? The Amalei. That is very interesting because ultimately, again, the ministers of Moab in the following. This is very interesting. When Bilam goes with the ministers of Moab were surprised that he was going on a donkey. They said, "Where's your horse? Where's your horse?" Right? What's going on over here? So let's say, Shaddai Pirativa. So let's say this is great. So Bilam says, "Oh, you know what? Like, you know, it's like that. Like, you know, why are you in a Honda? And a guy like you should be, I don't know, what do you wear? Where's your Cadillac?" So he says, oh, this is a loaner. It's in the shop. It's in the shop. My horse is out. My horse is out. It's grazing. It's doing its thing. She was the times. On the leg, hello, I know he has some car. So it's now the donkey begins to speak up. Really, I'm a loner? I'm your donkey. I'm your donkey. Yeah, you're my donkey. What are you about Alma? I ride on you. I guess you have and transport stuff. You're my transport. You're my hitch. You're my U-Haul hitch that I usually go ahead and put on my luxury vehicle. Like my horse. I would never cut that on a donkey like this. So he says, really? I said, talking about you. Use me all the time. You ride on me all the time. No, I tell you about Alma predictions in the shop. They all crowd down on the guys. What are you talking about? You've been riding on me again for forever. Hello, old. Hello, shiny. Oh, silicon, my city should balay. Okay. All right. And furthermore, again, he says, right, literally again, yeah, I provide many services for you. Right, transportation and other. Right, so that, by the way, what's fascinating about this is you almost see like this is missing, like the donkey is like saying to Bilam, at least to be a makrito. At least, obviously you're such a novel, like you're such a base and disgusting guy. Like what you do to me and with me. At least recognize the role that I play in your life. Right? You want to be degenerate, you are a degenerate. Don't be ingrate and a degenerate. Right? It's incredible when it says, Sid Haka, Haskin is Kandi, Sid Hasabakina Seferis. Elamadi again, that's all. There's obviously again, Bilam is the guy's arguing with his donkeys. What does it mean that he knew Akash Baruch Hu? So he must shine your day out, Lachabin, Osa, Shah, Shahan's Baruch Hu, Koispa. What Bilam knew was the exact moment that Akash Baruch Hu gets angry at. Rothschild gets angry for just one moment of the Bilam knew that exact moment. What does it mean that when Bilam was trying to curse you, what does it mean the righteousness of Hashem? No, when Bilam was trying to curse you, how much tzedakah I did with you? How so? Again, Bilam knew the exact moment that God got angry. And for all the days that Bilam was trying to curse you, I did that moment that entire time. So the Gemara says, because had I gone ahead and gotten angry that entire time, that one moment, if Bilam would have cut one moment, it would have destroyed you. If Bilam would have destroyed you. So Akash Baruch Hu says, miraculously, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So the Gemara says, time to come late on the Balak, ma ekol lo kavakel. So it says, interestingly enough, this is what Bilam was saying to Balak. I've got it all figured out. I know that if I curse Cloudly Saw during one moment, angry, I can destroy them. But I don't know what to tell you. God getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I'm to curse Christ. So I don't say, make sure I'm leaving over here a little bit of anger, and that's we'll finish up with Bilam tomorrow. Everyone. Tremendous. Incredible. You want to have City Star? What's that? Okay, I'm fast. Okay, great. Yes.
Like the adventurous outdoor show. You should get checked for Graves' disease, honestly. He just says it so confidently, and he has no idea what he's talking. He's the best, dude. He's Bear Growls. Bear Growls. That's what he said.
All right, so good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of the sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Thomas Torah sponsor for Touch Day, the social stock of our stuff. Dedicating all the Sherman draw shows this year. as a zechus for Besoros Savos Sha'anis. For the month of Nisan, Awalin Latova Pohalik, celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva as Pohalik. Anonymous sponsorship in the zechus of Simchas for all of our children and to Nisan to be a month of Gula Shema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram Shane Tillman in memory of Avram's mother, Raina Bas Yoshua Heschel Zichron Racha. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kipalik, information of the Yarseka, Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and great grandmother, Bas Rabdov Zichron Racha, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Talmud Torah, families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah, Shabbat, Kol Yisrael, to bring home our Hasi Karov and our holy soldiers to the success of the Hamas. What's that? Let us begin with a lot to do today. Hashem, today's daf is Kufay 105. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Kuf Dalit Amud Beis 104b, about 15 lines down from the top. We are in a beautiful Gemara right now that's like a moving Gemara, talking about the Psukim from Eicha. So the Gemara says as follows: Bachol tifke balayla. So again, speaking about mindfulness on Yisrael, cries at night. The Gemara points out the idea that it's Bachol tifke, it's two bechios, two crying. So why double crying? Shtei bechios halal lama. The two cryings in this evening. Amar Rabbi Yochanan, echad al Rishon, ve'echad al Mikdash Sheni. One cry ultimately again for the first base on Mikdash, and one cry for the destruction of the second. Why is crying at night? What's the cry at night? For that which occurred at night. This is in reference to very profound Shneimar. Tisa kola eda vayitni kol chetim raglim, sin of the spies. So the pasuk says that when the spies came back, delivered a disastrous report, so the entire nation began crying that night. And the Gemara says, that night was the night of Tisha B'Av. And again, so Baruch says to Israel, I'll give you a true reason to cry for future generations. What does it say? That Bachotiv Kevas is that Yerushalayim is like this widow who cries. The widow cries by day, the widow cries by night. Why does Eicha highlight the night time cries? Because when you cry, a voice carries more. Since at night there's less background noise. When a person cries at night, their cries are more profound. Furthermore, when you cry at night, so to speak, that the stars and the constellations cry along with you. And I will say further that when a person cries at night, everyone else who hears those cries along with them. And the truth is, this third answer also really built on the previous two. When you cry at night, ultimately the voice. When you cry at night, the stars, the constellations cry along with you. There's this sense of crying. Because of that, when people hear other people crying at night, it's almost as if the crying spreads. So it's a very beautiful Gemara, a very profound Gemara. There was a story of a particular woman. She was the neighbor of Rabbi Gamliel, and she lost her son. And she would cry over him every night. Rabbi Gamliel heard her crying, and he began to cry as well. There was a profound Gemara about empathy. Rabbi Gamliel would hear this bereaved mother crying over her child. Rabbi Gamliel himself, literally again, he cried until his eyelashes fell out. To the point of like physical detriment. The next day, his students realized what was happening, how much he internalized this pain, and it moved him to a different neighborhood. Her tears on her cheek. The tear on the cheek almost represents crying, and the crying doesn't stop. Right? The tears are over. There are different kinds of losses in this world. The loss that you cry over, but then you move forward, and then there are other losses that lies us in place. He said, the tears on your cheek represents the second type of loss, where the loss is almost like immobilizing. The tear is always there. What type of loss? Like a woman who loses the husband of her youth. Rashi says, when a woman loses the husband of her youth, that's the married, since she was young. The person she intended on indulging, she loses that partner is almost like an inconsolable stuff there. That's how the Bible, the loss of Yerushalayim. Incredible. So little the against become like the leaders. It comes for Klal Yisrael, bolted to greatness, which is an interesting idea. The more you'll be made a leader. You'll be made a leader. Shneimar, Kilo Mu'af Lashani Fatlak Isarishon, Akel Arts Zulan Ba'arts and Afali Ba'achon Hifti Derchai, Ava Ayardin Galio Hagayu. So it's an interesting idea that essentially in order to hurt Klal Yisrael, you have to have a position of prominence. This Baruch Hu doesn't deliver us into the hands of a no one. And therefore going to oppress us, by definition, given a position of exalted leadership. So there will be again, whoever calls the tongue for Klal Yisrael never tires. It's almost as if some of the people have boundless energy to be able to afflict their people. Violation call over Darach. So it's interesting enough. Law Aleichem call over Darach is almost like saying these klalos should not befall you. So the Gemara says from here, see kol b'nam yatorah. What's kol b'nam? So Rashi identifies that kol b'nam was an expression that meant that sometimes when something bad happened, a person would say, you should never experience this type of misfort kol b'nam. So that's the pasuk is saying, over there, what's happened to us shouldn't happen to anyone else. What's the widest lines? Over there, Amarav, Asunive al Das. The stone, so the Baruch Hu treated Yerushalayim, right? The Jews Yerushalayim, Klal Yisrael, as if we were over al Das, as if we transgressed the tenets of the Baruch Hu's Torah house. So the stone is enter al stone. Like stone says that Hashem caused it to fire on stone. Mimarom Shabas Mosa Vayirvena. Vayigdal on Bas Amini Chakas stone. Says that Baruch Hu literally says actions of Klal Yisrael past the actions of stone. Yechi Masupani Yishma. Amarava Rabbi says Mida Yisira Haisel Yerushalayim to the stone. So what says it is terrible as unfortunately the behavior of Yerushalayim had become. Yerushalayim still possessed one attribute beyond stone. What was the attribute beyond stone? This is incredible. Ti'ilu b'stom ksiv, hine zeh haya avon stom achosech, go. Shiva aslachem, b'yad ani da'yon zika. In stone, there was no right? In stone, would have you kept for yourself, and again, nothing was ever shared with the other. Plus, on the other hand, Yerushalayim, the hunger, starvation had become so that literally against one of some of the women's own children. Notice that they such a fascinating twist. Even when they cooked their own children, they invited their neighbors. In other words, they shared what they had with the other. Notice it's like such an overwhelming piece of stone. There was such depravity. There was also unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the other. In Yerushalayim, when things became most terrible, people will always look out for one another. So we must see like Hashem b'kebi. Nifsala matbeya zu. The person who says to his friend, this currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing. Why is it so? Remember again, in order of days. Interesting enough, if you look at this part of Lecha PM, they're now opened up against you. If you notice that pay is before ayin, even though normally ayin is before pay. So that's going on here. Because the Malakim said something with their mouth, even though they did not see it with their eyes. In other words, they delivered this disastrous report, even though it was not truly reflected. They saw. Ochle lechem Hashem loka. Ochle lechem. Ochle. I'm sorry. Ochle an achlu lechem Hashem lokaro. Amarava. Amrav Yochanan. Alo ochle lechem Shei Yisrael. Ein tam lechem. The shein ochle lechem Shei Yisrael. Ein tam lechem. Whoever eats the bread of Klal Yisrael, what bread truly is. Whoever doesn't eat the bread of Klal Yisrael won't taste what it truly is. And I'll say, what is this thing? But the people of Allah say, bread represents sustenance. Right? Bread represents the core of existence. If you want to understand existences, look at Klal Yisrael. If you look at anyone else, you'll find pieces of what it means to life, but you won't find the entire picture. Klal Yisrael has the real lechem of existence. Hashem lo kara Rav Amra Eva Dayani. So this refers to the correct judges. Ushol says, this refers to the teachers of young children, their responsibility, and do not keep a proper. Me, Linda, Rashi. So sorry. Okay, so that's the end of the day. The primary topic that the Gemara is is the list of the kings and the 4 regular people who don't have a portion in Olam Haba. Who compiled the list? Who compiled ours? Who decided who's on this list and who's not on this list? So the Gemara said, Rashi, unshakiness is unshakiness Agdola. Was never again unshakiness Agdola was the rabbinical that was constituted from the end of the first place in Mikdash to this Mikdash. Right, that's unshakiness. So they did a lot of things like they created tefillah as we know it today. So they created this list. So the Gemara says to Rav, Bikshu Od was Echad. So it's important to add another person to this list. It's actually pretty wild. You wanted to add Shlomo Ham to this list. So it was remember, we've already seen this was mentioned a number of times throughout this parak, that by Shlomo says, Yas Hara B'nei Hashem. That Shlomo did which was terrible in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and to attribute that or the presence in the truth. Now to qualify that, what ended up happening was Shlomo married a lot. His wives brought a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop its practice. So, in that sense, he's responsible for idolatry, even though he himself never worshipped idolatry. So they want to add Shlomo to the list. The Gemara says, so comes the mouth. Appears to them, and prostrates himself for them, saying, please don't do this, no attention to him. A fire came down from them. It started literally again, licking at their benches. And that's because again, clearly, the Baruch Hu was voicing his displeasure with this decision. They did not pay attention to it. Remember again, Lo b'shamayim, this Baruch Hu doesn't decide Torah. Yotza bas kol b'achto l'fnei malachim yisav ba'yisyativ l'nei chashuchim mishehektim. So again, so then the bas kol comes out, and the bas kol says ultimately again, have you seen a man who does his work quickly before kings he will be? What does this mean? So because Baruch Hu said, bas kol came and said mishehektim. So first of all, Shlomo, my house before his house. He built his Mikdash before he built his own home. Not only that, it took 7 years to build my base on Mikdash and 13 years to build his own palace. The Gemara says, "With name Malachim is Yafid, So again, so Mr. Basco was saying, how could such a man be assigned to a fate without Olam Haba? He should dwell amongst the rest of the kings. Once again, that's the place that no one paid no to this Basco. They just felt that it was incorrect. As Yatsa Basco, Amra Haname, Kishamena Kinaasta, finally, when the Basco comes out and says, listen, Chavra, Olam Haba is my purview. It's not yours. You like he goes to Olam Haba and he doesn't go to Olam Haba, and you don't understand the Cheshbonos. Yeah, it's so interesting that he's still trying to intervene in a mile matter, although it's pretty stark as well. And at the end, essentially what he says is, yes, you're right. Torah belongs to you. Allah belongs to you. Decision-making processes when it comes to the adjudication of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, who goes to Olam Haba, who doesn't come to Olam Haba, that's up to me. That's me. And therefore, again, Shlomo was not added on the list. Darsha Yeshumos Hayu Omen. Kulan Ba'in Olam Haba. Those are the wild. So Darsha Yeshumos. Rashi says over here, where Darsha Yeshumos, Darsha Psukim, Kibbutziv, as Harashon Lepsav, Emes Hayu Olim Shal Kulan Yeshkel Olam Haba, Elek Afilu Luminasha Ugav Mirachma. So I said, Darsha Yeshumos. Say everyone has a portion of Rachma. Everyone, again, let's say this is the opening line of Mishnah. Kol Yisrael. Everyone has a portion in the even Menashe, even Yeravam, and even Achav, even the three evil kings. So the Gemara says incredible. So Kulamai Olamash, Shneimar, Ligilad, Vuli Menashe, Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi, Yehudim Mechol Kiki, Moab Rachzi, Al Edom Ashkef Nali, Alai Pashes Israel. Who did he refer to? Li Gilad Chav, Shinaf Al Baramot, first Achav, who died in the lap of Ramot Gilad. Next, Menashe. Menashe is Menashe. Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi, who does that refer to? Zay Yeravam, Kikasim Ephraim. First, who came from the tribe of Ephraim. Yehudim Mechol Kiki, who does that after Ze'ach Tofel. That first Tofel, David HaMelech, son of the top of Kofnei Bosai, Dika Asim Yehuda, who came from Seir Moab, Seir Rachzi. What does that mean? Gechazi, Shemaka Al Iski Rechitza. Gechazi was stricken with Malchus because of the issue of washing. This has to do with Naaman, the general of Aram, who was stricken with Saras. Elisha tells him to go ahead and immerse himself in the Yarden. He does so. Go ahead and reward Elisha. Elisha says, I don't want any money. He changed his mind. He didn't change his mind, but he was using this opportunity for his financial advancement. Okay, so the Gemara goes like this. That refers to Doeg. Alai Kleshes Israeli. So again, Alai Kleshes Israeli. So we'll say, so what does that mean? So we'll say, so first of all, I just want to point out this is incredible. Right? The Darsha Rishumos, ultimately, again, I'll try to understand that everybody has a chiluk Olam Haba. I will say that before we go on, I'll just mention something absolutely amazing, which is what does this mean? Like, what's going on over here? And why aren't these people identified? Like, in other words, who are these Rabbanim? Who are these Darsha Rishumos? So we'll say what's interesting to note is as follows. How does Rashi define Darsha Rishumos? They're people who look for deeper meaning in psukim. And what does this mean? We'll say in life, when you look at a person, it is very easy to size by their shortcomings and their shortfalls. And for some reason, the Rabbi programmed us like with this ability relatively quickly. We can just kind of like see that just when you meet a person for a couple of minutes, you can see everything that's broken about them. The avoda in life is a way to see the good. See the bad is easy. To see the broken kite is easy. To see the good, a lot of work. So what you notice over here, to say that Menashe, just as I said that Yeravam, Achav, Menashe, don't go Haba, that's easy. That's easy. Just read them nothing. And you can see why they would not have a portion in the world to come. And here's the Shiloh. Do you want to be a Darshay Rishumos? Do you want to be someone who looks for the good in someone? Do you want to find someone ultimately again who pushes themselves to go out of their way to see the good? Sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a Rishumos. You have to be willing to look into Psukim. You have to be someone who's willing to go ahead and see beyond that which is written and to look below in order to find something that is good. But if you're willing to be a Darsh Yeshumos, if you're willing to be someone who looks in the deep meaning of the Psukim, going to be someone who reinterprets the different meaning of different words, you will find something good in every single person, even in Stephen, even in a Menashe, even in a Yeravam, even in an Am. It's the question of how you want to look at people. Pshat, Pashat, Pshat, Menashe, Yeravam, Darshi Rishumos, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because we'll say, something in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to work really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly. And beneath the surface, present really badly. And even a little bit beneath the initial still present really bad. If you really be Darshi Yeshua deeper and deeper and deeper, in every year, you find something beautiful. You find something magnificent. You just have to undertake the process. It's incredible. Where goes weiter? Espanecha got Ma'ata Osalo. Asher says to Baruch Hu. If David HaMelech, right? If David HaMelech goes and it comes before you, Allah says it's so beautiful. Now what happens? So according to these approaches, right, all of these people who we just mentioned were people who were excluded from Al-Haba into previous Gemaras, right? Just the three kings. But Dog, Achitofel, all of the people now go to Olam Haba. Malachim said that was Baruch Hu. So what's going to happen? Like you're going to let these people into Olam Haba. And then David HaMelech is going to see these people in Olam Haba. So David is going to see his trusted Gofel who turned on him. Doike Adomi, who in Shaul to try to kill him. He's going to walk into the expansion of Haba, and who is he going to see? See this Chavra over there. Duncan is going to be all upset. What do you got? Ma'ata Osalo. Amr Lahem. Lai La Sosan Bin Zelozeh. He goes, don't worry about it. You know, my job is to make friends with Achitofel and with Doeg Ha'adom. My job is to make them friends, make them re'im, make them. I'm going to say, what an overwhelming gift. Because first of all, stay in your lane. To begin to see over and over when it comes to Olam Haba, Baal Shalom tells entrepreneurs like, no, that's your business. I got this. And I say, how this? If David runs into former adversaries in the match, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. I say, such an overwhelming Gemara. Maybe sometimes the ability, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just function of maybe it could even happen in this world that even adversaries, like even Jewish adversaries, somehow, some way can become. I don't know if it can happen in this world, but maybe it's only something that happens over. And at the end of the day, another thing to look forward to in the afterlife is that even the most bitter of enemies, David and Achitofel, David and Adbek, for the nearest Hashem, sit and occupy the same space in Olam Haba. Overwhelming. Madua. This is Shiva Knesset Yisrael and Moses. Remember, this is Navi Yechezkel. Navi Yechezkel is giving thing Moshe to Klal Yisrael. And what happens? So the Klal Yisrael gave back a good shuvah to the Navi. He said, I'm not Navi. So the Navi, sorry, Zechariah. The Navi Zechariah said to them, Chazor b'tshuva. Go ahead and do tshuva. After all, avosechem shechatu hechanim. So the Navi says to Christ, the Navi Zechariah says to Klal Yisrael, so do tshuva. Because look what happened to your ancestors who didn't do tshuva. They're no longer here. Klal Yisrael is great. Well, so Klal Yisrael says back, Amar lahem, amru lo, uleviachem shaloch. So it's not exactly a good time now, right? Your ancestors who are also dead. So our ancestors are dead. Your ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So why convince us the tshuva? So the Gemara says, "Shreema have osechem ayehim, v'anedina ala olam yichyu So again, so the Chayyim says your answer is strong enough to do tshuva. Shneimar, who gets to says at the end of the end, Shmuel Amar, Bo Hasani Adam, Vayashuv Lefanav, Vayashuv Lefanav. Shmuel said what happened was 10 people came and sat before the Navi. This was the episode described in the puzzle. Chizru b'tshuva. So the Navi says, "B'tshuva, Amru lo." Listen to this. So this is very profound exchange. So the Navi says to the 10 people, "Do tshuva." They said to the Navi, "Amru lo, Eved shema Rabbo, v'isha shar shabayla, klum yesh lazeh al zeh klum." So it's interesting. So the Jews said back to the Navi, right? If you have an Eved who was sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced by her husband, the master have any expectation of the Eved, or the husband have any expectation? For those most of what they were telling the Navi was that Ribono Shel Olam has cast us away. By the master, we've been rejected by the husband. So what do you want from us? We'll say it's so profound. And by the way, begin to see this. This is the theme over and over. See this strategy. Even when Klal Yisrael was worshiping Avodah Zarah, there was still such a connection to Hashem. And you can see Klal Yisrael, at least exchange over here, turned away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu because they felt by the Ribono Shel Olam. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu Navi, Lechem Ar Lahem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to the Navi, Ei Sefer Krisos Inchem Asher Shlachtia, O Mimanati Eschem Lo Hein Bavorosechem Nimkartem, O B'Shachem Shalcha Imchem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes back to the Navi, ask Klal Yisrael, where's your get? Where's your get? Right? Where's the document of sale that says that I sold you to? So Rabbi says, no. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You did me. But now what you're doing that to. You reject me, and now you're projecting me, God, that I rejected you. I'll say such a profound, right? So much psychology here also in like the worship of idolatry. How again, Klal Yisrael plays the role of the victim. Reject us. I rejected you. You spent generations sinning. You rejected me, and now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting on me that I rejected you. Where's the document? I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. David Avdi, Nebuchadnezzar Avdi, when the part was interesting, the part was David, my servant, and Nebuchadnezzar, my servant. He says, what does this mean? Some people, I'm sorry, said a Klal Yisrael Avdo Eved, sorry, B'kara Avdo Eved Shekana Nechasim Eved L'mi Nechasim L'mi. So I'll say this is fascinating. It sounds strange that HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls David his servant and Nebuchadnezzar his servant. First of all, it seems like you always understand that when Nebuchadnezzar did, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar. By calling Nebuchadnezzar the servant of God, then he's the master. Who's the master? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when there's a servant and a master, whatever the servant acquires, the master acquires. Even when we were covered by Nebuchadnezzar, under his domain, we were under the domain of the Eved, but we still belong to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And highlighting this idea, never is there a rejection by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others themselves are adim to Hashem. Being a servant to the servant still means that what? I belong to the master. There was so many profound and beautiful. Never is there rejected by HaKadosh. We may reject God, which does happen, and as a result, sometimes feels having rejected God. So we project to God that He rejected us, but there's nothing further from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam never rejects. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. Incredible. Lobian Chazaka, Obizar Natuya, Obichin Shfucha, Amrocha Le, Umradnach, Kolkiai, Risach Rachmana Allah, Lifakinan. Let us get as he wants at us, but at least as I will say, sometimes it's almost as if, like in a relationship, some tension, and you're not saying anything. There's all this tension building. What do you want more than anything? Like, let's do it. Just like get it out. Whatever it is, as ugly as it's going to be, let's just go ahead and have the activity. Let's have the yelling, let's have the argument, or whatever it is. Let's just get it done. So that we can hear whatever you've got, just bring it. Let's do this. We accept it, but then we want to be redeemed. The Yisrael Mishpat Alakadu Amra Barakana Amra Yisrael. This is beautiful. We'll say. We'll say. You know what's really amazing? You know what's really amazing? The end of the day, we think life is so complicated. It's not that complicated. It all comes down to two. Chazru b'tshuva. That's all. That's obviously it's simpler said than done. But just b'tshuva. Just come back to me. Just come back to me. We spend our lives running this Baruch Hu and then justifying why we're really allowed to run, or why because I submit this, I don't have to do all these different things, and it's exhausting. We invent hashkafa, we invent ideologies, we invent life, these different things to justify going to Baruch Hu and shirking of our religious responsibility instead of just coming back home. Just give ourselves over to Baruch. Just chazor b'tshuva. That's it. I'm waiting for you. So chazor b'tshuva. So what happens? Amrlo, ani yecholin. This is incredible. Klal says we can't. Why? The Rebbe said this Gemara is gold. So the Rebbe says, Klal Yisrael, just b'tshuva, just come back. Klal Yisrael said we can't. We hate Sahara. And Sahara is so powerful. Sahara is so overwhelming. So what does the Baruch Hu say? The Baruch Hu says, Amr Lahem, Yisru Yitzvech. So ultimately, what does the Baruch Hu say back? Put on your big white hand, that quote, right? And take control of the situation. I got it, Sahara. I got it. So I was saying, here's what's interesting. That statement of Klal Yisrael indicates almost like a lack of control. I would come back, but I'm not in charge. There's Yetzer Hara. Yisro Yitzvech, which literally means chastise your Yetzer, take control, of your life. Which I will say, you understand what's happening in this conversation over here? This is what we go through every single day. I'm not accomplishing the things I need to accomplish. I'm not doing the things I want to do. I'm not the person yet I want to be. And if you ask me why it's not happening, why isn't it happening? I'm going to give you a list of reasons. Right? What's interesting, by the way, is what's the commonality in that entire list? Right? It has nothing to do with me. Right? It's my father never did this. My mother never did this. My spouse doesn't do this. My rabbi doesn't do this. I never got as much cookies as the other kids. All the other things, right? And there's a whole list of things that are responsible for why I am not the person I need to be. Everyone else is blamed. Everyone else has a contributing role to why I am under. There's only one part that's missing from that list. There's one person who has no responsibility for everything that has gone down, and that's me. As Baruch Hu essentially says, really? This is happening in this conversation. Because Baruch Hu says, get your act together. What should mean the act of putting yourself and your life together? All these says, you'd love to do tshuva, but what do you want, Sahara? It's always me. All these problems in my life, but not me. It's not my fault. It's nothing to do with me. It's everyone else who's not pulling their weight. Therefore, I can't do my part. Really? You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person and one person only. And that's you. The buck of your life stops with one person and one person only. And that's you. Success is dependent on one person and one person only. And that is you. So rein it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, there's one who doesn't say it's not a struggle. He validates the struggle. Struggle. But I have control over whether or not I navigate, how I navigate that struggle. To which Rabbi says, Anulo, well, Hashem, you created it. You created it, so you need to deal with it. It's interesting. Essentially, you made the mess, you clean it up. Right? We didn't make the Yitzhak. Ask for the Yitzhak. You created it, so because you created it, ultimately, again, you have to deal with it. So we'll say, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So, by the way, so the Klal Yisrael do tshuva not. No. Why? How do we know they didn't do tshuva? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because Klal Yisrael once again says, well, God, it's your problem, not my problem. You create the Yitzhahara, you see, you clean it up. And I want to say, sure, that never happens. Because when I fail to take responsibility for it, we're so taking responsibility. Because what happens to take responsibility? Oh, man. What happens if I take responsibility? If I take responsibility, then I have to look in the mirror and I have to recognize that all of the failures in my life are mine. They're my failures. They're my failures. And that hurts. And that's difficult. And that's painful. And most of us do not want that pain. So instead, we spend a lifetime running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone and everyone else around us. And so we never take responsibility, can't give up. And instead, if we just find the courage just to say, okay, I own it, it's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's gone wrong in life is me. I own it. But here's the good news. Once you overcome that pain and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock of responsibility for things that haven't gone right, you then realize something amazing. And like Rabbi Nachman says, if you believe that you have the ability, the reins are then mine. There's no telling what I could become a luxury. I could fix my life. I could do what I need to do. But the tragedy is the conversation ends off the same way it's ended off. It's always someone else's problem. If this problem, chances are, it's never going to get fixed. Then we can become Shubal Shuba. Arba had Yotos. Who are the 4 Yotos who all in Haba? Doeg, Achitofel, Gate. So Bilam, what's his name? Bilam. So Bilam means below Am, without a nation. Davar Acher, Bilam Shebala Am. We again brought down a nation. That's actually, we're going to see that even though Bilam was unable to curse up, he's going to give Balak the idea with the Midianite women. Ben Ba'ar, Sheba'al Ben Ba'ar, because he had to them. Tana says Tana, Hu Ba'ar, Kushan Rishasayim, Hu Lo Ha'arami. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Ba'ar. So the Gemara says, by the way, this guy Ba'ar, his name is he's Ba'ar, he's Kushan Rishasayim, he's also Lavan. Wow, so Lavan. So the Gemara says Ba'al be here. So ultimately it's called Ba'ar because he had Ayin. It's called Kushan Rishasayim, the other because he did two terrible things. Two Klal Yisrael, right? Achas b'nei Yaakov, Achas b'nei Shvot HaShoftim. One of the days of Yaakov, that would be a reference to the other during the day of Yoshua. Okay, so the Gemara Rashi says over there, I'm sorry, the Achar Misas. Okay, the Gemara Rashi Omash Mo, what was his actual name? Lavan HaArami. The actual name was Lavan. Interesting. So the Gemara says, which will say, by the way, with the name that Bilam was the son of Lavan. Bilam was the son of Lavan, which is pretty incredible. So the Gemara says, it wasn't in general, by the way, also so what do these things actually mean, right? That's actually Lavan, and people are just blessed with longevity. Someone who possessed the same mikvah, because remember, you could see Lavan and Bilam, right? Both of them in one mikvah. What do we say? What do we say in the Haggadah and Magid? Lavan kesh la kar es hakol. Right? Lavan wants to uproot everything. What is Bilam? Bilam be kesh la kar es hakol. Both of them have been stated mission. So the Gemara says Ben Baruch said Ben No Bar. So it says the son of Bar. So in one place it says that Bilam is the son of Ba'ar, and then it indicates that Ba'ar was, which one is it? I'm Rabbi Yoshua. I'm sorry. Aviv Nohu B'Nevios. So in a certain respect, Ba'ar, right? Ba'ar was the son of Bilam, the son of his son when it came to prophecy. In other words, his father was Ba'ar, his son was Bilam, but Bilam was a greater prophet than his father, and therefore he's like the father of his. He's like the father. He's a father to his father in the realm of prophecy. Okay, Bilam udlo asi la'amudasi. Really awesome. So what's here is interesting. Now, the fact that it says that Bilam doesn't go to Olam Haba, what does that seem to indicate? That other Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. They're non-Jews go to Olam Haba as well. To which the Gemara says, Mas Nisin money. Then this is interesting machlokas. Whose opinion does this reflect? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yeshua, he designed Rabbi Lazar Omer, Yeshua Rishon L'Shola, called Gain. So what says, Yeshua Rishon L'Shola. Doesn't mean that it says the wicked will go to the Sha'al to get Elu Poshe Yisrael. This refers to the sinners of Israel. Kol Goyim Shcheche Elokim, all the Goyim who forget Hashem. Elu Poshe Ovdei Chavim. Now, I must say, this is interesting. If you notice over here in the Gemara, you have a little bit of a Yud days. So the changes, by the way, if you look over, it says Elu Umos Ha'olam. Really, it's supposed to say, this refers to the nations of the world who do not have a portion in the world to come. So how did it become Hoshe of the Kohavim? If you look in Agos Hasinum, it says the first Siyat Lefi has sense. This Gemara was censored. This was a Gemara. It originally said that again, members of the nation of the world do not have a portion in the world to come. All of them. That all of them have us for Jews. All of us for Jews, not for the nations of the world. So changed it ultimately. Again, to say the sinners of the nations of the world don't go. The Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi says, one second, called the whole goyim. Who does that refer to? Man ninu. Call goyim elokim. She was saying, which you see here is something very fascinating. A general machlokas. The nations of the world go to Olam or not. So one opinion says yes. Only those forget Hashem among nations of the world don't go to Haba, and other opinions are Olam Haba is only for Jews, not for the Umos Olam, fundamental method. Ba'af osa Russia Nisim Yatzmo. Even Bilam himself, even Bilam obviously, our Mishnah clearly the idea that the nation, which is Gentiles, go to Olam Haba, right? Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding Bilam from Olam Haba? So our Mishnah clearly sides with the idea that Allah so righteous Gentiles absolutely do go to Olam Haba. Okay. So the Gemara says, even Bilam himself gave a simon. What was the simon? Thomas Nafshi Mosi Sharon. In Thomas Nafshi Mosi Sharon Keacharisi Kamo. In Lav Hinni Holech La'ami. Bilam himself said, if I die a natural death, then that is indeed fact that I'll be going to Olam Haba. If I die a natural death, it seems to indicate that I'm not going to Olam Haba. And of course, Bilam didn't die. He was killed. He didn't go to Olam Haba. So remember again, let's go back to the Bilam story. So the elders of Moab and Midian tried to recruit Tana, Midian, V'hayalam, Shalom, Eolam. The nations of Midian did not get along at all. So much Lishnei Kalav and Shayas goes over here that calamity. What's going on over here? It's incredible. It's comparable to two dogs, right? Who really did not, right? Always a lot of animosity. But so what happens? A wolf attacked one of the dogs. So the other dog says, Amra Akar in any Ozro Hayom. Also, so the second is, listen, if I don't help the first one, I really don't like him, the wolf is going to kill him. What's going to happen? Tomorrow, the wolf is going to kill me. So therefore, it's better for me to partner with my dog as my friends. Right? The idea over here, so even though the dogs don't like each other, they unite. Same idea. Midian and Moab did not belong at all, but they had a common enemy of Klal Yisrael. Therefore, they teamed up together. Amar Papa Hainu Jami Inchi Kushta the Shunra Aldu Hilula Tabra Bidish Gada. Literally translated, the weasel and the cat had a feast from the fat of the one with bad mazel. Again, one of those ones that doesn't translate so well, right? Much better than the original Aramaic. So apparently the idea is cats and weasels don't get along. When they face a common enemy, they're willing to gang up together and feast on the vanquished enemy. So Vayesh was sorry Moab in Bilam. Sorry, so Gemara says that so they come to Bilam, and then the pasuk says that the messengers of Moab stayed with Bilam. Gemara says, "What's that? Sorry, Midian Heichel. Where did the guys from? So came and Amar Lahu Vinu Palai Shivosi Eskem Davar Amar Amru Klum Yish Av Shasonias." So the messenger realized that once Bilam was unable to give them an immediate answer, right? Because they say, "Come, first Klal Yisrael." And Bilam says, "You know what? Stay here tonight, back to you." They realized once Bilam wasn't able to give them an immediate answer, something was going on. It wasn't going to work. And they said, Baruch was not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? The Baal Shem is our father. So the messengers of Midian realized Baruch was not going to curse them. He's just not going to curse them. So they went. Chutzpah is incredible. Chutzpah, afilu klapi shmayim mahanu. So chutzpah is a very powerful tool, right? And chutzpah, even against the Baruch Hu, is able to affect change. How so? Listen to this. In the beginning, when Bilam asked the Kodesh Baruch Hu to go and curse Klal Yisrael, so Kodesh Baruch Hu says, "Don't go with them." But yet, amazingly enough, Bilam says, "Ulubasov kum itan." It says, "Go with them." Go with them. So what do you see from here? Almost chutzpah, right? But chutzpah sometimes pays off. I must say, we know this in life. Sometimes, chutzpah usually is understood in a negative way, but sometimes chutzpah could actually have very powerful and positive repercussions. Again, not for Bilam. For Bilam, it did not work well. But again, you see from here that when a person is adamant, about something, sometimes even our Baruch Hu admires, so to speak, they're adamant. I'm not sure it's chutzpah, malchusa below tagmani. Chutzpah is like a king without a crown. Now, a king without a crown has the ability to affect the level of change, not complete change, but has the ability to. This goes back to yesterday's daf. Remember again the story we saw about the two Jews being taken captive? Well, right, what did the captive say? Being a stiff-necked people, that's chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what kept us. Right? Chutzpah, the stiff-neckedness of Klal Yisrael, ultimately, again, is what has sustained us throughout the ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. Siv, I know, I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Bilam was crippled in one of his legs. He limped. Shimshon crippled in both of his legs. Bilam was blind in one eye. Good. Furthermore, interestingly enough, he did with his makom milah. All right. No. All right. So Gemara says, it says over here. Okay. No. Begaloi einayim uksiv hasam b'hinei hama nofel alamita. The nofel has like a lot of the connotation of intimacy. So you see from here that again, his sorcery was then with the makom milah. Itmar Marzutra Amar Kosim Ba'amasohaya. Marzutra said that again he did sorcery. He did sorcery again with his makom milah. Marbi Ravina Amar Sheba al Asono. Obviously, you know what it means is he engaged in immorality with his donkey. Right, Gemara says. So Berman Amar Kosim Ba'amasohaya Kidamina. So Berman says that he did sorcery again with his amos. That we just saw before. How did that he relationship with the donkey? Siv Hacha Kara Shav Uksiv Hasam Bain Ragla on the base. Kara Nafal Shachal. So what's the same Lashon over here of Kara, right? Literally crouching over. That's the same Lashon that's used by Sisra. According to the Medrash, she had relations with him. By Yodea Das Alyon. And ultimately, again, so Bilam knew the Das of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the Haviyada Das Elyon Haviyad. So again, Bilam couldn't control his donkey, right? In other words, we know the story, right? Where Bilam, the donkey refuses to move forward because the donkey saw the angel with the outstretched sword in front of him. Bilam doesn't see it. Bilam keeps hitting his donkey to move forward. So the Gemara says Bilam couldn't control his donkey, and he knows how our HaKadosh Baruch Hu works. So he's very mind that. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara told the Amrilay says this. So what does it mean that he cannot control his donkey. The Amalei is very interesting because ultimately, again, the minister of Moab said to him the following: Amalei, my tamalor asosia. So this is very interesting. When Bilam finally goes with the of Moab, the minister was surprised that he was going on a donkey. They said, "Where's your horse? Where's your horse?" Right? Yeah. So we'll say, So we'll say, this is great. So Bilam says, "Oh, you know what? Like, you know, why you under? And a guy like you, right? A guy like you should be. I don't know. Where's where's your Cadillac? You know, where's your thing?" So he says, He says, "Oh, this is a loaner. This is a loaner. It's in the shop. It's in the shop, right? You know, my horse is out. It's grazing. It's doing its thing. But it literally means like in the marshlands. Amrulay, halanoki asalcha." So let's say, so the donkey begins to speak up. Really? Really? I'm a loner? I'm your donkey. So yeah, Bilam says, yeah, you're my donkey, but let's Alma. I don't really ride on you. I use you to go ahead and transport. You're like my transport. You're hitch. You know, you're my U-Haul hitch. I usually go ahead and put on my luxury vehicle, right? My horse. I would never show him. He cut that on a donkey like this. So the donkey says, really? What are you talking about? You use it all the time. You ride on me all the time. Bilam says, no. Akrai ba'alma. No, that's not true. Sometimes I ride on you again when my primary form of transportation is in the shop. What are you talking about? You've been riding on me again for forever. Okay, all right. And furthermore, again, the donkey says, literally again, donkey says, I provide many services, right? Transportation and other. Like, so the donkey, say, by the way, what's fascinating about this is, you almost see, like, it's interesting, like, the donkey is like saying to Bilam, at least the Diamakir Tov, at least he's such a manovel, right? You're such a base and disgusting guy, right? What you do to me and with me, at least guys, the role that I play in your life, right? You want to be a degenerate, you are a degenerate. Don't be an ingrate and a degenerate. Right? It's incredible. So the Gemara says, "Ksiv hacha haskin iskandik ksiv hasavat tilasachanes." Ella my view of that's all. Obviously, again, Bilam as the guy's argument is donkey. So doesn't mean that he knew of Hashbar. The Gemara says, "Shayodea lechavein osa shal Baruch Hu." What Bilam was the exact moment that the Rothschild gets angry at. In other words, we'll say the Rothschild gets angry for just one moment a day. He knew that exact moment. I mean, Secharna my God's Balak Melech Moab, Umachona also Bilam Ben Boar. Neashidim ala Gilgal, Lemandas Tzedakos Hashem. What is that again? When Bilam was trying to curse you, what does it mean, the righteousness of Hashem? My Lemandas Tzedakos Hashem. Amar Rothschild Yisrael Duuna. No, when Bilam was trying to curse you, how much tzedakah I did with you? How so? Remember again, Bilam was the exact moment that God got angry. And Rothschild said, I did a miracle. All the days that Bilam was trying to do, like angry for one moment, that entire. So the Gemara says, because had I gone ahead and gotten angry that entire moment, if Bilam would have cursed in that one moment, it would have destroyed. If Bilam it would have destroyed. So Baruch says, miraculously, I did not get angry at all during that entire time. So the Gemara says, so I say, interestingly enough, this is what Bilam was saying to Balak. But I've got it all figured out. I know that if I curse cloudly, so one moment when Baruch gets angry, he destroys them. But I don't know what to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to curse Klai. So I don't say, mid-story, I'm leaving over here a little bit of a cliffhanger. And then we'll finish up with Bilam tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. Tremendous.
He's like, how did we fit in here? He's the finest love not to say something. He's like, that's my turban. We'll do it. don't tell him that you did it. Just saw the podcast and he'll if he does it, he'll get a new car. He has a lot of cars.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors this morning share. To thank our Talmud sponsor for touching a 57. The Tilson a little bit of a dictatorship this morning. As Tully Tilson, a big mazel tov to his dear friend Benjamin Wall, Benjamin's dear son Tovia, to Shira, beautiful couple. Will Meretz Hashem give endless nachas to all of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. Our Talmud sponsor for the month of Nisan. Thank you to those who answered the call on WhatsApp yesterday. Thank you, Paul and Kathy Pollack. Celebration of Nisan birthdays of Right Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollack of West New Jersey. Not New Jersey. Mazel tov, Meretz Hashem, continued celebrations of the month of Nisan. An anonymous Talmud sponsor for the month of Nisan in the schos of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael on May. And a week of learning, integration of the art site. Our film sponsors for today, Saeed and Kin, in honor of the Chasana of Yishai learner to Leah and Aaron to Ari and Shoshana from the entire Mishpat. Malta, have we all love to Rabbi today? Well, I just start off with us. To walk his son down to the Kappa. With Mazel Tov. I may have asked him Mazel Tov. We'll say that first, so we dedicate our learning in the schools. So we should bring home all our hostages. Our holy soldiers should be successful. Kol Masay Yadayim, and the month of Nisan should be a Geula, and yet a national Geula in Meretz Hashem. So as we that, let us begin today. Great daf, it's really great today. Today's daf is Kuf Daf. Picking up on Kuf Gimel with the days, we left off Tanya Hayrim Meir Omer, which is about 15 lines down from the top. Daniel, Meir used to say, Adam doesn't have a fortune in the world to come. Remember again, the son of Davelech, who led a rebellion against his father. So Shalom doesn't have the Chayim of Hashem. Vayaku es Avshalom ve'nisu. Ve'akuba al mazeh. I'm sure Meir. Achos yo, v'chol Interesting case. I'm going to say, Achaz and Amalchus Yisrael, who did bad stuff, and the way the positive verse to them is that they did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Lochaim is interesting. It means Lochaim, again, they do not come back with Tchiasa. Loni Donin. They don't go to heaven. They don't go there. They're not judged. Rashi points out here, Lochaim, Lo Mabah Mitzadikim. Don't need to get him. It's very interesting. So there are people again who they're neither rested nor are they put in them. It says, so the gun, so how do I say right? Well, how do I do it? The gun, not good. So I say, which is quite fascinating because again, this limbo is simply worse than anything else. When a person goes to Gehenna, so you know again, Gehenna is a cleansing property upon the neshama. The only thing allows the neshama ultimately again regain its luster and move forward. The ability to go ahead and go to Gehenna, the neshama from progressing seems to be the worst only neshama. Again, that yishapach nafshah they love. Ada shagiri to shalayim lekat leban osar sheheki yisud Allah asar sharabei Hashem. So in addition to all of the avodah zarah that Menashe introduced, apparently there was blood that was shed to the point that Yerushalayim was filled with blood from one end to the other. So we want to try to understand what exactly is it that Menashe did. Is it that Menashe spilled all of this blood? What does it mean? Is that literal? So what does it mean? To which he wants Shari Yeshaya. Some say it means that he killed Yeshaya Hanavi. Incredible. That although it was one person, because it was Yeshaya, They said that they killed that people from one end to the other with blood. The Ma'arava Amri in Eretz Yisrael, they said, Sha'asat Selem Masui B'nei Adam. That literally they said, so Menashe made an Abizara. And the idol itself was so big that it required 1,000 people holding his school, and every day killed all of them. So apparently this idol that he commanded us out of, but the weight of the idol too much, and it would come crashing upon those who went and carried it. He killed 1,000 people every day. But there's a tremendous metaphor in that statement. There are the difference between, thinking about this, right? So there was the Zavod Zara that was too heavy to carry, and it crushed everyone and carried it. Gemara says about the Aron, right? That the Kohanim who went ahead and carried the Aron, what does the Gemara say? Ha'aron nos es nos av. The Aron carried those who carry it. When you put your co-host into the right things, when you put your energies into the right things, those things lift you up. You put your koach into Torah, you put your koach into Avodas Hashem, you put your koach into Eretz Yisrael, those things lift you up. You put your energy, friends, and your time into the wrong thing, and those things will crush you, right? And those things will bury you, those things will bless you, those things will finish you. Tremendous sort of what we put our koach into, those times like that very thing, that very entity, that very initiative will lift me or bury me. The Gemara goes like that. Beautiful Gemara. That's literally the neshama of a tzaddik. The neshama is as worthy or corresponds to the neshamas of an entire generation. This reflects the view that Menashe killed Yeshaya. And although Menashe only killed one person, but Lamaisa, again, the pasuk reckons it as he filled Yeshaya with his blood from one end to the other. So the Gemara says, Pasel, Uksiv, Psilin. So it's each flip by Menashe an idol, singular. Then it says he built an idol, plural. So which one is it? I'm going to put on the Tchila Asala Pirtz of Echad. Is incredible. In the beginning, Menashe made an idol with one face. One face, Ulabasov, Asala, Arbaat, Metzufin, Kiveshetiv, Shechina, B'tichos. At the end, he ended up making an idol with 4 different faces. Why 4 different faces? As we'll see in just a moment, he positioned it in the Beis HaMikdash, and he wanted it to have L'maisa, wherever, right? Kodesh Baruch Hu L'Shechina would see the idol wherever it was. So sorry, can you imagine like that level of chutzpah? He wanted to make sure that the Rebbe Shalom saw the pastor, Moshe saw the idol. Incredible. So the man was like, Achaz went ahead and put his idol in the upper story of the Beis Hamikdash. Menashe, he put his idol in the Beis Hamikdash. The Bais Rabbi Yisham Shabachart Mikol Shitei Yisrael Asina Shmisham Amon Yechriso B'Tzchak Shakadosh. Amon took a step, and Amon put the idol literally again in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Shneimar Kitar Hamasa Mishkar Shea Mishkar Mishtara B'Masechat Sarah Kiris Kanes. So it's actually quite interesting. The part as follows: what does it mean that the couch, the little translated, it means the couch was too short to stretch out. What does that mean? The couch, the Beis Hamikdash, was too small for 2 people to lay on together, which means it's a reference to Kodesh Baruch Hu and Avodah, right? Like overwhelming. That the Beis Hamikdash contained both the Shechina and Avodah. And therefore the version essentially, like this town's not big for the 2 of us. If you're going to put Avodah Zarah in the Beis Hamikdash, I'm out. I'm going to say first of the widest lines. What does it mean that the cover itself is too narrow? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan Kevin Haikra Hava Bachi. Rabbi Yochanan would come to this pasuk, he would cry. He would say, Misha Kasavo Kones Kamei Hayom Tase Lo Masechat Sarah. So it says, so he about he who it says about the Moshe who it says that little man's disease. He commands disease. He has to contend with an idol to share. As I say, sometimes you have to share a cover, and the cover is too small. Who says the cover is too small for both of us. Can't cover me and the apple of the rest of Yochas is meaning that Ibn Shalom has to fight for cover. He has to fight for cover with the apple of the Zara. He would fight him. Achaz Kipas, the Chassan and Satorah. So Asam when Achaz, King Achaz, went ahead and he would stop the apple of the Mikdash, and he also literally again truncated the study of Torah. Shinemar Sur to Udach. Asum Torah Balom died. Menashe Katas Karos. Menashe went ahead, scratched out literally again, scratched out the names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the Torah. Baharas on his back, and he destroyed in his back. He marched Amon, the Hela, Shemamis al Gabi his back. The Torah and created cobwebs, literally caused cups to form in his back, which represents again inaction. Inaction. This is incredible. Achaz committed immoral relationships. Menashe, Baal, his sister. Amon, Baal, Imo. Amon, unfortunately, acted incest with his mother. Amon, Harbe, Shmo. Rabbi Yochanan is supposed to say, by the way, just to understand, this is the natural progression of things. The more that the Ribono Shel Olam is no longer guiding force. Right? A person is not entered a system of real religious development. Immorality and idolatry is there many times. What's idolatry? Idolatry is when you make God in your own image. You decide what, and you create a system. The moment that occurs, by definition, immorality is soon to follow. So remember that the Rabbi says, the Chadamar Shabbat one says that Amon went ahead and burnt the Torah. Other says that he can't get a relationship with his mother. And he says, I'm going to go, Amon reached the Chahana. He mocked him, she had son. So says, interestingly enough, his mother said to him, really? Like, you want to do this? You know, literally says to you, can you have any picture, like, from the place where you're from? Like, his mother was asking, like, what are you doing? The Lord said, isn't that like Klum Ani Osa? Allah Hafez as Boli. So Amon said, this is about angering God. Like, this is about rebellion. So the Gemara goes like this. We all see Yoakim Amar associated to this. When Yoakim came on the scene, he said, Kama lo yadi la'aguz klum. Right? So ultimately, again, la'aguz. This is incredible. Yoakim said, the ones who came before me, they didn't really know how to anger God. I could show you how to anger God, right? I will say, by the way, it was just so fascinating about this. What do you see from all of it? It's not just a shot about like I've always read. People didn't. If you don't believe, then fine, but just go on your way. The need to anger. Why do you need to anger God? Why do you repudiate HaKadosh Baruch Hu in such a dramatic way? That's what we spoke about yesterday. When you are seeing your own beliefs, you do not need other people to agree with you, right? Nor do you have to spend your life trying to show other people why it is that they're wrong. The only people who know no one else why they're wrong, right? And the only people who need everyone else to agree with them are people who are fundamentally and wholly insecure in what they believe. If I believe what I believe, good, do whatever you want. I'm going to live my life, I'm going to do my thing, I believe in what I'm doing, I don't need you to buy into it. This active repudiation and the need to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu, like you need to give a shtach to the Ribono Shel Olam, represents a heightened level of insecurity. As evil as these men were, deep down, they knew who HaKadosh Baruch Hu was, they knew what the Ribono Shel Olam was, and they knew where their allegiance should be. When you walk around life with that kind of guilt, so you have to repudiate and you have to rebel, and you have to give the stuff every day. So comes your music. I will show these guys how to sin. First of all, the third thing we really need a God for is the sun. Is the sun. We don't even need it for the sun. God can take us back to the sun. We have this type of Parvayim gold, which apparently was very shiny and luminescent. So we can light the world through that. So only one problem is that even the gold and silver belongs to God. Everything belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No, you said no, he already gave the gold and silver to us. Where do we go? What's the passage? Hashemayim Shemayim La Hashem, the eyes does on the Adach. You like the ridiculousness of this. SARS. This is Yo Yuck was going against the Kodesh Baruch Hu. I will say how much a Yid tries to run away from Hashem. You can't do it. You can't do it. This inevitable pull between man and God that owes man back to his source. Sometimes we go back easier, back incredible. I'm going to about Mari. They never manu as Yo Yuck. So I was like, Yo Yuck was such a guy. Why is he not included in the list of those who don't have a portion of the world? Finished only this weekend. Why isn't Yo Yuck listed as well? We shouldn't say yes, every day Yo Yuck because Asher Asa Banimsa Love. Because after all the pasuk says the rest of the things of Yo Yuck and all those abominations that he did, and all the different things done, and that which was found upon him. So, ready for this? My love, what is that which was found upon him? Wow. One says that tattooed on his milah, and what did he do there? He tattooed the name of his avodah zarah. Others say that no, he actually tattooed the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Makom Midah. The Lord said that what is that? This goes back to Shabbos. Is that remember again? The Lord spoke about right, and the Lord spoke about Achitofel, and other people who had these visions of fire coming out of the Makom. Again, it represents strength and it represents reality. So again, the Zara piece there, the Zara piece there, ultimately representing that this is the entirety of his life. Obviously, tattooing the HaKadosh Baruch Hu there was an incredible attempt to go ahead and disparage and disrespect Baruch Hu. Overwhelming. So those are just want to point out, the Gemara doesn't answer why Yo Yuck is not included. Tattoos over here and leaves it. We'll come back a bit more on Kuf Daled. What's right there? I don't know why Yo Yuck is included in the list. I'll tell you some other things about the other people. Now remember again about Micha on Shabbos is no Micha was split for a very long time. Remember again, Micha was the baby who was rescued by Moshe Rabbeinu from the bricks. And he was a Jewish baby who was thrown into the bricks, into the earth. When the Jews do not produce the proper tally of bricks, Moshe Rabbeinu pulls him out. This is what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Moshe, let me run my world. I promise you, I know what it is that I'm doing. Pulls the day, turns out to be Micha. Micha did a couple of things. Either Micha himself brought out the Zara, ultimately through the Yamsuf, right? I actually gave you two possibilities. I didn't do this Rashi on Shabbos because I ran out of time. But usually happens. So right, either he brought an idol with him, or remember when the Jews were leaving Egypt, so Moshe had to get the casket of Yosef, which was buried on the bottom of the Nile. He took a piece of clay that had been wrote the name of Hashem on it, threw it into the Nile, and the casket floated to the top. Micha found that piece of clay and took it. He took it. And with that piece of clay, he was able to do all sorts of stuff. Either way, he wasn't a good guy, right? And he worshipped a lot of Avodah Zarah and created his own alternate tush, like a people, that he created on his own. So the Gemara says, why wasn't he included in the list of people who don't have a portion of work to come? So it made the money that's incredible. Because he did Achnasas Archim. So Micha did said. Micha did chesed. His home was open to people, and so people found fine. And here's something to eat. He could always stop at the house of Micha. Rashi says, "Kala olechim especially the tzib, kala oleshav ela elavim is Micha." We'll say, is this absolutely incredible? Micha worshipped Avodah Zarah. Introduced Avodah Zarah. A ton of terrible things, but at the end of the day, he was not this archie. Whenever someone was in need, someone needed bread, home was always home. Shneimar kol or b'shalavim. Rabbi Sarah v'hika b'yamgal. Amar Yochanan zeh pislosh tayim minas yomer. Rav l'shilo. Do you want me to listen to this? Rav was the place where God set up his temple, right to Shiloh, where the Mishkan was. No, not far. The smoke from the Mizbeach, right, in the Mishkan, and the smoke from the Micha's temple, from Micha's spread, because was mixed together. Ubikshum Malachai Ashar is the Dochel. The Malachai Ashar wanted to push Micha. Now, what it means is the Malachai wanted to punish Micha because not only was he worshiping Avodah Zarah, but his Avodah Zarah was mixing with the Mishkan. He was mixing, so the Malachim wanted to push him. Incredible. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, Hakadosh Baruch Hu put Micha. Why? Because ultimately, again, he goes ahead, he makes sure that Jews have rest whenever they are in need. So say, regarding this, the people of Pilegesh Begiva was a much more dramatic and traumatic story, which we'll come back to later on. But they were punished. So again, Pilegesh Begiva, so Micha's base of Micha was there. When Micha's temple was, when there's Avodah Zarah, he never stuck up for me. But yet again, when there was an affront to the dignity of own, they suddenly went to battle. Again, we'll come back to that story a little bit later in Yom Hashem. But I will say that how overwhelming is this? How overwhelming is this? That what's supposed to protect the Chesed? See this theme over and over and over. The Ribono Shel Olam could forgive any sin. He really can. Have all the Zara, he can forgive. As long as are good to each other, as long as we are road to Shalom, as long as we love one another, as long as our homes are open to each other, as long as we take care of each other, as long as that midah is present within Klal Yisrael, the Ribono Shel Olam could find in his heart to forgive almost any infraction. Incredible. I'm not going to show you, but I'm sure you'll see Kisma. שהרחיקה שתי משפחות מישראל, שנאמר על שלא קיבלו הסכם בלך המים. See over here, Legima literally means like tasting. What it means over here in this context is you see how great Hachdas Archim is. Chesed is why? Because it's supposed ultimately again of two families in Klal Yisrael who did not offer food. Two families did not offer food to Klal Yisrael. They were distant. Who is a reference to? Ammon and Moab did not offer us food and drink during our time in the desert. And therefore, again, Shlokidnu, Yisrael Lechem Rashi says, so therefore, again, they're not allowed to come into Klal Yisrael. Yokam Didei Amar, Brachakes Erel. Let's listen to this statement. Yokam is like this. In general, Hachnosas Archim, right? Hospitality. Being there for each other. It goes distances. It distances those who are close, right? So failure to do so, failure to open your home to the other, distances the ones who are close. Brings close the ones who are far. Causes Hashem to be away from the wicked. And ultimately, again, causes prophecy to come upon even false prophets, like prophets of Baal. So the Gemara says, "Shiragaso Ola Zadon," and failure to do chesed for the other, even accidentally, is treated by Hakadosh Baruch Hu as an intentional avera. Okay, so let's analyze each of these statements. Number one, what does it mean that ultimately it distances those who are close? So it was a couple of Daled 104a, Ammon and Moab. So Ammon and Moab was who are our cousins, but yet they are distanced from us. They're not allowed to come into Klal Yisrael. Why? Because they failed to exhibit proper chesed towards us. When we were in the desert, traveling in the desert, they did not offer us bread and water. Next, to Mikaredas, as Harachokim, it is close. So we'll say, so the first part is failure to do Achnos. And it's not that it's just showing kindness. It's about inviting someone into your house. Right? We ask you to take a Shabbat in Ammon and Moab. You see your mishpacha traveling, you don't offer them bread and water. You don't know how to exhibit basic human decency, so that's melachakes esakrovim. Failure exhibit human decency pushes away those who are close. Some of them are close, pushes them away. Next, if you do so, the kareves is brings close those who are far. So he must be Yisro. This is Yisro. Rabbi Yochanan is so it's after Rabbi defended Sipporah, right, and her sisters by the well. So they come back and they tell Yisro, Ish Hitzilanu, right? Ish Mitzvah, sorry. They said there was an Egyptian man, first Moshe, Egyptian man that saved us by the well. So what does Yisro say? Yisro says, bring him home. Bring right, call him here and let him eat bread with us. So because Yisro invited Moshe to eat bread, Yisro had grandchildren who served as members of the Sanhedrin. Shneimar, Mishpachos Sotim Yoshvei Yadis, Kartayim Shamatim, Soksim, Hema Hakim, Habar Machmas, Abid Beis Avra. Sivasam, Mekini, Chodsin Moshe, Olu Meir Hatmarim Esprit Yehuda, Midbar Yehuda Shadaneged, Ara, the Yemek Yashadas Ha'an. So what's this? So the point over here is you see the Canaan, people who ended up sitting in the Lishkas Hagazis Sanhedrin, who are the Canaan descendants of Yisrael. Mar attributes the fact that the descendants who sat in the Sanhedrin to the fact that he invited Moshe Rabbeinu to join them for bread. Incredible. Again, hospitality, human kindness, just basic human kindness, causes that Baruch to look away from the deeds of the wicked. Who is that? That's Micha. That's what we just saw before. Despite the fact that Micha is in idolatry, he works in idolatry, but what else? He's going ahead and literally had his own people for idolatry, but yet again, because his home was open, therefore, because his home was open, the Baruch Hu now bow, and it even caused the Baruch Hu to go ahead and rest his spirit on the prophets of the Bible. Where do we learn that from? So let's be very interesting. Mechaber of Ida Hanavi. Tichsiv Vayihem Yoshem ala Shulchan ve'hi Dvar Hashem ala Navi Asher Hishivu. So let's say, so this is the interesting story with Edo. Edo, the Navi Edo, was sent to dispatch a message to your Ravam. There's Baruch Hu, Edo, don't stop. Don't stop on your way there. Don't stop. Just do your job and come home. There was a false prophet who told, "Hey, I'm a prophet just like you. Come over, let's break bread together." So don't listen. He made a mistake. Listen. And as they were sitting at the table, this false prophet actually received a prophecy from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, unfortunately, the prophecy was that Edo was going to die. Sure enough, Edo left the house. He was devoured by a lion. But the point over here is, you see, why did this false prophet merit prophecy? The Gemara said too, his sometimes was opening of his home. The Shingasa Olazad, failure to exhibit human kindness, even if it's by accident, is treated as a willful commission. So Amar Yehuda, Amar Tamale, so it's incredible. Now this is the story. Remember, David HaMelech actually his first courted, doesn't want to be king. He does not really ever want to be king. But after his first coordinated, Shaul, David is trying to unseat him and steal the throne. David will not fight Shaul. Instead, he chooses the son. Amazingly enough, so who is David HaMelech's best friend in the entire world? Yonasan, who was the son of Shaul. So what happens? So Yonasan tells David to escape. This is right. This is we just read this on Shabbos Macha Chodesh. Right? He tells David to go ahead and escape. So the Gemara says when David escaped, he left without food. And the Gemara says Yonasan sent David with 2 loaves of bread. Lo ner gadno ira kohanim. Lo nitrog doy lo nerag shalosh roshes banav. So we'll say because David didn't have food, he goes to the city of Nov. In the city of Nov, which was the city of Kohanim, he asks for food. They say, Who are you? He says, I am a son of the king, and I want a secret mission from the king. He couldn't tell what was really happening. To fast forward a little bit, only had Domi give Shaul a report that Nov is aiding and abetting David. Shaul sees them as traitors, wipes out virtually the entire city of Nov. That was the sin that sealed the fate of Shaul and his sons. You might just why all this happened? It's overwhelming. Why? Because Yonasan didn't give David 2 loaves of bread. Had David had bread, he wouldn't have to stop at Nov. Had he not stopped that, no, they wouldn't have been decimated. Had he not been decimated, Shaul would have been saved. Would have been saved overwhelmingly. Never was, by the way, doesn't do anything intentionally, not at all. He was telling his best friend in the world, just get out, okay? But you should have something with food. Overwhelming, everyone's like, so we'll say, so why isn't Achaz against the kings who didn't have come? I'm reviewing about very interesting because Achaz was issuing between two righteous people. Because remember, Achaz's father was Yosam, and his son was Chizkiah. He has a father who's righteous and a son who's righteous. So because he was sandwiched by righteousness, therefore that provided him some level of strength. The Gemara says, "Ben Yosam Chizkiah, Rabbi Yosef Amar Nudei Shayalo." So there's another reason. Why wasn't that ultimately again? Why wasn't he lose this portion of the world to come? Because Achaz had some level of righteousness. What was his righteousness? In that, again, he was embarrassed about the behavior in the presence of Yoshio. Shenemar, Yoshio, say no likra Achaz after Hushai Lashov Binchos. Say Kalas Habecha Yona Alsilas Sivei Koves. So again, Hashbach says to Yishael, go out with your son Shayashov, and go ahead and greet Achaz. Right, and you'll find him by Koves. My Koves, what does that mean? Some say that when Achaz saw Yoshio, he avoided eye contact, he looked down and he ran away. Others say, on his head. Right, and ran away. Achaz was embarrassed at things and he could not be in the eye. The Gemara says that embarrassment was a mila. Right, that was something beneficial. That was a plus for Achaz. And ultimately, again, prevented him from losing his portion of the world. Incredible. So why isn't Amon, who also was a Rasha, why he included ultimately again in the list of people who lost their portion of the world to come is make Kavodo Shel Yoshio. Ultimately again, because of Yoshio. Yoshio was Amon's son. Amon had a righteous son, therefore to the son, the father doesn't lose a portion of the world to come. Or if that's the case, then Menashe also shouldn't go and lose his portion of the world to come. Why? In the merit of his father. Menashe's father, Menashe is Chizkiah. He had a righteous father, so why not? Why doesn't his righteous father save him from losing his portion of the world to come? So we'll say this is why Gemara. A son benefits his father, a father does it his son. Now what is that? The actions of him have the ability to go ahead and help the father. Right? But the actions of a father don't have the ability to help his son. Now what is the other? So the Maharsha explains this in a very simple way. The only reason a son exists is why? Because of his father. So therefore, by definition, the actions of the son, by definition, help father. On the other hand, the father exists without his son, and therefore, the actions of the father cannot help his son at all. An incredible idea. Bra mizaki abba lo mizaki bra. So ultimately, again, a son could benefit his father. That's why, again, righteous sons have the ability to provide salvation ultimately again for their father, but Abba lo mizaki bra. But a father again cannot head and create zechuyos for his also is a tremendous yesod in parenting as well. So as a parent, right, we can go ahead and we can give our children, hopefully give them anything and everything. I don't mean materially. At the end of the day, I think have to make a choice about what they want. Right? You can be the best father in the world. You give your son anything and everything he needs to be successful. He has to choose to implement, to utilize, and to internalize those tools. Force him to do that. A tremendous soul. The Gemara goes right there. Miyadi matzil. Incredible. So we'll say it also Abba. So we are children to the Ribono Shalom. So just understand about along the same idea, what a son could do for a whole woman. The nachas that we could do for HaKadosh Baruch Hu is limitless. But interestingly enough, Abba Ibra, HaKadosh Baruch once again could give us all the opportunities in the world. He forced us to become great. Right? We have the greatest father in the world. But just because we have the greatest father in the world, inaction on our part doesn't. The fact that I have a great father is very nice. But Lamaisa, what does that actually do for me? Very little. The only way for me to become great is if I actually take decisive action on my own. So when I do great things, Brahmazaki Abba. But the fact that Abba is great is not Mizrah. If I want to be great, I have to take decisive action on my own. Incredible. Ein Avram Matzil as Yishmael, Ein Yitzchak Matzil as Esau. Avram can't save Yishmael, and Yitzchak can't save Esau. You could have the greatest father in the world, but you still have to make a decision to be personally great. And Avram can't save Yishmael, and Yitzchak can't save HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, Ribono Shalom can't save me or you. You have the greatest father in the world, but if you want greatness for your own life, you have to make the decision to put in the work. You have the decision to put in the effort. You have to make the decision to make something great of yourself. Now I also understand why is not included in the list of kings who lost their portion. How come? Why? Because at the end of the day, he had a son, and he also had a great son. His great son was this incredible. Remember, you were asked this question on 51 days. Why isn't Yehoiakim included in the list of kings who lost their portion? That's what I'm going to remember. We saw Yehoiakim. In addition to all the other stuff, he also was a tattoo artist, right? So again, and so at the end of the day, why isn't he included in the list of kings who lost their portion in the world? To which he says, how good we also show Yehoiakim. Zos was when we saw the story already. On the skull of Yehoiakim, now remember again, part of Yehoiakim's punishment was Yehoiakim was not buried. His body was like thrown into the street like the carcass of an animal. On his skull it was written, Zos v'od acheres. Zos means you will remain unburied, and something else will happen to you. Okay, watch this. When he found the skull, a skull that was disputed in Yerushalayim. I say, this is scary. To find skull by the entrance in Yerushalayim is very strange. But remember, you will say in Yerushalayim, first of all, you don't bury anyone within the wall of Yerushalayim itself, right? That's the closest cemetery Yerushalayim is, close cemetery, it's Har HaZeisim. Outside of the walls also, like outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. So, and furthermore, again, we're still not doing too many buried sites. So to find an unburied buried site is very strange. So grandfather writes later, find buried skull. On it, it's written Zol skull this and something else. See, finds it. Kabra, follow Ikbara. Kabra, he buried it, but then surfaced again. And he surfaced again. So he surmised that this must be the skull of King Yehoiakim. The skull of King Yehoiakim. They Kvuras Hamor Yisachol Bahashtai, who again part of his punishment will bury like the carcass of a donkey. They'll just be discarded. So the fact that the skull would not remain buried must mean that at the end of this was Yehoiakim. Amar So nevertheless, the grandfather I prayed that felt, it's not right. And there is dignity that should be given to him, even if he was a Rasha. Again, what did he do? Wasn't going to work. Also he wrapped it in silk and he put the skull in a chest. Chazia did this too, so what happened? His wife saw this wrapped in a piece of silk in a chest. Sabra did this is a Kamei Sahaba, thought that it was his first wife. It was by the way, in the previous version of the story, the neighbor, right? There was a neighbor. There's always a neighbor, right? And so there's always a neighbor. So in the first place, there was a neighbor. They had to put this idea in her head. Okay, this story is a little bit different version. So she saw the scholarship. It was the first wife of the grandfather. What the low command she learned. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten. He hadn't forgotten his first. So he was a shadra tanu. So she fired up the oven, she threw the oven, and incinerated the skull that way. I need to say, Zos Ba'olachar. So let's say after this happened, you realize this was the meaning of the pasuk that Yaakov would have Zos. In other words, his body would remain unburied, be incinerated. So let's say, so again, because this was Yaakov's punishment, therefore what? For halacha, might say he got Olam Haba. That's why he's not counted in the list of kings who lost their portion, because this punishment, he retained the portion of Olam Haba. Tanya, Shimon Elazar, B'shvi'atov be'inech ha'sisi. I'm sorry, Tanya, Shimon Elazar says over here, B'shvi'atov. So it says, B'shvil Chizkiah sheshibech es atzmo, Gamratov be'inech ha'sisi, Garam lo sha'amar ma'os ki ela beis Hashem, Sheshal os ne'akadosh baruch hu, sha'avera gorah savera. So we'll see the whole story unfold. The moment, but Hiskiah, who was tzaddik, praised himself a bit too much. So the Shia told Beinech Hasisi. So Hiskiah said, "If I've done what you've asked of me, so Ma'os b'shvil says Ma'os Nachrim Achlu al Shulchano." So because ultimately Hiskiah did two things wrong. Number one, he praised himself. Number two, he asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu for signs for certain brachas. As a result of this, Gentiles ate at his table. Foreign leaders ate at his table. And because, again, foreigners ate at his table, because God was for his children. Whoever invites idolaters into his home and serves them, causes exile for his son. First of the widest lines, He showed them all the greatness of his home. So God, my face Nachsa wasn't this Nachsa. Still, Ishkasan, Hiskiah's own wife. And this was considered to be a lack of tznius. Nothing happened. Mine said he had his own wife serve these basic Nazar Harlan, showed them the treasury. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Zin Ochel Zin, he had stuff that was able to buy any other weapon, and he showed it to them. And this was in a quote. He showed off too much. And that's called Gullus. So I will say now the Gemara is going to go. Now that we spoke about Hiskiah, right? Hiskiah, now what becomes and destroys the base of Mikdash. Now, as actually quite a moving Gemara, the Gemara is going to launch into a little bit of discussion of the Gula and interpretation of a number of the psukim. Very moving. Eicha Yashva Badat. So remember again, Eicha means like how. Eicha Yashva. How did the city of Yerushalayim or lay desolate? So I'm going to very moving Gemara. Why did Klal Yisrael again? Why is Eicha? Again, in general, Eicha is such an interesting Gillah. You don't think about like Eicha is like wine. It represents the astonishment of over the scope, right? Sometimes we're just like with our mouth, looking like, how did this happen? Why did this happen? Why was Klal Yisrael punished? Why Eichos? It's incredible. Nature of Moshe the Sheish Krisos Shabbat Torah. Ultimately, again, we violated the Eichos 36. We violated the 36 prohibited relationships, Arayos, in the Torah, and therefore, again, we're punished with Eichos. So Eichos, because we violated the best. So, but I just want to point out how you see a family, right? I guess it's symmetry over here. If you notice, right, Eicha comes about, and what did we see by Micha? Look, almost every single fraction line, because of human kindness. Immorality and human kindness are two sides of the same coin. It's just erupted energy. Right? Immorality is you're too nice to too many who you shouldn't be nice to. Right? That's what immorality is. Human kindness, on the other hand, represents the desire for selfishness and way towards selflessness. So on one hand, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is willing to overlook any infraction. We are good to each other. On the other hand, when there's morality, which is a fundamental of human kindness, that's where it comes from. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. With me, Malach about Aleph days. Was with the Megillah Eicha with the Aleph days. Why is it that we were stricken with Aleph days? The Aleph days. Result again because we violated the law, which was given with the days. So the Gemara goes right there. So the Gemara says, Yoshva sat desolate. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. I'm HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ani amar v'yishkol Yisrael betach. Badad ein Yaakov el eretz dadar mesidosh. Hashem tal. So ultimately, he said, I wanted the city to be secure. I wanted the city because you violated my will. Desolate. Samarava, I'm the offer of seem to kind of marry a young woman, a more mature man. Don't look at a more mature woman to a younger man to issue the bottom habit. So they had this mechanism for it to grow the population. Again, look, this is a good thing. We employ ultimately to maximize birth rates. Okay. Isaac Kalmana, so it's very talking about the city became like a widow. So the Gemara says, I'm going to do I'm Rav Kalmana, below Amana Mamish. She became like a widow, but not actually a widow. How Isha Shahala Fiva Lemedina Sayam. The Daito like a widow. What does it mean, like a widow? That a widow is someone's husband. Same with like her husband, like a woman's husband, went far away and was gone for a long time, but she knew one day he would come back. She doesn't have beautiful issues. Yishem left us. He left us. Right? He left Yishem, he left us. But he didn't fully leave us. We know that one day, Meretz Hashem of husbands, right? The Rebbe was going to come back to his beloved. Overwhelming. Rabasi Bagoyim Sarisios, so great amongst the nations, ruled over the lands. Amarabba, Rabbi Yochanan, was incredible. Kamakum Shein Holkin, Nasin Sarim Adonai. Wherever Jews go, Jews become great. I say, isn't that overwhelming? By the way, this is taught to us in Eicha. Taught us in Eicha. Like everywhere, it doesn't matter how we're scattered, it doesn't matter where we're exiled. Wherever we go, we become great. Turn up on. Go say. Incredible Gemara here. So this guy is an overwhelming Gemara. Get ready for this. Mike said, "Let's say it's two Jews. We're taking captive in Harakano. Harakano was the site, right? The site of the great theological showdown between Eliyahu and Rabbi about. We heard about last week. So what happened? Two Jews were taking captive in Harakano. The captor was walking behind them on the base. So listen to this. Just to understand this. The two Jews taken captive. The captain, one Jew, the two Jews begin talking to each other. The camel that's walking in front of us is blinking one eye. They're talking, okay, furthermore, furthermore, we can tell the camel is holding two skins, like two bags. One of wine and one of oil. Ultimately, there are two people leading the camel. One is Jewish, one is not Jewish. This is the conversation between the two Jews. So the captor is walking behind him. He hears the conversation. These stiff-necked people, Me'ein Atem Yodin. How do you know this? How do you know all of this information? Some of those, so we'll tell you. We'll tell you exactly how we know it. Camel, now something else. So we tell you like this: a camel normally eats vegetation that it finds on the road. Mitzad sheroa ochelas, mitzad she'ina roa eina ochelas. Because I said, but we notice that the camel is only eating the grass on one side. Both sides, only one side. That let us understand that thought. Let us understand that the camel must be blind in one eye. Those further again, the camel. How do we know that the camel has two skins? One of Shayayin the Tafkin look out because you notice that the liquid, right? So we notice that the liquid coming out of one of the bags falls onto the ground and is absorbed, right? That's why this Shalshem, sorry. The Shalshemen, the Tafkin, but the one of oil, it remains on the ground unabsorbed. So we know one is wine, one is oil. Adam, Hamanhikim also, and again, there are two people who are reading the camel. We know one of them is Jewish, one of them is not Jewish. How do I know that? Because one of them, when he has to relieve himself, just relieves himself there in the middle of the road. And ultimately, again, the other goes over to the side of the road in a more private and relieves himself like that. That leads us to believe that one of them is Jewish, one of them is Jewish. So they're telling this, so the captor is walking behind them. So the captor runs to the front. He checks all of this out. Sure enough, the camel is blind in one eye. Sure enough, one skin is oil, one skin is wine, and sure, the guy's leading it, one is not Jewish. But the Nashkan al Rothschild, the captor comes and he kisses the Rabbi and the son, and ultimately, actually, Yer says the son. He brought them to his house. He made for them a great meal, a great feast, a miraculous man, and he was dancing in front of them. Blessed is God who chose the offspring of Abraham and gave them of his wisdom. Wherever they go, they become great. And wherever they go, they become great. And as a result, he freed them. They went back home. So I translate. Now remember, the Gemara ultimately again is quoting the pasuk of Rabbasim Bagoyi. Wherever Jews go, they become great. Right? And even in Kedi, we find it in great. Let's say something absolutely amazing. The Piazetna, quoted this in one of his Joshua Tafshin Aleph in 19, quoted this Gemara, and he says, what is the pshat with this? What does it mean? If you notice, by the way, when the captor overhears the Jews speaking, the first thing he says is, "I'm she'oleh." They're stiff-necked people. They're stiff. So that's asked. He says, why captor called them a stiff-necked people? Why? The Piaget that says something absolutely amazing. He said it is the derech of people that when they go ahead and they encounter difficult circumstances, it breaks their spirit. And how does that breaking of spirit manifest itself? People just give up. They just give up and they just resign. See what's happening in the story? In this story, Jews are looking at their circumstance. What are they doing? What are these two cats doing? They're looking for, trying to figure out more. What is it that's happening? What's the meaning of these circumstances? So you look at this. Why are the skins like this? Why are they like this? And they're always looking for greater meaning. So the captor says, what's the matter with you people? Why can't you just give up? Why can't you just end? Why can't you just resign yourself to the broken height of your circumstances? But Klal Yisrael is in Am She'oleh, led out in captivity, and we will still look for deep understanding, and we will still look for ways to grow, to transcend, and to learn. This is what is overwhelming to the captor. I don't understand. We'll break you people. And the answer is nothing. This Gemara will say was true during the days when we were exiled under the Nebuchadnezzar, and it was true in 1940 in the Warsaw Ghetto, when the Piaget's, the Mamish used this same exact Gemara to be mechazik the kehila of the broken-hearted in the ghetto. He will say, Chevra, right? They were being led out literally again to slaughter. Piaget says, whatever you do, don't give in. Don't give up. We are the stiff-necked people. And being a stiff-necked people means two things. Number one, we are in perpetual quest for growth. And we'll say it's important to understand sometimes, like, who we come from. We'll say, we have it really easy. Really easy. Most of life is spoon-fed to us. That's what we love our challenges, right? I want more partners. I want more health. I want more this. I want all legitimate things. That's just from a Ruchni's perspective. How easy we have it. And Allah, because it's so easy, this is why we have to push ourselves. There's no time to relax. There's no time to take it easy. There's no time to give ourselves up to pass. There's no time to say, there's no urgency. Especially how we find ourselves in Chodesh Nisan. The Nisan, the Nisan are super resolved. There are great things that are happening. There are wheels that are turning. And if we just fertilize Gemaras like this, and we push, and we push, and we push, and we recognize that we are the anti-Orek. Nothing holds us back. Nothing holds us back. Not Nebuchadnezzar, not Kikri Makshimo, nothing holds us back. If we just understand it, sustained our people through thousands of years. So which have internalized and actualized, and that should bring us to the goal of the Karaf. I think what that's all there for today. But
what I find strange about this is like, what does it have to do with like these weird music videos? It's weird. It's a weird thing. Like have a rapper and like videos, but I don't know. I need it. Music videos with a rapper. Music video with a rapper. Right. This random guy, he's doing like a character on a for shop's little mouse though. Come on, the music. Yeah, like better. I mean, like I said, I like White Iverson.
I will say good morning, good Chodesh. To be able to begin this new month and this new week, learning this beautiful Masechta together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Talmud sponsors for God Shin Kei Hey, the folks we're dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua this year is supposed to be so troubles for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, the creation of the yahrzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, great grandmother, Cyril Astra, for both listeners on Rosh both of Rosh Chodesh Nisan, Meretz Hashem, the Sham Shabbat Aliyah, the Chama, which be Zochem Meretz Hashem, to be those troubles for Am Yisrael, the Shach Hashem, Meretz Hashem, bring all of our hostages home, our whole Maaseh, which be Zochem Meretz Hashem, to be a month of Nisan the flows. And it looks like we don't yet have a temporary sponsor for the month of Nisan. There are still opportunities for Hashem. We would like to do that in honor of a special occasion, on one. But just stop to do my big story about Israel to the Rabbi office and Meretz Hashem for more details. That concludes the devotional part of this morning's here. And then Meretz Hashem, we have beginning so today's daf is Kuf Gimel 3, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Kuf days on the days we left off 15 lines up from the bottom. Nachman, Achim Shach. Nachman says Achim with Shakel. Now, what Shakel means is like literally equal. Which means that what Nachman is saying is that Achab was not the complete Rasha. He was kind of like a middle roader. Shnei Amar, Hashem, who says to the promise, who is going to entice Yaakov to sin? So he should go out to war. Remember again, Yaakov goes out to battle thinking that he's going to be successful. So he's looking for an neshama who's going to go ahead and entice Yaakov to go ahead and sin. Who is one who's going to do that? So the idea over here is what is Rothschild highlighting? Not what is highlighting over here is that the Baruch almost needed someone to sin. The entice Yaakov to follow Aaron's advice. When he seemed to indicate that Yaakov was not all bad, he was shackled. The Gemara says, "Masculine Yosef, man because of a rak lo haya ke'achal Hashem, macha la'asas rabbeinu Hashem, Hashem ishtal sarizel ishtal." So again, the Gemara says, "So Yosef, how can you say that Yaakov was having that he was shackled, that he was equal?" Pasuk says, right, that ultimately it was no one like Yaakov who went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, aside from his wife Izebel, what did Izebel do? B'Tanina, b'chol yom ha'isa shokelet shiklei zav la'avodas kochavim. Okay, the only person worse than Yaakov was his wife, was Izebel. What did he do? He coins for avodah every single day. Now, most of yourself, so what's that? Measuring at gold coins. So remember again, one thing to worship avodah zarah. It's another thing to give your money to avodah zarah, right? To worship, okay, maybe you're not so committed. Once you give your money, where you give your money, that represents your heightened level of commitment. So Yaakov may have worshipped, but Izebel gave her money. So the Gemara goes right. How can you say Yaakov was Yaakov? So I say, so again, we have to explain the statement. So what does it mean? Obviously, not coming along, and Rabbi is trying to say that there was some type of positivity to Yaakov's personality. What was the positivity? This is incredible. Yaakov, Batshon b'mamona haya. Yaakov was generous. Yaakov was generous. Batshon literally means he was easygoing with his money. He shared money. And because he went ahead and he shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim, that atoned for half of idleness. And let's say, is that not wild? The power of tzedakah, the power of generosity, that even for a person like Yaakov, and by the way, it's interesting that you see like the opposites of Yaakov and Izebel, right? Izebel concentrated her wealth ultimately again on the avodah zarah, but Yaakov went ahead and shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim. Again, he was wiping out Torah on one hand and supporting Talmidei Chachamim on the other hand. You'll say, we'll get to conversation in just a moment. Don't say that the idea over here is that generosity is tzedakah wiped out half of his rishos. This goes with the motif tzedakah hatzil mimares. Like literally, again, tzedakah has the ability to save us from death. The power of generosity, even the most heinous sin, is what's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? Well, so we know this. Because what is the hardest thing in this world to part with? Money. Money. We work hard for it. We always want more of it, and the ability to take something that you worked for, that you have the strong feeling that it's really yours, even though theologically I know that it's not mine, but be able to take something that I worked hard for that is mine, and to be able to give someone else is the highest, almost like the spiritual level that one can reach, because the only way you can do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to give it, and a lot of times I don't give it. It's not mine, but it belongs to Kadosh Baruch Hu, and Moshe gave it to me as a custodian of his wealth, and I find the ability to overcome those base impulse to keep everything for me, and then be as generous as possible with others. It's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual accomplishment. Yaakov was the only avodah zarah, but he was ridiculously generous. Incredible. So going back, Rothschild was looking for a spirit. So he was looking for a neshama to go out and to trick Yaakov into going into battle, which would be the battle in which he would lose his life. So who steps forward? So a certain spirit came forward. And the spirit said, I will entice Yaakov to go to war. Vayomer Hashem, Elad, Bana, Vayomer Eise, Vayisi Rak, Sheker, Efi Kol Neviot, Vayomer Tifta, Tegantufal, Seva Asekin. And the spirit comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I'll be the one who deceives Yaakov. I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and heading for Yaakov to go out to battle, and to die in battles. The Bible says, good. Go out to the Asake. My ruach, the Gemara says, who's ruach? What spirit is? You saw the Gemara before. Yochanan, rucho shal novos ha'Yisraeli. Remember again, it was the spirit of Novos. What happened with Novos? Remember again, Novos had a vineyard that Achab very much wanted. How Novos would not sell. Achab was very depressed. He spoke to his wife. His wife said, just bring him up on false charges of rebelling against the king, idolatry, all this other kind. He had Novos executed. What's the halach to keep someone for rebelling against the king? Or sells property. The king gets it. And therefore, again, Allah so he got the vineyard, and Novos died. Novos executed. The spirit of Novos wants its revenge against might say, what does it says the spirit go out? What does that mean? Ravina, Sin Sasi, Shekin Zoga, Kared, Loyikon, Renegade. The Shvachim says if you're going to lie, just not if you can't come back. When you go out to lie, you can't come back because again, there is no sheka, there is no lying, there is no untruths in the presence of the Ribono Shalom. That's incredible. So I said, this yields the famous adage, the parakine, he who wants to go ahead and repay vengeance destroys his own home. So I said, this is actually a profound idea. Sometimes the desire for revenge is so acute that at the end of the day, I might blaze a path of self-destruction, but I'm bent on that revenge. You know, there's another expression that's often used for this. The expression that's used is "Kamos nafshi u'kishti," which is the phrase that Shimshon said before he knocked down the pillars of the Colosseum, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship, I will need to go ahead and do it. Shimshon is going to die regardless. But the nice he goes down with the policeman. So the same idea. Parakine, he who is bent on repaying revenge, basically will destroy his own house. So again, so Achab goes and makes the Asherah tree, which is the Avodah tree, and he continues to do the things that anger HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What did he do? Achab kafar be'elokei Yisrael. So it was Achab wrote on the doorway to the end of his kingdom, right? When we go to the entrance of the Shomron, he wrote, Achab is Achab denies. Achab denies the God. It's so interesting, right? Why does he have to write this? Right? Why the active repudiation? So you only have to go out of the way to actively repudiate, like things that you still feel attached to. Let's say it's kind of like, you know, like when you're having an argument with someone and someone just won't let you have your own opinion. Right? If you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to beg and necessarily need other people to agree with you. I don't need you to agree with what I'm doing. When people need you to agree with them, right? When they can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a heightened level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely okay with other people not agreeing. So it's almost as if Achab feels this need. He's feeling like he's insecure because we see the greatness of it, right? We saw yesterday's words. The Achab Mamish kind of like this element of him, the kindness that was so righteous. It's almost like the insecurity needs to constantly write on the doors of the kingdom. I repeat, the God of Israel. Just do your thing. We already see what you're doing. You're worshiping anyone and everyone but God. Like you're planting Asherah. You know, everywhere there's a mound, there's Avodah Zarah. You know that you're calling Avodah Zarah. Why do you have to write an Elamai? There's spiritual insecurity. It's profound. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, as Achaziel, by Evan Mischai Shomer, as Joseph does not 7. Going to another king, Yehu was searching out Achaziel. Levi, Shekodia Astaros, the Kosef Avodos Kofatim Hafkehes. So I say, what did Yehu do? Yehu, we're going to unfortunately kings who lost their way. So Yehu, about to know something yesterday's Gemara. do have to be careful about how we speak about them. Like actually, Menashe, I don't want, none of us want me growing up in a dream, right? We just don't want. I guess how I was dreaming about Menashe. I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing. But again, we start from yesterday's Gemara, such a sensitivity that even about these people, the Mishnah said, don't have a chayv growing up. We don't understand this. We don't understand this struggle. We don't understand what they went through. So anyway, so Yehu cut out every single time in the Sefer Torah he found the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he caught his name and replaced it with the name of Avodah Zarah. Menashe Shem Shakah. Why is he called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Davar Acher Menashe Shimshei Yisrael Yisrael. Or it means that he caused Klal Yisrael to forget HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do you know the Menashe? Did he go to Olam Haba? The Chesiv is very interesting. Then Menashe, when he is 12 years, when he starts out, his father was Chizkiyahu. Right? So Chizkiyahu dies. Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. He becomes the longest son. He becomes king at 12. He reigns for 55 years. And he did what was bad in the eyes of his father. Just like Achav has no portion in the world to come, Menashe so to Menashe has no portion in the world to come. We'll say, by the way, it's interesting to know, not to wonder about this. I'd be 12 years old in times of the Navi, not like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child. Like imagine you're becoming king and being invested all that age of 12. Right, and be trying to figure all of that with you. All right, so therefore, Menashe has no chen olam haba. So the Gemara goes back. You go, Menashe, yesh olam haba. Shneimar by Sibis. He says no. Menashe does have portion in the world to come. Because the pasuk said that Menashe got into Hashem, and the Ribono Shel Olam went ahead and listened to him. I'm going to be open. So we'll say so. A fundamental machlokas about Menashe. Does Menashe have a chilek olam haba? Does he have a chilek olam haba? Which one? So the Gemara says, I'm going to be open on Ushneim Mikra Echad Darshu. Both of them darshu Shneimar. Umisakim L'Savo L'Famam L'Chosar B'Glam Menashe Ben Yechezkiyahu. B'Glam Menashe Shasa Tshuva. Ve'inhu Lo Avot. Umas. That's Kufkim. Umas Sama B'Glam Menashe. The Lo Avot Tshuva. So ultimately, again, the Torah speaks about the Rebbe handing over Klal Yisrael to the nation, to the foreign nations. So why was Klal Yisrael handed over? One opinion is that because Menashe didn't do tshuva. Other opinion says no, Menashe did do tshuva. Klal Yisrael didn't do tshuva. So it's like fundamental about whether or not Menashe ever actually became a this is a tremendous gemara. Kala Omer Menashe Abba Merafa Yidin Shabbat Tshuva. Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a chilek olam haba, ultimately again weakens the hands of Bali Tshuva. Weakens the hands of Bali Tshuva. So let's say, so amazing enough, and this is very profound, because if you say that Menashe doesn't have a chilek olam haba, we know one thing, Menashe did do tshuva. He did tshuva. So if you say that he doesn't have a chilek haba, that means tshuva doesn't work for everything. And the moment you put that out, that tshuva doesn't work for everything, you incentivize people becoming tshuva. As people will say, you see, you could be truth changed in your life. The Tani Karen coming by the open. The Shloshim, the Shalom, the national memory and national for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years, he was a terrible Rush. But then for the last 33 years, he did tshuva. That's it. Then stayed on the national Malchol. Then came at the age of 12. The Chamishim Shamayim, he reigns. He reigned for 55 years in Yisrael. And again, the Navi equates into Achav. Kama Malach Achav, how long did Achav reign for? Esrim v'Tartin 22 years. Menashe Kama Malach, Chamishim v'Chamishana. Daminayin Esrim v'Tartin, plus. So it's interesting enough, you must see to say as follows. Now what's happening over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, Navi compares Menashe to Achav. What's the nature of the comparison? Achav for 22 years. So the ones on the over here is that Menashe reigned like Ahav for 22 years, meaning for 22 years he was in Russia. The remainder of his reign, which was then 33 years, he became about Tshuva. Incredible. So I'm Rabbi Mishum Mashbi. My so we'll say, so remember again, we know what turned Menashe. Right? What was it that made Menashe into being about Tshuva? He was captured by Aram. And again, Kabbalah tortured as well. And he calls out to HaKadosh. So Rothschild says, Hashem heard Menashe supplicate. Yechtar lo. So what's in Vayechtar? Vayechtar lo mi boy. It should have been Vayechtar, which means Menashe davened, and the Baruch Hu turns to him. What does it mean by Yechtar? Bible says it's beautiful. The light, Sha'asula HaKadosh Baruch Hu mean Machteres Barakia. The Rothschild made from Menashe like a tunnel. Machteres. Machteres means, furtively, like secretly. He made him as a tunnel for Tshuva and Rakia. And why? To be the Kabbalah of Tshuva. In order to go ahead and receive Menashe in proper Tshuva. Why? Because ultimately, again, because remember, the divine attribute of justice said, Menashe, you can come about Tshuva. You're too far gone. The Baruch Hu made like a secret pathway for Menashe's Tshuva that even the strict attribute of justice could not enter. What do you see from here? You know what the great part about one of the great parts about being God is you make the rules. You make the rules. So what happens? Midas Hadin says a guy like Menashe can't do Tshuva. So what does the Ribono Shel Olam do? He makes a different pathway. He makes a different tunnel. He goes ahead and ultimately again allows for it. So he allows Menashe to somehow come back. So the Rothschild wants more than anything. He wants our Tshuva. He wants us to change. He wants us to be able to go ahead and back to him. And even if the limited construct of Tshuva says that such a person can return, the Ribono Shel Olam will make a different pathway. When it comes to Tshuva, the Ribono Shel Olam never says no. The Baruch Hu says, no, you keep trying to, and even if he says, no, you keep doing Tshuva anyway, nothing stands in the way of profound and meaningful Tshuva. Rabbi Yochanan Mishrash, Rabbi Yochanan Mishrash, Ma'it Chsiv, Bereshis Mamloko Yoyokim Ben Yoshio, Chsiv, Bereshis Mamlokes, Tzidkiyo, Vehi Ad Ha'id Malacham. So we'll say, sounds like over here, Bereshis Yoyokim was Yoyokim the first king, was Tzidkiyo the first king, monarch before the Ella, he came from the Baruch Hu, the Hachsias, Olam Kulo, the Talmud B'Shel Yoyokim. Now what means is like this. There are some people who were so evil that the Rebbe literally wanted to go ahead and turn the world back, like start all over again. Things were so broken. So in the days of Yoyokim, things were so broken. The Baruch Hu literally wanted to return to Tohu Vavohu. So the Dora ben Iskara died. Although Yoyokim was, so the generation was good. The Baruch Hu wanted to go ahead and start the world all over again. The generation of Tzidkiyo, the start of the Tzidkiyo, the Niskara Daiko. Baruch Hu saw the righteous and spread the generation of Tzidkiyo. So what do you see from here? The Baruch Hu was just looking for someone who's righteous. Either a leader who's righteous, even if the generation is not, or a generation who's righteous, even if the leader is not. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than anything. And as long as he can find someone who is worthy of salvation, someone who is worthy of his bracha, then ultimately again he'll spare the collected. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, the Tzidkiyo not Sid, Vayasra b'nei Hashem. But what's saying about Tzidkiyo also doesn't like he was very righteous. It says he also did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Shai b'yadonim chos below micha. What it is like this. Tzidkiyo had the ability to object. So was righteous. So what was his mistake? His mistake was he had the ability to object negative behavior of his generation, but he failed to do so. Rabbi said this over and over in Chazal, that when you see something bad happening and you don't do it, you are held liable as if you committed the wrong yourself. The Rebbe has a Sachar B'nei Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Moshe says as follows: I got it Achos, one of the evil things. I handed him over in the hands of the guy. And what did he do when he was handed over in the hands of the king of the Messiah? Zideach the Kita, he ends up Achos, instead of realizing that he's in trouble with God and maybe he should turn himself around. Instead, starts praying to their gods. To God, said, "Shneimar vayizbach Elokei da'aneset hamakim bo vayomer ki Elohei mafre aram heimad ezbach vayazur ve'enim lo hayomer lakshil l'chol edom biyado." So literally, again, I smiled upon Amatzia, right? You know, Amatzia didn't just say the right thing, but I smiled upon Amatzia. Yet again, I gave over the hands of Edom in his hand. Hey, how did Amatzia retain you for this victory? He took the gods of Edom and he began worshiping them. Shneimar vayiyach Elohim ba Amatzia ne'akos es Edom v'yavo es vayabe es Elohei b'nei Seir v'amedim Elohim v'nishtacham Elohim yikdav. So again, Amatzia was handed victory. And what did Amatzia do with his victory? He went in and started worshiping Indian gods. This is what people say, the famous English that they say, so sometimes again, you can smile upon someone and you can understand. Knowing to the person who doesn't understand between bad. The reference teams were given tremendous efforts to turn themselves around, fail to understand the opposite presented, and therefore to go on the path of evil. So the ministers of the king of Babel himself came, and he said, so what's the second, third line? The king of Babel made himself at the gates of the city. This is the gates ultimately master of his house. He used to hang his weapons. Now the shepherd comes and hangs his jug. The idea over here is the gate of the city was the place where the Sanhedrin was ruled, the high court was ruled. So that very place where it used to be was used. Now the shepherd, that's reference to the king of Babel. The shepherd hangs his stuff. I'm going to this over the Barabba. My Sid, As is a beautiful pasuk. It's a heartbreaking pasuk, but an interesting pasuk. Asade ish atzaravati. Like the Shlomo says in Mishlei, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy man. And I passed by the vineyard of a man who lacks heart. Both the lazy man and the man who lacks heart are both inattentive, right, to their field and to their vineyard. And what happened? And what happens? The field is overgrown with thorns and thistles. And what happens? The stone walls are in a state of disrepair. So the says the metaphor. Who is the man, right? Who is the man with the overgrown field? That's King Achaz. Who is the vineyard? The person who lacks heart to own the vineyard. The Lord is saying the metaphor is quite profound. And again, it's overgrown with thorns. Together, and the wall of stone has now fallen to a sitio. Shenera Beis Hamikdash biyamav. The Beis Hamikdash was destroyed in these days. So I want to point out how profound this is. The Navi, like Shlomo, referred to these kings as people who are inattentive, or lazy. So I was saying the way that sinful behavior begins is not with an active desire to do the wrong thing. Really, the way it begins is just apathy. Apathy is the gateway of nida to the most horrible and horrific sin. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to not push self, the moment apathy sets in, anything happens after apathy. Some of that, I don't know what share. But again, so Rabbi Nachman doing that. Rabbi Nachman says that the greatest trouble is not hate. The greatest trouble is Sahara is where there is despair. Right? Where a person just gives up, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic. That's when all types of terrible behaviors begin to set. Interesting. How does Shlomo describe the Nasha? How does he describe as just lazy, so many apathetic people? It all starts with apathy. We'll say that's why the most important is so is to be passionate each and every day. To make sure it's like, think about this. You have to push yourself every day to be moving forward every day. Because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place is also, you know what the other word for staying in place is? The synonym for staying in place is stagnation or apathy. Apathy. I'll say apathetic people aren't going out and addressing. Apathetic people aren't going out and doing things wrong. Apathetic people just stay where they are, right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to hover, right? Be comfortable. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. You're not doing anything wrong. Except apathy is the gateway midah to every terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never starts with apathy. Apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. I don't know if it's time of the year. Keep us in the house, man. There are 4 people, literally again, who do not receive. Who are they? Calculation. Let's, I don't know. The word for a let's scoffer. It's more than just a scoffer. It's like a let's is some case nothing silly. Everything is a joke. Everything is fun. Listen, you ever meet a person like this? Right. In the beginning, when they're old with their wisecracks, like, oh, yeah, that's cute. And then, like, at a certain point, it's like, enough already. Don't you take anything seriously enough in life to not have like a one-line comeback? Just stop. At a rate, it goes from entertaining to annoying pretty quickly. And again, if you're that kind of person, relax. Nothing serious. And again, there are moments in life, right? Like I'm about to be serious about something, and then all you need. You ever have a situation like this where like you're talking with the chavra, and like the momentum that's going, then someone left, right, comes to, it like sucks all the spiritual air out of the room, right? And again, it's like it just deflates everything. Okay, just understand, you have no relationship with that Kodesh Baruch. Again, means well, but Mr. Mark. Next, cut shakrani. Again, I won't say shakrani. Shakrani ultimately again is a liar. First kind of relationship with God. Why? Because the prerequisite for a relationship with God, is honesty. Rothschild does not need perfection. He does not even need greatness. All he needs is honesty. If I'm honest with myself, I know what I am, I know what I'm not. And then if I know especially what I'm not, I can work on that. And it's honest. If I am a liars cannot create relationships, because again, if you're lying, definition, there is nothing to move forward on. Flattery, right? But it's like, but it's false flattery. Thank you. It's false flattery. Chanipa is flattery for the sake of getting something out of someone. Right? I don't really believe it. Right? But rather, again, I'm using it. I will say, like when people do this. I guess this is like lobbying, like like that. At the end of the day, it's the nicer, like it's so disingenuous, and everyone knows it's disingenuous. Right? But what's the interesting part is strokes my ego. That's nice. It's like, even though I know what they're doing, they know what they're doing, but it's still like everybody likes a little bit of flattery. So it's at the end of the day, again, it's anything. And notice who again speaks language. So okay, it's interesting, by the way. If you notice, these are 4 groups who cannot have the Kabbalah means they can't have a relationship with Hashem. Interesting, by the way. What's missing? If you were to make a list of people who can't have a relationship with God, who would you put in there? Sarah, right? Right, number 1, right? Right, number 1, right? Maybe a close number 2 would be. All right, you got it. Yeah, that's good, right? All right, number 3, Sheikh's Diamond, right? We got the big 3. If you notice, they're not there. We'll say, you know why? Averos don't stand away the relationship with God. Averos don't stand, because we all commit Averos. all submit averos, right? We just have done a couple of duties, and it's even before that, right? So listen, we all do this every single day. I don't stand in a relationship with God. Stands in a relationship with God. And if you look at the commandments, all of these things, it's all about honesty. He can't be honest about anything. He just can't take anything seriously. So what he does is he uses let's humor to just take the MS out of every circumstance. A shakran, obviously, again, dishonest. Chanipa, dishonest. Even Lashon Hara. So let's say again, Lashon Hara always takes place where? Always takes place where? But I shouldn't say always, often takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest purveyors of Lashon Hara themselves like your friends. Right? They'll present like someone's your back, like someone who's your buddy. But at the end of the day, when you're not looking behind your back, then they will verbally stab you over and over and over. So those are so the condemnator, dishonesty. As Rabbi says, you're not honest. There's no found for a relationship. You could sit from today until tomorrow. As Rabbi says, I got you. Let's work it through. Because you're a sinner. Great, shkayach, join the club. We're all sinners. We're all sinners. Just some of us are recreational, some of us are habitual, some of us are just games. Others are like on alternate Tuesdays, right? But we got others 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? And that's what we says. It's okay. Whatever you're doing, I promise, I got you. We can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then there's no way to have a relationship. Incredible. So now I advise her. Mara says, now I grew up with calculates in the Sid, much like I just told Sid, Kachan goes to about speaking Egypt, Kachan found the Sid, Dover Shkari, Yiko, Kaskanivan the Sid, Rafana Kanaf Yavo, had the Jabber Russian Hara, the Sid, Kilo, Elte to Russia, Atolo Yara, Sadikato, Kara, Vamra Christa Amra Yiri Baraba. My discipline is beautiful. Go soon, I left Hara, the Nega, like Rabbi Ahara. So we'll say, what does the meaning of Basik over here? Or David Amelech says, what does it mean? Mosukara, the Nega, like Rabbi Ahara says, Mosuna Hara, that little bit again, a Torah will not be set. Shalo Yishlo Bahen Yitzhara. Only Yitzhara, Shalo Yishlo Bahen Yitzhara. I'm not saying very important. It doesn't mean you should have a Yitzhara. There's a time you don't have a Yitzhara. When do you have a Yitzhara? When you're dead. That's the right. There's an upside to things. Right? When you're dead, there is no Yitzhara, right? So you're going to tell when you're dead, right? So it doesn't mean that I'll be Yitzhara. Rather, if you don't show Yishlo Yitzhara, the Yitzhara shouldn't rule over me. Because I'm always going to have a Yitzhara. The Shaila is who's in charge? Me or the Yitzhara? No sooner. The law, the Yitzhara should rule over me. That's no, you can't be Aharacha. I'm sorry, the Nega, you can't be Aharacha. And a little bit again, an affliction should not come close to your tent. So, this is fascinating. And when a man comes home on a long trip, he shouldn't find his wife in a state of Safek Nida. And what does this mean? So a man comes on a long trip, she says, he wants to be with his wife. So again, the man knows that his wife is in Nida. Okay, so she's in Nida. Well, what can you do? I think this is where things become a little bit complicated, because what can happen? He has some just to justify to himself that perhaps he's really committed and end up ultimately again sinning with her. So I must say, it's actually interesting that perhaps it seems to me like just that this year you might have been in the process, it could also be metaphoric. There's a progression. The first part is Su'una Elecha Ra'ah. Again, do not let the Yitzhara go ahead. And how do you do that? Nega Loikav the Alecha. The Gemara Darshan it as you don't come home and find your wife a Safek Nida. The way to rule over your Yitzhara is to eliminate suffers within your life. A lot of times, the reason we get ourselves into trouble is because we choose to live in worlds of gray. We choose to live in worlds of suffering. And we allow suffering hatred. It looks like, all of us have areas of our life where if somebody were to ask us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like, I know that this area of my life, and we all have different areas, all of us have it. Those areas, some areas where I know that I'm a Rothschild Hashem, and other areas where I know that literally again in my tent is suffix midah. In my tent is a in life. And a line, you know there's a suffix, and you just perpetuate kind of like the iffy parts of our existence. If you have too much suffix in life, that's where you suffer. So much of life is identifying of my life that are suffix that are not really what they should be, and make them what they should be. If I can make the suffix in my life to the best of my ability, I will eliminate all of it. If it's something to the best of my ability, look again, I can ensure that the Sahara will not rule over me. Incredible. So you want to go back there. What does it mean that negative Ra should not rule over you? You shouldn't have bad dreams. Or bad thoughts. The next then ultimate shemak shilo b'Rabbi. What does it mean that ultimately again that a afflicted have a student or a son, literally translated, who spoils his food in public, which means that my children and my students should not do things that are publicly useful. Right, privately, all kinds of stuff is going to happen. Right, but at least publicly again, things shouldn't occur. I've come there for others. But this is very beautiful. The Rimar's doctrine is that this pasuk in Tehillim ultimately again is a reference to brachos from a father, brachos from a mother, and brachos from a Kadosh Baruch Hu. First parable says so beautiful. It's the brachos of a father. What does a father? What's the bracha that a father gives his son? Number one, don't let the Sahara rule over you. Number two, right? Again, going to say, how do you ensure the Yisrael doesn't rule over you? Don't let there be suffix in your life. If there are sekas in the way that you're living, deal with those sekas. Deal with the difficult situations. Don't live in uncertainty. There's gray, figure it out, and figure out the top of my house. This is what a father says to his son. My father says to his son, don't be scared by bad dreams in life. Don't be scared by bad dreams. What do you mean don't be scared by bad dreams? What is, you know, what saying? What are dreams? What are dreams? Like, you know, the whole phone just kept us talking about what dreams are. They mean meaningful. And I will say, you not to get scared by bad dreams or you root and run. So many times we are scared off from doing the things we really want to do because we're scared of all the possibilities that could go wrong. This could happen. That could happen. And again, I will say, any given moment in life, anything and everything could go wrong in so many different. Father says to his son, don't be scared off by bad dreams in life. Be scared to dream big and go just because you could be paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Yes, you're right. And it may not go wrong. But the only way you know you'll be successful is in Eretz Hashem if you give it a try. The father says to his son, and what does the father say to his son? Son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments of weakness, make sure that at least fail privately and not. Let's say it's a big thing. We all fail. That's what Nimar says. You know, Nimar says, brachos, person has the Yitzhahara. We're never going to finish Sanhedrin. The person has the Yitzhahara. Person has the Yitzhahara. And what happens, let's say I can't go ahead and come back to you. So Nimar says, black clothing. So you and do what you need. There's an understanding that sometimes in life I'm going to lose the battle against. If you're going to lose the battle, minimize the bout. Minimize collateral damage. Minimize the Chol Hashem. You're going to sin, don't do it publicly. You're going to sin, go somewhere else. That's what the father. And, you know, after all of these lofty ideas and ideals, the father says to his son, you're going to fail because it's going to happen. When it happens to all of us, just make sure at the end of the day you minimize the death. Incredible. That's what the father says. After that is the bracha that a mother gives to her child. What does a mother give to her child? It says, a mother, what does a mother say? So what does the mother say to her child? The malachim should watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold, you should triple on the lions and on the snakes. So what's the bracha of a mother? What's the bracha of a mother? Be safe. Right? A father has all of these different idea. Pastor, I love you. I just want you to be safe. You should share, right? A father ultimately again wants his son to be successful, right? So a father gives all of the different things they need. Overcome the Tzara, bring it in, right? Don't make them suffer. Don't even scare up on accomplishing things. All these things in the mother's shape for that. I just want you to be okay. I want you to be okay. I watch over you. You should make some scorpions. You do accomplish. You don't accomplish that much. I just want you to be. I want you to be okay. I want you to be happy. Incredible. What a brachas of a mother. After that, ultimately again, it comes back. As well, gives brachas. What are the brachas of the Rebbe? So we'll say on the days. He be kashat v'achatenu. So I say, Rabbi say, if you put your faith in me, I will save you. I will save you. I will lift you up. If you know my name, you pray me. If you I will. I meet you in every difficult place. So we'll say, this is incredible. What does the Rabbi say? See, the mother says, be safe. What does the say? I got you. I got you. As long as you cast your lot, as long as you put your hand in mine, the Baruch Hu says, I got you. The Lord says, this is absolutely the father giving all of the advice the son needs in order to be successful. The mother, just the anticipatory wish. I don't really even care what you accomplish or don't accomplish in life. I just want you to be okay. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be happy. As you Baruch Hu telling us, put your hand in mine, wrap your arms around me, promise you, whatever happens in life, I got you. I got you. Incredible. Unlucky. It's right, that's it. Incredible. Say, by the way, you know, when you drill down to it, you sometimes forget that, like, Rothschild is not he's not looking for us. He's not looking, you know, saying, learn my Torah, do my mitzvahs, finish us. He's not saying, he's just saying, put your hand in mine, just throw your arms around it, and I got you. We forget that sometimes all that the Lord wants from us, all he wants from us is a sense of commitment. All he wants from us is to know that we are together with him. We're working on us to get out. You're sinning, you're doing that stuff, you're down the wrong path, and what? And if you just cast our lot, and cast our destiny, and put our hands up for the sparkle, throw our arms around him. That's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. He says, I've got you. Overwhelming. I'm sure enough, you might succeed. By my shine, it made my eyes so shown to this. We'll say, so it's interesting that in the word was shine, so there wasn't a Sora, there wasn't a, the ayin was higher than the Reish and the Shin. Reish, higher, Shin, ayin. Why was it? Well, there was nothing that was written that way. Why is it written that way? Kevan said, Adam Rush Milamata, not Asa Rush Milamata. So right, because remember, if you take the ayin of Russia, what I have? Rush. What does rush mean? Rush means poor. So the idea was listening to this, that if a person is poor below, he's poor above. What does this mean? So the if a person is disliked by other people, that is generally indicative that they are disliked by a Baruch Hu. Very strong statement. Now, by the way, there's actually a basic logic to it. If you can't get along, and you can interact, and you can talk with who you need, then Allah has probably won't be able to get that Baruch Hu. That is the way that it works. If a person is disliked, then ultimately again they're disliked by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So he wants to add that thing, he's going to talk. He just takes the ayin out altogether. And this is very interesting. So because there are exceptions to this as well. People who are despised by people, but yet they are still beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Who's a good example back there for this? Who's going to do that? David David HaMelech was despised by people, despised by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nehemiah, who helped to rebuild the second Beis Hamikdash, was despised. Now, not by Jews. He was despised by rulers. Ultimately again for Beis Hamikdash. So it says generally, this is correct. If you can't be with people, then by definition, you usually don't have relations with Hashem. But there are exceptions to Israel who don't get along with people, but I still beloved die for this. Okay. I just want to point out, by the way, it's not just David. It's not just David. You know, by the way, if during 40 years in the desert, we were to take a popularity poll, right, about Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't know that he would even be in double digits. I mean, double digits. The result is great people often really only become appreciated when they're dead, right? So again, we say David HaMelech, I'm like, I sit there in David, I'm like, feel like I should stand up, David Malcolm, Shifa, like garbage, literally like garbage during his life. Right? By masses of people, by massive family, treated with garbage. Once he dies, okay, then everybody loves him. Moshe Rabbeinu treated like garbage. Mamish treated like garbage, disparaged, despised. Forget about it. Here's what of season is. We often appreciate the great people we hit when they're alive. Once they recognize ultimately again what we truly had and what we lost. So again, you're despised by people, you're generally despised by God. Except there are two exceptions. Now I want to point out there's no exception, right? It's just built in a Kenya. The rule holds for everyone else. Okay, turn on. Menashe had 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Point out how ridiculous and amazing. Chumash Vayikra this week, Mamish, it's so, right? Is this detached today? Like, I'm just saying. So, the first Chumash Vayikra and Menashe ultimately again 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Why 50 responding to the years of his monarchy? I don't know if it means that like every year he espoused the new drasha. What does it say? Menashe, obviously, again, despite all of the Zara, had a tremendous connection to Torah, and ultimately, again, had a tremendous insight into Torah. Again, now, by the way, it's not just the 33 years that he did Shah. It's 55 years of drashas of Chumash Vayikra. Nasha, Achov, Shanisha. Achov advanced 85 different, Me'u Shlosha, 103 interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Also, why are they all fixated on the Chumash Vayikra? Why is the opposite Chumash Vayikra? Because what's the opening verse? Adam Yaku Nikan Karban Lashem. Right? Because Karbanos. Short of Karbanos is followed close. Right? Deep down, what is every single Yid want? Deep down, what we ask Hashem is close to Baruch. That's all I want. All I want is to be close. Just sometimes I become so ridiculously complicated. And for whatever I get derailed from that primary, but everyone wants fight. Everyone wants Karbanos. Everyone wants Kirva. Even Menashe, even Achov, even Menashe, even Achov, by the way, Achov, Yerabam, Menashe, the three kings listed on our Mishnah, who don't have a clean harbor. The three kings listed on our Mishnah espouse volumes on Chumash Vayikra. Even the greatest sinner in Klal Yisrael just wants connection with the Ribono Shel Olam. All right, boss, you know what? We'll have to stop over here for today. I will say tomorrow's a short out. Shorter. Comparison. We are fine. I will say tremendous start to the week. Am I going to find this? For those who have from the Kiras Thomas, the Kiras is going to be doing right in the classroom, right opposite here. Classroom 6, right across. Everyone. And so schedule-wise, the regular 9 o'clock in the shoot. I will say good morning, good Chodesh, Azchos Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin this new month and this new week, learning this beautiful Masechta together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Sponsors for God Shin Pei Hey, the Tosfos Mishpach getting all the Shiurim. Josh's this year is supposed to be souls for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, the creation of the yahrzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel ben Zechariah, great grandmother, Cyril Bas Dov, for both Nifta and Rosh on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Well, both of Rosh Chodesh Nisan, Miriam Shad and Aliyah, the family in the Chama, Zoltan Yetz Hashem to the servants, Am Yisrael Hashem, Hashem Yetz Hashem, bring all of our hostages home. Our soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Dem, Zoltan Yetz Hashem. There should be a month of Nisan beneath close. And so it looks like we don't yet have a Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisan. So there are still activities in Yetz Hashem. If you would like to do that in honor of a special occasion, in honor of a love, or just stop to be Marbitz Torah and Klal Yisrael, you can see the office or email the office in Yetz Hashem for more details. That concludes the promotional part of this morning. And Yetz Hashem, today's dam is Kuf Gil 103, and we are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Kuf Gil on the days we left off 15 lines up from the bottom. Achim Shakal General Gemara. The Nachman says Achim Shakal. Now, what Shakal means is like literally equal, which means that so what Nachman seems to be saying is that Achim was not the complete Rasha. He was kind of like a middle order. Shnei Amar. Me if Tanis Achim Gemara before. Hakadosh Baruch Hu says to the Neshama, who is going to Achim to sin? They should go out to war. Remember again, Achim goes out to battle thinking that he's going to be successful. So Shbach was looking for the Neshama who's going to entice Achim to go ahead and sin. Who is the one who's going to do that? Vayomer, Zebekol, Zelmer, Bekol, Maskil Ra Yosef. So the idea over here, so what is the Nachman highlighting? The Nachman is highlighting over here is that the Shbach almost needs someone Achim to sin. Don't use advice. We see that Achim was not all bad. He was Shakal. The Gemara says, "Maskeler Yosef, man because of a raklo haya ka'achal Hashem, machal la'asas rabbeinu Hashem, Hashem his tao soizel ishto." So again, the Gemara Yosef, how can you say that Achim was that he was Shakal, that he was both? Look what the pasuk says, right? That ultimately, again, there is no one like who went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, aside from his wife Izebel, what did Izebel do? The Tanin. What did Izebel do? She measured out coins for Avodah Zarah every single day. To yourself, so what's up about measuring out gold coins? So remember again, it's one thing to worship Avodah Zarah. It's another thing to give your money to Avodah Zarah. Right? To worship, okay, you're not so committed. Once you give your money, where you give your money, you're a high level of something. But Izebel gave her money. So the Gemara, how can you say, so again, we have to explain the sequence. So what does it mean? Because Rav Nachman is coming along, and Rav Nachman is trying to say that halacha l'maisa there was some type of positivity to Achim's personality. What was the positivity? We'll say this is incredible. Achim was generous. It's incredible. Achim was generous. He was really means he was easy with his money. He shared his money. And because he went ahead and shared his wealth with Talmidei that atoned for half his avarice. I will say, is that not wild? Is that not wild? The power of tzedakah, the power of generosity that each person like Achim, and by the way, it's interesting that use of Achim and Izebel, right? Izebel concentrated her wealth all again on the Avodah Zarah. But Achim ahead and shared his wealth with Talmidim. Again, he was wiping out on one hand and supporting the Talmud on the other hand. You'll say after just a moment. They'll say, but the idea of generosity is to wipe out half of his rishos, half of his iniquity. This goes with the motif of tzedakah, hatzil, maves. Literally, tzedakah has the ability to save us from death. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most heinous sin is an overwhelming yesod. That was like, what's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? Well, so we know this because what is the hardest thing in this world to part with? money. We work hard for it. We always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you worked for, that you have the strong feeling that it's really yours, even though you logically know that it's not mine. But the ability to think that I worked hard for, that is mine, and to be able to give it to someone else is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level. Because the only way you could do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to give it, and a lot of times I don't give it. If I believe that it's not mine, but it belongs to Kadosh Baruch Hu, and Moshe gave it to me as a custodian of his wealth, and I find the ability to overcome that most base impulse to keep everything for me and to go and be as generous as possible with others, it's a high social accomplishment. Achov was loving about his Zara, but it was ridiculous. Incredible. So so going back, remember Chashbah's spirit. So this is a shaman to go out and to trick Achov into going into battle, which would be the battle in which he would lose his life. So the certain spirit came forward. I will entice Achov to go to war. Hashem, Elov, Bameh, Vayomer, Eitirach, Sheker, Befikot, Vayomer, Tift, the Gantuchal, Seva, Baruch, I'll be the one who deceives Achov. I'll be a voice in the mouths of the foes, and they'll go ahead and they'll tell Achov to go out to battle, die in battle. Say, good, go out, Ba'asekei. What spirit was? You saw this before. Rabbi Yochanan, Rucho. Remember again, it was the spirit of what happened with Navos. Again, Navos had a vineyard. Achov very much wanted. Navos would not sell. He was very depressed. He spoke to his wife. His wife said, no problem. Just bring him up on charges of rebellion to the king, idolatry, all this stuff. He had Navos execute. What's the halacha when you execute against the king? What's the halacha? The king gets his property. The king gets his property. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. So he got the vineyard, and Navos died. Navos was executed. The spirit of Navos wants revenge against Achov. Might say, what is it? Kashbach says the spirit go out. What does that mean? Sitting in Fitzasi, Shekidover, Shikarin, Lo Yikon, and Neged, and Rai. Kashbach, who says, if your spirit lie, just know if you're going to lie, you can't come back. Once you go out to lie, you can't come back. Because again, there is no shikar, there is no lying, there is no untruth in the presence of a Amra Papa, Hanadam Inchi, the Parakise, she was this yields the famous adage, the Parakine, he who wants to go pay vengeance destroys his own home. So say this is actually a profound idea. The desire for revenge is so acute that at the end of the day, I might blaze a path of self-destruction. Bent on that. There's another expression that's often used for this. The expression that's used is Tamos Nafshi Implishti, a phrase that Shimshon said before he knocked down the revenge so badly that even go down with the ship, I'll go ahead and do it. So Shimshon was different. Shimshon was going to die regardless. But Lamaisi, he goes down. So the same idea. Parakine, he who is bent on repaying revenge, He will destroy his own house. So again, so Achab goes ahead, he makes the Asherah tree, which is the level of the Zara tree, and he continues to do the things that anger HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They call him Yisrael Shayla the Father, and he was the worst. Achab was the worst. Rabbi Yochanan, what Shekasav al Daltos Shomron, Achab Hafar be'elokei Yisrael, Lefichach ein lo chelek be'elokei Yisrael. So it was literally, Achab wrote on the doorway to the entranceway of his kingdom, right? On the doorway to the entranceway of the Shomron. He wrote, Achab is Kofar. Achab denies. Achab denies the God of Israel. Therefore, he has no portion in the God of Israel. I will say, by the way, it's so interesting, right? Why does he have to write this, right? Why the act of repudiation? You only have to go out of your way to ask people to repudiate, like things that you still feel touched. I will say, like when you have with someone and someone just won't let you have your own opinion, right? If you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily, you don't need other people to agree with you. I don't need you to agree with what I'm doing. when people need you to agree with them, right? When they can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a heightened level of sincerity. Secure people are absolutely okay with other people not agreeing. It's almost as if Achav, he's the greatness of Achav, right? We saw yesterday's Gemara. Achav Mamish had like this element of him that was so pious, that was so righteous. Like Rabbi says, almost like he needs to constantly write on the doors of the kingdom, I repudiate the God of Israel. I just do your thing. We already see what you're doing. You're worshiping anyone and everyone but God. Like you're planting Asherah trees. Everywhere there's a mound, there's Avodah Zarah. We know that you're already Avodah Zarah. Why do you have to write it? Why do you have to write it? Out of mind, that's spiritual insecurity. Profound. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, good. Vayivakesh es Achaziel, Vayal Kehel, V'mischal Shomor. So now we're switching gears just now. Second. Going to another king, Yehu. So again, Yehu, ultimately again was searching out Achaziel, and he found him hiding in Shomron. I'm Rabbi Levi. She'akoder askarot v'kosev avodos kochavim tachtehem. We'll say, what did Yehu do? Yehu, we're going through unfortunately kings who lost their way. So Yehu, we're both saying stuff from yesterday's Gemara. You have to be careful about how we speak about them. Right after Menashe, I don't want none of us Menashe showing up in a dream, right? We just don't want that. I mean, I guess Halabai should dream about Menashe. I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing. But again, we start from yesterday's Gemara is such a sensitivity that even about these people who the Mishnah said don't have a haba, we don't understand the struggle. We don't understand the struggles. We don't understand what they went through. So Yehu cut out every single time they that you found the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He cut out that name and replaced it with the name of Avodah Zarah. Menashe, Ka. Why is he called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Menashe, Shinshi Yisrael Yisrael. See, how do we know that Menashe did he go to Olam Haba? The Chsev, then Shtemes Shana Menashe L'Makol. Menashe becomes. His father was Chizkiyahu, so Chizkiyahu dies. Menashe becomes king. Shim Chamesh Shana Malach. He becomes the longest surah. He becomes king at 12, reigns for 55 years. What was that? So it's interesting. The Navi comes into Achav. The Gemara says later the comparison. Just like Achav has no portion in the world to come, so to Menashe has no portion in the world to come. We'll say, by the way, so it's interesting to know. You have to wonder about this. Obviously, 12 years old comes to the Navi, not like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child. I can imagine again becoming a king and being invested with all that responsibility at the age of 12, right? And be trying to figure all of that out. Just seems incredibly complicated. All right, then. So therefore, given that has no chiluk in Olam Haba. So the Gemara goes like this. Menashe, Yeshel Chiluk Olam Haba. Emar Vayishal Menashe Hashem Vayah. Menashe does have it in the world to come. He has a chiluk in Olam Haba because the pasuk says that Menashe davened to Hashem, and the Ribono Shel Olam went ahead and listened to him. I'm going to be open on. So we'll say, so a fundamental machlokas about Menashe. Does Menashe have a chiluk? It does get a chiluk on Haba, which so the Gemara says. I'm going to be open. Both of them darshan the same passage. Shneimar, when the Satan Zabo of Menashe ben Yechezkiyahu, Mar Sabar B'Glam Menashe Shasa Tshuva, Umar Sabar Dap of Kufkim, Umar Menashe. The law of a so ultimately again the Torah from handing over to the foreign nations. The law of Menashe ben Yechezkiyahu. Why was Klal Yisrael handed over? One opinion is because Menashe didn't do tshuva, other didn't do tshuva. So once I focus about whether or not Menashe ever actually became a Baal tshuva. I'm not Yochanan. But say Tav Kufkim 103a. This is a tremendous Gemara. Kala Omer Menashe eno chelik olam haba merapa yidein shel Baal tshuva. Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a chiluk in Olam Haba, ultimately again weakens the hands of Baalei Tshuva. Weakens the hands of Baalei Tshuva. So we'll say, so amazingly enough, so this is very profound because if you say that Menashe doesn't have a chiluk in Olam Haba, we know one thing. Menashe did do tshuva. He did do tshuva. So if you say but that means it doesn't work for everything. And the moment you put that out, that tshuva doesn't work for everything, you disincentivize people. As people will say, you see, too far gone for tshuva to change in your life. The 20 times coming to Yochanan, Menashe Asaba, Oshim Mishalosh, Menashe memory and Nashrin for 55 years. For the first 2 of those years, he was a terrible Rasha, but then for the last 33 years, he did tshuva. How do we know the numbers? Then Shneimesrei Shana Menashe Menashe became king at the age of 12. He reigned for 55 years in Yerushalayim. And again, the Navi equates him to Achav. Kama Malach Achav, how Achav reigned for? In the Tartan 23, Menashe Kama Malach, Chamishim, the Chamishana, Dalminahu Esrus Plus. So it's interesting enough, where it seems to say as follows. Now, what's happening over here is that halacha l'maisa. How he compares Menashe to Achav. What's the nature of the comparison? Menashe reigned like Achav for 22 years, meaning for 22 years he was a Rasha. The remainder of his reign, which was then 33 years, he became about tshuva. Incredible. So Yishma'ela Vayech Lo. So let's remember again, we know what turned Menashe, right? What was it that made Menashe into being about tshuva? He was captured, right? He was captured by Aram, and again probably tortured as well. And he calls out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Moshe says, Vayishma'ela, Hashem heard Menashe's supplications. Vayech Lo. So the Gemara says, what's Vayech Dar? Vayech Tell me boy. You should have said Vayech, which means Menashe died. And if we turn to him, what does the Bible say? It's beautiful. Malamed, Asalak and Mishpachu Kamin Machteres Barakia. It won't show me from Menashe like a tunnel, like a Machteres. Machteres means, to furtively, like secretly. He made him a secret tunnel for Tshuva and Rakia in the right, the Kabbalah of Tshuva, in order to go ahead and receive Menashe in Tshuva. Why? Because ultimately, again, because remember, Midas Hadin, the divine attribute of justice said, Menashe, you come about tshuva. You're too far gone. To made like a secret pathway says tshuva, that even the strict attribute of justice could not ensure. So what do you see from here? You know what the great part about being God is? One of the great parts about being God is you make the rules. So what happens? Midas Hadin says a guy like Menashe can't do tshuva. So what does he do? He makes a different pathway. And ultimately, again, allows for it to. He allows Menashe to come to back. So Rebbe wants more. He wants a tshuva. Change. He wants us to be able to go ahead and come back to him. And even if the normative construct tshuva says that some can't return, the Olam will make a different pathway. When it comes to tshuva, the Rebbe Shalom never says no. And even if Rabbi says no, you keep trying until he says, and even if he says no, you keep doing tshuva anyway. Nothing stands in the way of meaningful tshuva. Rabbi Yochanan Rashbi might have said, Bereshis Mamlachos Yoyakim ben Yoshio, Uksiv, Bereshis Mamlachos Tzidkiah, Vechi Ad Ha'id Allah Halu Malchei. It was say sounds like over here Bereshis Mamlachos Yoyakim. Yoyakim was Yoyakim the first king, was Tzidkiah the first king. There are monarchs before them. Ella, Bikesh was part of the Hachsias. Olam Kulo, the Talabah Bishul. So what it means is like this: there are some people who were so evil that the Rothschild literally wanted to and turn the world back, like start all over again. Because things were so broken. So in the days of Yoya, things were so broken that HaKadosh Baruch Hu literally wanted to return the world to Tohu Vavohu. But again, although Yoyakim wasn't good, his whole generation was good. Similarly, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to go ahead and start the world all over again. During the generation of Tzidkiah, the start of the Tzidkiah in his Kara Daito. HaKadosh Baruch Hu saw the righteousness of Tzidkiah and spread Let's say, what do you see from here? If the devotional looking for someone who's righteous, either a leader who's righteous, even if the generation is not, or a generation who's righteous, even if the leader is not. The devotional wants our success more than anything. As long as he could find someone who is worthy of salvation, someone who is worthy of his bracha, and ultimately, again, he'll spare the collective. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, one second, but Tzidkiah also doesn't like he was very righteous. Says he also did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. What it means is like this: Tzidkiah ability to object. Most say Tzidkiah himself was righteous. So what was his mistake? His mistake was he had the ability to object to the negative behavior of his generation, but he failed to do so. But this, you see this theme over and over. So when you see something bad happening and to do anything, you are held as if you committed the wrong self. Overwhelming idea. Rabbi Yochanan Mishum Rashbi, my Tichsit Ish Chacham Nishpat Es Ish Adol, Beregez Vesachak Beinas. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Moshe Salos. Ka'asti al Achaz, I got angry at Achaz. That was one of the evil things. Decided to be Amalchei Damasek, and therefore I handed him over in the hands of the king of Damasek. And what did he do when he was handed over in the hands of the king of Damasek? Zibech V'Kitar Lalohem. He hands out Achaz instead of realizing that he's in trouble with God. Maybe he should turn himself around. Instead, starts praying to their gods, the gods of Damasek. Shneimar Vayizbach Damasek Hakim Bo Vayomer Ki Elohei Malchei Aram Hein Ma'azim Osam Lahem Ezbach Vayazuri Vehim Lo Hayu Lo Lachshil L'Chol Yisrael Shaki Im Amatzia Minasati Malchom Biado. So literally, I smiled upon Amatzia, and right, Amatzia didn't necessarily do the right thing, but I smiled at Amatzia, and ultimately, again, I gave over the hands of kings of Edom in his hand. Avi Elohim, Vishtachavalam. How did Amatzia repay me for this victory? He took the gods of Edom and he worshipped them. Shneimar, Vayach Harichain, Amatzia Me'akos es Edomim, Vayavo es Vayave es Elohim, so again, Amatzia was handed victory. And what did Amatzia do with his victory? He went in and started worshiping Indian gods. This is what people say, the famous adage. They say, Bach Lamar, the lo yod, Lamar, the lo yod, you could cry for someone and he doesn't understand. You could smile upon someone and he doesn't understand. Woe to the person who doesn't understand between good and bad. The reference to these kings who are given tremendous opportunities to turn themselves around, but yet failed to understand the opportunity which was presented, and therefore again continue to go on the path of evil, overwhelming. So this is by Tzidkiah. So right, all the king, right, the ministers of the king of Babel himself, and he sat at the Shar Tavach. Was his third wide line. The king of Babel is himself at the gates of the city. So the gates ultimately, when they're gate halachah, Ba'asra Demare, Tala Leizaine, Tamul Ba'raya, in the place where ultimately he used to hang his weapon. Now the shepherd comes along his jug. The idea over here is the gate of the city was the place where the Sanhedrin would be, the high. So that very place where it used to be was used for halachah. Now the shepherd, that above hangs his stuff. I'm going to this already. My Sid. This is a beautiful pasuk, or but interesting pasuk. So I get this Shlomo HaMelech says, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy vineyard of a man who lacks heart. The lazy man and the man of heart are both inattentive to their field and to their. What happened? What happens? They fill them with thorns and thistles, and what happens? The thistles are in a state of disrepair. This is the metaphor. Who is the lazy man with the overgrown? That's King Achaz. The Kerem Adam Chasra, who is the person who lacks heart of vineyard, Zemenasha. And I will say the metaphor is quite profound. V'hine alu kulo kimshonim, and again it's overgrown with thorns. Ze'amon. Together, the wall of stone has not fallen in disrepair. This was destroyed. I just want to point out how profound this is. The Navi refers to these kings as people who are inattentive, chasr or lazy. The way that sinful behavior begins is not with an active desire to do the wrong thing. Really, the way it begins is just apathy. Apathy is the gateway nida to the most horrible and horrific sin. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you begin to not push yourself, apathy sets in, and it happens after apathy. This is what this was. It's not so long. I don't know which year. But again, it's what Rabbi Nachman brings down. Rabbi Nachman says that the tool of the Yitzhahara is not hate. The greatest tool of the Yesh, whether it's despair, right? Where a person gives up, where a person stops caring, apathetic, that's when horrible behaviors begin to set in. So interesting. How does Shlomo describe the night? How does he describe Achaz? As just lazy, chasr, apathetic people. It all starts with apathy. We'll say that's why the most important goal in life is to be passionate each and every day. To make sure, this is why I think about this, you have to push it. You have to be moving forward every day. Not moving. If I'm staying in place, we'll say, you know the word for staying in place means the synonym for staying in place is stagnant. Apathetic people out and regressing aren't pouring out and doing things wrong. Apathetic, they are, right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to hover, right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. Except apathy is the gateway nida to a terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never starts with terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. And then from apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. I don't know if it's done. Four people are four groups, literally again, who do not receive. Who are they? Katleitzin. Unless, I don't know, it's right. Unless is someone who takes nothing seriously. Everything is a joke. Everything is fine. Listen, you ever meet a person like this? Right. For example, in the beginning, when they're always with their wisecracks, they're like, oh, that's cute. And then, at a certain point, it's like, enough already. Like, don't you take anything seriously enough in life to not have, a one-line back? Just stop. Right? It goes from entertaining to annoying quickly. And again, if you're that kind of person, that's nothing serious, right? Nothing serious. And again, so we'll say, there are moments in life, right, where I'm about to be serious. And then what happens? I'll say, all you need, it happens for maybe you're talking with a chavra, and momentum that's going. And then someone that wrecked, right, comes along and he says that line, and what does it do? It sucks all the spiritual air out of the room. I say, and again, it just deflates everything. So a person like that, okay, just understand you have no relationship with that Kodesh Baruch Hu. Well, that again means, don't miss the mark. Next, kat shakranim. And I will say shakranim. Shakranim ultimately again is a liar. A person who's a liar can't have a relationship with Kodesh lying because the prerequisite for a relationship with God, is honesty. Moshe does not need perfection. He does not even need greatness. All he needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And then if I know especially what I'm not, I could work. If I am dishonest, if I am a liar, liars cannot create relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to move forward on. Chanifin. I will say again, it's Chanifa. Right, but it's but it's false flattery. It's false flattery, right? Chanifa is flattery for the sake of getting something out of someone. I don't really believe it. But rather again, I'm using also, I will say, when people do this, I guess this is like lobbying, right? It's like like at the end of the day, it's Lamaisa, like it's so disingenuous, and everyone knows it's disingenuous, right? But what's the interesting part? The interesting part is when someone strokes my ego, like, oh, that's nice, that's nice, even though I know what they're doing, they know what they're doing, but it's still nice. Everybody likes a little bit of flattery. So at the end of the day, again, and those who again speak slander. So what's interesting, by the way, if you notice, what these are four groups who cannot have immakabel means they can't have a relationship with Hashem. It's interesting, by the way. What's missing over here? If you were to make a list of people who can't have a relationship with God, who would you put in there? Avodah Zarah, right? Right, number one, right? Right. Maybe a close number two would be Arias, right? You got it. It's good, right? Arias, good, right? Number three, Sheikh's Damin, right? Good. We got the big three. If you notice, why they're not there. Listen, do you know why? Averos don't stand in the way of a relationship with God. Averos don't stand because we all commit Averos. Right? We probably, a number of us have done a couple of doozies, and it's even before 9 o'clock. Right? So listen, we all commit Averos every single day. Averos don't stand in the relationship with God. Honesty in the way of a relationship with God. And if you look at the common line amongst all of these things, it's all about honesty. The let's can't be honest about anything. He just can't take anything seriously. So what he does is he uses less humor to just take the MS out of every circumstance. A shakran, obviously, again, dishonest. Chanifa, dishonest. Ihara. I will say again, lashon hara always takes place where? Right? I shouldn't say always. Often takes place behind closed doors. And the greatest purveyors of lashon hara will present themselves like your friends, right? They'll present like someone who's got your back, like someone who's your back. At the end of the day, when you're not looking behind your back, that's when they will verbally stab you over and over and over. So the common denominator, dishonesty. Because Rabbi said, you're not honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You could sin from today until tomorrow and says, I got you. Because you're a sinner. Great, join the club. We're all sinners. Just some of us are recreational, some of us are habitual. Some of us on the weekends, others on alternate Tuesdays, right? Well, we had others 7 days a week, once a day, right? And Gosh Baruch Hu says, it's okay. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're doing, I promise, I got you. We can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then there is no way to. So the goes by here. Says now Gemara teaches cut lace in the sid. Mashak hados altzim. Kachak goes to the suki features. Kachak on the sid. Dovish kamli lo yikon lo negedin. I can the sid kilo the fun of kanaf yavo. Have the tabelation hard. Kilo el chofet Russia atolo igur chala. Sadik atol v'lay igur chala. Vamrav chistal. My what's the name of the pasuk? This is beautiful. Lo suna ira. The nega like of the Allah. So we'll say, what do you mean of the pasuk over here? Where David HaMelech says in Tehillim, what does it mean? Lo su'une lechara v'nega like Rabbi Olav. So the Gemara says, Lo su'une lechara, that literally again, that ra will not be set upon you. Shelo yishlot bahen yitzahara. Ultimate bracha, you shouldn't be yitzahara. Shelo yishlot bahen yitzahara. Both things very. Doesn't mean you shouldn't have a yitzahara. There's a time you don't have a yitzahara. When don't you have a Yitzhara? When? You're dead. Right? That's right. There's an upside to that. Right? When you're dead, there is no Yitzhara. Right? It doesn't mean that don't have Yitzhara. Rather, if you notice, Lashon Hara is Shelo Yishlot Bahen Yitzhara. The Yitzhara shouldn't rule over me. I will say, I'm always going to have a Yitzhara. The Shaila is who's in charge? Me or the Yitzhara? Lo su'u. The raw Yitzhara should not rule over. Next, I'm sorry. Again, an affliction should not come close to your tent. Shall timsa ishtecha safek nida b'shasha tava min haderech. So I say this is fascinating. That when a man comes home from a long trip in a state of suffering, what does this mean? What does this mean? So man comes home from a long trip. Rashi says he wants to be with his wife. So again, if a man knows that his wife is in nida, okay. Suffix is what things become a little bit complicated, because what can happen? A man could have some justify to himself that perhaps she's really permitted, and ends up ultimately again end up sinning. So we'll say it's actually interesting that perhaps it's that this is the way the Gemara is interpreting the pasuk. It could also be metaphorically understood as follows. Read it as a progression. The first part is ultimately, again, do not let the Yitzhak go ahead and rule over you. How do you do that? The nega lo yikrav bi ahalecha. The Gemara is darshaning it as you don't come home and find your wife a safek nida. The way to rule over your Yitzhak is to eliminate safek within life. A lot of the reason we get ourselves in trouble is because we choose to live in worlds of gray. We choose to live in worlds of safek. And we allow safek to be perpetuated. I will say, all of us have areas of our life where if somebody were to ask us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like, kind of, because I know that it's not, I know that this area of my life, and we all have all of us have those areas. Some areas where I know that I'm doing the Ratzon Hashem, and other areas where I know. Literally, again, in my tent is safek nida. In my tent is a safek life, and a lot of times there's a safek, and we just perpetuate like the iffy parts of our lives. If you have much safek in life, that's where so much of identifying the areas of life that are safek, that are not really what they should be and what they should be. If I can eliminate the safek in my life to the best of my ability, then ultimately again I couldn't. Sahara will not rule over me. Incredible. So Gemara goes weiter. What is it that negativity should not rule over you? You shouldn't have dreams. You shouldn't have bad dreams. To hear hurim or bad thoughts. What does it mean that ultimately again that an affliction should not come in your tent, that you shouldn't have a son or a son, literally translated, who spoils his food in public, which means that my children and my sons should not do things that are publicly useful. All right, privately, all kinds of stuff is going to happen. Right, but at least publicly, again, things shouldn't occur. This is very beautiful. The Gemara's darshaning is that this pasuk in Tehillim ultimately again is a reference to brachos from a father, brachos from a mother. So the first parable says is the brachos of a father. What does a father? What's the bracha that gives his son? Number one, don't let the Yitzhak rule over you. Number two, again, going to what we said, how do you ensure that doesn't rule over you? Don't let there be safek in your life. If there are sfekas in the way that you deal with those sfekas, deal with difficult situations. Don't live with uncertainty. There's gray, figure it out. And figure out a proper mahal. This is what a father says to his son. Don't be scared by bad dreams in life. If you're bad dreams, what does it mean scared by bad dreams? What is that? We'll say, what are dreams? What are dreams? Like, this bracha is about what dreams are. Not meaningful. And I'm saying not to get scared by bad dreams. Or here, so many times in life, scared off from doing things we really want to do. Scared of all the possibilities that could go wrong. This can be saying any given moment in life, what does the father say to his son? He says to his son, don't be scared off by bad dreams. Don't be scared to dream big and go big. Just because you could become paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Yes, they all could go wrong. And they may not go wrong. But the only you'll be successful, there's Hashem, if you give it right. This is what a father says. What does a father say to his son? Son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. It's a big thing. We all fail. That's what Gemara says. Remember, Gemara says, brachas, Sahara. We're never going to. Person has a Yetzer Hara. And what happens is that I can't go ahead and combat these. What does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Put on black clothing, go where no one knows you, and do what you need to do. There's an understanding that sometimes in life I'm going to lose the battle against the Yetzer Hara. If you're going to lose the battle, minimize the fallout, the collateral damage. Minimize the shame. You're going to sin, don't leave. You're going to sin somewhere else. That's what I thought. And these lofty ideas and ideas on sun. You're going to fail. It happens to all of us. Just make sure at the end of the day you do the damage. Incredible. That's what the Father says. After that is the bracha to a child. What does a mother say to a child? You see, Mara says, a mother, what is it? What does it say to a child? As the mother should watch over you in all of your, they should hold you in the palms of their hands. And ultimately, again, you should trample on the lions and on the eggs. So what's the bracha of the mother? What's the bracha of the mother? Be safe. Okay, right? A father has all of these different ideas. I say, Sheikhallah, I love you. I just want you to be safe. The malachim should watch over you. You should check, right? A father ultimately again wants his son to be successful, right? So a father gives all of the different things they need. Overcome the Yetzer Hara, rein it in, right? Don't live in suffix. Don't have dreams scare you off from accomplishing big things. All these things. The mother says, Sheikhallah, I just want you to be okay. Again, malachim should watch over you. You should trample on snakes and scorpions. You do accomplish, you don't accomplish. It is from the mother. Doesn't matter much. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be okay, and I want you to be happy. Incredible. Those are the brachas of the mother. After that, ultimately, again, if it's Baruch Hu gives brachas. What are the brachas of the Ribbon Shalom? We'll say on the days. So we'll say, what does Baruch Hu say? If you put your faith in me, I will save you. I will save you. I will lift you up. If you know my name. If you call out to me, I will answer you. I'm with you in every difficult place. So what's the reason? What does the Kadosh Baruch Hu say? See, the mother says, I just want you to be safe. What does the Kadosh Baruch Hu say? I got you. I got you. As long as you cast your lot with me, right? As long as you put your hand in mine, Kadosh Baruch Hu says, I've got you. I will say, it's absolutely beautiful. The mother giving all of the advice the son needs in order to be successful. The mother, just the anticipatory wish, I don't really even care what you accomplish or don't accomplish in life. I just want you to be okay. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be happy. And that's what Mr. Baruch Hu telling us. Put your hand in mine, wrap your arms around me, and I promise you, whatever happens in life, I got you. I got you. Incredible. Incredible. I would say, by the way, when you drill down to it, you sometimes forget that, like, the Ribono Shalom is not looking. He's not looking for us. He's not looking. If you notice, by the way, he's not saying, learn my Torah, do my mitzvahs, finish us. He's not saying that. He's just saying, put your hands in my hand. Just throw your arms around me, and I got you. We forget sometimes all that Baruch wants from us is love. All he wants is that sense of commitment. Only to know that we are together with him. And he says, we'll work the rest. You're sinning, you're doing that stuff, you're down the wrong path, we'll work it through. We'll work it all through. But just touch it with you. And if we could just cast our love and cast our destiny and put our hands in the Baruch Hu and throw our arms around him, that's all we have to do. All we have to do. He says, got you. Overwhelming. What's this? It's interesting. That in the word Rishayim, so there was that whenever you wrote the word, the ayin was higher than the reish and the shin. The reish, higher shin, and why was it? Well, there was Nisra that was written that way. Kevan shenasa adam rash vilamata. So it was very interesting. Because remember, if you think out of Russia, what do you have? Rush. What does rush mean? Rush means poor. So the idea was, listen to this. that if a person is poor below, he's poor above. What does this mean? So you notice things like this. If a person is disliked by other people, then it's generally indicative that they are disliked by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very strong statement. But I was going to say, by the way, there's actually like a basic logic. If you can't believe people, right, who you see, who you can interact with, you can talk with, who you need, as Kama Vatamo, you most probably won't know. It's just the way that it works. If a person is disliked by people, then ultimately, again, they are disliked by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Lo nifta, so you must add that to his lo nifta klal. You just take the ayin out altogether. So this is very interesting. Because there are exceptions to this rule. There are people who are despised by other people, still beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Who's a great example of that? David HaMelech. David HaMelech was despised by people, but yet he was beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nehemiah, who helped to rebuild the second Beis HaMikdash, was despised, now not by Jews. He was despised by some of the Gentile rulers, and ultimately, again, for rebuilding the Beis HaMikdash. So I'll say, so Gemara says, generally, this metric is correct. If you can't get along with people, then by definition, you usually don't have a relationship with Hashem. But there are exceptions to this wrong with people, but I'm still beloved by God. I just want to point out, that's just if during 40 years in Missouri, you were to take a popularity poll, right, about Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't know that he'd even be in double digits. The yesod is great people often really only become appreciated when they're dead. Right? We say David HaMelech, like I say David, I'm like, feel like I should stand up. David Malcolm, he was treated like garbage, literally like garbage during his lifetime. By masses of people, by his own family, treated with garbage. Once he dies, okay, then everybody loves him. Moshe Rabbeinu, treated like garbage. Mamish, treated like garbage, disparaged, despised. They accused Moshe Rabbeinu of stealing. They accused him of adultery. They accused him of all kinds of crazy stuff. It's just human nature, for whatever the reason is. We often don't appreciate the great people we have in our midst when they're alive. Once they die, then we recognize ultimately again what we truly had and now what we lost. So again, the Gemara is pointing out is generally the rule: if you're despised by people, you're generally despised by God. Except there are now I want to point out there's going to be exceptions. The rule for everyone else. Okay, let's get ready for this. King Menashe had 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. I just want to point out how really amazing this is. Chumash Vayikra, we're just starting Chumash Vayikra this week. This week, Mamish, it's Sunday of Chumash Vayikra. Right? No? Is this decaf today? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. On a 7-year cycle, the first Sunday of Chumash Vayikra, and now, by the way, Menashe Darshan, ultimately, again, 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Why 55? Corresponding to the years of his monarchies. I mean, like every year he espoused a new drasha, a new interpretation of it. What does it say? Menashe, obviously, again, despite all of the Avodah had a tremendous connection to Torah, and ultimately had a tremendous insight into Torah. Again, I want to say, now, by the way, it's not just the 33 years of the Tshuva. It's 55 years of Rothschild. That was Menashe. Achov Shmon Lechamisha. Achov advanced 80 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Yeravam Me'u Shlosha. 103 interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Most said, by the way, why are they all fixated on the Chumash Vayikra? Why is it all fixated on? Because what's the opening? Kiyak Yidmi Kem Karban Lashem. Vayikras Karbanos. Shaf Karbanos is cuddle close. Like deep down, what does every single yid, deep down, what we all want is Kirbas Hashem. It's called Vani Kirbas Elokim Litov. All I want is close. Just sometimes I become so complicated, and for whatever the reason, I get a primary life mission. But everyone wants everyone wants, even Menashe, even Achav, even Menashe, even Achav. What's it? Achav, Yeravam, Menashe, the three kings listed in our Mishnah who don't have a chilik in Olam Haba. The three kings listed in espouse volumes from Chumash Vayikra. Even the greatest sinner in Klal Yisrael just wants connected to the emotional Olam. Time now. So I have to stop over here for today. We are fine. I will say tremendous. I will say for those who have Mechiras Chametz, the Mechiras has been happening here. Class 6, very close. Everyone. Also, schedule-wise, in the shul, these are swinging there in the basement.
I take the first there.
Yeah. Just walk with me into that room over there. Just right over here. But I'll take you first there. Yeah, I realized I was supposed to stop it. I don't know why I put it at 10 to 9. That was never going to happen.
Because it's careful. The cameras.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Hashem, so versatile, so beautiful. Good. Begin by the sponsor this morning's share. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tufshin Pei Hey. It's also Mishloach very suffocating all the children's Russians this year as is close to the Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar. Following Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Barry Khan, Sri Hirsch, Deb Yosef HaKohen, and the Zilevin and Berman families in memory of Mr. Zeb Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Levrach. Broken in America by Talmud Torah, all the Michelle Savari, the families in Chama, all those who report Shabbat Kedel, Kol Chole Yisrael. Hashem should bring our hostages home, B'Shalom, and B'Karav, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yadeihem. Those with that, let us begin. So beautiful to hear the what's the one? Dim or got it. The low noise. There, right. Of Bakra. The Chazar said it's so beautiful. Okay, well, so we got let us begin. Today's daf is Kabbalah. We have a lot to do today. The goal is always to come into Shabbos, and here it's actually somewhat caught up. We're going to get there. All right, so today's daf is Kabbalah 101. We are starting on Kuf Amud Beis 100b, and let's just actually pick up again by the right by the Afar Sefer Hashem. Time is Sefer Tzdukim. So Yosef Sefer Ben Sila Nami Asal Mikri. So again, remember, Yosef Mishka said people don't have a chilik in Olam Haba. Ultimately, again, we're those who read what we call these these external knowledge, these books of external knowledge. So again, one of them he said the book of the Tzdukim. Second thing is in the book of Ben Sila. Ben Sila, which was this composition of knowledge. So Rabbi says, my time, what's so bad about Sefer Ben Sila? So it's really interesting. Because like in Sefer Ben Sila, there's some nonsensical stuff that's written. For example, Ben Sefer Ben Sila says, do not go ahead and move the skin from a fish, because what's going to happen? It goes to waste. Ella, Sali Asebenura, tartan greets, and rather again, roast the fish whole with the skin on. And this way, like the fish, you'll get the skin. And also, again, eat it with two pieces of bread, 2 cakes of bread. Okay, so maybe you'll see some information like that, and you'll say to yourself, that's totally nonsensical. Which the Gemara says, all right, so then it's if you take this statement at face value, then the truth is the Torah also says something. What does the Torah say? Those cases Eitzah. The Torah says that is the prohibition about pashtus. Right? About pashtus necessary or wanton waste. Torah says you go to war, you're not allowed to just cut down fruit trees for absolutely no reason. Cut down fruit trees if strategically is needed, but you can't just do it for absolutely no reason. So we see over here, even the Torah cautions us against unnecessary waste. So it seems to be all that and she was doing. And the Gemara says, "Well, Lord, the liberal is a puny drasha and the Arakamas Lord." Since we dash it, if some say that Ben Sira was talking about something a little bit different, what was he talking about? The liberal Shaloki that one should not engage in beer alcohol. That as much as beer Shaloki is mutter, certain things, although they may mutter, may not be the normative practice. And one should avoid. So perhaps that's what Ben Sira is saying, do it in a little bit of a more nuanced fashion. You might look at that statement. Or that makes sense as well. We should basla via not rather because of statements like this. For example, in Sefer Ben Sira, a daughter for her father is a treasure in vain. Right? Is a treasure in vain. Now what does that mean? When a father has a daughter, out of concern for her, a father never gets a good night's sleep. Why not? Because when a father is afraid that someone's going to take it back. But now Arusa, Shemetizna, as she gets older, a father is concerned maybe she'll be immoral. Bagla, Shemet Lotina say, as she gets older, he's afraid she won't get married. Once she gets married, he says, Shemet Lotina, maybe she's not going to have children. She'll get older. Shemet Tasek shuffle. Maybe she'll get lured into witchcraft. The idea that we're saying that Ben Sira is saying is, when a father has a daughter, he is worrying about her at every single stage. By the way, anyone who has a daughter knows this is absolutely unequivocally true. Like a son, like, he's going to figure it out. Whatever, he'll break like a bunch of stuff along the way. But he's going to be absolutely fine at the end of the day. But a daughter perpetual concern. You might say, well, that's how Rabbi also said this. Actually, all of those. So Chazal said this as well. If the world needs both boys and girls, Ashrei Shebanav Skarim, Ayel Shebanav Nekela. Praiseworthy is the one, right? The world's boys and girls. Praiseworthy is one who has boys. Woe to the one who has girls. And we'll say, now again, but what if Chazal saying over here? It's not good to have girls. That doesn't make any sense. First of all, there's so many other statements of Chazal that Master people singing up and so. What does it mean? Chazal echoing was his sentiment. That just understand. Of course, it's a bracha to have boys and girls. But I was saying that a daughter when we saw a father and a mother have so much more worry over ultimately again than over a son. Incredible. Remember again, Abaye said that if you read Sefer Ben Sira, you don't have them. Why? Because if I read Ben Sira stuff, we're just trying to figure out what's the radical stuff in Sefer Ben Sira. Rather, I'm sure that if the son of Davi the Gavi, giving Katul Jevadlo. Perhaps it's because he says the following. That ultimately, again, a person should, exactly without statement, should not allow worry in his heart. Because ultimately, again, worry in his heart could kill him. Or, if he has worry in his heart, he should kill it. So you says, well, that makes sense. Shlomo also said it. Shlomo said the same thing. If there's worry in the heart of a man, Yishchena, you should uproot it, tell it to someone else. So one says that's quite beautiful. Shlomo says this is really profound. If a person is worrying about something, the one thing you can't do with Gaido, with worry, is you can't let it sit in your heart. Why? Also, we all know this. What happens when you let worry sit in your heart? It amplifies, right? It grows, it increases, and then all different types of negative and dark things happen. Often it overshadows and eclipses everything, and that worry, which started from a legitimate place, becomes a totally illegitimate, overpowering worry. So what Shlomo says, so what should you do? If you have dagger in your heart, which all of us do at different times, so again, you should So you should have even one of two things. Either uproot it. And I say, what does that mean, uproot it? So Shlomo says essentially, stop it. Right? So remember, we've seen, right, but I'm not moving that. We go in Chassid, Who was it? Bob Newhart, right? So again, the person could have is anger. So what does person do? What should a person do if they struggle with anger? Stop getting angry. It's like sometimes in life, there's not like some type of magic therapy or pill or approach to get and solve your problems. Sometimes you just have to stop it. So the one says, you have a problem with anger? Stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. Oh no, but how do you do it? What's the approach? Just stop it. And sometimes you can take that approach that I am in control of a lot of the things that I feel and a lot of the things that I do, and I could choose to start it or to stop it. It's the most empowering thing in the world. So someone else says something amazing. You stop, well, worry is not stuff. Stop it. Stop it in one of two ways. Either stomp it out, just literally stomp it out because you recognize a lot of times the worries that I have are actually irrational. So just stop it. Stop paralyzing yourself with things that you can't really do anything about, and that may not even be real, or share it with someone else. Because sometimes even if you have a good cousin, you have a good friend, with whom you speak things out with, and suddenly you begin to realize that those things that are seen so scary, so overwhelming, and so powerful are not. So either stop it or talk it out, or both. Incredible. So someone else says the same thing. Maybe because they seriously says stuff like this. Don't allow a lot of people into your house. Don't bring everyone home with you. Rabbi said the same thing. A person should not bring home too many friends. Because again, one has to be careful. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, he allows in his home. What influences do I allow in my home? Who do I allow in my home? It's beautiful to have a home, but nevertheless, want to take care. So again, Chazal said the same. This is Zaldikan, which means Rashi helps us over here. If somebody has a thin beard, then ultimately, again, they are very wise. They're very wise. On the other hand, Abdikan Saxikan. Someone has a thick, they're not wise. If somebody blows the froth off their beard, they're clearly not thirsty. So the Gemara says, if someone asks, what do I have for accompaniment, what type of condiments do I have for my bread? Lachma Sabine, take these away because clearly he's hungry. Whoever has like literally again a split in his beard, what's the mean that? This is a very wise one. Like you need to have the split beard, it's sort of like a long beard, and like you're stroking your beard, like in the middle. So what that represents is like a person's like plotting and scheming. So such a very nice. So he's like he's stroking his beard so that it becomes like two beards. Such a person that very wise. Don't mess with them because they've got it all figured out. So let's say this is kind of stuff in Ben Sira that Rabbi says this is nonsensical. That doesn't mean your wisdom cannot be perceived by your beard, right? Or by the length of your beard, or by the parts in your beard. Just like some people blow the froth off their beard simply because they don't like froth. Right? Some people can't eat plain bread. Whatever it is, the point of the is these statements over here render Ben Sira a little bit of a nonsensical statement, and therefore a local so could label it ultimately as Achikar. So somebody else says, maybe Mariasa is Gashin a little. But in sacred days, there are certain things that are wise, and we should inculcate them within ourselves. For example, it's quite beautiful. Right? Literally, again, a good wife, right? A good wife is a wonderful gift, and ultimately, again, she should be by the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. She should be placed with the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say, first of all, just a beautiful sentiment that Isha Tova, Matana Tova. A good wife, a tremendous gift, is a good gift from the Ribono Shel Olam. Sarah asked the Bible, but again, unfortunately, a bad word defined is like a Sarah asked. Sarah asked for her husband, my takan. What's the takana? What's white line? So he's talking to Tzara. So sometimes, unfortunately, again, Shana has to be excised, be removed from the home. If a man is lucky to be married to a beautiful woman, praiseworthy is the husband, and again, it doubles his longevity. Be careful about looking for women, or really it's not be careful. Remove your eyes, shield your eye looking at beautiful women, lest you get trapped. Be careful if you find a woman attractive, be careful drinking with her husband. Because if you're drinking with her husband, that means going to be in proximity to her. And the proximity plus the alcohol, unfortunately, again, could produce a deleterious result. Many spice peddlers have gotten excited. Now, Rothschild could be spice peddlers, food peddlers. What's the kind? Anyway, these were guys at the house, and often were they acting with women. So what would happen? A man would have his perfumer in his house. He would not take kindly to that. Expected him of doing something with his wife. So literally again, so those who go ahead and entice others to go ahead and engage in immorality, light the spark. You know, Chazal always tells us, all of us are prone to immorality. And so again, even the person to exercise sin, it takes very little to convince us to engage in immoral behavior. If someone lights the spark, and suddenly again, unfortunately, I'm involved in it. Is what we saw before. Literally again, don't allow everyone into your house. Right? You're literally prevent the masses from coming into your home. Don't bring everyone home. Be careful about the influences that you allow into your house. Rabbi, have a lot of friends. It's good to have friends. However, so as I said, but only reveal your secret to 1 in 1,000, and even to she who sleeps close to your chest, guard your mouth. So again, but make sure that you only reveal your secrets to certain people, because your secrets will get out. It was interesting. You must have, even to your wife, be careful what you share. It was this is an interesting episode. What is this in Dr. Abrams spoke about in the context of marriage. People think that in a good marriage, you share everything. Well, no one shares everything, right? Imagine coming on telling your wife, tell you what I was thinking about, right? That was disaster. That would be an absolute disaster. The principle says that it's important in your life to share the things that are either important to your marriage or that your spouse can help you about. Give me an example. Let's say something's bothering you, and there's absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. Because sometimes people want to share because they want to unburden themselves. But just understand, that's called selfish. Take from me, and I'm giving it to my wife. What can my wife do about it? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. But like, whoa, I feel so much better right now that I got that off my chest. And I go, meanwhile, what you've burdened someone else with that very same thing that was burdening you. So now your wife is buying it, but the nice and can't do anything about it. Now sometimes you have to share certain things, but again, it's just in the mindset that that good marriage means sharing everything. It means sharing the things that are necessary and recognizing that sometimes there is a concept of selfish sharing, where I just want to unburden myself, give it to someone else. It's not good marriage. Sometimes that's selfish behavior. The interesting is so. Mother writer, I'll talk to Sarah. This is great, Gemara. Not worry about the worry of tomorrow. She loads Siga Ma'aret Yo. Because you don't know what day. Shemalamachar Einenu. Maybe tomorrow you won't even be alive. You need some star of Olam She'eno Shalom. And you are stressed about a world that is not even you. I suppose say this contradicts another popular Chazal. Chazal that says, don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? Well, apparently, you are supposed to stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? And there was this is an incredible. Life is this incredible balance, right? Between on one hand, you have to be a future-focused person. You can't not think about the future. You have to think about the future, right? But at the same time, again, people spend so much time worrying about the future. You want to say, what are you worrying about? Who says you have tomorrow? Who says you have next week? Who says you have next year? Right? So there's between plan for the future, but don't be paralyzed by the fears of the future, the unknown of the future. For all you know, you need a world that is not even yours. And all of that, I will say, how much of our present do we waste because we are worried about an unknown future? How much of our present do we waste because we are worried about an unknown future? So plan the future to some degree, but don't paralyze yourself with the fears of the unknown future, thereby sacrificing your beautiful present. The Gemara goes like this: Call you may run. All the days of the pauper are bad. And seriously, not only are the days bad, no, that's a positive aside. That's the concept from this side. Right? The call you may run. All the pauper, ultimately, again, Ben Sira, Alos, even his nights called house so. Because again, the roof is generally below those roofs, and the Marabim Kamo and his vineyard or his fields ends up happening. So you must not Gagim the Gago. So when it rains, everyone else's rain drops. So actually, I think the term is sheets off. That's water sheets. That sheets off the higher roof to the lower roof. You get a higher elevation. Therefore, what? The dirt flows into the fields of others. So, seeing mother weiter. What does that mean? All the days of the Ani are bad. Talmud. This refers to the Gemara. So I say this is fascinating. Why? Because Gemara is arduous, right? And there's like a lot of effort. So constant and perpetual effort makes life a little bit difficult. The Tov Radish and who has, right? Who is the one who's always rejoicing? Elubam Mishnah. That person is easy. Right? The Mishnah, it's straightforward, right? There's a halacha, there's no real back and forth. So Rabbi Rose is opposite. It's just the Mishnah is nice, but the problem is with Mishnah, you learn it, right? You're intellectually impoverished. Because again, I have concepts, but I don't know what to do. Gemara, on the other hand, again, I know what to do. You're like, really? You know don't know what to do. Gemara says, what does it mean that he who quarries stones will ultimately again be saddened? And if you quarry stones and you want to make a fire, it's not going to help you. Right? So the Mishnah is like quarrying the stones. Now, on the other hand, the stones can be very helpful for structures, right? But they can't give you heat. On the other hand, the blockades in the Yiskan, and he who cuts up wood can warm himself by the wood. First of those who are in Gemara, because at the end of the Gemara, you have things that you can utilize for your life. Right? Ani Ryan, all the days of the proper are bad. This refers to someone who has a bad life. The most, by the way, you see from here, it's interesting that if the person has a bad marriage, then the person, Chazal said, you're a pauper. You're a pauper. You can have all the money in the world, but I don't have shalom. Bias, I am impoverished. This week. If you have shalom, pretty much have everything. You have everything. Even if you don't have everything, you figure out how to get everything. Don't have shalom bias, ultimately again a person is fundamentally impoverished. The don't live Mishka Tamid, and what does it mean? It says that again, don't live. A person with a happy heart is constantly rejoicing. That refers to a person who has a good life. That refers to a person who has shalom bias. Incredible. And Rabbi says, what does it mean? All the days of the proper are bad. So this refers to a person who's very sensitive. It doesn't not come out emotionally. So like a person who just can't any type of physical discomfort. Right? They can't stand any type of physical discomfort. Then again, everything is bothersome. It's too hot. It's too cold. I can't look at this food. I can't eat this. I can't eat. Everything is a problem. So again, a person like that perpetually uncomfortable, and therefore life is bad. On the other hand, so it's such an incredible Gemara. What does it mean, Daito Yafa? You know what Daito Yafa means about saying? You know what Daito Yafa means? It's a person who knows how to roll with it. You don't need exact. Right? And there are people like this. They call them everything has to do like this. Right? Everything has to do like this. Sorry. Right? But it's true. Everything has to be done, right? Different ways. So what's it? So again, when you're like that, you're like very angry. You're like very like disgruntled, right? Because everything, because in life, nothing is always exactly as it should be. So you're disgruntled. You are disgruntled. On the other hand, the person kind of just goes through life, except a heightened level of imperfection. In general, everything with it, you go with it and you're actually fine. Incredible. The Gemara goes back to it. So the Gemara says, "Call me Anirai, Zerach money." What does it mean? All the days of the proper are referred to Zerach money. The Bible says this refers to someone who's very compassionate. Sometimes this is a double-edged sword in a feeling and comparison. On one hand, to be a feeling and compassionate person allows you to connect with all kinds of people and allows you to experience life on a different level. On the other hand, being a feeling and compassionate, sometimes you are overwhelmed by just the heartbreak that surrounds any given day. Like you around the world, you look around the people, and again, especially in people's lives, the amount of heartbreak that generally feels as, on the one hand, as powerful as it is to be a compassionate and is heavy. Life is heavy. Call you make money, right? What is the old proper? That's a happy, compassionate person who feels the pain of others. He himself or she herself is always in a state of pain. What the Gemara says? Sorry, it's fascinating. That good, right, good, happen, right, or hope maybe that it is good. For the one part is always rejoicing. That's an achzer. I will say, achzer is a very strong word. It usually means what? Someone who's and indifferent. Obviously, you can't be praising someone who's cool and different. What it's saying is someone who knows how to almost like disassociate a little bit, right? Someone who can flip the switch a little bit and maybe not feel the pain way. Ultimately, that's totally Mr. Coming. I don't think that are extolling the second. I think that Chazal is just a factual statement. So are people like this in life, totally emotionally detached, everything happening around them. And what's their general emotional state of being? They're happy. Their life is good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, everything's great. Why? Because they're totally emotionally disassociated from their family, from themselves, from their bodies, from the belt. Right? And again, life is fine. On the other hand, being a feeling compassionate, empathic person, say, is the avoda of the year. That's what we're supposed to strive for, to open up the neshama. And yes, it comes with a tremendous amount of baggage. Because there are moments where I feel overwhelmed and maybe even paralyzed by the individual and collective pain of my people. But that's what it means to be a Jew. Sometimes what it means to be a slave, tamid, to ultimately again live life of Yemei and Kol Yemei Ani and Roy. But that's worth it to be able to feel the beating heart of Klal. So incredible. I'm showing you the older Kali Ali, right? What is all the days of the wicked are bad? Top of Kofal 101. Zeh Shadaito Kisara. The touch the Tamid. Zeh Shadaito Lechava. Okay, so it's interesting. You understand. So the first of all, because this seems to be saying the same thing as before. That also again Daito Kisara, or I should say Daito Kisara and rather Mason Rebo called Daito. Rashi indicate that this is the same thing as you mentioned before. Daito Kisara means someone who worries about everything, right? And Daito Rechava is someone who worries about nothing. The other approach of Rashi that refers to anger. Daito Kisara refers to someone who gets angry over everything. Right? So we know that in this world, there is no shortage of things to get angry, right? No shortage of things to get upset about. So if you're that kind of person, it just gets easily triggered, easily angered. So the mice, again, the world is a dark place, and all of your days ultimately, again, are like an onion. Again, someone who's a little bit calmer, like, doesn't get upset. That's totally Mishka coming. Okay? Call me on your Shabbos Yom Tov, was it that you said it was just on the pasuk? So about that, you say all the days on your dad. What about Shabbos and Yom Tov? Yeshua, the Mishmuel, Shinui Vesas Tchila Following the Ayin. So even it's difficult for the onion. Because listen, when a person is an onion, that means in general he's living throughout the week very little. When it comes to Shabbos, more food, more drink, that change is difficult for him. And what's the takeaway message? And change is often shock to the system. Shinui Vesas. A change in your normal rate of what's a vesas. Like a vesas is a regular pattern. A change in your regular pattern often could go ahead and be a shock to the system. You get what's about it. Hakoi pasuk shashir osa kinizera. So let's say if a person reads a pasuk from Shir, then he makes it into a song. So he's not learning, he's just kind of making it into a song. Pasuk the base mishtos. Person goes ahead and reads a pasuk, like reads a pasuk base mishtos. Mishtos just means like in a place of celebration. Hey, in a party was mano, not in the right time. The Rashi is here. Look at Rashi. Kori pasuk base mishtos. The mace of al said, sorry, shiki kuzav the divrei Torah the kol speaking b'kol. So this is talking about someone who just kind of using Torah just almost like in a frivolous way. I'm at a party, I'm drinking wine with my friends, and I start singing psukim, not in the context of learning, not really in the context of drum shebetusha, just using ultimately for entertainment purposes. So what happens? Brings evil to the world. If the get a sackcloth, let's say the Torah itself puts on sackcloth, comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, V'omer es lefanav ribono asa'u banecha kino shemenagni. So the Torah comes and complains before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Torah, your children have made me into an instrument for entertainment purposes. They've relegated me to a mode of entertainment. That was this conversation discussion. Is fascinating. Allah responds, PT, the Shasha opened the place asking, so they both from the defense crowd. He says, my daughter, Torah, tell me when they're eating and drinking, what else should they do? In other words, they both don't defending it. Isn't this good? Isn't this good? When they're eating and drinking, so again, they have to be doing something to entertain themselves. So isn't it cool that they're entertaining themselves with? So the Gemara says, "Amar Rabbi Shel Olam in Bali Mikra and Torah, in Bali Mishnah Yasku Mishnah Malachos Bagados in Bali Talmud Yasku Hilchos Pesach Hilchos Aseres Ba'aseres Hilchos Chag B'Chag." So Torah says, "No, and not for entertainment. Let them learn." Let them Gemara or halacha. Let them do instructive. So it's this fashion between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Torah, offended and hurt. And if she feels that Klal Yisrael has made her into a mode of entertainment, like an instrument that is played. Says, well, isn't it good? Right? Isn't it kind of good? That when they're eating, at least they're entertaining themselves with Torah, to which Torah comes along and says, no. When they're eating, because they're in Torah as well. It's incredible. Hey, Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, Rabbi Shimon ben Hanan, maybe Torah. Whoever reads a pasuk in its time, what does this mean, a pasuk in its time? In other words, talking about Torah, that's a quote, literally discussing concepts of Torah in the time in which you are learning, or learning in a way that is not simply an actual Talmud Torah, ultimately brings to the world. Something in its right time. Right time, ultimately, again, is good. Incredible. About that's in the Mishnah said, someone will recite an incantation for over an injury, over a Here's what's interesting. We're going now. The problem that Chazal had was patients in order to produce medicinal. That seems to be mutter as well at the moment. The issue is that you would recite this, and then you could be because of the curative of saliva, which Chazal is about. So the issue is spitting. The issue is spitting over here because if you can't while you're spitting. So Rav says, again, I will say, if psukim, even if psukim don't have the name of Hashem, like for example, Negatzaras, ultimately again, or Vayikra El Moshe, you still can't do these incantations because the act of spitting together with reciting the pasuk ultimately is disrespectful to the pasuk. Sucking in the mashmashim, meaning I am the Shabbos. I'm not saying I love all the way. So you can sucking means like to rub oil. The mashmash is like to massage the area. Just about like a person is having stomach issues. What you would do is you would rub oil and massage the affected area. To do this on Shabbos. Unless you will be the issue on Shabbos, it's not allowed to engage in refuah. In terms of medicinal healing. The Gemara now says, however, you can't engage in medicinal healing. This is mutter on Shabbos. The Gemara says, furthermore, you could whisper the different spells or incantations to keep snakes and scorpions away on Shabbos. And you could put a utensil. Apparently, the person like Rashi points out, he would take a cold utensil for the eyes, and some of that would relieve the pressure, relieve the pain. You could do that on Shabbos as well. Says, when is that so? That's something with the utensil that is allowed on Shabbos, meaning not muktzah. If you share it's also, but if you talk, you can't do it on Shabbos. It's about shading. You cannot consult shading on Shabbos. Okay? Rabbi Yossi says, by the way, you also can't consult shading Sunday through Friday as well. Good. So the Gemara says, I'm not going to. Buddha says, halacha Rabbi Yossi. Buddha says, halacha Rabbi Yossi, and really, one should not consult shading. Listen, why is that? It's interesting to say there's no halakhic problem with consulting shading. What's the problem? It's a sakana, it's a danger issue. It's a danger issue. Right? Consulting with shading is really a danger situation. Why would happen? Rabbi Yitzchak by Yosef. One time Rabbi Yitzchak by Yosef apparently was consulting with shading. What happened? Apparently it did not go well. It did not go well, and what happened? He got swallowed up into a cedar tree. The tree swallowed him up. But a miracle happened, and again the cedar tree opened, and ultimately again he was able to get out. The idea over here goes into this way. So apparently, again, whenever we come to so all of these discussions exactly what it is that's going over here. Right? But there's nothing wrong with consulting with shading. It's just that consulting with shading is a dangerous business, and also you can put one in sakana. You're allowed to take, you're allowed to shear it, massage the area on Shabbos. But you have to do shinoi. What does it mean, shinoi? How should you do it? Put the oil on and then massage afterwards. No, just the opposite. Ultimately, oil on and massage at the same time. So apparently, there are certain shading associated with oil, certain shading associated with eggs. Right? Might explain the price of eggs, by the way. Right. But the Gemara says, so shading associated with oil, shading associated with eggs. You are allowed to consult these shading. Okay? The Gemara says, but rather the reason we don't do it, why don't we do it? Because of so I was saying we should be to see over so that apparently talking with shading is not kishuf, it's not sorcery. So you're allowed to do it, but just understand the Gemara says that the information you get is unreliable, because often they're like, no Christian al shemish. Again, you can take oil from it and use it like for you could literally whisper it for medicinal purposes. But you cannot use oil that was held in the hand. So you'll see about this that held in the hand ultimately again is subject to shading. Therefore, you could go ahead and smear. You could use oil that was held in the hand. That oil that was oil by market. It will allow if it went to a particular inn, I see they brought an oil that was in a utensil. Shaf, he smeared some on his face. No, he broke out with boils. No, he went out to the marketplace. So there was a particular woman who saw her, and this woman apparently was shaken. I see the chamas, the shaped chamas, that's all over you. Okay? No sub. She did some type of spell, and she was incredible. So I just want to point out, sometimes you see these stuff about shading, what is all this stuff? But so it's always important to understand this stuff. There's much to this world that we don't understand. There are many forces in this world that we don't understand. What's this whole story with shaving? No idea. No idea. What's the takeaway with shaving, with any human reading? The takeaway is very simple. There's more to this world than there this life than meets the eye. So whenever you see these gemaras, never disparaging, never be dismissive, because when you take it in your dismissive approach, that piece of that you know how the world works and you know what's going on. At the end of the day, again, the Muslim has to live so much more than meets the eye with everything in this world. The world is a very complex universe, and one thing is for sure, there are many things that defy our comprehension. The Gemara goes right there. This is a beautiful Gemara. I'm going to Rabbi by Mari. On one hand, the pasuk says, all the sickness that I visited upon Egypt, I will not visit upon you, because I am Hashem, your healer. So the Gemara says the pasuk is inherently contradictory. And the Akar Sam before Lama. If Hashem is not going to visit the sickness upon us, then why do I need him to be my healer? Kasha. To which the Gemara says, Hashem says as follows. Hashem says like this. Here's the deal. If you listen to me, not visit sickness upon you. But if you don't listen, I will visit sickness upon you. But even if you don't listen, I visit sickness upon you, even though all that happens, both say, this is the most absolute thing. So Baruch is like this deal. If you listen to me, I will not visit sickness upon you. If you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. But even if you visit sickness upon you, I will heal you. That's how Baruch who loves us. He transgress. And therefore, again, there is machor, there is sickness. The Rebbe always gives us to the floor. So incredible. Say, this is a ridiculous story. Ridiculous story. The Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer. Where Eliezer became ill. The Bible saying, this is Rabbi Eliezer Berkunas. If we had another 2.5 hours, and the story of Eliezer Berkunas, I'll do it tomorrow, Mir Hashem. And you have to be really to appreciate this story in the background, which you're not packed for, right? Just keep it, just whatever will come. But Eliezer Berkunas became Nicholas Tamid of Ladal was a good place. The students came in, I was understand. Generally, whenever the students came to visit them, usually it means death that ill. So when I have students come in to visit, there is an intense fever that is burning in the world. I'm saying, what that means is over here, let's go say like this. If I am this sick, the Ebola Shalom must be bad. I mean, Eliezer Berkunas understood his illness to be a manifestation of divine wrath. This is happening to me because I did something wrong. Hashem is displeased with me. So it's chiluhim bochim. So ultimately, again, all the Rabbanim who came in, and again, it doesn't say who came in. It just says Tamidav. So his students began to cry. Rabbi Akiva Sachi. Oh, the Hilig Rabbi Akiva is laughing. So everyone is crying. Rabbi Akiva is laughing. Amrlo, lama to Masachet. What's the matter? Like, why you laughing? Amrlan, Bechim Nitmein Ma'atim Bochim. Very reminiscent of the Gemara at the end of Marcus, which we'll get to B'Shat HaMitzvahs. Says them, why are you crying? Why are you crying? Amrlo, after Sefer Torah Shari B'Tzarvelo Nifket, already, we'll say already Rabbi Eliezer is in a state of sadness. a state of discomfort, right? And it was referred to their Rebbe. They referred to their Rebbe as a sacred Torah. Isn't that incredible? Right? A sacred Torah is sad, and we shouldn't cry. That's why I'm laughing. As I'm laughing, Kozman Shani Ra Rebbe, Shemir Machmitz, Loka, Fish one of Mavish, Son of Madvish. See, you know, Rabbi Akiva says I was always bothered by something. And then Orkinus, had a really good life. Everything was going well for him, right? And he was referring to Gashmias. His oil went sour, right? His flax went bad. His oil never spoiled. His honey was, he had everything in Olam Hazeh. Ani Amarti, Shemechas, Shalom Kiva Red Olamo. I was listen to this. You know, I've been keeping all of my days. I saw my Rabbi Eliezer. Again, just so you know, the Eliezer Horkinus, the Talmud Mufak of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So just the Shalsheles. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Eliezer Horkinus, Rabbi Akiva. So it's all the days. Rabbi Eliezer had such a good life. I wondered to myself, more than this world. Ba'akshav shani roa ha'chido. Rebbe B'tzar, and he's Sameach. And now that I see Rebbe suffering in this world, it's good. It's good. I'm happy. I'm happy because what that means is, and it wasn't what Rabbi Akiva was saying. What it means is that my Rebbe Averos, Hashem is extracting punishment for those Averos. So that my Rebbe should have a beautiful Olam Haba. Incredible. So Amar Akiva, when start doing that Torah Kuba. So listen, the Rebbe is a little bit taken aback because Rabbi Akiva, tell me what others did I do? Tell me what I did. Did I read anything out of the Torah? Did I not do anything? Tell me what you think I didn't do. I'm alone. So Rabbi Akiva is Rebbe. I can't tell you what you did wrong, but I can tell you one thing. The Marathon Rabbeinu, the Adam in Tzadik Ba'aret Asher Ya'aseh Tov Lo Yachta. You taught us. The Marathon Rabbeinu, that there is no person in this world who is righteous, who only does good and doesn't do that. And Rabbi, if you're a human being, means what? You committed Averos. You committed Averos. And Averos, that means they need to be for Averos. And Baruch Hashem, I'm so happy. Rabbi, keep speaking. I'm so happy that retribution is coming in this world. Because that paves the way ultimately again for a lift Olam Haba, for a beautiful world to come. So it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. The Gemara goes back to Shaitan about another story. About Eliezer, Eliezer, you know the story of Eliezer. Again, it could be the same or same illness, different illness. And I will say that I just want to point out, just to understand, this story makes so much sense because one of the greatest about Rabbi Akiva was his ability to contextualize as a gift from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? Because Rabbi Akiva, when the Romans are literally flaying the skin off his body, and I always wondered to myself, will I have the opportunity to fulfill the positive Kecha? So again, this is Rabbi has this overwhelming understanding of the role of the power of suffering in this world. Incredible. Let's go by the Torah. Kishachol Rabbi Eliezer, Nichnisu Arba Zakim Mebakro. Rabbi Eliezer was ill. Came in to be Mebakro Choler. Referring Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Azariah, Rabbi Eva. Okay. Now Rabbi Tarfamar. Tov Ati so many people shall be shunning. So let's say all begin extolling the virtues of their Rebbe. It really is very hard. And the Tarfam is Rebbe. You are better for Kali so than a drop than rain. Of rain. Why? Shati shall be shun Olam Hazeh. Rain Olam Hazeh Olam Haba. Only helps us in this world. But Rebbe, you help us in this world and the world to come. Now Rabbi Yeshua Amar. Yeshua says, Rebbe, you are better for us than sun is good in this world, right? But Rebbe, you are good for us in this world and in the next world. Now, the Elazar ben Azariah, Elazar ben Azariah says, Rebbe, you are better for us than a father and a mother. Why? A father and a mother are helping this world. The Rebbe, such an incredible idea, right? My father and my mother, they're good for me in this world, but my Rebbe, good for me in this world and in the world to come. So what happened? Now Rabbi Akiva. So I'll say this is pretty wild. Rabbi Akiva comes along and he says, Rabbi Eliezer, Chavivim Yisurim. What is Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva does not extol the virtues of his Rebbe. Rabbi Akiva says is suffering is good. Suffering is good. So Amar Lahem. Samchuni Vesha Levi Akiva Tamidi. So now this whole time Rabbi Elazar Horkanos is down. He's hearing all the praise. And again, it's nice, right? What does the praise do? Fine, Rabbi Elazar is not going to bad. So what does it do? Akiva says, suffering is good. Rabbi Elazar says, help me sit up. Help me sit up. I want to hear exactly what Akiva is saying. So the Gemara says, Samchuni, right? Literally help me sit up. The Eshma did Akiva Tamidi. Shamar Habibi Nisa. Amra Akiva. Amra Akiva. Zumi Na'im. So Rabbi Elazar says, Akiva, where do you know this from? From where do you know that suffering is? Amar, Mikra Adidom Rabbi Adat, and the Pasuk, that is famous for Shalom Menashe Mamalcho, Hashem. King Menashe reigning was the longest Saranic. He served for 55 years. So what happened? He was benched in the Shalom Menashe Mamalcho, right? He was 12 years into his reign. Again, he was doing the most terrible things. Menashe was a tremendous sinner. Amud Beis. Gan Eila Mishlei Shoah Sharetiku Anshe Chizkiah Melech Yehuda. The Chizkiah Melech Yehuda Chala Olam Kumei Torah. We're going to know Logimei Torah. So get ready for this, by the way. Get ready. Who was Menashe's father? Who's Menashe's father? Chizkiah, right? The Chizkiah. Both say, remember again. Remember Chizkiah? Well, what do we know about Chizkiah? Two things about Chizkiah. Number one, what do we learn about him? He came to Mashiach. Number two, what do we learn about him? There was no other time in Jewish history that there was so much Jewish scholarship. Every man, woman, child knew the halachos of Tumah and Tara, right? Yigvas ad Antipris. Everyone knew everything. So one says, 1 second. So Chizkiah taught Torah to guys to his own kid. He didn't, right? Chizkiah, Mashiach. He has a son like Menashe, who again was a tremendous Russia, all the Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says he taught Torah qualifies. Of course, that's what we call Amashah. Of course, Chizkiah taught Torah to us. But you know what? It's not the Torah that turned around Menashe. Because Menashe didn't know about Tshuva, as we see this come up turning around. But rather about what? Suffering. Suffering turned Menashe around, not Torah. Listen to this. Hashem gave Menashe a message, feeding Rabbi. So Menashe, get your act together. I'm going to bring your enemy against you. Menashe didn't listen. So Assyria marches on Yerushalayim. They captured Menashe and they brought Menashe Baba. Uksiv, Ubeheitzar Kila Espene Hashem Elokav, Kama Odin Lefnei Hashem Elokav, Vaispava Ilav. Menashe, while shamed in Baba, becomes about Tshuva. He cries out like in his He says, Ribono Shel Olam, save me. Yishmalo, Vayish Matzkinosav, Vayishbu Yerushalayim Achuso, Ida Menashe Ki Hashem Hu Ha'elokim. So it's like amazing Menashe about Tshuva. And what caused him to become about Tshuva? What caused him to become about Tshuva? His suffering. When he was incarcerated, mistreated, abused in captivity in Babel, that's when he found God. Menashe found God in jail. He found God in jail. So it's like, what do you see from here? Right? That, by the way, the Pashtus, right? Menashe was very told he probably had a conversation with his father every day. This could have been the Mashiach. But yet that Torah did not change him. What changed Menashe? Suffering. But it gives you, what do you see here? Suffering changes people. So this is all you remember. So just understand the whole service, right? Remember, everybody's coming in to do Rabbi over by the Rothschild Hotels. Everybody's extolling virtues of the Rabbi. They study Rabbi Akiva says Rabbi Chaviv says suffering is good, no? Suffering is good, no? And this is where we get that from. So Akiva says, I got it from Menashe. Incredible. So by the way, like I said, just keep on it. Hopefully tomorrow. There are three people. This is incredible. There are three people. And I will say once again, this is the ability to textualize suffering, to see that suffering offers the opportunity for a person to change the self-transcendence. Again, no one wants it. Only the Akiva says once you use it. So remember, there are three people who ultimately came. means they came to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with irrefutable claim. Now, Aliyah usually has occasions, like they're coming with like a cunningness associated with them. Okay, but it means is they came with a claim that HaKadosh Baruch Hu could have both Kayin, Esav, and Menashe. Kayin Dichsiv, Gadol Avonim himself. After Kayin kills Havel, he says, my sin is too great to bear. What does this mean? Says into this. Kayin says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, tell me, is my sin worse than the sin of the golden calf? Right? Is my sin the Chet Egel? And yet again, you will forgive the Egel. If you can forgive me for the Egel, you certainly can forgive me for my sin. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Kayin, he's off. Right? He's saying good. He's saying good. You're right. You're right. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgives Kayin, Esav Dichsiv, Habracha Alecha Adim, Esav says, Tell me, Yitzchak, you give it to my brother. You don't have one bracha left for me? Of course, no more bracha. Same good. Menashe, Chila Karla, the first high, then you will have Karla, the Kav also. So let's remember again, we didn't need the whole thing. But Menashe essentially says to Menashe says to the Ribono Shel Baruch Hu, I'm crying out to you. And if you don't answer me now, then you really know better other gods have been praying to my entire life. Because they're like, what's the right word? Brazen thing to say, but at the same time, he had a point, right? At the same time, he had a point, right? And Lemais again, Lemais is answered. Abishal Omer, Afa Hodis Hashem Ba'osiyos. So remember again, we will say, same thing, people don't have a chance. Abishal said, someone who articulates the name of Hashem, literally articulating the letters. Okay, so when it says Tangulim, they stood there as it's Yisrael Ubelashon Aga, in that foreign dialect. Shloshim Melachim by saying there are 3 kings and 4 commoners who don't have the Chidron of Allah. So we'll say one of them was Rabbi ben Nevat. I remember again, Rabbi ben Nevat was the first king over the split kingdom of Eretz Yisrael. Right? So remember again, the kingdom splits. Malchus Yudah, Malchus Yisrael. Rabbi ben Nevat was the first king over Malchus Yisrael. All right, let's say no. Let's stop over here for today. Again, the adventure continues. While the adventure continues, we're going to tell. That's good. I just want to point out we are covering a lot of Gemara, not so far off. Say, what are we? I just want to point out again. We'll say we're not doing these Gemara justice. There's so much more that is here. We'll find time hopefully to come back to it. But let's say Shabbos. Shabbos.
Honestly, the best thing about it is, for me, you just get the day off, bro. You just don't do anything. You get the day off. Nobody expects anything from you. Why? Shit. Well, we didn't have a
Hey, good morning. Let's begin. We have Baruch Hashem a lot to do today. Today's daf is Kuf Page 102. We are picking up from Kuf Aleph on days. We have, they said, a lot to do. So listen, we're picking up Kuf Aleph on base 101b, picking up at the first of the widest lines. I'm going to be open 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up above at the bottom. Good, it's going to be good. So our share this morning is dedicated by Yom Shishim in mentioned the upcoming yahrzeit of his grandfather, Rabbi Yaakov HaKohen. One of our coming is the Shamali and the family of the Kohen. Also, in this celebration for Sima Hakin, for Sima Das Murray, and his surgery today. We hope that the marriage of our Talmud she will have it completed during this month. So let's begin. I'm going to be open. I'm going to say first white line, go follow from the days. I'm going to be open. Maybe why did you love the Malchus? Why did you love a birth to become king? Because ultimately you're going to give Musa to Shlomo Hamara. Meaning when Shlomo was young, he gave Musa to Shlomo. And ultimately because he admonished Shlomo publicly. Meaning he gave Musa, that was good, but he embarrassed Shlomo publicly, that was not good. Shneimar, this guy got us from here in the Yamdana Shlomo, Baras and the Amilo, Saga is Paris, Yir David Abi. Saga is Paris, Yir David Abi. Amrlo. David Avicha Paras Pirtos Bechoma, Kedishiyahu Yisrael Rego. The Atta Kedarto, the last paro. So what's this following? Shlomo HaMelech had sealed all the entrances into him because he wanted to build a beautiful residence for Baspara. So you write in Musar, your father David has many entrances into Yerushalayim as possible to accommodate the flow of all the regular people coming into Yerushalayim. You are sealing all entrances to build a palace for your idolatrous wife. So he didn't Musar, but he didn't Musar publicly. Or again, the son of this the Rabbi gave to the king was that his tefillin in the future. Moving your Torah with of someone, at least to start with, considered to be an act of disrespect. You know, like, around that thing. Yeravam's Gaibam. His son from his book. Yeravam becomes king. So now Yeravam, let's say, sometimes Yeravam is very reticent to assume the monarchy. That is an interesting thing that happens with people. So they might be reticent to assume power. That's what? Once you give them power, they can't get enough of it. See, Rabbi does it, but once he gets it, he's scared of losing it. So he has to come up with a plan. So what's the plan? Rabbi says to himself, I have a touch of Malachal Beis David. In Yala Amadasos Bachim Beis Hashem Yishalayim, the Shavli Ba'amad Ze'el Adonai El Chabam El Yuda Ba'arkumi, the Shavli El Chabam El Yuda. So he says, here's the issue. The issue right now, I can control 10 of the tribes. But if they go up to Yishalayim 3 times a year, it's a matter of time until they once again pledge their allegiance to the Davidic king, and I'm going to lose my entire kingdom. So what do you do? The issue is, the only people who are permitted to sit in the Azar in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash are the kings. If they see the Chabam, which is Shlomo sitting in the Azar, and they see me standing, they're going to say, oh, he's the king, and your Rabbi is an Ebed. So what happens? And if I sit in the Azara, then that's an act of rebellion on my part against the Davidic line. So what should we do? The Vayomer Alehem Rav Lochem Yaros Yisrael Bnei Elokech Yisrael Hashem Eretz Yisrael Vayasim Asa Echad Levei Ve'asa Echad Nasan B'Dan. So the Gemara says, so what does he do? He comes up with a great Makifa. He builds 2 golden calves, and he builds one Beitel, one of them, and ultimately again to the members of his kingdom. There is no need for you to ascend to Jerusalem anymore. You can worship God right at 2 sites. My Bayoy. So how did Chacham ben Nebat go ahead and solidify his rule over his kingdom? Because Rabbi establishes 2 gold calves. Now, later on, you were allowed to ascend to Yerushalayim under the penalty of posted soldiers. 5 golden calves, and if you try to Yerushalayim, you'd be executed by the centuries. So how does it solidify his hold over the kingdom? So watch this. Shows the Bashal Yisuf Shabbos. He convened his cabinet, and in his cabinet, he had Tzaddikim and he had Rishon. He put Tzaddikim next to Rishon. And what happens? Amalu Chasinu, I called David. Will you guys sign off on everything that I do? Amalu him. So what you haven't been the God was asking for was, do I have your allegiance? Do I have your allegiance? And they said, yes, you have our allegiance. You are king. Whatever you want to do, do. I'm a little mouth up, but I want to be the king. I want to solidify my throne. I'm related. Hey, sure. I want to anything I do, you will do. I'm related him. So of course, I feel a let's go above it. Even if I tell you to worship idolatry, I want to know that you're going to control life. So I'm related tzaddik chas shalom. So the tzaddikim were a part of the cabinet over here said, God forbid, that's the show to do something like that to worship idolatry. I'm going to mention that Tzaddik said, actually, God, you love him, halach, lavodas, kavod, Alam Ismail, you because by Ikav Solomon. So the Rishayim brings the Tzaddik, the same man right now. Your Rabbi is not serious. He's not really going to worship idolatry. He's testing our allegiance. He's saying is, even if I asked you to go ahead and worship idolatry, you'd be willing to do it, and it was the test of allegiance. But he would never ask us to do it. So even the Tzaddik were convinced, and they said, okay, cup of cooked base, that achia shidon. So what happens? So Rabbi Ben Nebat drafts this kingdom charter, this charter for the kingdom. And the charter for the kingdom says, I am the king, I'm absolute monarch. Whatever I say, you will do. Even if I tell you to worship idolatry. When this becomes the charter, and then Rabbi Ben Nebat actually goes ahead and sets up 2 golden calves. So the general populace assumes that even the tzaddikim are supportive of this particular endeavor. Even the prophet Achia Shiloni made a mistake and ultimately went ahead and signed for this decree. Listen to this. Now, Yehu was one of the kings, was a great tzaddik. Was given the command back to wipe out the family of Yerava and Nevat. So the Gemara says, lo shamar lalachas b'toras Hashem Elokeinu Yisrael b'chol levavo lo sami al chatas Yerava m'shehefti as Yisrael. So it's there's a country possible. The Baruch Hu says, I say to be an exceptionally pious people. You're going to eradicate the idolatry of Yerava. Yet the pasuk says that Yehu himself fell prey to the idolatry of Yerava. So what's here? My garment. What caused Yehu to not? What's interesting enough about it says there's a covenant made that when a tzaddik says something, let's say, even if he does, those words take on a reality. Let's say Yehu has a plan to get rid of Baal. Baal is not a sorrow. So he has a plan to get rid of Baal. What's his plan? He makes a proclamation when he becomes king of Malchus Yisrael. And he says, listen, here's the deal. You guys think that Achab was an idolater? I'm going to be even a bigger idolater. So let's throw a major, like a major idolatry party, right? The idols, and what's going to happen? And he gets his whole chapter, get everybody together. He's surrounded the massive central Baal temple with his soldiers, and then he tells his soldiers to go in and kill everyone. That's how he wipes out the entire Baal cult in one fell swoop. The only one problem is when the tzaddik says something, those words take on a reality. And the tzaddik goes, he said, I'm even going to be even a bigger Baal worshiper. The fact that he made that statement ultimately, again, trapped in certain idolatrous practices himself. The point that even later on in life, he becomes wrapped up in some idolatry as well. It's like an incredible musr, the power of words. And when the tzaddik says something, about it's not just the tzaddik, but it's all of us, when we see something, those words create reality. And even if I don't mean for those words to create the reality, they do. Like the Rav says, others say that no, what messed Yehu up in the end is that he saw this letter, the proclamation of Yerava, like the charter of his kingdom, that was signed by Achia Shiloni. He saw the prophets of Israel sign a document that said, if the king commands you to worship Avodah Zarah, you should do so. So he didn't understand how the prophet of Israel signed on this. He said, well, maybe idolatry is not as I thought it was. Dichsiv. As he goes over here, the pasuk from Rothschild, the shachata itin ha'amiku va'ani moshe l'kulu. I'm going to do it on the first part of this. Ein ha'amiku mishali. The Rothschild says, Klal Yisrael is even more machmir than me. How so? Ani ha'amarti kol she'ino ola l'rei over about saying, I said, whoever isn't older, like whoever doesn't descend violates a positive commandment. Amru kala older the regular yudaka b'karet. Rabbi ben Nevat said, whoever the regel, right? If you try to go to your shine from mouth, you'll be stabbed. I'll kill you. So also listen to this. It wasn't that time that the Rabbi left Yerushalayim. So what happens? Rabbi ben Nevat is leaving Yerushalayim. Remember again, just to understand. Up until before Yerabam, so the Malchus monarchy is consolidated under the reign of Shlomo. Under the reign of Rechava. Then ultimately Rechava makes some very bad things and there was a split in the monarchy. Achiyah only tells Rabban ben Nevat he was a righteous man. First, he was corrupted by power, right? Or I said he allowed power to corrupt. Ultimately, again, then Achiyah tells Yerabam, you are Yisrael. So Achiyah finds Yerabam ben Nevat in the field. Because he's wearing a new garment. This time was treated enough on it. It says by Eve, and it wasn't that moment. March points out, and it wasn't that moment he for us. Base got on the Sikha, and Shabios Ace is the Master Program. Bio Pakio, Pakanaki Alain Katas, and Shabiosi Ace is the Master Program. So the idea is by Eva Isai case, Echab comes from Yossi East Mizumana Separa. What's the idea is whenever you see that Rothschild by Eva, it was in that moment. That means that this particular time was set aside for something dramatic to occur. Yelech Rechabam Shem. Shem above quotes from a Hamlet also. And Rechab said, goes to Shem because it wasn't Shem that they decided to coronate. You'll see Makom Mizuma Maparas. It was like Shem, horrible events occurred. He was abducted and raped. The Shem Maparas, Yosef, it wasn't Shem that Yosef faced up. And it wasn't Shem that was like the official rupture in the kingdom of Klal Yisrael. Making into two kingdoms, Malchus Yisrael occurs. Ravam Yatza Yerushalayim, and Yeravam left Yerushalayim. So what does that mean? It says, I'm going to be told you by Papa, she left Yerushalayim. When you left Yerushalayim, you renounced Yerushalayim's citizenship, and no longer is of Yerushalayim. By Matzi Osa Achiyah Shiloi Hanavi B'derech, who discussed with Salma Chadasha, who named Levadam Basada, and Achiyah only finds and he's wearing a new garment, and they're both on the field. My Besamakasha, what does it mean he's wearing a new garment? I'm going to Nachman, Kiss Samakasha, that Yerabam ben Nevat was like the new garment. What does that mean? Mas Samakadasha in Bashim Doki, like the new garment, has absolutely no imperfection. After Rasa Shal Yerabam, Lo Haya Bashim Doki. So Yerabam had no imperfection. Also, Yerabam ben Nevat was chosen because he was a righteous man. He was a righteous man who was an exceptional prophet. He was chosen to be the king because there was a decree that the Malchus would split. The hope would be others say that what does it mean that he was like a that he said things that no one ever heard before. He had chidushim that novel Torah ideas that no one had ever heard before. Ushneim Ravan the Sada, and they were both alone in the field. Shekol Tamidi Chachamim Dominatem that between Achiyah Shiloni and Yeravam ben Nevat, they were so great in their learning. All the other Torah scholars were like blades of grass in their presence. That all of the reasons of Torah were revealed to them, so to all the deeper meaning of Torah was revealed to them in this book. Teach me Shluchim Amoresh has got to hear over here from the Pasuk. From Michos, teach me Shluchim Amoresh has got, but the Achazir in the Mount Yisrael. Amar Adichan, Papa, Yatzabas Kava Armut. Beis Amad Aleph. So you can hear about Papa say Yatzabas Kava Shaharag Esa Plishti B'Choschem Gat. He who went Plishti, a reference to David HaMelech. Plishtem Gat allowed you to inherit the city of Gat, which was one of the Philistine strongholds. Titnu Shed and going to send his son away, meaning it was Musar to Malchus Yisrael. You are forsaking the Davidic kingdom, which gave you so much, forsaking the Davidic kingdom, the descendants of David HaMelech, who fought so hard for you. But literally, you are accepting also from Malchus Yisrael. So the Baruch Hu is lamenting the fact Rabbi Yisrael is giving up the monarchy of David HaMelech for the shekel, for the falsehood. He goes like Kodesh Baruch Hu. We'll say if you partake of this world, you benefit from this world without a bracha. So you eat food without a bracha. It's as if you are stealing from Kodesh Baruch Hu and stealing from Klal Yisrael by all humanity, with the understanding that you ask permission, with the understanding that you express gratitude. Something without a bracha is as if you are stealing. Shoneh Amar goes out of it, and a person steals from his father and mother, yet it pretends like he didn't do anything wrong. Father will be Ishmash. Ultimately, again, he will be as he is a brother, right? He is a brother, ultimately, to the destroyer. Ve'im Aviv El Baruch Hu. His father is Sinamar Halo Hu Aviv Otonecha. Ve'im Imo El Knesset Yisrael, and his mother ultimately Israel. Shene Emar Ma B'ni Musar Aviv Chalatito Shra. My Chaver will be Ishmash. Well, see, what does it mean that if a person partakes of the soul without making up from his father, Baruch Hu, sitting from his mother, Klal Yisrael, that all again, Rosh Baruch Hu see we are using the world irresponsibly, and we're not expressing proper gratitude or taking proper permission. Baruch Hu takes back some of the bracha. So he's stealing from Klal Yisrael. He's a partner ultimately to the Ishmash, who is a destructive individual, who Yeravam ben Nebat. Who said the Ishmash, the destructive individual, that is Yeravam ben Yisrael, Lavim Shabasham. He ultimately again destroyed Klal Yisrael and Klal Yisrael. But by Yidah, you want to say what I will say, is that if a person that is this world without making a bracha, you want to say over here, your giver, it gives you everything. All asks is that you recognize your role in the food. All he asks is that you recognize his role. If you don't do that, then you're Rabbi ben Nevat. So what is Rabbi ben Nevat down? He was an Indian. Rabbi ben Nevat was handed the monarchy of a divine father. Rabbi ben Nevat was chosen by Kodesh Baruch Hu because Moshe believed in it. And then what? He allows his power to go to his hands about him, and he literally Kodesh Baruch Hu out of the picture. Now take up something in this world and you are cutting HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Mamish like I become like your Rabbi Ben. Dramatic Gemara. Vayidach Rabbi Ben Nevat caused Klal Yisrael to leave HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and he caused them to sin a great sin. Amar Rabbi Chanin Kishtei Maklos HaMashizah Zu. Like two sticks, and you bang them together both sides, they both are propelled back in opposite directions. Which Baruch Hu, Rabbi Ben Nevat caused Baruch Hu to go in two separate directions. The Dizahav. So now we're jumping back to the eagle, which is moment. Now that we've mentioned types. Rabbi Ben Nevat, we're spending a few moments speaking about the other places that the Torah says that these 12 prisoners that they stayed in, with the place called Dizahav. There's no place called Dizahav. So what does Dizahav mean? Amru is the day that Amr Moshe Kodesh Baruch Hu. Moshe said the following: So Rabbi tries to defend Klal in the aftermath of the faith. And what they say is, God, I don't want to assign blame to someone that's holding that, but it's your fault. Why is it your fault? Because you let them leave Egypt with so much money, so much gold, so much silver, and what? Of course, they were going to mess up the Moshe. So it's like giving $1 million to an 18-year-old. What do you think is going to happen, right? What do you think will happen? So here, these people, you let them leave, not just with money, but fabulous, and therefore it's only a matter of time. So Marshall, the Gemara says, gives Marshall in Ari Doris Vinoim Mitok Kupash Kevin, Mitok Kupash. The lion only roars, not when he's eating from a trough filled with straw, but only when he's eating from a trough filled with meat. The idea is that the roar of the lion is a expression of his sishi. He only becomes a balgaiva at meat in his belly. He gives God Yisrael all of his money. What do you think he's having a dramatic marshal? Rashi and Chumash gives dramatic marshal that if a man gives his son a person filled with gold coins and places it at the entrance of a grave. What do you think is going to occur? So the owner of Olam, you go ahead, probably throw, oh, it's not going to be getting stuck. That we know. Right? So at the end of the day, you gave probably throw all of this money. What did you think is going to happen? I'm going to be Ushia. How you show your ultimate egg laughing? Yes, unfortunately. So you have them in the back. Probably so all little yokis they were nursing. You only have to do a fallout of one golden calf. You have the elif, you shine the slow shot going. And now, unfortunately, you have them in the back. You've got two calves. I'm going to eat stuff. In the Chol Rosh, it's very dramatic tomorrow. In the Chol Polaris, Polaris, Olam, Shein Ba'esim Ba'arba Ba'achreya Litrash. I said, the Gemara essentially says this false cloud Yisrael. There's some little bit of it that is linked to the eagle, that is linked to the golden calf. Now, literally, it means 1/24th of the weight of the measure that's used in measuring out dry measures. Once remember again, we saw in our Baba Kama days that if you're a merchant and you're measuring out dry measures, you always tip the scales a little bit in favor of the customer, lest again there be some kind of weight erosion on your weights and measures. So that's called the litra. So the Gemara is saying is it's a small amount, but every single calamity that befalls Klal Yisrael, there's some element of retribution for the sin of the golden calf. What Rabbi is saying about is the sin of the golden calf was such a dramatic and traumatic mistake that we are still to a be suffering with the fallout of it to this very day. Fallout from it to this very day. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Chanina says no. In fact, the debt for the golden calf has already been paid. After 24 generations, we have already paid our debt to this. Even after all of these things, Yerava ben Nevat did not do tshuva. My achar, what does that mean? So go say, get ready for this. Get ready for this. This will say, okay. So if you're just running our program now, I draw your attention to the last three lines of Kuf Beis Amudal. So both say a dramatic Gemara. Achar Tvar Moshe Yerava ben Darka Ramai Achar Amar Baba Achar Shetavsa Kodesh Baruch Hu Yerava ben Digdom. So listen to this. The Rebbe Shalom grabbed Yerava ben Nevat by his bekisha, right? He grabbed him ultimately again by the lapels of his coat. And he says, V'amarlo, Chazor b'cha. Let's say he says, Yerava ben Nevat to tshuva. Nevat was a great sign that he was chosen by Kodesh Baruch Hu because he will give you up. I'll grab Yerava ben Nevat. Do tshuva. What are you doing? I've given you power. I've given you wealth. I've given you dominion. The malchus is yours. Just be a tzaddik. Listen to this. V'ani ba'ato ben Yishai Netayo began Eden. Me, you, and David HaMelech in the afterlife, we will walk together in Gan Eden. The Ribono Shel Olam is inviting him to a front row seat in along with David HaMelech. And what does Yerava ben Nevat say? Umi Baro. Tell me, who's in line? Right, who walks first? Right, the three of us are not going to walk in a straight row. And who walks first? Say, God, I got you. God, you're obviously in one front. Right? But after you, who goes first? Me or David HaMelech? So he says, Ben Yishai Barosh. He says, listen, you're a good guy and everything. Don't get me wrong. Right? But you know David HaMelech, right? I knew David HaMelech. You know David HaMelech, right? So meaning at the end of the day, David HaMelech is going to go first. So Malki, no, but you know. David says, okay, no thank you. No thank you. Listen, you see a pillar of Daiva, you laugh, you have a in the butt. Listen, people do this every single day. My sin before you. Oh, it's not going to satisfy my ego, thank you. I'm not first, important, I'm not prominent, I'm not dominant. Oh, thank you. It's a beautiful opportunity. You can't sit first. You can't sit in structure. You don't need to go to these structures. It's not about your ego. It's about in life. My sin before you. You haven't been about. Not only gives up on heaven. You haven't been about to give up the opportunity for spend eternity with the Ribono Shel Olam. Why? Because David HaMelech gets first in line. And he's number 2. He was offered number 10. He was offered number 10,000. You should take it. Because at the end of the day, the ability to be a vaccinated with a first Baruch was the greatest gift to my family. Unfortunately, Rabbi Ben Nevat ends himself to a lifetime. I don't know what happened to Rabbi Ben Nevat, all because of this. All I will say because, again, God, unless you understand something, it's just an aside. I have no time for this. Unless you understand, by the way, that people who are ridiculous, ridiculously arrogant, unless they know that, it comes from insecurities. Remember, at the end of the day, why did Rabbi Ben Nevat do what he did? All of this steps, remember how this whole down spiral begins? Go down begins with the two, which initially wasn't even called Zara. He was supposed to be worshipful, just this way the base because he was scared of losing his power. He was scared they would go to God and the other shit. Right? He was scared they would go ahead and they would defect. Instead, what he should have said was, listen, you know what? I can't control what people do. The only thing I can control is the type of leader I am. I'm going to be a good leader. I'm going to love my people. I'm going to devote myself to build my kingdom. If they stay, if they go, whatever is going to happen is going to happen. He was so insecure about his ability to be a leader that it creates this ripple effect. That these are the golden carrots. That institutionalized idolatry. And all in an effort to simply hold on to his power. He's secure about his ability to hold on to it. As a mensch, he becomes an Iron Man. Right? I can't hold on to it. If I'm a Yori Hashem, I have to do these other things. And unfortunately, again, it could have been a great king. Could have been a great man who would have held on to his monarchy. Who would have held on to his constituents. Even with being a great Saturday. And even if they would have gone through Jerusalem 3 times a year, he still would have held on to his monarchy. But he was so insecure that he overcompensated by becoming a ridiculous Baal Gaiva. Also, it was important because sometimes if we're a little bit Gaiva, we have to realize that really what it is isn't insecurity. There's a little boy in there that is insecure about something. So the shine is, how do I address insecurities, make myself a whole person, and not allow my Gaiva to run away? Gemara goes like that. Rabbi Avo used to often give shiurim about the 3 kings. The 3 kings who the Mishnah said who don't have a chelik in Olam Haba. What happened? Chalash. He got sick. Kabil alei delot darish. So he thought maybe I'm being punished. We'll say Zagana Amuna. Right? Maybe I got sick. I'm getting punished. Why? Because maybe he disparaged me. I'm thinking too much about the bad things. Gave on this is so what happens? He's healed. So the Prophet was like, what do you do? Decides ultimately is Kabbalah Dol Darish. He makes a Kabbalah. He decides I'm not going to teach about the 3 kings anymore. The Ispa, so he got healed. Hadar Kadarish. He once again begins to give shit about the kings. Amrilo Kabbalah Salah Salah Darash Kabbalah says Kabbalah Rabbi. Didn't you make a Kabbalah that you teach about the 3 kings anymore? Listen to this. Amar Inu Mi Hadana Hadarbe. See, I don't understand. They didn't do tshuva, so I should do tshuva. So what does that mean? See, he felt. At the end of the day, he thought maybe his sickness was attributable ultimately to he was speaking about the 3 kings. But then upon further reflection, he understood, no, it's important to teach things because it was like, just like we learn from the accomplishments of people, we learn from the mistakes of people as well. Now, he went to a dramatic story. Dramatic story. Go face on the base. 102b, 3 lines down. Get ready for this. Rashi is giving shir about Amar. Tomorrow, we're going to learn about our buddies. I'm referring to the 3 kings. 3 kings. So I say, talk about them in a disparaging manner. Now again, at first glance, you're allowed to shut him in a disparaging manner. So what happens? He goes in and he speaks about that. Fine. So he speaks out to them in a disparaging. That night, King Manasseh. Was he going to do his show? Remember, for 55 years. Manasseh appears to him in a dream. Manasseh appears to Manasseh in a dream. Amar, Chavra Feit Abucha Karisman, right? You know, chutzpah. You're a chutzpah. You call us your buddy, your friends. What do you think? We're friends of yours, we're friends of your fathers. Let me ask you a simple shayla. From where on the loaf should you make hamot? Simple Shaila. Amrle. No, you don't. I don't know. I never heard of this particular that you're supposed to make young. Amrle. Mehecha device. This is my device from the Shemotzi. Miras. The Chavim. Tell me Rashi. This is Menashe Rashi. You don't even know where on the logo is come, and you call you're you don't know me. And you don't know my struggles, and you have the chutz to speak about me. I was the Malach Yisrael for 5 years. You have the chutz to speak about me. I don't know, so Rashi is obviously so Rashi is Menashe, teach me the halacha. And I promise you that tomorrow teach me I shall meet them this halacha. Amalei, Sechad B'Karim B'Shula. We'll say, where did he from? From the crust. B'Karim B'Shula, from the crust of the bread. And what's the matter with that? How the halacha l'mayim? So that's what Yamotzi, again, when make Yamotzi, the first bite that a person should take should be from the crust. You cut the Amalei, now that I'm Shacham, Mike Kapal, Isula Avodas Koch. Listen to this exchange. So Rashi is Minash, first of all, I'm sorry. Sorry, no hard feelings, right? No, I didn't mean, but again, you were like a ridiculous only level desire. Just like a recreational idolater. You know, like you were 24/7. You were into this stuff. You obviously you're a great Tam Chacham, so why did you worship Avodah Zarah? This is what Menashe says. I'll tell you one thing, Ravashi. If you lived in the times that I lived, so he says, I want to tell you something. If you lived when I lived, you would have lifted your cloak up even higher than I did, so that you could run faster than me to go worship idolatry. What Menashe was telling Rashi, you don't understand the times in which I remember again. By times of Rashi, Chazal already davened for what? For the Sahara for idolatry to be removed from this. So they already couldn't relate this. Menashe, you just don't understand. You don't understand what life was like. You don't understand what the pushes and pulls like. You don't understand what the draw was like. But I promise you one thing. You think I'm a bad guy? Had you lived in my times, you would have been even a bigger idol worshiper than me. I will say the next day when Rabbi begins the shir, he says to the Talmidim, let's begin learning about our teachers. So he begins to kill kings in a deferential. Someone said there's a lot to say about why not halacha about bread. I don't have to say the thing. We'll say Achal is a contraction. We'll say Ach means like oi. Oi, right? When his behavior was so terrible in the eyes of Allah, he was a father to idolatry. Ach l'shamayim b'shiv, ach l'tzar yuladak. Excuse me, ach l'tzar yulad. Av avodah shosef kirakim av avodah. V'ineh. So what's going to be quotes? Pasuk from Melachim Aleph. V'hi anok yalechto v'chatos yova benevat. Amar Rabbi Yochanan talos she'asa achav ki chamuros she'asa. So let's remember again. So Achav comes after, not directly after, but later on after Yeravam ben Nebat. So ultimately again, the Chamura, the little sins that Achav did were the equivalent of the great sins of Yeravam ben Nebat. I mean, as bad as Yeravam was, Achav was even worse. So ultimately again, why does the nothing attribute the negative behaviors of Achav to Yeravam? It makes you higher than the Tula. Because it was like Yeravam ben Nebat was the one who started all of the negative behaviors. But that means the Osam, he did Al Kamil Shakai. He was Amr Yochanan, in the Kotelam Utelam Eretz Yisrael, Shalom Hamid Alav Achad Avodah Shokhavim. There was not one mound of earth in all of Eretz Yisrael, in Malchus Yisrael, that did not introduce idolatry. I will say, so Yeravam introduced idolatry, but at least what? It was in specific folks. Achad introduces it all throughout the land. And we know that Achad did never portion the world to come. Because the pasuk says, "V'echrasi la'achad mashtin b'kir v'atzum v'azubi asur ba'olam hazeh v'azuv." So we'll say the double lashon indicates to us that Achad, who lost his life in this world and has no portion in the world. Nicknamed Zacha Amri was amazing. Amri was the father of Achav. Amri was the father of Achav. So why is it that Amri merited to be the king? The nation. Joseph cracked Echad Eretz Yisrael. This is actually crazy because they add on one city, Neymar. Vayikol say first the widest line. Vayikol as Sham Karan Kesef. Vayiven as Sahar. Vayikol Shemana Sham Adoni Ahar Sham. So listen to this. So Omri is fitted with one thing. What's the one thing I will say? He added on to the territorial area of Eretz Yisrael. So we'll say, by the way, this actually was the merit of many of the kings of Malchus Yisrael. They were terrible guys. They were challenged. They were challenged. Right? They were individuals who were not exceptionally pious. Interestingly enough, the one is supposed to always have boyfriend on the plot. They built Eretz Yisrael. They built Eretz Yisrael. We'll say this was like a tenet in Cook's philosophy, right? In Rav Kook, right? Rav Kook has this. So this is why Rav Kook has such warm feelings. Ultimately, again, towards the mitnachalim, the original mitnachalim, right? Who sell their so even though only removed from any religious observance, you see historically that those who build Eretz Yisrael, even if they themselves are not really religious individuals, are beloved in the eyes of HaKadosh. These kings were incredible idolaters. To their credit, they go alive. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Both sides like that. If they the Malchus Shana, why did Achav marry 22 years? Blow your mind. Why? Because he honored to the Torah, which was given in 22 letters. So we'll say, what does this mean? He gave honor to the Torah, supposed to get everything nice. Vayishlach malach, not nice, it's nothing. Vayishlach malach malacham melech Yisrael vayomar. So we'll say, what happens? The king of Aram goes ahead and to Achav. What's the message of his side? Vayomar Ko Amar ben Hadad. This is what Ben Hadad said. Is a half lihu nashecha u'vanacha tovim niheim ki in ka'is machar eshlach es avdi elecha v'chipus v'eshlecha v'esbati avadecha v'yakol machmat inecha yasim b'yadam. So Ben eventually again threatened either conquer Eretz Yisrael or essentially Achav pledged his allegiance to Ben Hadad as a battle. So Achav chooses not to wage war because he knows he's going to wage the battle. And Ben Hadad says essentially everything you have is mine. All of your gold, all of your silver, your women, your children, everything is mine. Everything, that which is essentially like the apple of your eye, the greatest treasure of your eyes. So the Yom HaMalchei Ben Hadad, Amru L'Adoni HaMelech, Kol Esher Shlach Shel Avdecha El Avdecha B'Rishon Ha'aseh, V'Hadavar Hazeh Lo Ucha Lasos. So king, everything we have is yours. The gold, the silver is yours, the women are yours, the children, everything is yours. But that one thing you ask for, not Monday Nechon, sorry, can't speak Monday Nechon. What does that mean? Love Sefer Torah. Most of that Monday Nechon is amazing. Achav says, I'll give you everything, but I won't give you our Sefer Torah. I won't give you, whether it means the Sefer Torah, ultimately again of Moshe. I think whatever it meant, but the Sefer Torah, we're not giving you. So well, how do you mean the Sefer Torah? Maybe a person maybe Ben wanted your idols. And Achav says, no, I'm not giving you my idols. But because the elders said, don't listen to Ben Hadad, don't give him the machmas inecha. Well, maybe the Gilma Sabi, supposed to say the assumption always is that Sekinim refers to righteous or pious elders. Or maybe maybe it was the elders of idolatry. Vayisha davar ve'inei alamazkinin u've'inei kol ziknin so v'amar Rabbi Yosef sabi de davasa. So in the context of Hashanah, for example, when they speak about the elders, these were elders of idolatry. So maybe over here these elders of idolatry as well. Hasam lo ksivach la'am, hach ksivach la'am. But here's the difference. By Hashanah doesn't say the entire nation. Here it says the entire nation. The F Shagalo, other Bahon salvation, they must have been righteous people. Save the Sharti Yisrael Shiva Salafim Kalavek Mashal Karu Lebal, the Chol Perish on Nashakmo. So we'll say again, we know that even in the midst of Malchus Yisrael, which was an idolatrous Malchus, they were tzaddikim. So we'll see from here. You see from here, we'll say this in general. So even the most corrupt and idolatrous of kings has that pin to leave. Right? He has that spark in him. And when pushed back into the corner, his kedusha will come out. So Achov, who has institutionalized idolatry throughout the land. When Ben Hadad says, I want Torah, what does Achov say? My gold, I give you everything. I'm not giving it. Really, Achov? When was the last time you came to that? Right, guys, when was the last time you opened up? When was the last time you learned the Torah? When was the last time you davened in the shabbos? And of course, the answer would be, couldn't remember the last time. But it didn't make a difference. At the end of the day, I'm never going to give my Torah. I might be Achov. I might be the guy who's worshiping idolatry, but at the end of the day, I what's right. And I know that Baruch Hu is the real God. I worship this for convenience. I worship all this other stuff because it consolidates my rulership over the matters. But the Ribono Shel Olam is the one and only God. So Ben Hadad, I'll give you everything, but I won't give you that. We'll say quite incredible. Achov Shakal Haya. Nachman says Achov actually had an equal number of Averos. Shakal means skills were exactly equal. Vayomer Hashem, mi yifates Achov, vayal vayipal Ramos Gilad, vayomer Zebekov and Zebekov. So we'll say the idea is that the Ribono Shel Olam says to his who will entice Achov, that he'll go out to war in Ramot Gilad and he die in that battle. So each of these spirits, and this one says this one says that's what that means. Those are the ideas. But the Baruch couldn't just fuck, because apparently Achav's mitzvos and averos were in the spirit. One of the spirits would entice Achav to go and go out to war. Masculine Yosef, Magse Beilach Mohayek Acharash Makela, so Shalat and Hashem. So we'll say, how could it be? The classically speaking about future kings, they say, that this king was bad, but at least what? They weren't bad as Achov. So we'll say, like, Achov is the example of the fact that Averos were equal. So we'll say, the Gemara says, Asher Hista also Izevel Ishto, because his wife Izevel enticed him to Ketanina. And the Gemara says, Haisa Shokela Shikli Zav Lavodas Kofa. So we'll say, again, Izevel every single day would give a golden shekel to Avodah Zarah. I will say it's a huge amount of money. Every single day, give a golden shekel to Avodah Zarah. Amrit shekel haya. He says essentially that when comparing bad kings to someone, if you want to compare someone against the worst, and you're going to tell me that his mitzvahs and averos were hello, you're right. Achov Asher Malvona Haya. Well, it is actually amazing. Achov was a pretty bad guy. But you know what? He was about stuck. He was about stuck. He might have been pretty bad, but he was exceptionally generous. When we told him, keep going and Torah, because he gave money, the Ribono Shel Olam absolved him of half by this. But at the end of the day, you can apparently, even if you're the worst of Avodah Zarah, but you're a generous individual, Baruch Hu wipes half of your sins. Even if Baruch wipes out half of your sins, you still have the other half to contend with. That half is generous. Rabbi said so about the power of being generous, the power of being backstruck. So let's remember again, it starts from the part of Baruch Hu and says, I will be the one who entices Achov to go out to war. The war ultimately that which would end his life. Come now. Vayomer Eitze Vayisi Ruach Sheker V'Fikol Neviyav. Vayomer Tifta V'Gam Yuchal Tzei V'Aseku. This is what happens. The spirit comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Says, I will entice Achov. So God says to the spirit, how are you going to entice Achov to go to war? So the spirit says, I will be the spirit who rests upon the false prophets. And these false prophets will tell Achov, you should go to Ramot Gilad, and he'll be successful. The prophets fine, go, do this, it's said. My ruach, so we'll say, whose ruach is this? Which spirit is this? Rabbi ruach shel Navos HaYizrael. This the ruach was the spirit of Navos. So we'll say, who is Navos? Remember, again, we know the story. Achab wanted a particular vineyard, which spoke to Navos. Navos would sell. So Achab tells you, Ezevel concocts this whole story that Navos rebelled against the king, cursed God. Navos executed, and when you are executed, you get your property. So this spirit is looking for revenge. Might say, what doesn't go out? Amaradina saying the Kitzasi. Ribono Shel Olam says, Navos, if you're going to do this and eventually lie, you can no longer dwell within my Mechitzah. Shekin Ksiv, Dara Lo Yikol Neged. Ultimately, again, because the pasuk says, he who speaks falsehood did not exist with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rothschild says to the spirit of Navos, this, you can do this, but if you do this, you can no longer reside on the Chitza. Now, what's the amazing part of the story? What's the amazing part of the story? That the spirit of Navos still what? Decides to go through it. Shabbos, which will end with this, Amar Apapa Haidam Inshi, the Parakine Machrid Bese. As the Papa says, this is an example of that which people will say that he who is bent destroys his own home. They will say they're so desperate for revenge that they will do anything and everything for revenge. If unfortunately a person has that destructive midah, they will destroy his own home. Can you imagine this? Navos, the spirit of Navos, is so bent on revenge that he is willing to go ahead and be the false spirit in the eyes of the false prophets or in the heart of the false prophets. Even though what does that vengeance cost him? That vengeance cost him his closeness, his ability to dwell within the Mechitza of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person is so bent on vengeance, unfortunately, again, they destroy anything and everything within their lives. First of all, stop. We're going to pick up again, Meretz Hashem, tomorrow. All right, people say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. So first of all, so beautiful. All right, good. Begin by thanking the sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tafshin Hey Hey. The Filtz Mishpach of our Yisrael for dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this year as a zechus for Risala Salvas and Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Abalin Latova, Terry and Steve, loving memory of Terry's father, Dari Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Ismael Ben Yisrael. Zichron Lebracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Neshama Stav and Ali families, all those in the Refuah Shabbat together with Kol Chol Hashem should bring our hostages from Shalom and Bekarav, and our holy souls should be successful. Let us be so beautiful to hear the what's the lashon? Din or din. Got it. The low noise. This is so beautiful. Okay, well, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Kavalif. We have a lot to do today. The goal is always to come into Shabbos, and Meretz Hashem somewhat caught up. We're going to get there. All right, so today's daf is Kabbalah 101. We are starting on Kuf Amud Beis 100b, and let's just actually pick up again by the right by the two dots. So again, remember, Rabbi Yosef Mishnah said people who don't have a chelik no haba. Ultimately, again, we're those who read in what we call these external knowledge, these books of external knowledge. So again, one of the book of the Tzdukim. Second thing is in the book of Ben Sira, which was this composition of knowledge. The Gemara says, Rabbi says, my time. Well, what's the reason? What's so bad about Sefer Ben Sira? Because it's really interesting Gemara here. Maybe because like here there's some nonsensical stuff that's written. For example, Ben Seder it says, do not go ahead and remove the skin from the gilgunish, because what's going to happen? It goes to waste. Ella, sali asebin, or a fish whole with the skin on it. This way you'll get the fish, you'll get the skin, and also again eat it with two cakes of bread. Okay. So maybe you'll see some information like that. That's totally nonsensical. To which the Gemara says, okay, but all right, so that makes it. If you take this statement at face value, then the truth is the Torah also says the same. Because tashlis is itza. It will say the prohibition of baltashlis. Right? Baltashlis means unnecessary or waste. Torah says you're not allowed to just cut down trees for absolutely no reason. Cut down fruit trees if strategically it's needed, but you can't do it for absolutely no reason. So we see over here, even the Torah cautions us against unnecessary waste. So it seems to be all that Ben Sira is doing. The Gemara says, Kamash Malon, to the livel, image Russia, or Kamash Malon. And if you dash it, in other words, if some say that Ben Sira was talking about something a little bit different, what was he talking about? So the livel, that one should not engage in Bia Shalokidar. That as much as Bia Shalokidar is mutter, there are certain things that although they may be mutter, may not be the normative practice. One should avoid. So perhaps that's what Ben Sira is saying, more nuanced fashion. The Gemara says, what's wrong with that statement? Otherwise, that makes sense as well. Rather, because the statements like this. For the Sefer Ben Sira, it's written, daughter for her father is a treasure in vain. Right? It's a treasure in vain. Now, what does that mean? When a father has a daughter, that's concerned for her, a father never gets a good night's sleep. Why not? When she's young, a father is afraid that someone's going to take advantage of her. But now, as she gets older, a father is concerned that maybe she'll be immoral. He's afraid she won't get married. Once she gets married, he says, maybe she's not going to have children. She'll get older. The idea of what that Ben Sira is saying is, when a father has a daughter, he's worrying about her at the middle stage. By the way, anyone who knows, this is absolutely unequivocally true. Like a son, he's going to figure it out. Whatever, he'll break like a bunch of stuff along the way, but he's going to be absolutely fine at the end of the day. But a daughter, a perpetual concern. Gemara says, well, that's how Rabbanan Amir. Rabbanan also said this. He actually, gave us. So Chazal said this as well. The world needs both boys and girls. Ashrei mi shebanav sim, ayil mi shebanav lekelas. Crazy is the one, right? The world needs boys, and praiseworthy is one who has boys. Woe to the one who has girls. They both say, again, what are Chazal saying over here? That it's not good to have girls. It doesn't make any sense. First of all, there are so many other statements of Chazal that praise, right? Bas tchilasim yaf on the bottom. So what does it mean? Chazal were echoing was this sentiment. Just on the that a person is a brother, but have boys and girls. Saying that a daughter, understandably so, a father is and a mother, but parents have so much more worry over a daughter, ultimately again, than over a son. Incredible. And we're showing this as well. Remember again, Abai is saying that if you read Sefer Ben Sira, you don't get all the Nava. Why? Because Ben Sira contains heretical stuff. We're just trying to figure out the heretical stuff in Sefer Ben Sira. Rather, perhaps it's because it says the following, that ultimately, again, a person shouldn't, it's actually a profound statement, a person not allow worry in his heart, because ultimately, again, worry in his heart could kill him, or if he has worry in his heart, should kill him. Gemara says, well, that makes sense. Shlomo also said it. Shlomo said the same thing. If there's worry in the heart of a man, Yishchena. Now, what Rabbi Ami, Rabbi Asi, Chadama Yishchena, uprooted Midaito, the Chad Yishchena la'acherim, tell it to someone else. So we'll say it's actually quite beautiful. Shlomo says it's really profound. If a person is worried, the one thing you can't do with daigo, with worry, is you can't let it sit in your heart. Why? Also, we all know this. What happens when you let worry sit in your heart? It amplifies, right? It grows, it increases, and then all different types of negative and dark things happen. Often it just overshadows and eclipses, and that worry, which started from a legitimate place, becomes a totally illegitimate overface. So what Shlomo says, so what should you think of a lavish if you have that, which all of us do at different? So again, Yeshika. So Yeshika could even mean one of things. Either uprooted. What does that mean, uprooted? So Shlomo says essentially, stop it. Right? So remember, we've seen this motif before. Rambam brings down. We told this in Chassid. Who was it? Bad Nuar. Right? So again, the most destructive ethos a person could have is anger. So what should a person do? If they struggle with anger? The Rambam says, stop getting angry. It's like sometimes in life, there's not like some type of magic therapy or pill or approach to go ahead and solve your problems. Sometimes you just have to stop it. So the Rambam says, you have a problem with anger? Stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. Oh, no, but how do you do it? Like, what's the school of? Just stop it. And sometimes, again, if you just take that approach that I am in control of a lot of the things that I feel and a lot of the things that I do, and start it or to stop it is the most empowering thing in the world. So something amazing. You're worrying stuff? Well, worry is not good. Worry is not good. So what you should do when you're worrying about stuff, stop it. Stop it. Stop it in one of two ways. Either stomp it out. Just literally stomp it out. You recognize yourself. A lot of times the worries that I have are irrational. They're irrational. So just stop it. Stop paralyzing yourself with things that you can't really do anything about and that may not even be real, or share it with someone else. Because sometimes if you have a good chaver, you have a good friend whom you can speak things out with, and suddenly you begin to what? Those things that seem so scary, so overwhelming, and so powerful are not. So you can stop it or talk it out, or both. Incredible. So someone else does the same thing. Maybe because yours says stuff like this. Don't allow a lot of people into your house, right? And don't bring everyone home with you. Rabbi said the same thing. So a person should not bring home too many friends into his home. Because again, one has to be careful. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, who he allows in his home. What influences do I allow in my home? Who do I allow in my home? It's beautiful to have an open home, but nevertheless, one has to take care. So again, Chazal said the same thing. This is interesting. Zaldikan Kortiman, which literally means Rashi. If somebody has a thing, again, they are very wise. They're very wise. On the other hand, Abdikan Saksachan. Someone has a thick beard, they're not wise. Enough of you say what's up. If somebody blows off their beard, they're clearly not thirsty. So the Gemara says, if someone asks of what type of what's like to accompany my bread, what type of condiments do I have for my bread? Take his bread away because clearly he's not hungry. Whoever has like literally again a split in his beard, right? This is a very wise one. Imagine you have the split beard, a long beard, and like stroking their beard, like so it then is like a person is like scheming. So such a nice, he's always like he's stroking his beard so that it becomes like two. Such a person that very wise. So let's say this is the kind of stuff in Ben Sira that Abaye says this is nonsensical. That's right. Your wisdom cannot be perceived by your beard, right? Or by the length of your beard, or by the parts in your beard. Just like some people blow the froth off their beard simply because they don't like froth. Right? Some people can't be plain. Right? Whatever it is, the point of what the Gemara is making is these statements over here. Ben Sira, a little bit of a nonsensical savor, and therefore halacha should label it ultimately as apikar. So some of Yosef, Midma Yosef de Ispei Gashin a little. But in Sefer Ben Sira, there are certain things that are very wise, but we should cultivate them within ourselves. For example, you should tell them a fake it's quite beautiful. Literally, again, a good wife. Right, a good wife is a wonderful gift, and ultimately, a should be placed by the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. She should be placed with the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say first of all, just a beautiful sentence of Isha Tova, Kana Tova. A good wife is a tremendous gift. It's a good Rebbeinu Shalom. Isha Ra, Saras Lavai. But again, unfortunately, a bad wife, however it's defined, is like a tzaras. It's like tzaras for husband. My takante, what's the takana? First line, he got shut down the so he started with tzara. So sometimes, unfortunately, again, the tzaras has to rise and ultimately removed from the home. Isha yafa ashrei by mispari amaf tefillin. If a man is yafa to be married to a beautiful woman, praiseworthy is the husband, and again, it doubles his longevity. Be careful about looking at beautiful women. Literally, it's not be careful. Remove your eyes from looking at beautiful women, lest you get caught in the trap. Be careful if you find find a woman attractive, be careful about drinking with her husband. Because if your husband, that means you're going to be in proximity to her, and the proximity, unfortunately, again, could have serious results. Spice peddlers have gotten beaten up. These spice peddlers or perfume peddlers. What's the chap? Either way, these were guys who went house to house, and often were they interacting with women. So what would happen? A man would come home, he'd find this spice peddler in his house. He would not take shame to that, and what would he do? He would beat the guy up because he suspected him of doing something with his wife. So literally again, so those who go ahead and entice others to go ahead and engage in immorality, they embark. Chazal always tells us, all of us are prone to immorality. And so again, even if a person could exercise certain restraint to light the spark, it takes very little to convince us to engage in immoral behavior. If someone lights the spark and suddenly, again, unfortunately, I'm involved in it. What we saw before. Literally, again, don't allow everyone, literally prevent them from coming into your home and bring everyone home with you. Be careful about the influences that you allow into your house. Rabbi, have a lot of friends. It's good to have friends. However, so ultimately, again, but only reveal your secret to 1 in 1,000, and even to she who sleeps close to your chest, guard her mouth. So again, have a lot of friends, but make sure that you only reveal your secrets to certain people, because when you reveal your secrets out. So this is interesting. The Gemara says, even to your wife, be careful what you share. So I said, this is an interesting yesod. What is this? Dr. Abraham spoke about in the context of marriage. He says, people think that in a good marriage, you share everything. Just share everything. First of all, know everything, right? Can you imagine coming on telling your wife, tell you what I was thinking about today, right? That would be a disaster. That would be an absolute disaster. So Tversky says that it's important in life to share the things that are either important to your marriage or that your spouse can help you about. He gives an interesting example. He says, let's say something's bothering you, and there's absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. He says sometimes people want to share because they want to unburden themselves. Let's understand, that's called selfish sharing. I'm taking it from me, and I'm giving it to my wife. What can my wife do about it? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. But like, whoa, that's so much better. Right now that I got that off my chest, and I thought, but meanwhile, what you've just done is you've burdened someone else with that same thing that burdened you. So now your wife is distracted. Like the man can't do anything about it. Now sometimes you have to share certain things, but it's just an interesting mindset that lavdafka, that good marriage is sharing everything. It means sharing and recognizing that sometimes there is a concept of selfish sharing. But I just want to unburden myself, give it to someone else. That's not good marriage. Sometimes that's selfish behavior. It's an interesting yesod. It's like this is great tomorrow. Do not worry about the worries of tomorrow. Because you don't know what's going to happen today. Maybe tomorrow you won't be alive. And you are this world that is not even safe. This contradicts another popular Mama Chazal. Chazal that says, don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? Well, apparently, you are supposed to stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? And I will say, this is an incredible, life's incredible balance. Right? Between, on one hand, you have to be a futurist person. You can't not think about the future. You have the future, right? But at the same time, people spend so much time worrying about. The says, "What are you worrying about? What do you have tomorrow? Who says you need? Who says you have them there?" Right? So there's this balance between plan for the future, but don't be paralyzed by the fears of the future, the unknown of the future. For all you know, you may be worrying about a world that is not yours, and all of that I will say, how much of our do we waste because we are worrying about an unknown future? How much of our do we waste because we are worried about the future? So plan for the future to some, but don't paralyze you with the fears of the unknown future, thereby sacrificing your beautiful present. Mark goes like this. Call you honey. All the days of the proper are bad. Ben Sira says not only are his days bad, no, that's the pasuk from Mishnah. Right? All the days of the proper again are bad. That's Shalom Aleichem. Ben Sira Machlelos. Even his nature difficult. How so? Because it can live below other people's roofs. Carmel and his vineyards or his fields are usually at a higher elevation. What ends up happening? So therefore, when it rains, everyone else rain drops. So actually, I think the proper term is sheet off. That range, water sheets. Right, it sheets off the higher to the lower roof. The upper coming from there. When the wind blows, because it's from a higher elevation, therefore what? The dirt and the fertilizer of his field blows into the field of others. Incredible. Silima goes right there. This refers to those who learn Gemara. This is fascinating. Why? It's strenuous. Gemara is very arduous, and there's like a lot of effort. So constant and perpetual effort makes life a little bit difficult. The Tov Leis Mishtetami. Who has, right? Who is the one who is always rejoicing? That person does learn now. Why? Because Mishnah is easy. Right? Again, you learn a Mishnah, right? There's a halacha, there's a statement, there's no real back and forth. So Rabbi Rose is just the opposite. It's just the opposite. In other words, Mishnah is nice, but the problem is with Mishnah, you don't know what to do. You're intellectually impoverished because again, I have concepts, but I don't. Gemara, on the other hand, again, I know what to do. Really? You know what to do? Okay, you know a little bit more what to do. Gemara says, what does it mean that he who quarries stones will ultimately again be saddened by them? Because those guys say if you quarry stones and you want to make a fire, it's not going to help you. Right? So learning Mishnah is like quarrying a stone. On the other hand, the stones can be very helpful for structures, right? But they can heat. On the other hand, the bouquet, heat up wood, so he warm himself by the wood. That refers to those who learn Gemara, because at the end of the day, again, with Gemara, you have things that you can utilize for your life. And says, call you me writing all the days of the proper are bad. This refers to someone who has a bad wife. I will say, by the way, you see from here, it's interesting that if a person has a bad marriage, then a person, Chazal said, you're an onion. You're a pauper. You can have all the money in the world. All the money in the world. But if I don't have bias, I am impoverished. I will say we know this week. So just from bias, you pretty much have everything. You have everything. Even if you don't have everything, you'll figure out a way to get everything. Don't have shalom bias. Ultimately, again, a person is fundamentally impoverished. The Tov Mishnah Tamid, and what does he mean? That again, Tov Lev, a person with a happy heart is constantly rejoicing. That refers to a person who has a good wife. That refers to a person who has shalom bias. Incredible. Rabbi Yana says, what does it mean? All the days of the proper are bad. So I'll say this is very sensitive. Not talking about emotionally. But it means istiness, like a person like you just can't stand any type of physical discomfort. If you can't stand any type of physical discomfort, then again, it's too cold, I can't breastfeed, I can't do this, I can't do that. Everything is a problem. So again, a person is perpetually uncomfortable, and therefore life is bad. On the other hand, the Tov Mishnah Tamid Zeh Shedaito Yafa. It will say, so it's such an incredible Gemara. When Daito Yafa, you know what that means about saying, no, Daito Yafa, it's a person who knows how to roll with it. You don't need everything exact. Right? Like this. Everything has to be, we call them yakas, right? It has to be like this, right? Everything has to be like this. Sorry. Right? But it's true. Right? Everything has to be done. Right? Like that. When you like that, you're like very angry. very disgruntled, right? Because every life, nothing is always exactly as it should be. Disgruntled. If you like disgruntled, on the other hand, the person kind of just develop imperfection. In general, everything with it. You go with it and you'll be fine. Incredible. The Gemara goes right there. Because Rabbi Yochanan says, "Kol mi ani ra'im zerach mani." What does that refer to? Zerach. Rabbi say this refers to someone who's very compassionate. Rabbi say, times there's a double-edged sword to being a feeling compassionate person. On one hand, to be a feeling compassionate person, allows you to connect with all kinds of people, and allows you to experience life on a. On the other hand, being a feeling person, sometimes you're overwhelmed by just the enormity of the pain, the sadness, heartbreak that surrounds you on any given day. Right? You look around the world, you look around the group of people, and again, when you know what's going on in people's life, the amount of heartbreak that really fills any given room is overwhelming. So the Gemara says, on one hand, as powerful as it is to be a compassionate, empathic, and feeling person, and life is heavy. Life is heavy. So we call you money, right? What does it mean all the days of opera? That's an impassionate person who feels the pain of others. He himself or she herself is always in a constant. As the Gemara says, sorry, it's fascinating. Everything told like Mishkatam or told like Mishkat is good, for the one heart is always rejoicing. What is that? That's an achzor. Now, I will say the word achzor is a very strong word. Achzor usually means what? Someone who's cruel and indifferent. Obviously, it can't be praising someone who's cruel and indifferent. What it's saying is someone who knows how to almost like disassociate a little bit. Like, someone who could flip the switch a little bit and maybe not feel the pain in the same way. Ultimately, again, that's totally Mishnah Talmud. I will say, I will point out here, I don't think Chazal are accepting the second approach. I think that Chazal are just making a factual statement. It's life, and there are people like this in life who are totally emotionally detached from anything and everything happening around them. And what's their general emotional state of being? They're happy. I think life is good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, everything's great. Why? Because they're totally emotionally disassociated from their family, from themselves, from the room, from Kazi's stuff, from the Vel. Right? And again, life is fine. On the other hand, being a feeling compassionate, empathic person, is the avoda of the year. That's what we're saved for, to open up the neshama, to feel the neshama. And yes, it comes with a tremendous amount of emotional baggage, because there are moments where I feel overwhelmed and maybe even by the individual and collective pain of my people. But that's what it means to be a Jew. Sometimes what it means to be a Jew is I give up the life of Tov Lev Mishte Tamid. Ultimately, again, live the life of Yemei and Kol Yemei Aniyim Roy. But that's worth it to feel the beating heart of Klal. So incredible. I'm really sure. I'm showing the Omer Kol Yemei Ani Roy. What does it mean all the days? Go find like 101. Zeh Daito Kitsara. V'tov Mishte Tamid. Zeh Shedaito L'chava. Okay, it's interesting. Rashi understands. The first approach of Rashi is the same thing as before. That ultimately, again, Daito Kitsara, or I should say, Sarah, ultimately, again, the Mason Libo called Daibus Chavero. Rashi seems to indicate that this is the same thing as you just mentioned before. Daito Kitsara means someone who worries about everything, right? And Daito Rachava is someone who worries nothing. The approach in Rashi then refers to anger. Daito Kitsara refers to someone who gets angry at everything. Right? Also, we know that in this world, there is no shortage of things to get angry about. Right? No shortage of things to get upset about. So if you're that kind of person who just is easily triggered and easily angered, so the mice, again, the world is a dark place, and all of your days ultimately, again, are like an onion. On the other hand, someone who's a little bit calmer, right? Doesn't get upset about everything. That's totally Mishakam. Incredible. All right, lady. How can you say these of the Ani are bad? What about Shabbos and Yom Tov? Even Shabbos and Yom Tov is difficult for the Ani. Why? Because when a person is an Ani, that means in Shabbos week is very little. Once the Shabbos now he has more food, more drink, is actually difficult for him. I was saying, what's the takeaway message here? Change is difficult. Change is difficult, and change is often a shock to the system. A change in your nerve. What's a vesas? Like the vesas is a regular pattern. Changing your regular pattern often could be a shock to the system. Incredible. Hakori pasuk the osa community center. So let's say if a person reads a pasuk Shiashi and he makes it into a song, so he's not learning making it a song. The Hakori pasuk mishtos, or a person goes ahead and reads a pasuk, like reads a pasuk beis mishtos. Beis mishtos just means place of celebration. The party was below Zmano. Not as be careful. Look at Rashi. According to the base of the Shtos below Zmano, the Mesa of Al Yuno, Oser, Shechikusav, the Divrei Torah, the Korek spoke, the Korek Psukim, the Koram, the Sachek by Menah Mishnah. So this is talking about someone who's just kind of using Torah, just almost like, like a frivolous way. I'm at a party, I'm drinking wine with my friends, and I start singing psukim, not in the context of learning, not really even in the context of drum, just quoting psukim ultimately for entertainment purposes. So what happens? Maybe Ra'al Yolam brings evil. If Torah itself puts on sackcloth, comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, V'omer Estefan of Ribono Shel Olam Asa'uni Banecha Kinor Shemenagmin Bo Levi. So the Torah comes and complains before Ribono Shel Olam, the Torah. The children have made me into like an instrument. An instrument for entertainment purposes. They relegated into a mode of entertainment. That was a conversation discussion. Is fascinating. Amar Allah, Ribono Shel Olam responds, BT. So the Rabbi defends Rabbi says, my daughter, Torah, when they're eating and drinking, what else should they do? In other words, the Rabbi is defending it. Isn't this good? Isn't this good? When they're eating and drinking, so they have to be doing something to themselves. So isn't it beautiful that they're entertaining themselves with Torah? So the Gemara says, Amar the fun of Ribono Shel Mikra and Yasku the Torah, two of them about the Mishnah and Yasku, the Mishnah Balchos Vagados, about the Yasku, the Hilchos Pesach, Hilchos Atzeres, Hilchos Chavd. The Torah says, no, I'm not frightened. Let them learn. Let them look Mishnah, Gemara, or Halacha. Let them do something constructive. The Torah says, it's a fascinating discussion between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Torah. Torah offended and hurt that if she feels that Klal Yisrael has just made her into a mode of entertainment, like an instrument that is played just for entertainment purposes, the Rebbe says, well, isn't it good? Right? Isn't it kind of good that when they're eating, at least they're entertaining themselves with Torah? To which Torah comes along and says, no. When they're eating, they can learn Torah as well. Incredible. Hey, Rabbi Shem ben Elazar, Rabbi Shimon ben Chananya. Maybe totally. Whoever reads a pasuk in his time. Now listen, now what does this mean, a pasuk in his time? In other words, at the end of the day, talking about Torah, that's appropriate, right? Either literally discussing concepts of Torah in the time in which they are relevant, or learning Torah in a way that is not simply entertainment, but actual Talmud Torah, ultimately brings good to the world. Something in its right time. Something in its right time, ultimately, again, is good. Incredible about Lochesh. Because remember again, the next thing the Mishnah said is, who doesn't have a chelik of Haba? Someone who recites some type of incantation over an injury, over a wound. Here's what's interesting. We're going to see his depth. But interestingly enough, the problem that I have with someone who says any of these incantations in order to produce medicinal healing, that seems to be more, as we'll discuss in just a moment. The issue is apparently what you would do is you would like this, like you would recite, and then you'd spit. Could be because of the curative effects of saliva, which has I've spoken about. So the issue is spitting, right? The issue is the fishy maskir and shem shemar kika. You can't say the name of Hashem while you're spitting. Okay. If my rabbi rafilu negasaras, negasaras, and if I rafilu vayikra Moshe. So Rav says again, I will say the psukim, even if the psukim don't have the name of Hashem, like for example, negasaras, right? Ultimately, again, or Vayikra El Moshe. You can't do these incantations because the act of sitting together with reciting a pasuk ultimately is disrespectful to the pasuk. So I'll say anything over here. So you can go ahead. Sachin means like to rub oil. The mashmash means like to massage the area. It's about like a person who's having stomach issues. So what you would do is you would rub oil and massage the affected area. You're allowed to do this on Shabbos. Unless you have an issue on Shabbos. On Shabbos, you're not allowed to engage in refuah, forms of medicinal healing. The Gemara says, however, even though you can't engage in healing, this is mutter on Shabbos. Mutter on Shabbos. The Gemara says, furthermore, you could whisper the different spells or incantations to keep snakes and scorpions away on Shabbos. And you could put a utensil like an ayam, and she points out you would take a cold utensil, put it over the eye, and some of that would relieve the pressure. You do that on Shabbos as well. Our says, when is that so? That's only with the utensil that is allowed to be carried on Shabbos, meaning not booked. So, but if you can't book, so you can't do it on Shabbos. Bidvar shadim b'Shabbos. Cannot salt shadim on Shabbos. Okay. Rabbi Yossi says after Chol. By the way, you also can't consume through Friday as well. Good. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says halacha Yossi. Rabbi says halacha Yossi, and really one should not consult shadim. And listen, why is that? That's Rabbi Yossi lo amre elam mishum sakana. It's interesting. I will say there's no halachic problem with shadim. What's the problem? It's a sakana. It's a danger issue. Right? Hey, right? Talking with shadim is the situation. Why? What happened? Because I took by Yosef. One time I took by Yosef. Apparently was consulting with shadim, and what happened? Apparently it did not go well. It did not go well, and swallowed up into a cedar tree. The tree swallowed him up. But a miracle happened, and again the cedar tree opened, and ultimately again he would get out. The idea over here is interesting. So again, whenever we come to shadim, all of these discussions exactly what it is that's going on over here, right? But the Gemara seems to indicate there's nothing wrong with consulting in shadim. It's just is that consulting with shadim is a dangerous business, and ultimately you can put one in psychonos. Sucking mashmishim the name Shabbos. Again, so you're allowed to take oil, you're allowed to smear it, right, and massage the area on Shabbos. Actually, yes, you could actually also become, but you have to do it with the shinui. What does it mean, a shinui? Sehechi of it. How should you do it? Put the oil on, massage afterwards. But you're going to ask the opposite. Not the opposite. Ultimately, put the on and massage at the same time. Shari shemen, the shari bates. Sorry shemen, the shari bates, and mutar l'shalach. So apparently, there are certain shaving that were associated with oil, and certain shaving associated with eggs. Might explain the price of egg. Right. But the mice are so shadim associated with oil, shadim associated with eggs. We're allowed to consult these shadim. Okay? The Gemara says, but rather, the reason we don't do it, why don't we do it? Because apparently they lie. So I was say, what you begin to see over here, talking with shadim is not kishuv, it's not sorcery. So you're allowed to do it, but just understanding it says that the information you get, because often they lie, lo chushin al shemesh shabakli, like you could literally whisper over it for medicinal purposes, oil that was held in the hand. So we see ultimately again is subjected. Therefore, you go ahead that was held in the hand, but not oil that was clean. Went to a particular inn. I saw them on it. They brought him oil in a utensil. Shaf on his face. He broke out with boils. He went out to the marketplace. So there was a particular woman who saw her, and this woman apparently was versed in I see the shade chamas. The shade chamas, that's all over. Okay, Avdalim Isi, she did some type of spell, something, and he was healed. Incredible. So I just want to point out, sometimes you see these stuff. But it's always important to understand this. There's much to this world that we don't understand. There are many forces in this world that we don't understand. What's this whole story with Shadim? No idea. What's the takeaway with Shadim, with any Gemara with Shadim? The takeaway is very simple. There's more to this world, more to this life than meets the eye. So whenever you see these Gemaras, never be disparaging, never be dismissive, because when you take a disparaging or dismissive approach that presupposes that you know how the world works, and you know what's going on. At the end of the day, again, the Musar Haskell is there's so much more than meets the eye with everything in this world. It's a very complex universe, and one thing is for sure, there are many things that defy our comprehension. The Gemara goes like this. This is a beautiful Gemara. I'm going to Rabbi Abba Sid. On one hand, the pasuk says, pasuk says, all the sickness that I visited upon Egypt, I will not visit upon you, because I am Hashem, your healer. So the Gemara says the pasuk is inherently contradictory. If Hashem is not going to visit the sickness upon us, then why do I need him to be my healer? Right? It's a good kasha. To which the Gemara says, this is what the Hashem says as follows. In Tishma, Hashem says like this. Here's the deal. If you listen to me, not visit sickness upon you. But if you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. Even though all that happens, ultimately I'll heal you. This is the most absolutely incredible thing. It's like this. Here's the deal. Visit sickness upon you. If you don't listen to me, I will upon you. But even if I visit sickness upon you, I will heal you. That's how much the Baruch Hu loves us. That even if we transgress, and therefore, again, there is machor, there is sickness, the Ribono Shel Olam always gives us the refuah. Incredible. I'll say this is a ridiculous story. Rabbi Eliezer. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, the most important us. If we had another 2 hours, and I will say, the story of Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus is a ridiculous story. I'm going to try to get Hashem. And you have to really, to appreciate this story, you must understand Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus' background, which you don't have time for right now. Keep in just whatever. We'll come back to it. Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus became ill. The students to visit. I both say about generally whenever it talks about that somebody's become ill and their students, then usually it means deathly ill. So when the students come in to visit, what that means is Rashi says, Eliezer was saying like this: if I am this sick, the Ribono Shel Olam must be very angry at me. Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus understood his illness to be a manifestation of divine wrath. This is happening to me because I did something wrong. Hashem is disputed. So it's chiluhin both. So ultimately, again, all the Rabbi came in, and again, it doesn't say who came in. It just says Talmidav. So his students began. Rabbi Akiva. Oh, Rabbi Akiva. So everyone is crying. Rabbi Akiva is laughing. I'm alone. He said, Akiva, what's the matter with you? Like, why are you laughing? And they think of the Gemara at the end of Mass, which we'll get to B'Shat Tov Matzlachos. Ask them, why are you crying? I'm alone. Our Rebbe. We'll say our Rabbi Eliezer is bizarre, is in a state of sorrow, in a state of discomfort. Right? And we'll say, look how they refer to their Rabbi Eliezer as Sefer Torah. Isn't that incredible? Right? A Sefer Torah is in Sar. That's why I'm laughing. Kozman Shani Ra Rebbe Yeno Machnitz. Yes. So you know, Rebbe says I was always bothered by something. Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus had a good life. Everything was going well for him, right? And here he's referring to Gashmi. His wine never went sour, right? His flax never went bad. His oil never spoiled. His honey never spoiled. In other words, he had everything in all the mazeh. Amarti shemechas v'shalom kiba Rabbi olamo. I was pissed. Listen to this. Rabbi Kiva says, all my days I saw my Rabbi Eliezer. Again, just so you should know, Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus was the Talmud Mufak of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So just the Shalshalas. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus, Rabbi Akiva. So this is all the days I saw that Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus had such a good life. I wondered to myself, maybe Rabbi has received reward in this world. And he's sameach. It's good. I'm happy. I'm happy because what that means is that I'm not saying that. Understand what Rabbi Kiva was saying. What it means is that my Rabbi has done avedus. He's done avedus. Hashem is extracting punishment for those avedus in this world. So that my Rabbi should have a beautiful olam haba. Incredible says Rabbi Kiva. So Amar Klum Chasarti Min HaTorah Kula. So listen, Rabbi Eliezer is a little bit back. He says, Rabbi Akiva, tell me, what averus did I do? What I did? Did I leave anything out of the Torah? Did I not? I can tell you one thing. L'maratan Rabbeinu, ki adam ein tzadik ba'aretz haras. L'maratan Rabbeinu, that there is no person in this who is completely righteous, who does good and doesn't do bad. As Rabbi, if you're a human being, then you committed averus. And if you committed, and Baruch Hashem, I'm so happy. So Rabbi, keep speaking. I'm so happy that retribution is coming in this world for a beautiful world to come. It's incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. Kitar Rabban, another story about Rabbi Eliezer. Again, it could be the same story, same illness, different illness. Just to understand, this story makes so much sense because one of the great parts about Rabbi Akiva was his ability to contextualize suffering as a gift from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? The same Rabbi Akiva, when the Romans are literally freeing the skin off his body, said, I always wondered to myself, when will I have the opportunity to fulfill the pasuk of Yahavtas Hashem Elokecha v'chol levavcha? So again, this is Rabbi Akiva has this overwhelming understanding of the role of suffering in this world. Incredible. So much more to say in this. Let's go by the Torah Baron. Kishachol Rabbi Eliezer Nichnisu Arba Zekinu Levakro. Rabbi Eliezer was 4 elders came in to be Mevakech. Rabbi Tarfon, Rabbi Yeshua, Ben Azariah, Rabbi Akiva. Okay. Now Rabbi Tarfon Tov Atali Yisrael Mitiba shall begin extolling the virtues of their Rebbe. Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus. And Rabbi Tarfon says, Rebbe, you are better for Klal Yisrael than a drop of rain. Why? Shetiba shall Yisham ba'olam hazeh, Rebbe ba'olam hazeh ba'olam haba. Because rain only helps us in this world. But Rebbe, you help us in this world and in the world to come. Now Rabbi Yeshua Amar, Tavatali Yisrael Semi Gal Chama. Rabbi Yeshua says, Rebbe, you are better us than the sun. Shekal v'cham ba'olam hazeh, Rebbe ba'olam hazeh ba'olam haba. Sun is good in this world, right? But us in this world and the next one. Now, Yosem Me'av, Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah is ready. You are better for us than a father and a mother. Why? Sha'ava in ba'olam hazeh. A father and a mother are helpful in this world. The Rebbe, ba'olam hazeh, I will say, such an incredible idea, right? My father and my mother, they're good for me in this, but my Rebbe, good for me in this world and in the world to come. So what happened? Now Rabbi Akiva. So I'll say this is pretty wild. Rabbi Akiva comes along and he says, Rabbi Chavivin Yisurin. What does Rabbi Akiva say? Rabbi Akiva does not steal the virtues of his Rebbe. So Rabbi says is suffering good. Suffering good. So Amar Lahem. Said Rabbi Akiva, Talmudi. Let's listen to this. Now this whole time Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus is like laying down. He's hearing all the praise. And most again, it's nice, right? What does the praise do? Fine. Rabbi Eliezer is not going to go to his head. So what does he do? Akiva says, suffering is good. Rabbi Eliezer says, help me sit up. Help me sit up. I want to hear exactly what is that Akiva is saying. So the Gemara says, Samchuni, right? Literally, sit up. The Eshma of Akiva Talmudi. Sha'ali Yisrael. Amar Akiva. Zooming in. So it says, where do you know this from? Where do you know that suffering is good? Amar Mikra Ani Doresh. He says, Rabbi, I dash in a pasuk that Shtemes Shana Menashe Manacho, the Chamisha Chamish Shana Malach Yushalayim, Vayas Rabbi Hashem, King Menashe. King Menashe was reigning. What was the longest serving monarch? He served for 55 years. So what happens? He was Ben Shalem Menashe, right? He was 12 years into his reign, right? And ultimately, again, he was doing the most terrible things. Menashe was a tremendous sinner. How days? Gan Eila Nishli Shalash Kiku Anse Iskia Nalakila. But he is gonna do the Olam Kulam Torah.